Chapter 2020. Senior Brother Lu Yun. Why are you looking for me? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously as he soared into the air. He hovered near Lu Yun in the air. At the same time, he noticed that Lu Yun, who had come in a hurry, had a serious expression on his face. For a moment, he vaguely realized that Lu Yun must have come to find him for something important. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's expression tensed up slightly. Junior Brother Ling Tian, I heard you slapped Wen Yan a few times in public? Lu Yun asked solemnly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. His tensed expression gradually relaxed when he heard Lu Yun's question. Senior Brother Lu Yun, is this the reason you're looking for me? As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, his expression returned to normal. It was as though Wen Yan's matter was not enough to cause a stir in his heart. That was indeed the case. Junior Brother Ling Tian, Wen Yan is not just a true disciple. When Lu Yun saw Duan Ling Tian's nonchalant expression, he realized he was being a little too anxious. He smiled wryly and said, Her master is a golden flame elder of the Zoroastrianism. He's also the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums. The sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum? Duan Ling Tian was surprised when he heard Lu Yun's words. However, that was all. He was not fearful because he knew Wen Yan's master was the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. After recovering from his shock, Duan Ling Tian's expression returned to normal. Senior Brother Lu Yun, you're here to tell me that Wen Yan is the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Lu Yun. Lu Yun was speechless when he saw Duan Ling Tian acting as though nothing had happened. That's the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. He's also a golden flame elder of the Zoroastrianism. Why do I feel like you're not worried at all? Why should I be worried? Don't tell me that he would come to kill me just because I slapped Wen Yan a few times? When Duan Ling Tian opened his mouth to reply to Lu Yun, his expression was as calm as ever, without the slightest ripple. In fact, when he blocked Wen Yan's way and slapped her, he had already guessed that Wen Yan might have a master with a high status in Zoroastrianism. After all, no matter what, Wen Yan was still a true disciple who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. She must have been taken in as a direct disciple by the higher-ups of the Zoroastrianism. Therefore, when he heard from Lu Yun that Wen Yan's master was a golden flame elder, he was not afraid at all. Moreover, he was shocked not because Wen Yan's master was a golden flame elder, but because Wen Yan's master was the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums. You? When Lu Yun heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he opened his mouth, but he did not know what to say in the end. He was completely speechless. Senior Brother Lu Yun, I know you're worried about my safety, but Wen Yan's master is a golden flame elder after all. I don't think he would go to the extent of targeting me over such a small matter. When Duan Ling Tian realized Lu Yun had come with good intentions, he comforted Lu Yun in a timely manner. Junior Brother Ling Tian, Wen Yan's master, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, might not personally target you over this matter, but he has another direct disciple. The sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum only has 2 direct disciples. Due to this reason, his direct disciple treats Wen Yan very well. He treats her like she's his biological sister. When Lu Yun mentioned the first direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, his expression turned grave. If he finds out what you did to Wen Yan, he definitely won't let this matter rest. When Lu Yun reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Ling Tian worriedly. Oh! Duan Ling Tian, who had a nonchalant expression on his face, raised a brow when he heard Lu Yun's words. He asked, How's the strength of the sanctum leader's first direct disciple? It was just as Lu Yun had said. Perhaps, Wen Yan's master would not personally target him over such a small matter. However, Wen Yan's senior brother would not have so many concerns. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he learned Wen Yan had a senior brother. He wanted to know how strong Wen Yan's senior brother was. If Wen Yan's senior brother was stronger than him, he would have to be more careful in the future. After all, he did not want to be beaten up for no reason. even if he was confident he would be able to avenge Wen Yan's senior brother in the future. Wen Yan's senior brother is also a true disciple. He's ranked second on the true ranking. His cultivation base has already broken through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago. For this reason, he's very strong. Lu Yun's expression turned even more solemn when he spoke. It was as though Wen Yan's senior brother was a ferocious beast. Second on the true ranking? Third form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Lu Yun's words. He was confident he could kill a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage if he exhausted all his Sun Saint energy that had been boosted by the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword with all his might. However, in Zoroastrianism, unless he entered the Palace of Death and signed a death pact, he did not dare to kill Wen Yan's senior brother. If he killed Wen Yan's senior brother, he would not be able to escape punishment from the Zoroastrianism's rules. Wen Yan's senior brother was not like Yuan Hong, the grand disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Li, in whom he had killed in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. As a true disciple who was ranked second on the true ranking, Wen Yan's senior brother's innate talent must be very high as well. Moreover, he was the great direct disciple of the Sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. If Duan Lingtian violated the Zoroastrianism's rules and killed him, even if Duan Lingtian revealed his blue innate spiritual root and showed his worth, the Zoroastrianism's enforcement hall would not go easy on him. After all, Wen Yan's senior brother was not someone Yuan Hong could compare to. If he did not kill Wen Yan's senior brother, who was at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, would be able to see him wielding the Jasper Celestial Sword with all his might. At that time, the Jasper Celestial Sword would be exposed and many powerhouses would covet it. That was not something he wanted to see. Even if Wen Yan's senior brother is willing to enter the Palace of Death with me and sign a death pact, I won't be able to use the Jasper Celestial Sword so easily. Elder Nyezue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, won't be as careless as he was previously and allow me to block his view at a critical moment. Duan Lingtian thought about many things at this moment. In the end, he came to a conclusion. He could only endure when faced with Wen Yan's senior brother. Even if he was tortured, he could only endure. When Lu Yun saw the hint of dread on Duan Lingtian's face, naturally, he could tell Duan Lingtian was afraid of Wen Yan's senior brother. He hurriedly said, "Junior brother Lingtian, as long as you stay in your residence, Wen Yan's senior brother won't be able to do anything to you. He won't dare to barge into your residence. Apart from that, I'll go to Wen Yan's senior brother's residence to find out what's going on. If he's not in closed-door cultivation or has not left the residence, don't leave your residence for the time being. Wait until you have the confidence to defeat him, then you can leave your residence." After Lu Yun finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply before he left in a flash, leaving Duan Lingtian standing alone in the air. Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart when he saw this. At the same time, he entered the formation that enveloped his residence. As long as he was in the formation, Wen Yan's senior brother would not be able to do anything to him even if he came. This feeling is really annoying, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian muttered with a sigh as his eyes flashed with a fierce light. If Wen Yan's senior brother came looking for him, he would have no choice but to hide temporarily unless he wanted to be tortured. This was because he could not use the Jasper Celestial Sword to deal with Wen Yan's senior brother. I hope that senior brother of Wen Yan is still in closed-door cultivation or has gone out. Otherwise, I can only wait for my cultivation to improve a little before I can suppress him like how I suppressed Wen Yan with the Jasper Celestial Sword and make him lose all thoughts of standing up for her. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. His current strength was not enough to make him invisible to a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage when he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword. Walao! If it's a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, how high must my cultivation base be so that he won't be able to detect the Jasper Celestial Sword when I'm wielding it with all my might? Duan Lingtian asked Hualao, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. If you want to prevent an ordinary powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage from detecting the Jasper Celestial Sword when you're wielding it with all your might, You'll have to raise your cultivation base to the peak of the exemplary saint stage at least. Hualao replied. Hualao had been following Duan Lingtian all this while. Coupled with the fact that he had extended his divine consciousness to probe the surroundings, he had a certain understanding of the cultivators in the Dao martial saint land. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, he immediately answered it. An ordinary powerhouse at the third form of the saint celestial stage? Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he heard Elder Hua's words. Elder Hua, do you mean I might not be able to hide the Jasper celestial sword from those powerhouses at the third form of the saint celestial stage even if my cultivation base is at the peak of the exemplary saint stage? Yes. Hualao replied before he continued to say, that's right. In this world, after a cultivator's cultivation base has broken through to the saint celestial stage, apart from becoming stronger with each transformation, there's a huge difference between each transformation. Chapter 2021. Quintessential Saint Stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened immediately when he heard Hualao's words. Currently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had only broken through to the early exemplary saint stage. Even with his high innate talent and the help of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, it would still take some time for him to break through to the quintessential saint stage. Moreover, he would encounter many bottlenecks if he wanted to break through to the next stage. Hualao, are you sure you're not mistaken? Duan Lingtian asked skeptically after he took a deep breath. I'm sure. Hualao's reply was firm. Not only is the saint origin of powerhouses at the third form of the saint celestial stage much stronger than powerhouses at the second form of the saint celestial stage, most importantly, I discovered that the eyes of powerhouses at the third form of the saint celestial stage in this world are completely different from powerhouses at the second form of the saint celestial stage. It's as though their eyes have undergone a transformation. Ever since Duan Lingtian came to Zoroastrianism, he had seen many powerhouses at the third form of the saint celestial stage. Naturally, those powerhouses were not disciples of Zoroastrianism. They were all elders of Zoroastrianism. During this time, Hualao discovered some clues from the elders of Zoroastrianism. Among them, he discovered that powerhouses at the third form of the saint celestial stage had undergone a transformation in their eyes compared to powerhouses at the second form of the saint celestial stage. Powerhouses at the third form of the saint celestial stage have undergone a transformation in their eyes? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Hualao's words. He speculated. It's said that from the second form of the saint celestial stage onward, each form of the 9 forms of the saint celestial stage has an increase in one's saint origin. It's said that the increase in saint origin only affects a part of one's strength. The most important thing is the improvement in other aspects. Could it be that the improvement in other aspects at the third form of the saint celestial stage has something to do with the eyes? It can transform one's eyes? The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more certain he became. Let's wait for senior brother Lu Yun to return and ask him. Duan Lingtian did not think too much about it. He decided to ask Lu Yun about the third form of the saint celestial stage when he returned. Time passed quietly. About an hour later, Lu Yun's figure came from afar and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian's eyes to brighten. He immediately went up to greet him. Senior brother Lu Yun. How is it? Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Yun expectantly as he asked straightforwardly. Currently, he did not dare to use the Jasper celestial sword in front of Wen Yan's senior brother. Therefore, he was not a match for him. If the other party hadn't gone out and hadn't gone into seclusion, he would have definitely come knocking on his door very soon. At that time, he could only hide in his own residence. But if he left his residence, he would definitely be ruthlessly beaten up by Wen Yan's senior brother. With Wen Yan's hatred towards him, Wen Yan's senior apprentice brother would definitely not show mercy. At that time, he would definitely be severely injured. Since he was severely injured, he would need to recuperate. Due to this reason, he would not be able to serve in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall for the time being. If he could not serve in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall, he would not have the chance to seek her and their daughter. Duan Lingtian could not accept this. At this moment, he wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly to the enforcement hall. He could not accept that he would not have the chance to seek her and their daughter for the time being. Junior brother Ling Tian, you're quite lucky. Bu Hong just so happened to have left for a long time. He won't be back for the time being. Lu Yun answered Duan Lingtian's question in a timely manner. Bu Hong was, naturally, Wen Yan's senior brother. He was the true disciple who was ranked second on the true ranking. His cultivation base was at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. He left for a long time? Duan Lingtian was, naturally, overjoyed when he heard this news. At the same time, he sighed in relief inwardly. If this was the case, it would not affect him going to the Fire Remuneration Palace to serve in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. Junior brother Ling Tian, although Bu Hong has left for a long time and won't be back for the time being, it's best if you don't go out for the time being, so you can improve your cultivation base. Lu Yun said to Duan Lingtian solemnly, although you only have a yellow innate spiritual root, as long as you work hard, there's still a chance for you to break through to the quintessential saint stage. Once you break through to the quintessential saint stage, it won't be impossible for you to defeat Bu Hong with your various techniques. Lu Yun said in one breath. Based on his words, it was obvious he had confidence in Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root was only a yellow innate spiritual root that was not worth mentioning. Lu Yun thought so because of the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed up until now. Duan Lingtian's strength was so strong that Lu Yun respected him greatly. Duan Lingtian had defeated Wen Yan, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking, in just one move. When Lu Yun first learned about this, he was only worried Duan Lingtian had indirectly offended Wen Yan's senior brother, Bu Hong. He was not surprised that Duan Lingtian had defeated Wen Yan. Previously, when Duan Lingtian had cast his sword technique in the Palace of Death, Lu Yun realized that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. Duan Lingtian's strength could be ranked in the upper echelons of powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Wen Yan, who was ranked in the upper echelons of the Saint Celestial stage, could not compare to him at all. For this reason, Lu Yun had concluded that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. With Duan Lingtian's strength, it was entirely possible for him to be ranked in the top 5 of the true ranking. For this reason, he was not surprised that Duan Lingtian easily defeated Wen Yan. He only felt that it was normal. Yellow innate spiritual root? Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly when he heard Lu Yun's words. In his opinion, the yellow innate spiritual root was a thing of the past. Currently, his innate spiritual root had transformed into a blue innate spiritual root. With the help of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, his current cultivation speed was comparable to some monstrous geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots. Naturally, Lu Yun was unaware of all this. In Lu Yun's opinion, Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, just like the rumors had said. Senior brother Lu Yun. Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled something. He looked at Lu Yun and asked, the first form of the Saint Celestial stage is also called the Saint Origin form. Do you know what the third form of the Saint Celestial stage is called? The third form of the Saint Celestial stage is also called the Spiritual Eyes form. Although Lu Yun did not know why Duan Lingtian would ask such a question, he still answered in a timely manner. Spiritual Eyes form? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard Lu Yun's words. He realized his earlier guess was correct. The third form of the Saint Celestial stage was indeed related to the eyes. It was no wonder Hualao said the eyes of those at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage would undergo a huge transformation compared to those at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Senior brother Lu Yun, the first form of the Saint Celestial stage is called the Saint Origin form because when one breaks through to the Saint Celestial stage, the saint energy in one's body would transform into Saint Origin. That's why it's called the Saint Origin form. Do you know why the third form of the Saint Celestial stage is called the Spiritual Eyes form? Duan Lingtian continued to ask. Yes. Although Lu Yun did not know why Duan Lingtian was so insistent on asking this question, he still answered in a timely manner. The third form of the Saint Celestial stage is called the Spiritual Eyes form because those at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage have to temper their eyes into spiritual eyes to successfully break through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, those at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage and above have extraordinary eyes. It's said that when one's spiritual eyes form, one's eyesight would improve by several folds. Lu Yun paused as though he had recalled something. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "It's not an exaggeration to say that if my eyes are tempered into spiritual eyes, I'll definitely be able to see the sword technique you used to kill Yang Wan, junior brother Lingtian." Lu Yun still could not forget the sword technique Duan Lingtian used to kill Yang Wan. So that's how it is. Duan Lingtian realized Hualao was not lying when he heard Lu Yun's words. Those at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage possessed extraordinary spiritual eyes and extraordinary eyesight. Perhaps, he would only be able to conceal the Jasper Celestial Sword from those at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage after his cultivation base had broken through to the quintessential Saint stage. Junior brother Ling Tian, why are you asking this? Lu Yun asked curiously. I'm just asking. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. However, his eyes flashed brightly. Lu Yun did not notice the flash of light in his eyes. Junior brother Ling Tian. Lu Yun seemed to have recalled something as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, I heard you've already gone to the Fire Remuneration Palace to ask about the recruitment of true disciples to be on duty in the Enforcement Hall. Do you still plan to be on duty in the Enforcement Hall? Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded confidently. Naturally, he had to go to the Enforcement Hall since his wife and daughter were imprisoned there. If he wanted to rescue them, he would have to understand the situation in the Enforcement Hall first before he acted. Junior brother Lingtian, do you know the Saint Girl? As soon as Duan Lingtian nodded, Lu Yun suddenly said, You're right. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Lu Yun's words. He did not expect Lu Yun would suddenly ask him this question. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian's eyes widened, he regained his composure and asked nonchalantly, Senior brother Lu Yun, why would you ask such a question? It's nothing. I just think it's a coincidence. Although Duan Lingtian's eyes only widened for a moment, Lu Yun still saw it. This made Lu Yun even more convinced of his guess. Duan Lingtian knew the Saint Girl of Zoroastrianism. Coincidence? How so? Duan Lingtian asked, pretending to be confused. Junior brother Lingtian, do you really want to know? Chapter 2022. Senior brother Lu Yun, please speak. Seeing Lu Yun's deep gaze, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, but on the surface, he continued to act dumb. I remember, you've mentioned the saintess of Zoroastrianism many times in front of me. After that, you even said that you wanted to go to the Law Enforcement Hall. A wisp of wisdom flashed across Lu Yun's eyes as he said unhurriedly, Then, you humiliated Wen Yan for no reason. I remember, I told you before that the Holy Maiden, her daughter, and even senior sister Ru Yan were imprisoned in the Law Enforcement Hall because of Wen Yan's report. Now that you're faced with the threat from Wen Yan's senior brother, Bu Hong, instead of going into closed-door cultivation, you still insist on going to the Enforcement Hall. This shows that there must be something you care about in the Enforcement Hall. Or perhaps, there is someone you care about. Lu Yun's words connected all the clues that Duan Lingtian had exposed. Hearing Lu Yun's words, Duan Lingtian's heart was in turmoil. He didn't expect Lu Yun's thoughts to be so meticulous. Lu Yun had guessed most of his matters. Maybe I know senior martial sister Ru Yan and want to fight for justice for her? Duan Lingtian suppressed the shock in his heart and asked without changing his expression. Gan Ru Yan, as the most outstanding female disciple of Zoroastrianism, was also the dream lover of all the male disciples of Zoroastrianism. It was normal for someone to stand up for her. Junior brother Lingtian, if you wanted to fight for justice for senior sister Ru Yan, you wouldn't have mentioned the saintess of Zoroastrianism after asking about the Law Enforcement Hall. Lu Yun continued to say, Moreover, I still remember when I mentioned senior sister Ru Yan and said she was on the Supreme Saint ranking, you were shocked as well. If you wanted to fight for justice for senior sister Ru Yan, how could you not know she's on the Supreme Saint ranking? Therefore, I'm certain junior brother Lingtian knows the Saint Girl and has a close relationship with her. I wonder if I'm right? Lu Yun's wise eyes stared at Duan Lingtian when he reached the end of his sentence, as though he could see through everything. Duan Lingtian remained silent in the face of Lu Yun's question. However, when he looked at Lu Yun, His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The killing intent was very obvious. Lu Yun also sensed it at the first moment. He was so frightened that his expression changed slightly. Junior brother Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian said, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this. Even in front of brother Mu, I won't mention it." After taking a deep breath, Lu Yun hurriedly expressed his stance. Without waiting for Duan Ling Tian's reply, Lu Yun pricked his finger and used his blood as a medium to swear on the lightning penalty oath. He swore he would not tell anyone about what he had just said and would not betray Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, he would be killed by the lightning penalty. Boom! 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 After Lu Yun swore on the lightning penalty oath, 9 claps of thunder sounded from the sky, proving Lu Yun's oath. When Duan Ling Tian saw Lu Yun swearing on the lightning penalty oath without any hesitation, the killing intent in the depths of his eyes vanished immediately. An awkward and guilty expression appeared on his stiff face. However, Lu Yun did not take Duan Ling Tian's killing intent to heart. In fact, he took the initiative to change the topic. "Junior brother Ling Tian, now that I've sworn on the lightning penalty oath, can you tell me what's your relationship with the saint of Zoroastrianism?" "Senior brother Lu Yun, I'm very sorry for what happened just now. It was me who was too cautious to measure the heart of a gentleman. I've misjudged you," Duan Ling Tian said apologetically. After he finished speaking, he continued to answer Lu Yun's question. "She's my wife." Although Lu Yun had long guessed that the relationship between Duan Ling Tian and the saint of Zoroastrianism was not simple, he did not expect it to be so complicated. The saint of Zoroastrianism was actually junior brother Ling Tian's wife? In that case, the saint's daughter was junior brother Ling Tian's daughter? Lu Yun could not help but reveal a horrified expression when he thought of this. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought. This junior brother Ling Tian in front of them was actually the husband of the saintess of the Zoroastrianism, and also the person whom all the higher-ups of the Zoroastrianism wished to find and kill. "Junior brother Ling Tian, give me some time to recover." Hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Lu Yun couldn't calm down for a long time. After greeting Duan Ling Tian, his expression changed again. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, Lu Yun's expression calmed down. "Junior brother Ling Tian, so, you came to our Zoroastrianism for the sake of this saintess?" Taking a deep breath, Lu Yun looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze and asked, "Yes." Since Lu Yun had already sworn on the lightning penalty oath, Duan Ling Tian did not plan to hide anything from him. He immediately nodded and said, "I'm here to save my wife. Naturally, based on the current situation, my strength is not enough to save my wife." When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned gloomy. "Now, I only hope that when I'm on duty in the law enforcement hall, I can see my wife and my daughter that I've never met. I'll rescue them sooner or later." After a while, Duan Ling Tian spoke again. His eyes shone brightly as a determined expression appeared on his face. "Junior brother Ling Tian." When Lu Yun heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he could not help but sigh. "It's not that I want to discourage you, but with your innate talent, I'm afraid you won't have the strength to save the saintess and her daughter even in the future. After all, you only have a yellow innate spiritual root." The fact that Lu Yun said this was enough to prove that he really treated Duan Ling Tian as a friend. His words were, to a certain extent, a reminder to Duan Ling Tian. With your innate talent, you won't be able to save the saintess and her daughter. Even if you have an indigo innate spiritual root instead of a yellow innate spiritual root, you might not be able to save the saintess before the sect leader of Zoroastrianism comes out of closed-door cultivation. Lu Yun smiled wryly. "You should know that the hall master of the enforcement hall is someone whose strength is not inferior to the 2 vice sect leaders. Put aside the hall master of the enforcement hall, even the vice hall master under him has strength comparable to a golden flame elder. If you want to save the saintess from the enforcement hall, you'll have to be stronger than the hall master of the enforcement hall. Even if you have an indigo innate spiritual root, by the time you have that strength, Lord Sect Leader would have already come out of closed-door cultivation and made a judgment against the saintess. Lu Yun sighed after he finished speaking. He did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to save the saintess who was imprisoned in the enforcement hall. Senior brother Lu Yun, I understand what you're saying. Duan Lingtian sighed. Then, he looked at Lu Yun solemnly and asked, Senior brother Lu Yun, if your loved ones were imprisoned by the enforcement hall, and you know it's almost impossible for you to rescue them, would you just watch as they're sentenced to death and do nothing from the beginning until the end? Of course not. Lu Yun immediately shook his head. At the same time, he could understand how Duan Lingtian felt when he put himself in Duan Lingtian's shoes. If he was in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he would have done the same as well. Junior brother Lingtian. All of a sudden, Lu Yun seemed to have recalled something. He raised his hand, and a jade pendant appeared in his hand. A willow tree was carved on the front of the jade pendant. It looked very delicate. There were 2 words carved on the corner of the willow tree. The word Lu and the word Di. This is the jade pendant that the direct descendants of the Lu clan carry around. My name is written on the back of the jade pendant. Lu Yun turned the jade pendant around, and Duan Lingtian saw the word Yun carved on the back of the jade pendant. However, he did not know why Lu Yun took out the jade pendant at this time. Senior brother Lu Yun, your junior brother Lingtian, I know you want to go to the enforcement hall to see the saintess. However, as far as I know, the true disciples on duty in the enforcement hall have almost no chance of coming into contact with the people imprisoned in the enforcement hall. Lu Yun said bluntly. Lu Yun's words caused Duan Lingtian's expression to change immediately. If that was the case, did that mean he would not be able to meet Kerr? At the same time, Lu Yun continued to say, It just so happens that our Lu clan has a direct descendant who's on duty in the enforcement hall. He's a silver flame elder. When you arrive at the enforcement hall, you can bring my jade pendant to him and ask him to arrange a meeting between you and senior sister Ru Yen. Gone Ru Yen? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Lu Yun's words. The person he wanted to meet was not Gone Ru Yen. He wanted to meet his wife and daughter. When Lu Yun saw Duan Lingtian's expression, he explained, Junior brother Lingtian, if you directly say you want to meet the saintess, even if the direct descendant of the Lu clan is willing to help, he won't be able to arrange a meeting between you and the saintess. After all, he's only a silver flame elder in the enforcement hall, not a vice hall master or hall master. In the enforcement hall, the saintess's identity is very special and sensitive. Let alone you, even if a golden flame elder wants to meet the saintess, the few hall masters in the enforcement hall won't agree to it. Lu Yun continued to say, However, if you want to meet senior sister Ru Yen, the nature of the matter will be completely different. The direct descendant of the Lu clan will most likely be able to arrange a meeting for you. In other words, if you want to meet your wife and daughter, the prerequisite is that they have to be locked up with senior sister Ru Yen. Otherwise, even the direct descendant of the Lu clan won't be able to help you. Lu Yun sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian's expression changed again when he heard Lu Yun's words. He did not expect this at all. As it turned out, even if he was on duty in the enforcement hall and had the help of the Silver Flame Elder, he might not be able to meet Kerr. Thank you, senior brother Lu Yun. Chapter 2023. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed brightly as he looked at the jade pendant in his hand. For the sake of meeting Kerr, for the sake of meeting his daughter whom he had never met, even if the chances were slim, he still wanted to give it a try. Junior brother Lingtian, please be careful when you arrive at the enforcement hall. Don't expose your relationship with the saint. Otherwise, the few hall masters of the enforcement hall will kill you immediately. Lu Yun warned Duan Lingtian solemnly as he looked at him. Lu Yun knew very well. The reason the saint of Zoroastrianism was imprisoned in the enforcement hall was because she was no longer a saint. He could imagine how Duan Lingtian would die once the few hall masters of the enforcement hall found out that Duan Lingtian was the man who had destroyed the saint's purity. All right. Duan Lingtian knew Lu Yun meant well, so he nodded immediately. He had always been grateful to Lu Yun. Whether it was Lu Yun taking the initiative to swear on the lightning penalty oath or passing the jade pendant to him, he was very grateful. In the next few days, apart from comprehending his divine ability, Duan Lingtian also wanted to consolidate his cultivation base at the early exemplary saint stage. When the day arrived, Duan Lingtian, who had consolidated his cultivation base, immediately left his residence and flew in the direction of the Saint Island. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian moved at lightning speed like a bolt of lightning. Along the way, he encountered 3 true disciples who were traveling in a group. They happened to be in his path. When they saw Duan Lingtian moving at such a fast speed, they hastily avoided him as well. "Bastard! Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated?" One of the true disciples cursed with a dissatisfied expression. I think he's Duan Lingtian." The other true disciple narrowed his eyes in shock when he saw Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappearing into the distance. "It's Duan Lingtian. I've seen his portrait." The last successor disciple nodded. Although they had only passed each other face to face, he had still clearly seen the other party's appearance. 10 days ago, Duan Lingtian had bashed up Wen Yen, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking, and he'd become famous for a period of time. Someone drew a vivid portrait of him and made many copies of it, which was widely circulated in the holy land of Zoroastrianism. Now, even those who had never seen Duan Lingtian in person before had seen Duan Lingtian in person and had deeply imprinted his appearance in their minds. They were afraid that they would offend the Duan Lingtian in the future if they didn't recognize him. After arriving at the Saint Land, Duan Lingtian had first killed the true disciple Yang Wan and then overpowered the true disciple Wen Yen. Such strength was enough to make 99% of the Saint Land's disciples fear him. When the successor disciple who had called Duan Lingtian a B***** heard his 2 companions' words, the displeasure on his face disappeared and was replaced by fear. "Do you think he heard me calling him a B****"? The successor disciple took a deep breath and looked at his 2 companions anxiously. "When you were scolding him, he had already flown so far away. I don't think he heard you." One of the successor disciples replied, "I think he must have heard you. Although he was quite far away from you with his strength, don't tell me he doesn't even have that much hearing ability." The other successor disciple said. The successor disciple's words caused the successor disciple who had scolded Duan Lingtian to turn pale immediately. He muttered anxiously, "It's obvious he had something urgent to attend to and was in a hurry. Will he come and settle the score with me after he's done?" When the successor disciple recalled Duan Lingtian's strength, he panicked again. "I don't think he'll hold it against you." The other 2 successor disciples reached a consensus in this regard. This caused the successor disciple who was panicking to heave a sigh of relief. In fact, Duan Lingtian would not take such a small matter to heart. Currently, all his thoughts were on the matter of going to the enforcement hall since it was related to whether he would be able to seek her and their daughter. After 10 days, Duan Lingtian came to the central square of the Saint Island again. As soon as he appeared, many Saint Land's disciples in the central square recognized him. "It's Duan Lingtian. He's here again. I wonder who's going to be unlucky this time." "Unlucky? Why do you say that?" "You don't know, right? Duan Lingtian has come to the central square twice. The first time was when he entered the Palace of Death with successor disciple Yang Wan and killed him. As for the second time, it was 10 days ago when he humiliated Wen Yen, who's ranked 9th on the true ranking of Zoroastrianism. That seems to be the case. However, Duan Lingtian's strength is really terrifying. It's said that he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. But he managed to defeat 2 successor disciples. Such a person has never appeared in the history of Zoroastrianism. Indeed, it has never happened before. It's said that senior sister Wen Yen has a blue innate spiritual root. Moreover, it's a dark blue innate spiritual root. When she grows stronger in the future, she'll most likely become a golden flame elder. Such a genius disciple with a bright future was actually defeated by a guy with a yellow innate spiritual root. It's unbelievable. It's indeed unbelievable. However, the truth is right in front of our eyes. We have no choice but to believe it. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the central square, he heard a group of Saint Land's disciples whispering among themselves. He was not surprised when he heard Wen Yen had a blue innate spiritual root. After all, Wen Yen was a successor disciple who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. In Zoroastrianism, not all Saint Lan's elite disciples who had entered the Saint Celestial stage could become a successor disciple. In order to become a successor disciple, apart from one's cultivation base, there was also an age limit. Only those who had entered the Saint Celestial stage before a certain age could become a successor disciple. This was because successor disciples were the best among the younger generation in Zoroastrianism. Even a successor disciple would be removed from the list of successor disciples when he reached a certain age. Based on his strength at that time, he would either be a bronze flame elder or a silver flame elder in Zoroastrianism. In short, in Zoroastrianism, successor disciple was synonymous with the younger generation. Since Wen Yen was a successor disciple, it meant she was young. Coupled with her extraordinary cultivation base, one could tell she had an extraordinary innate spiritual root. Otherwise, how could she possess a cultivation base at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage at such a young age? Yellow innate spiritual root? Duan Lingtian did not mind the Saint Lan's disciples saying he had a yellow innate spiritual root. At the same time, he realized the Saint Land Enforcement Hall did not seem to have spread the news about him possessing a blue innate spiritual root. After all, other people might not know he possessed a blue innate spiritual root, but the Saint Land Enforcement Hall would definitely know about it. Previously, the Saint Land Enforcement Hall had shown mercy to him because he possessed a blue innate spiritual root. It's said that the reason Duan Lingtian is so strong is because he has mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities. However, with his yellow innate spiritual root, it'll be difficult for him to improve in the future. As long as senior sister Wen Yen has time, she'll be able to return the humiliation to him. Indeed, Duan Lingtian is currently stronger than senior sister Wen Yen because he has mastered many high-grade divine abilities. Once senior sister Wen Yan's cultivation base improves, it'll be easy for her to seek revenge in the future. I really don't know what Duan Lingtian is thinking. He actually dares to offend a successor disciple like senior sister Wen Yen who has a bright future ahead of her. Perhaps, he thought senior sister Wen Yen would agree to sign a death pact with him and enter the Hall of Life and Death to fight to the death. If he killed senior sister Wen Yen, he naturally wouldn't have to worry that senior sister Wen Yen would seek revenge from him. Who would have thought senior sister Wen Yen would be so smart as to reject his death pact? Speaking of which, I was there at that time. In the beginning, I was puzzled when I saw senior sister Wen Yen did not dare to accept Duan Lingtian's death pact. I even thought senior sister Wen Yen was too timid. However, it seems like senior sister Wen Yen is not timid at all. Instead, she's a strategist. On the way to the Fire Remuneration Palace, Duan Lingtian heard many Saint Lan disciples whispering among themselves. Strategist? Strategist? When Duan Lingtian heard some of the Saint Lan disciples praising Wen Yen, he almost laughed out loud. As the person involved, it was only natural that he could tell. The reason Wen Yen did not dare to accept his death pact was because she was afraid. She did not dare to take the risk. It had nothing to do with strategizing or calculating from 1,000 miles away. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian walked into the Fire Remuneration Palace. Under the guidance of the Saint Lan disciples, he came to a counter in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Duan Lingtian is planning to accept the new assignment from the Enforcement Hall and serve in the Enforcement Hall. At the same time, many Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace could guess what Duan Lingtian was going to do. These Saint Lan disciples were either present 10 days ago or had heard about Duan Lingtian's intention to serve in the Enforcement Hall. Elder, I'm here to accept the assignment from the Enforcement Hall for the true disciples. I'd like to serve in the Enforcement Hall, Duan Lingtian said to the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter without beating around the bush. Duan Lingtian. The Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter also recognized Duan Lingtian and shook his head. Chapter 2024. Only you, Duan Lingtian, can't do it. As soon as the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter finished speaking, The entire fire remuneration palace fell into dead silence again. The Saint Lan disciples present on the scene looked at the fire remuneration palace's elder before they shifted their gazes to Duan Ling Tian. All of them were dumbfounded and had an expression of disbelief on their faces. What was going on? The enforcement hall's elder had directly refused to allow Duan Ling Tian to accept the assignment issued by the enforcement hall under the circumstances of naming him? Was this not an abuse of power and bullying? Isn't this a little too much? Many Saint Lan disciples could not help but complain when they regained their senses. They felt indignant for Duan Ling Tian. There must be a reason for this. Don't you think this is strange? Why did the enforcement hall's elder only make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian and not others? Soon after, another Saint Lan disciple chimed in. It's indeed strange. It seems like Duan Ling Tian has offended the enforcement hall's elder. Otherwise, he wouldn't have targeted him like this. A Saint Lan disciple speculated. Duan Ling Tian really knows how to cause trouble. Now he has even offended the enforcement hall's elder. Now that he has offended the enforcement hall's elder, I'm afraid it's impossible for him to continue serving in the enforcement hall. Many Saint Lan disciples shook their heads. However, the enforcement hall's elder is abusing his power to a certain extent by doing this, right? If he doesn't have a reason to reject Duan Ling Tian from accepting the mission from the enforcement hall, Duan Ling Tian can definitely sue him in the enforcement hall. If I'm Duan Ling Tian, I'll definitely sue him. I'll make sure he can't bear the consequences. I think since the enforcement hall's elder dares to reject Duan Ling Tian so blatantly, he must have thought of a reason. It might not work if Duan Ling Tian sues him. I think so too. As the enforcement hall's elder, he knows the rules of Zoroastrianism very well. Under such circumstances, why would he allow Duan Ling Tian to sue him? The atmosphere within the fire remuneration palace became noisy again after a moment of silence. The group of disciples was discussing the matter of the enforcement hall's elder not allowing Duan Ling Tian to accept the enforcement hall's mission. While the group of Holy Land's disciples were having a heated discussion, Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses. When he came back to his senses, his face was completely gloomy. That law enforcement hall elder was clearly targeting him on purpose. For a moment, even though Duan Ling Tian didn't know who the elder of the law enforcement hall was, he couldn't help but feel a fire in his heart. The flames of fury seemed to be able to burn down everything. Elder, may I know which elder of the law enforcement hall is the one who specifically asked me not to accept the mission that the law enforcement hall issued for the true disciples? Taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian asked the fire remuneration palace's elder behind the counter. He had especially emphasized the words true disciple. I'm a true disciple, and I completely meet the requirements to accept the mission issued by the law enforcement hall. May I know why he doesn't allow me to accept the mission issued by the law enforcement hall? When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of questioning could be heard in his tone. The fire remuneration palace's elder behind the counter frowned when faced with Duan Ling Tian's questioning. If it was any other elite Holy Land disciple who dared to question him, he would have long been kicked out of the fire remuneration palace. However, Duan Ling Tian, who was standing in front of him, was someone who had defeated the person ranked 9th on the true ranking. Duan Ling Tian was a true disciple who was even stronger than him. In this world where the strong were revered naturally, he did not dare to voice his displeasure when faced with such a true disciple. Elder, don't tell me you don't know which enforcement elder specifically asked me not to accept the mission issued by the law enforcement hall, Duan Ling Tian said in a deep voice. His expression turned grave when he saw the fire remuneration palace's elder behind the counter remain silent. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a voice rang in the fire remuneration palace's hall. How dare you! Before the fire remuneration palace's elder could speak, a loud voice resonated from the fire remuneration palace's inner palace. It instantly attracted everyone's attention, including Duan Ling Tian. Soon after, under the watchful eyes of the others, 2 young men walked out of the fire remuneration palace's inner palace one after another. The person who had shouted was none other than the young man who was walking in front. This young man had an ordinary appearance and was dressed in the uniform of a Holy Land's bronze flame elder. As soon as he walked out of the inner palace, his cold gaze immediately landed on Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, he said coldly, "I'm the one who specifically asked you not to accept the mission issued by the Law Enforcement Hall for true disciples. Are you unhappy?" Whoosh! The moment the young man's words left his mouth, the Fire Remuneration Palace's Saint Land disciples shifted their attention from him to his face. Elder Dong Lin. When the gazes of the Saint Land's disciples landed on the young man, many of them recognized him immediately. It's actually Elder Dong Lin who specifically asked Duan Ling Tian not to accept the mission issued by the Law Enforcement Hall. Oh my God! He's the Law Enforcement Hall's elder that Duan Ling Tian has offended? Elder Dong Lin is the son of Vice Hall Master Dong of our Zoroastrianism's Law Enforcement Hall. Although he's only a bronze flame elder with his background, even the silver flame elders in the entire Zoroastrianism don't dare to offend him, let alone the Law Enforcement Hall. I really don't know how Duan Ling Tian managed to offend him. How can he be on duty in the Law Enforcement Hall after offending him? What a joke! Although Elder Dong Lin is the only son of Vice Hall Master Dong of the Law Enforcement Hall, he shouldn't be so bold as to abuse his power in such a high-profile manner. He must have a reason to stop Duan Ling Tian from accepting the mission issued by the Law Enforcement Hall. There's no doubt about that. After all, as the only son of Vice Hall Master Dong, Elder Dong Lin must know the rules of the Zoroastrianism very well. It's impossible for him to violate the rules. In the Fire Remuneration Palace, a group of Saint Land disciples whispered among themselves. Not only did they point out that Duan Ling Tian was the elder from the Law Enforcement Hall who did not allow Duan Ling Tian to accept the mission issued by the Law Enforcement Hall, but they also agreed that the elder from the Law Enforcement Hall must have a legitimate reason to stop Duan Ling Tian from accepting the mission issued by the Law Enforcement Hall. Dong Lin, the son of the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall? Naturally, Duan Ling Tian heard the whispers among the Saint Land disciples. His expression immediately darkened. At the same time, he stared at Dong Lin with a cold glint in his eyes. "Elder Dong Lin, is it? I wonder how I've offended you?" Duan Ling Tian had a grim expression as he asked coldly. "What? Based on your words, don't tell me you think I'm deliberately picking on you?" Dong Lin sneered when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. Even if he was really picking on Duan Ling Tian, it was impossible for him to admit it. Otherwise, he would be severely punished by the Law Enforcement Hall, even if he was the son of the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Huh? Isn't that senior brother Chen Peng? At the same time, many Saint Land disciples recognized the young man standing behind Dong Lin when they saw him. This young man had an ordinary appearance like Dong Lin. He was dressed in the uniform of a true disciple. At this moment, his eyes were trained on Duan Ling Tian as killing intent flashed in the depth of his eyes. "I heard that senior brother Chen Peng has a good relationship with Elder Dong Lin. Now that I've met him, the rumors are indeed true," one of the Saint Land disciples exclaimed. "I remember senior brother Chen Peng seems to be the direct disciple of Lien, the first silver flame elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum of the Four Symbols Pagoda. I think I know why Elder Dong Lin would target Duan Ling Tian for no reason." Another Saint Land disciple chimed in. "Initially, I was wondering why Duan Ling Tian would offend Elder Dong Lin. As it turns out, the person Duan Ling Tian offended is not Elder Dong Lin, but senior brother Chen Peng. Senior brother Chen Peng is Elder Li En's youngest direct disciple. Duan Ling Tian first killed Elder Li En's grand disciple, Yuan Hong, who's also senior brother Chen Peng's junior nephew. Then, he indirectly caused the death of Elder Li En's first direct disciple, Wei He, who's also senior brother Chen Peng's great senior brother. Senior brother Chen Peng must hate Duan Ling Tian to the core. It's because he hates Duan Ling Tian that he asked Elder Dong Lin to make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian. Now everything makes sense. However, since Elder Dong Lin is willing to help, he must not be worried that Duan Ling Tian will sue him for abusing his power. I wonder what reason he'll use to reject Duan Ling Tian from accepting the mission from the Enforcement Hall. When the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace recognized Chen Peng, they turned to look at Dong Lin again. All of them wanted to know what reason Dong Lin would use to reject Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission from the enforcement hall. After all, as a true disciple, Duan Lingtian should be able to accept the mission from the enforcement hall unconditionally. However, Dong Lin had interfered and specifically rejected Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission. "Don't tell me you're not intentionally picking on me?" Duan Lingtian asked with a sneer as he shifted his gaze from Chen Peng to Dong Lin. His gaze turned even colder. When Duan Lingtian heard the whispers among the Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace, he finally understood why Dong Lin was picking on him. As it turned out, it was all because of the young man standing behind him, Chen Peng. Apart from being a true disciple, Chen Peng was also the direct disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian. As for Lian, he was his sworn enemy, the kind that would not rest until one of them was dead. Of course not. When Dong Lin heard Duan Lingtian's words, the sneer on his face deepened. He continued to say bluntly, "The reason I specifically rejected you from accepting the mission from the enforcement hall that targets true disciples is because I don't want the enforcement hall's reputation to be tarnished because of you. In fact, in the history of the enforcement hall, we've never accepted a person with a yellow innate spiritual root to serve in the enforcement hall." Chapter 2025. If a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root is allowed to enter the enforcement hall, people might think the enforcement hall would accept any Tom, Dick, and Harry if this matter spreads out. Dong Lin looked at Duan Lingtian disdainfully as he said in front of the Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace, "The reputation of the enforcement hall can't be tarnished by a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root. Moreover, if the news of the enforcement hall accepting a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root spreads, people would think there's no one in the Zoroastrianism." Dong Lin's words conveyed the meaning of the enforcement hall's reputation. The enforcement hall valued its reputation and would not accept a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root. Not only was he doing this for the sake of the enforcement hall's reputation, but he was also doing this for the sake of the reputation of the entire Zoroastrianism. Yellow innate spiritual root? Mediocre? Duan Lingtian thought Dong Lin would come up with an excuse. He did not expect Dong Lin would bring this up. Was Dong Lin really an elder of the enforcement hall? Logically speaking, shouldn't the people in the St. Lan's enforcement hall know he possessed a blue innate spiritual root? Duan Lingtian could not figure this out. However, based on the current situation, it was obvious Dong Lin did not know he possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Otherwise, he would not have come up with such an excuse to make things difficult for him. Then, Duan Lingtian looked at Chen Peng, who was standing behind Dong Lin. He noticed there was a hint of gloating in Chen Peng's eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Chen Peng doesn't know I possess a blue innate spiritual root as well?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. Previously, Li An's first direct disciple, Wei He, had gone to the enforcement hall to accuse the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Guoxiong, of abusing his authority because he did not believe Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. In the end, Wei He was executed for blasphemy against the enforcement hall's reputation. Wei He's death undoubtedly told Li An another truth. Duan Lingtian indeed possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Looks like Chen Peng did not discuss this with Li An before finding trouble with me. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Dong Lin to use such a lousy excuse to make things difficult for me. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess. Moreover, it's obvious Dong Lin doesn't know I possess a blue innate spiritual root. It seems like he didn't pay attention to the fact that Chen Peng's senior brother, Wei He, was sentenced to death by the enforcement hall. Otherwise, it's impossible for him not to know that I possess a blue innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The truth was just as Duan Lingtian had guessed. Whether it was Dong Lin or Chen Peng, none of them knew Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root instead of a yellow innate spiritual root. The reason Dong Lin did not know Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root was because he had been away for a long time and had only returned a few days ago. For this reason, he did not have the time to find out about the fact that Chun Peng's senior brother, Wei He, was sentenced to death by the enforcement hall. Otherwise, he would have found out Duanling Tian possessed a blue innate spiritual root instead of a yellow innate spiritual root through the files in the enforcement hall. As for Chun Peng, he had only come out of closed-door cultivation recently. As soon as he came out of closed-door cultivation, he heard that his great senior brother, Wei He, had been indirectly killed by Duanling Tian. Coincidentally, Duanling Tian had come to the Saint Land and killed the true disciple, Yang Wen. Then he even suppressed the true disciple, Wen Yen, who was stronger than him. Not only that, but he had also ruthlessly humiliated her. At that time, Chun Peng realized it was impossible. It was difficult for him to avenge his senior brother with his own strength. Coincidentally, he had also heard that Duanling Tian wanted to be assigned to the enforcement hall. He immediately went to the enforcement hall to look for Dong Lin, who had just returned to the Zoroastrianism sect. He asked Dong Lin for help in rejecting Duanling Tian from being assigned to the enforcement hall. He had already thought of an excuse. He would use Duanling Tian's yellow innate spiritual root as an excuse. For this reason, the scene in the Fire Remuneration Palace had unfolded. Elder Dong Lin, if you really want to say this, it's a good excuse. After all, from the Hall Master and Vice Hall Master to the Bronze Flame Elder and True Disciples, there seems to be no one with a yellow innate spiritual root in the enforcement hall. Many Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace muttered among themselves. They knew Dong Lin was looking for an excuse. However, they could not find any fault with the excuse he came up with. After all, this matter did not affect the Zoroastrianism sect since they knew about Duanling Tian's strength. Even if they knew Duanling Tian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, they would not be surprised if he was assigned to the enforcement hall. However, the people outside the enforcement hall did not know Duanling Tian at all. In their opinion, this was not the case at all. If the Zoroastrianism enforcement hall accepted someone with a yellow innate spiritual root, it was undoubtedly because there was no one else in the Zoroastrianism sect. If news of this spread out, the entire Zoroastrianism sect would be humiliated. You can't say that. Naturally, many Saint Land disciples stood up for Duanling Tian. Although Elder Dong Lin has a point, there's always an exception. Although Duanling Tian only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root, his strength is stronger than most of the Bronze Flame Elders and true disciples of the Zoroastrianism sect. If such a person isn't qualified to be assigned to the enforcement hall, who else is? Many Saint Land disciples looked at Dong Lin with dissatisfaction and hatred in their eyes. They felt Dong Lin had crossed the line. Although that's the case, it's a fact that Duanling Tian only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. Naturally, we Zoroastrianism believe in Duanling Tian's deeds. However, if news of this spread out, most people won't believe it. A Saint Land disciple said, "That's right. Even if news of Duanling Tian joining the Zoroastrianism spreads out, it's unlikely that people will believe it. They'll only think it's fake news made up by the Zoroastrianism sect." That's true. For this reason, even if Elder Dong Lin uses this as an excuse to reject Duanling Tian from being assigned to the enforcement hall might not accept it even if Duanling Tian goes to the enforcement hall and accuses Elder Dong Lin of abusing his power for personal gain. To a certain extent, Elder Dong Lin has some reason in this matter. Of course, anyone can see that he did it on purpose. However, so what? After all, Duanling Tian only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. If Duanling Tian did not possess a yellow innate spiritual root, this wouldn't have happened. In the end, it's all because his innate spiritual roots grade is too low. The group of Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace discussed among themselves. Many of them shook their heads as they looked at Duanling Tian. It was as though they felt sorry for Duanling Tian. However, Duanling Tian is already so strong even though he only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. In the history of the Fire Worship sect, there's no one like him who has such a strong innate spiritual root. One of the Saint Land disciples could not help but exclaim, "It's not just Zoroastrianism. Even in the history of the Tao Martial Saint Land since ancient times, I've never heard of someone like Duanling Tian." Duan Lingtian only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root, and his cultivation base is only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. However, he's able to kill a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage and defeat an elite powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's indeed unprecedented in the Tao martial saint land. He's really a genius. Although God gave Duan Lingtian a peerless innate talent in comprehending divine abilities, he forgot to give him an innate talent in cultivation. That's why he only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. A yellow innate spiritual root is considered a good innate spiritual root in the outside world. However, in Zoroastrianism, people with yellow innate spiritual roots are everywhere. It's not worth mentioning at all. No matter what, many Saint Lan disciples were still amazed by Duan Lingtian's current strength, even though he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Naturally, in the opinion of these Saint Lan disciples, Duan Lingtian's future was limited. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base might remain at the peak of the exemplary saint stage for the rest of his life. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Dong Lin looked at Duan Lingtian again and said mockingly, "Now, do you still think I'm abusing my authority for personal gain?" Dong Lin's attitude was haughty and condescending. It was as though Duan Lingtian was just an ant in his eyes that he could trample on. "Don't tell me you still don't know whether you're abusing your authority for personal gain?" Duan Lingtian sneered, unwilling to be outdone. "What? Even now, you're still not convinced?" The mocking smile on Dong Lin's face deepened. "Don't tell me I didn't make myself clear earlier? You're just a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root. If you enter the enforcement hall, not only will you embarrass the enforcement hall, but you'll also embarrass Zoroastrianism. Don't tell me you're willing to embarrass Zoroastrianism in front of outsiders for your own selfish desires?" When Dong Lin reached the end of his sentence, he invisibly labeled Duan Lingtian as someone who was willing to embarrass Zoroastrianism. Are you done?" No matter what Dong Lin said, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm. It was as though Dong Lin's words did not affect him at all. "What? Don't tell me you're going to continue after I've finished speaking? What are you going to say? Are you going to say that you're not inferior to most of the true disciples?" Dong Lin was, naturally, displeased when he saw Duan Lingtian's calm expression. He could not help but scoff. "Don't forget, the people outside are not like our own people in Zoroastrianism. They won't believe a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root like you has the strength to be ranked in the top 10 of the true ranking." Dong Lin's words were impeccable. Chapter 2026. Duan Lingtian merely glanced at Dong Lin indifferently before he shifted his gaze to the Fire Remuneration Palace's bronze flame elder behind the counter. The group of Saint Lan disciples from the Fire Remuneration Palace did not understand why Duan Lingtian would suddenly change his mind. Duan Lingtian finally spoke. "Elder, you must have a spiritual pearl that can be used to test innate spiritual roots, right?" As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, he asked the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter for a spiritual pearl that could be used to test innate spiritual roots. The entire place fell silent immediately. After a while, a commotion broke out again. Duan Lingtian is asking for a spiritual pearl from the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder? Does he intend to test his innate spiritual root in public? I think so. Isn't his innate spiritual root a yellow spiritual root? I heard that when he first came to our sect for Zoroastrianism, he went through 2 tests. However, he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. Don't tell me he thinks his innate spiritual root will change? Isn't this a joke? When the group of Saint Lan disciples discussed among themselves, they were all mocking Duan Lingtian for being too naive. Haha! Dong Lin, on the other hand, laughed loudly. After he stopped laughing, he looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain and said mockingly, "Duan Lingtian, don't tell me you think your innate spiritual root will change as your strength increases? What a joke!" Chun Peng, who was standing behind Dong Lin, also had a mocking smile on his face. He mocked Duan Lingtian for being too naive and ridiculous. Elder. However, Duan Lingtian acted as though he did not hear Dong Lin's mocking words. He looked at the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder, who was in a daze, and reminded him. At this moment, the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter finally regained his senses. At the same time, he took out a crystal-clear spiritual pearl from his spatial ring. It was none other than the spiritual pearl that could be used to test innate spiritual roots. Duan Lingtian, do you really want to take the test? Is that necessary? The Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter could not help but ask as he passed the spiritual pearl to Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, a person was born with an innate spiritual root, and it was almost impossible to improve it. Of course, it was not completely impossible to improve. Legend had it that a powerhouse who had ascended to the Devata realms could improve a person's innate spiritual root. However, that was only a legend. Moreover, in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there had never been anyone who had ascended to a Devata realm and returned. Based on this, it was likely that the legend was false. Even if it was true, it was almost impossible to achieve. Is that necessary? At this moment, it was not only the Fire Remuneration Palace's elders who felt this way. Even the group of Saint Land disciples present felt the same way. This Duan Lingtian is crazy. I'm speechless. Does he think his innate spiritual root can still be improved? Humph. If he wants to be tested, let him be. In any case, it's an undeniable fact that he only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. The group of Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace began to whisper among themselves again. All of them felt Duan Lingtian's actions were unnecessary. Duan Lingtian turned a blind eye to the doubts of everyone in the Fire Remuneration Palace. After taking the spiritual pearl from the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder, Duan Lingtian did not rush to test it. Instead, he walked toward Dong Lin with the spiritual pearl in his hand and stopped in front of him. When Dong Lin saw Duan Lingtian walking toward him, horror dawned on him immediately. He instinctively took a step back in a panic. Although he had just returned from outside a few days ago, he had heard many rumors about Duan Lingtian. He knew Duan Lingtian was so strong that he could even defeat Wen Yen, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. He knew he was not a match for Wen Yen. However, when he instinctively took a step back and saw Duan Lingtian had stopped in front of him and had no intention of making a move, his face turned pale. At this moment, he could clearly sense the gazes that fell on him from the surroundings. They were all mixed with disdain. This made him feel humiliated and angry. Elder Dong Lin seems to be afraid of Duan Lingtian as well. How can he not be afraid? Although Elder Dong Lin is strong, he's not a match for senior sister Wen Yen. Since Duan Lingtian can defeat senior sister Wen Yen, it's only natural that he can defeat Elder Dong Lin as well. No matter what, he's still an enforcement hall's elder. Moreover, he has the upper hand since the beginning. His actions have affected my impression of him. That's right. I feel like he's subconsciously lowered his head in front of Duan Lingtian. Many Saint Land disciples could not help but whisper among themselves when they saw Dong Lin staggered a step back as Duan Lingtian approached him. However, even though their voices were low, which one of the people present didn't have amazing hearing? When Dong Lin heard these words, he was so angry that he almost threw up blood. However, he quickly vented all his anger on Duan Lingtian. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked coldly, "Duan Lingtian, what are you trying to do?" "What am I trying to do? What can I do? Don't tell me Elder Dong Lin is worried that I'll kill you in front of so many people?" Duan Lingtian said mockingly, "Elder Dong Lin, if that's what you think, then I'm afraid you're destined to be disappointed. In my opinion, my life is much more valuable than yours. You want me to exchange my life for yours? Duan Lingtian won't do such a thing." Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it was clear Dong Lin's life was not as important as his life. These words immediately infuriated Dong Lin to the point where his face turned green and white. Initially, Dong Lin had only come to look for trouble with Duan Lingtian because of Chun Peng's instructions. However, Dong Lin now hated Duan Lingtian to the core. He viewed Duan Lingtian as his mortal enemy. He was the only son of one of the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall. In the Zoroastrianism, Even the true disciples who were ranked in the top 3 on the true ranking would not dare to belittle him in public like Duan Tian did. Elder Dong Lin, watch carefully, Duan Tian said in a low voice when Dong Lin's expression turned extremely grave. Then, he lifted his hand that was holding the spiritual pearl, exposing it to Dong Lin. At the same time, he sent his Sun Saint energy into the spiritual pearl. After 10 breaths, the spiritual pearl would change, and the grade of his innate spiritual root would be revealed. Your innate spiritual root is a yellow innate spiritual root. This is a fact that everyone in the Zoroastrianism knows. Even if I don't look at it, I can guess the result. When Dong Lin regained his senses, the disdain on his face deepened. He raised his head arrogantly, not even bothering to look at the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand. However, although Chun Peng, who was standing behind Dong Lin, was also looking at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile on his face, he could not help but look at the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand. At the same time, in the Fire Remuneration Palace, including the few Fire Remuneration Palace's elders behind the counters and the group of Saint Lan disciples, all of them were staring at the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand. Even though they had already guessed and even confirmed the outcome, they could not help but be attracted by the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand. Time continued to pass by. A breath passed in just a blink of an eye. 2 breaths passed in just a blink of an eye. 3 breaths passed in just a blink of an eye. 10 breaths passed in just a blink of an eye to the group of people in the Fire Remuneration Palace. After the span of 10 breaths, the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand finally began to change. It began to emit a faint luster before it began to expand. It was as though it was a miniature sun. When they saw the color of the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand that was shining, they were stunned. This, in the Fire Remuneration Palace, apart from Dong Lin, who raised his head arrogantly and did not look at the spiritual pearl, the group of people, including Chun Peng, could not help but stare at the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand in shock and disbelief. Many people rubbed their eyes hard a few times, thinking that they were seeing things. Some of them even pinched their thighs hard. When they felt the pain in their thighs, they realized they were not dreaming. Impossible. Impossible. Soon after, a voice filled with disbelief rang in the air. It belonged to Chun Peng, who was standing behind Dong Lin. Chun Peng had an expression of disbelief on his face when he saw the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand that was shining brightly. It was precisely because of this that he kept repeating the word, impossible. However, the truth before his eyes seemed to be a constant reminder to him. Nothing was impossible. Dong Lin, who had raised his head arrogantly since the beginning as though he did not care to look at Duan Lingtian's test results, was actually paying attention to Duan Lingtian's test results, even though he seemed disdainful on the surface. Although he was 100% certain Duan Lingtian possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, he could not help but pay close attention to Duan Lingtian's test result. After the span of 10 breaths had passed, the hissing sound that he had expected did not ring in his ears. At that time, his heart skipped a beat. He had a feeling something was amiss. Then, Chun Peng's voice rang in the air, causing him to shudder again. He immediately lowered his head to look at the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand. At this moment, the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand was shining with a dazzling green light. The green light was, without a doubt, a declaration to everyone. Duan Lingtian did not possess a yellow innate spiritual root, but a blue innate spiritual root. How's this possible? Chapter 2027. How was this possible? At this moment, Dong Lin was not the only one who thought so. In the Fire Remuneration Palace, apart from Duan Lingtian himself, everyone's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian. They did not look away for a long time. Their gazes were filled with shock and disbelief. To them, this was simply too shocking. The scene before his eyes was simply too inconceivable. Blue innate spiritual root. How can it be a blue innate spiritual root? Is there something wrong with the spiritual pearl? Isn't Duan Lingtian a yellow innate spiritual root? How can it be a blue innate spiritual root? I also think there's something wrong with the spiritual pearl that tests innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root has already been tested twice. However, both times, he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. There must be something wrong with the spiritual pearl. The group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace had long assumed that Duan Lingtian only had a yellow innate spiritual root. Due to this reason, they could not believe what they were seeing. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had also tested his innate spiritual root twice in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Both times, he only had a yellow innate spiritual root. For this reason, most of the Saint Lan disciples thought there was something wrong with the spiritual pearl. Humph! There must be something wrong with the spiritual pearl. Duan Lingtian, if you're so capable, try another spiritual pearl. I don't believe a mediocre person who only has a yellow innate spiritual root would be found to have a blue innate spiritual root twice. Chun Peng, who was standing behind Dong Lin, snorted coldly. His tone was filled with disdain. Mediocre? When Duan Lingtian heard Chun Peng's words, he immediately looked at Chun Peng and said mockingly, Chun Peng, since you said I'm mediocre, let me ask you, do you dare to go to the Palace of Death with me and sign a death pact for fun? Sign a life and death contract, for fun? When the disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace heard Duan Lingtian mocking Chun Peng, they burst into an uproar. Duan Lingtian, are you addicted to signing life and death contracts? Isn't it obvious? First, he signed a death pact with Yang Wen. Then, he had a conflict with senior sister Wen Yen and threatened to sign a death pact with senior sister Wen Yen. Now, he wanted to sign a death pact with Chun Peng. If this isn't addiction, then what is? Although Chun Peng is the direct disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lien, and a true disciple of the Zoroastrianism, he's much weaker than senior sister Wen Yen. I'm sure he wouldn't dare to sign a death pact with Duan Lingtian. Isn't that obvious? Unless he wants to die. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to sign a life and death contract with Duan Lingtian. The group of Saint Lan disciples was 100% certain Chun Peng would not dare to sign a death pact with Duan Lingtian. Although Chun Peng did not dare to sign a death pact with Duan Lingtian, he could not help but feel humiliated when he heard the group of Saint Lan disciples' discussion. His face turned pale. Various expressions appeared on Chun Peng's face, but he did not dare to make a sound. It was as though he did not hear Duan Lingtian's words. If it was an ordinary person, perhaps Duan Lingtian would have given him a way out. However, this person was Chun Peng, Li An's direct disciple. He was the culprit behind today's incident. Duan Lingtian did not consider giving such a person a way out at all. What's wrong? You don't dare? Duan Lingtian looked at Chun Peng with disdain and smiled disdainfully. Didn't you say I'm mediocre? You don't even dare to sign a death pact with a mediocre person. Are you indirectly admitting that you're inferior to a mediocre person? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Chun Peng was so angry that his face turned red. His anger accumulated as though it was about to set a prairie ablaze. However, he did not dare to vent his anger on Duan Lingtian. He felt as though his lungs were about to explode. It seems like you've already admitted you're inferior to a mediocre person. Duan Lingtian chuckled when he saw Chun Peng did not dare to make a sound even though he was enraged. He said mockingly, In my opinion you, Chun Peng, are a complete piece of trash. Trash. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Chun Peng was so angry that he roared, Duan Lingtian, don't cross the line. Being called trash in front of so many people, even Chun Peng couldn't take it anymore. Naturally, even if he could not tolerate it, he would only vent his anger with his mouth. He did not have the guts to make a move. Cross the line. Duan Lingtian was amused when he heard Chun Peng's words. However, he maintained a calm expression on his face. Am I wrong? If you want to prove you're not trash, you can sign a death pact with me. As long as you have the guts, I'll give you a chance. Duan Lingtian's words had undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. Chun Peng was even angrier, but he could not refute it at all. After all, he did not dare to sign a death pact with Duan Lingtian. Humph! At this moment, Dong Lin, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly snorted coldly. He looked at Duan Lingtian deeply before he walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace without saying anything. Upon seeing Dong Lin's actions, the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace burst into an uproar again. What's Elder Dong Lin doing? He's leaving just like that? This is different from what I expected. It's different from what I expected as well. I thought Elder Dong Lin would definitely think there's something wrong with the spiritual pearl and ask Duan Lingtian to use another spiritual pearl to test his innate talent. However, not only did he not make such a request to Duan Lingtian, but he even left without saying anything. Don't tell me Elder Dong Lin really believes Duan Lingtian has a blue innate spiritual root? That's ridiculous. I thought Elder Dong Lin wouldn't believe it since even I don't believe it. I can't believe he actually believes it. He believes Duan Lingtian has a blue innate spiritual root. The group of Saint Lan disciples discussed among themselves. They could not understand Dong Lin's reaction. Senior brother Dong Lin. Even Chun Peng did not expect Dong Lin's reaction. He only regained his senses when Dong Lin walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. He had a puzzled expression on his face as he called out to Dong Lin. However, Dong Lin ignored him and continued walking out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. There was something wrong with the spiritual pearl used to test one's innate spiritual root. Dong Lin had suspected this as well. However, he had never heard of anything wrong with the spiritual pearl used to test one's innate spiritual root. Coupled with the confidence Duan Lingtian had shown since the beginning, even Dong Lin could not help but feel wary. If it was confirmed that Duan Lingtian had a blue innate spiritual root, he would not be able to get out of this embarrassing situation. After all, if it was confirmed that Duan Lingtian had a blue innate spiritual root, the excuse he used would be exposed. He would be accused of abusing his authority. As an enforcement hall's elder, even if he was the only son of the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, he did not dare to abuse his authority in public. Put aside the fact that there were a few vice hall masters in the enforcement hall, there was a hall master above them. If news of him abusing his authority spread out, the hall master of the enforcement hall would definitely be enraged. At that time, even his father would not be able to let him off the hook. For this reason, Dong Lin did not investigate the authenticity of the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand. He did not think it was necessary. Naturally, he also felt it was too risky to do so. It would be fine if Duan Lingtian had a yellow innate spiritual root. However, if it was confirmed that he had a blue innate spiritual root, he would be in trouble. When the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace saw Dong Lin ignoring Chun Peng, an expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. They did not expect Dong Lin would leave just like that. Even the Fire Remuneration Palace's elders behind the counter were shocked. They did not expect Dong Lin would leave at this moment. Wait! Just as Dong Lin was about to step out of the Fire Remuneration Palace's entrance, a voice suddenly sounded and broke the silence in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian swiftly flew out and arrived at the entrance of the Fire Remuneration Palace in just a blink of an eye. He blocked Dong Lin's path just in time. This scene instantly lifted the spirits of the Fire Remuneration Palace's disciples present on the scene. All of them looked as though they had been injected with chicken blood as they stared at Duan Lingtian, who was blocking Dong Lin's path excitedly. As it turned out, they had thought there would be no more drama to watch after Dong Lin left. However, they did not expect things would take a turn for the better. Duan Lingtian had blocked Dong Lin's path. Chun Peng stood in the distance. When he called out to Dong Lin earlier, Dong Lin had ignored him. He was confused and disappointed. Now that Dong Lin had left, he would not be able to stop Duan Lingtian alone. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian had taken the initiative to block Dong Lin's path as though he was looking for trouble, his eyes lit up immediately. The scene in front of him was something he was happy to see. Duan Lingtian. Dong Lin was furious when he saw Duan Lingtian blocking his path. He asked in a low voice, "Do you really think I'm Wen Yan?" Although he had heard about Duan Lingtian blocking Wen Yan's path in the Fire Remuneration Palace 10 days ago, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to block his path. Perhaps, His innate talent and strength were not as good as Wen Yen. However, he had a father who was the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, who was equivalent to a golden flame elder in Zoroastrianism. Due to the special status of the enforcement hall in Zoroastrianism, his father's status was higher than most golden flame elders. Wen Yen was merely a direct disciple of an ordinary golden flame elder. However, he was the only son of the enforcement hall's vice hall master. Elder Dong Lin, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Chapter 2028. Duan Lingtian said calmly. Those who did not know better would think he was talking to a good friend of many years. However, the people in the Fire Remuneration Palace could clearly sense the tension between Duan Lingtian and Dong Lin. They could see it. Currently, Dong Lin did not want to be entangled in this matter, but Duan Lingtian did not want to let it go. Where does Duan Lingtian get his courage from? If I were him, I would have let Elder Dong Lin leave. After all, Elder Dong Lin's presence will only bring harm to him. Isn't he worried Elder Dong Lin will ask him to take another spiritual pearl to test his innate spiritual root? Many Saint Lan disciples said. Based on their words, they felt Duan Lingtian did not know what was good for him. Naturally, there were also some Saint Lan disciples who were more objective. Duan Lingtian still dares to stop Elder Dong Lin at this moment. This shows he's a confident person. Don't tell me the news we heard earlier is false? Is it true that Duan Lingtian has a blue innate spiritual root and not a yellow innate spiritual root? If his innate spiritual root is not a blue innate spiritual root, it'll only bring harm to him if he stops Elder Dong Lin now. It seems like his innate spiritual root might really be a blue innate spiritual root. If his innate spiritual root is really a blue innate spiritual root with his temper, I'm afraid Elder Dong Lin won't be able to get out of this embarrassing situation. The Holy Land disciples who said such words were the calmer ones. Based on the current situation, they could faintly sense that Duan Lingtian might really possess a blue innate spiritual root. Naturally, there were only a few Saint Lan disciples who were calm. Most of the Saint Lan disciples still felt Duan Lingtian was looking for trouble. Duan Lingtian, as long as you let me go, we'll forget about the conflict between us. Furthermore, I can recommend you to serve in the law enforcement hall. Dong Lin, who had been glaring at Duan Lingtian, sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. It was clear from his tone that he wanted to make peace. The reason he did this was because Duan Lingtian had stopped him from doing so. Behind this action, he could faintly sense Duan Lingtian's confidence in himself. It was a confidence that was completely unafraid of being questioned. Dong Lin immediately guessed Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Otherwise, how could Duan Lingtian have the courage to stop him? Elder Dong Lin, did I hear wrongly? You sent me a voice transmission just to make peace with me? Almost at the same time that Dong Lin sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian also spoke, his voice echoing throughout the entire Fire Remuneration Palace. What's wrong? Are you saying that you're in the wrong for making such a decision against me? Duan Lingtian mentioned how Dong Lin had abused his authority to stop him from serving in the law enforcement hall. Dong Lin did not expect this. Not only did Duan Lingtian not know what was good for him, but he even announced that he had sent a voice transmission to make peace with Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was afraid no one would know about it. Dong Lin was so angry that his face flushed red. His eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at Duan Lingtian. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have been killed by him many times. At the same time, Dong Lin could clearly sense the gazes of everyone in the Fire Remuneration Palace landing on him. Their gazes became a little strange at this moment. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, an uproar broke out in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Elder Dong Lin actually took the initiative to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to make peace with him? Heavens! Is this true? I don't think so. Elder Dong Lin is famous for being arrogant. How could he possibly give in to Duan Lingtian? Based on your words, it seems like you think Duan Lingtian is slandering Elder Dong Lin. That's possible. Naturally, most of the Saint Lan disciples did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. They felt Duan Lingtian was deliberately slandering Dong Lin. Dong Lin's heart jolted when he heard the Saint Lan disciple's words. He quickly seized the opportunity and looked at Duan Lingtian as he said in a low voice, "Duan Lingtian, stop slandering me." As soon as Dong Lin finished speaking, a furious expression appeared on his face. It was as though he had really been slandered by Duan Lingtian. This scene caused many Saint Lan disciples to be even more certain that Duan Lingtian was slandering Dong Lin. Naturally, a small group of Saint Lan disciples who were calmer felt Duan Lingtian was not slandering Dong Lin. Dong Lin must have sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to make peace with him. It was not difficult for them to guess the reason Dong Lin took the initiative to make peace with Duan Lingtian. Dong Lin must be worried that he would be embarrassed. After all, he used the excuse that Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root to prevent Duan Lingtian from going to the enforcement hall. If Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root, his excuse would fall apart. At that time, many people would say he was abusing his power for personal gain. As the enforcement hall that was in charge of enforcing the law in the fire worship sect, the rules were very strict. If news of this spread out, even if Dong Lin was the only son of one of the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall, he would still be punished. Moreover, the punishment would not be light. Slandering me? Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh when he heard Dong Lin's words. He made a prompt decision and pricked his finger, forcing out a drop of blood. Dong Lin's expression changed drastically when he saw the drop of blood. Naturally, he could see what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Duan Lingtian wanted to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove that he did not threaten him. Duan Lingtian, if you dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath, I, Dong Lin, swear that I won't rest until one of us is dead. Dong Lin said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission after he took a deep breath. If the soft approach did not work, he would use the hard approach. He would not rest until one of them was dead. Don't tell me we're not going to rest until one of us is dead? Duan Lingtian sneered when he heard Dong Lin's voice transmission. At the same time, he used his blood as a medium and swore on the lightning penalty oath. I, Duan Lingtian, swear that if Dong Lin didn't ask for peace through voice transmission, I'm willing to be killed by the lightning penalty of the tribulation oath, the 99 heavenly tribulation. As soon as Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, he refuted Dong Lin's accusation. It was as though he had given Dong Lin a slap to the face. Dong Lin was even more furious when he saw Duan Lingtian still dared to swear on the lightning penalty oath. He glared at Duan Lingtian as though his eyes would pop out at any moment. Duan Lingtian, you're dead meat. You're dead meat. Dong Lin immediately sent another voice transmission. He roared, and his tone was filled with bone-deep hatred. However, Duan Lingtian completely ignored Dong Lin's threat. Boom, 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 boom. 9 claps of thunder sounded from the sky, shocking everyone in the central square. Is this the lightning penalty oath? It seems like it. I wonder who swore on the lightning penalty oath in the central square. I've been in the Saint Land for more than 10 years. But this is my first time hearing the 99 heavenly tribulation swearing on the lightning penalty oath in the central square. It's my first time hearing it as well. The group of Saint Lan disciples in the central square broke into an uproar. They were curious about the person who swore on the tribulation oath. Since the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace did not leave the Fire Remuneration Palace, the Saint Lan disciples outside were unaware of what was happening in the Fire Remuneration Palace. They did not know the person who swore on the tribulation oath was Duan Lingtian. Unlike the group of Saint Lan disciples in the central square, the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Nobody expected Duan Lingtian to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove he did not slander Dong Lin. For a time, the group of Saint Lan disciples looked at Dong Lin in a different light. Scram! When Dong Lin sensed the strange gazes that were directed at him from the surroundings, he felt both humiliated and enraged. He instantly glared at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he shouted at Duan Lingtian in an attempt to get Duan Lingtian to back off and make way for him. However, Duan Lingtian was not surprised by Dong Lin's shout at all. Not only was Duan Lingtian not alarmed, but he also stood still like a mountain. He was like a statue with a domineering aura. It was as though he was a man who could hold out against 10,000 men. Dong Lin could no longer hold back when he saw Duan Lingtian acting so insensibly. The saint origin in his body surged as he emitted a terrifying aura. It was obvious he was ready to make a move. At the same time, the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace felt as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped by a few degrees. As Dong Lin's saint origin surged, he leaned forward and charged toward Duan Lingtian as though he wanted to knock Duan Lingtian out of the enforcement hall. Humph! Faced with Dong Lin who was charging at him menacingly, Duan Lingtian's sun, saint energy that he had long prepared for this turned into ripples in the air before it transformed into a terrifying whirlpool. As soon as the whirlpool appeared, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Fire Remuneration Palace was sucked dry. This was the effect of the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that Duan Lingtian had cast. As soon as the elementary devouring tactic was cast, all the Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace could sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air had disappeared. The peculiar feeling made them feel extremely displeased. Is this the assist-type divine ability that Duan Lingtian has mastered? What a terrifying assist-type divine ability. It actually sucked out all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Fire Remuneration Palace. No wonder he's able to suppress Wen Yen, who's ranked 9th on the true ranking of Zoroastrianism with his cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. His saint energy seems to have undergone a tremendous change in just a blink of an eye. Chapter 2029. When the sun saint energy on Duan Lingtian's body skyrocketed to its limit, the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace only saw a flash before their eyes. Dong Lin had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian. All of a sudden, at this critical moment, bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as Dong Lin forcefully came to a halt near Duan Lingtian. The sound of his feet landing on the ground was like a clap of thunder, causing the hearts of the people present on the scene to tremble. At the same time, the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace discovered, with Dong Lin's feet as the center, 2 cracks that resembled a spider web appeared on the ground. It looked terrifying. Gasp! 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 The sound of people inhaling sharply rang in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Although the ground in the Fire Remuneration Palace was not as sturdy as the ground in the Death Arena in the Palace of Death, it was still made of rare and hard materials. Ordinary swords and sabers would not be able to leave a mark on it. However, at this moment, 2 cracks that resembled a spider web had appeared on the ground with Dong Lin's feet. Based on this, one could see how terrifying the force of Dong Lin's feet was. That's... Almost as soon as Dong Lin forcefully came to a halt, many sharp-eyed Saint Lan disciples saw a strand of hair falling from Dong Lin's head. A strand of hair fell on Dong Lin's forehead. The cut on the strand of hair was very neat. It was obvious it was cut by a sharp weapon. Duan Lingtian has made his move. Many Saint Lan disciples who had seen Duan Lingtian cast the invisible sword technique could not help but gasp when they saw this. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. At this moment, most people also noticed the cold sweat on Dong Lin's forehead. It was dripping down his face like rain. Based on this, one could see how terrified Dong Lin was just a moment ago. Otherwise, he would not have broken out in cold sweat in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian has made his move again? Why didn't I hear the short-lived sword cry this time? Are you stupid? The whistling sound of his sword must have been drowned out by the loud sound of Elder Dong Lin's footsteps landing. I was wondering why Elder Dong Lin would suddenly forcefully stop in front of Duan Lingtian when he was charging forward with such ferocity. So it was because Duan Lingtian had made a move. The strand of hair that fell from his forehead was cut by Duan Lingtian's sword. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. It seems that if Duan Lingtian wanted to kill him, he would definitely not be able to survive. Isn't what you're saying nonsense? Although Elder Donglin's strength is not bad, he's not even comparable to Wen Yen, who's ranked 9th on the true ranking. If he's not even comparable to Wen Yen, how could he possibly be a match for Duan Lingtian? He knows he's not a match for Duan Lingtian, but he still dares to make a move against Duan Lingtian. I really admire his courage. However, it's fortunate that he managed to stop in time. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian's sword would have cut off his head instead of just a strand of hair. In the eyes of the Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace, Duan Lingtian was merely standing there with his hands clasped behind his back. However, they knew that Duan Lingtian had not moved at all. It was because Duan Lingtian had cast a terrifying sword-wielding technique that caused Dong Lin to forcefully stop in his tracks. Barf. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the others, Dong Lin broke out in cold sweat. His face turned red before he opened his mouth and threw up a mouthful of blood. He threw up a mouthful of blood as he threw up a mouthful of blood at Duan Lingtian. Naturally, it did not have any offensive power. Humph! Duan Lingtian grunted coldly when he saw this. Then he raised his hand and flicked his sleeve, causing a piercingly cold wave of wind to sweep out, and it blew the blood clots flying backward before spraying onto the face of Dong Lin, who was caught off guard. Dong Lin's face was instantly covered in a mixture of cold sweat and blood. It continued to flow down his face and dyed his robes red. Although the uniforms of the Zoroastrianism elders and disciples were very different, they were all white robes. Due to this reason, it would be more obvious if they were stained with blood. Dong Lin's face and body were covered in blood at this moment. Upon seeing this, the Fire Remuneration Palace fell into a deathly silence. How pitiful! This was the thought that appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. All of them felt Dong Lin was in a pitiful state. Although they felt Dong Lin was in a pitiful state, they did not sympathize with him at all. After all, Dong Lin was the one who initiated the trouble today, not Duan Lingtian. If Dong Lin did not abuse his authority and find an excuse to stop Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission to serve in the enforcement hall, Duan Lingtian would not have gotten into a conflict with him, and this would not have happened. Duan Lingtian, what are you trying to do? Dong Lin, who was thrown at with blood all over his face under the watchful eyes of the others, instantly felt humiliated. He was so embarrassed that he flew into a rage. At the same time, he asked Duan Lingtian coldly. His eyes were burning. If the flames in his eyes could hurt, Duan Lingtian would have been burned to death by him. What am I trying to do? When Duan Lingtian heard Dong Lin's words, he was amused. Elder Dong Lin, what do you think I'm trying to do? I don't object to you leaving the Fire Remuneration Palace. When Duan Lingtian reached this part of his sentence, his tone suddenly changed. His calm voice turned colder as he said, however, before you leave today, you have to make a statement about whether I can accept the assignment from the enforcement hall or not. Didn't you say I have a yellow innate spiritual root, so I'm not qualified to accept the mission to serve in the enforcement hall? Now that I've proven I have a blue innate spiritual root, am I qualified to serve in the enforcement hall? Duan Lingtian asked Dong Lin again after he finished speaking. When Dong Lin heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was so angry that he almost threw up blood. To be honest, whether Duan Lingtian could accept the mission to serve in the enforcement hall or not was a trivial matter to him. In fact, he had even sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to plead for peace and promised he would recommend Duan Lingtian to serve in the enforcement hall. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would not accept his kindness. Instead, Duan Lingtian forced him to change his mind in front of so many people. Duan Lingtian wanted to slap him in the face. What? Elder Dong Lin, do you think there's something wrong with the spiritual pearl in my hand? When Duan Lingtian saw Dong Lin remain silent for a long time, he looked at the spiritual pearl in his hand and asked again in a calm tone, Elder Dong Lin, if you think there's something wrong with the spiritual pearl, you can take out the spiritual pearl you always carry with you for me to test. I believe as an elder of the enforcement hall, you must have a spiritual pearl that can test one's innate spiritual root, right? Although Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, his words were like thunder in Dong Lin's ears. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was forcing him to a dead end. If he was not certain Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root earlier, he was certain Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root after he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root was 100% blue. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to be so overbearing. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, Elder Dong Lin, you either came out of closed-door cultivation recently or just came back from outside. Am I right? Duan Lingtian was not angry when he saw Dong Lin was still ignoring him. Instead, he changed the topic and asked Dong Lin another question. How did you know? At this moment, even Dong Lin was stunned by Duan Lingtian. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to guess he had just come back from outside. If you didn't come out of closed-door cultivation recently or just came back from outside, it's impossible that you don't know I possess a blue innate spiritual root. In the face of Dong Lin's question, Duan Lingtian patiently replied, That's right. Perhaps most people in Zoroastrianism think I only possess a yellow innate spiritual root. However, apart from the true disciples on duty, I'm afraid at least 90% of the people in the St. Land's Enforcement Hall know that I possess a blue innate spiritual root. Those who don't know about it have either just come out of closed-door cultivation or just come back from outside. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the atmosphere in the Fire Remuneration Palace fell silent again. Everyone in the Enforcement Hall knows that he possesses a blue innate spiritual root. Dong Lin's expression turned grave when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he instinctively turned to look at Chun Peng, who was standing in the distance. Horror dawned on Chun Peng when he saw the ferocious gleam in his eyes. Senior brother Dong Lin, don't listen to him. He's just spouting nonsense. Chun Peng hastily said, My master has tested his innate spiritual root twice, but both times, he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. There's no mistake about this. There's no mistake. As soon as Chun Peng finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at Chun Peng and asked, Chun Peng, if I'm not mistaken, you must have just come out of closed-door cultivation or just come back from outside. That's why you didn't ask your master before you came looking for trouble with me, right? Who's looking for trouble with you? Don't slander me. Chun Peng quickly refuted Duan Lingtian's words. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Duan Lingtian was right. He had just come out of closed-door cultivation. Apart from that, he did not look for his master before he asked Dong Lin to look for trouble with Duan Lingtian. Originally, he planned to look for his master after this matter disgusted Duan Lingtian. That way, he would be able to share Duan Lingtian's predicament with his master at the right time and make his master happy. Naturally, Chun Peng was unaware of this. Chapter 2030. Although Chun Peng had said Duan Lingtian was slandering him, his eyes were filled with doubt. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of shock and disbelief. His gaze had betrayed him. I remember now. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out in the Fire Remuneration Palace. It was a Holy Land disciple who seemed to have thought of something and cried out loudly. Most of the people present on the scene could not help but look at the Saint Land disciple. The Saint Land disciple was slightly nervous when he saw everyone's attention. However, he said in a timely manner, Do all of you remember Duan Lingtian was punished by the Enforcement Hall after he killed Yuan Hong and his younger brother, Yuan Kuang? At that time, we thought the Enforcement Hall had given Duan Lingtian a chance because he had a powerful background. However, it seems like the Enforcement Hall had already known that Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root at that time. The Holy Land's disciple immediately recounted everything that had just occurred to him, without missing a single detail. The Fire Remuneration Palace fell into a dead silence again. There's such a thing? Dong Lin's eyes widened, and his expression turned grave. Since he had just returned a few days ago, he was unaware that Duan Lingtian had been punished by the Enforcement Hall. Otherwise, he would not have looked for trouble with Duan Lingtian so impulsively. How could someone who was punished by the Enforcement Hall be an ordinary person? As an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, he was naturally well aware of this. Although Chun Peng was his friend, Chun Peng was only his follower. However, in his eyes, Chunpeng was just a follower from the beginning. Due to his age, he left the ranks of the true disciples and became a bronze flame elder. From that time onward, Chunpeng no longer followed him around. If he had known earlier that Duanling Tian was a person who had been blackmailed by the enforcement hall, he would not have impulsively come looking for trouble with Duanling Tian even if Chunpeng was his brother, let alone Chunpeng who was only his follower in the past. Furthermore, he was abusing his power to cause trouble for the Duanling Tian. If this matter was not handled properly, even if he was an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall and the only son of one of the deputy hall masters of the Law Enforcement Hall, it would be difficult for him to escape a heavy punishment. Now that you mention it, I remember it too. It seems that there is indeed such a thing. It seems like the enforcement hall found out that Duanling Tian possesses a blue innate spiritual root that Duanling Tian is able to enjoy the benefits of Zoroastrianism. It seems like the rumor isn't true. Duanling Tian doesn't have a yellow innate spiritual root, but a blue innate spiritual root. At the same time, realization dawned on the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace. As it turned out, the enforcement hall had long known that Duanling Tian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Dong Lin, the elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, was the only one who was kept in the dark. Elder Dong Lin is really unlucky. Based on Duanling Tian's words, Elder Dong Lin must have only come out of closed-door cultivation a few days ago or just returned from outside. Isn't it obvious? Otherwise, Elder Dong Lin wouldn't have thought that Duanling Tian only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. He doesn't know Duanling Tian at all. The reason he made things difficult for Duanling Tian today is all because of Chunpeng. He was tricked by Chunpeng. As the Saint Lan's disciples discussed among themselves, many of them shifted their gazes to Chunpeng, causing him to become the center of attention for the time being. Chunpeng's face turned pale when he heard these words. What did they mean by he tricked Dong Lin? Before today, just like Dong Lin, he did not know Duanling Tian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. When Chunpeng saw Dong Lin looking at him coldly again, he felt like killing himself. Naturally, he knew Dong Lin would most likely ignore him after today since Dong Lin would definitely think he was the one who tricked him. For a moment, Chunpeng felt very regretful. Why did he have to be so rash? The atmosphere in the Fire Remuneration Palace was very lively. At this moment, the group of Saint Lan disciples was certain of something. Duanling Tian indeed possessed a blue innate spiritual root. This explained why the enforcement hall would kill Duanling Tian previously. It was because he possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Moreover, the person he killed was a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple who did not have a high innate talent and was not important to Zoroastrianism. I can't believe Duanling Tian possesses a blue innate spiritual root. It seems like those people who said his cultivation base would stop at the peak of the exemplary saint stage are laughable. It's indeed laughable. As long as a martial Dao genius with a blue innate spiritual root doesn't die prematurely or neglect his cultivation, he'll definitely be able to break through to the saint celestial stage. It's hard to imagine how terrifying Duanling Tian's combat strength will be when his cultivation base breaks through to the saint celestial stage. It'll definitely be terrifying. His current cultivation base seems to be at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, right? It shouldn't be. Earlier, before he cast his assist-type divine ability to strengthen his saint energy, I sensed the aura of his saint energy was at the early quintessential saint stage. Does this mean he has already broken through to the early quintessential saint stage? In the Fire Remuneration Palace, the group of Saint Lan disciples discussed among themselves. They had also confirmed Duanling Tian's current cultivation base was at the early quintessential saint stage. Even then, they were still amazed by Duanling Tian's current combat strength. Although his cultivation base is at the early quintessential saint stage, his combat strength is definitely at the top of the second form of the saint celestial stage. I think so too. Just the sword technique he cast with his sword technique alone is enough for him to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. I can't believe there's another prodigy among the younger generation of Zoroastrianism who's ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking so quickly. In Zoroastrianism, once a true disciple from the younger generation was ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking, It was equivalent to bringing glory to Zoroastrianism. Such a person would be widely acknowledged as a prodigy among Zoroastrianism. For example, those who were ranked in the top 7 of the true ranking, including Ganru, were also known as prodigies among Zoroastrianism because they were ranked on the supreme saint ranking. In Zoroastrianism, there were 7 prodigies who were known as the 7 great prodigies. The 7 great prodigies of Zoroastrianism were famous even in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Each of them was widely acknowledged as the best among the younger generation in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. From today onward, there's going to be another prodigy among Zoroastrianism. In the future, there won't be only 7 prodigies among Zoroastrianism, there will be 8 of them. It won't be long before the 8 great prodigies of Zoroastrianism become famous in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Many Saint Land disciples exclaimed, "Prodigy? 8 great prodigies?" Upon hearing the Saint Land disciples' words, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. However, his expression remained calm. Ker's twin sister, Gan Ruyen, is also a prodigy among Zoroastrianism? Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Duan Lingtian still remembered. When he met Gan Ruyen for the first time, he was indeed shocked by the strength Gan Ruyen had displayed. Even the 5-clawed golden dragon, Diju, did not dare to even fart in front of her. In fact, Diju's cultivation base was already at the peak of the Divine Saint stage at that time. However, since his strength had already caught up to Gan Ruyen to a certain extent, he was no longer as shocked as before. Soon after, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Dong Lin and said indifferently, "Elder Dong Lin, shouldn't you give me an answer now that things have come to this?" As soon as Duan Lingtian looked at Dong Lin, a scene that surprised him appeared. From this moment onward, Duan Lingtian will no longer be restricted from accepting missions from true disciples in the enforcement hall. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Dong Lin no longer dawdled and said, "You're right." His tone was clear and straightforward. It made Duan Lingtian wonder if he was possessed by a soul. However, Dong Lin did not finish his sentence. He looked at Duan Lingtian and bowed to Duan Lingtian in front of everyone in the Fire Remuneration Palace. "Duan Lingtian, I didn't know you possess a blue innate spiritual root, so I restricted you from accepting missions from the enforcement hall. Now that I've learned you possess a blue innate spiritual root, I have to sincerely apologize to you." Dong Lin's apology caused the Fire Remuneration Palace to fall into a dead silence. Dong Lin's actions surprised everyone. This Dong Lin is really flexible. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was not happy at all. Instead, his expression turned grave as a hint of dread appeared in his eyes. "Although Dong Lin seems to be apologizing to me, isn't he trying to redeem himself? Now that he's apologizing, he won't be punished severely even if the enforcement hall decides to pursue this matter." Duan Lingtian knew this very well. After apologizing, Dong Lin did not wait for the people in the Fire Remuneration Palace to return to their senses before he walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. This time, Duan Lingtian did not stop Dong Lin since he had already achieved his goal. He could now accept the mission from the enforcement hall. This meant that Dong Lin would not be able to accept it. He might be able to meet Ker and her daughter soon, outside the Fire Remuneration Palace. As soon as Dong Lin walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace's entrance, his calm expression changed drastically. His eyes gleamed coldly. Endless hatred rose in his heart. Chapter 2031. After Dong Lin apologized to Duan Lingtian and left, the Fire Remuneration Palace fell silent. Dong Lin was actually forced to apologize to Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he no longer restricted Duan Lingtian from accepting the enforcement hall's missions. Duan Lingtian is too amazing, right? Although I knew Elder Dong Lin's restrictions on Duan Lingtian are useless after he revealed his blue innate spiritual root, I didn't expect Elder Dong Lin would say he's no longer restricting Duan Lingtian. Isn't he slapping his own face? It's not just slapping his own face. Didn't you see that Elder Dong Lin even took the initiative to apologize to Duan Lingtian? From today onward, among the 170 over true disciples, I'll only submit to senior brother Duan Lingtian. That's right. Even the person who's ranked first on the true ranking might not dare to be so rude to Elder Donglin. The group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace finally regained their senses. An expression of shock could be seen on their faces as they sighed emotionally. Many of them even added the words senior brother when they mentioned Duan Lingtian. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, the strong were revered. Duan Lingtian's actions had perfectly illustrated the concept of a powerhouse. Many Saint Lan disciples present on the scene were convinced by him. Just as the group of Holy Land disciples was whispering to each other, a voice suddenly rang out. Trying to leave? Did I allow you to leave? Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice suddenly sounded. It immediately attracted the attention of the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace. The group of Saint Lan disciples saw Dong Lin leaving. After Dong Lin left, Chun Peng, who was originally following Dong Lin, had unknowingly snuck to the entrance of the Fire Remuneration Palace. It was obvious he wanted to leave. However, before he could leave, he was stopped by Duan Lingtian. History repeated itself again. Duan Lingtian, what do you want? Senior brother Dong Lin no longer restricts you from accepting missions from the law enforcement hall. You must know when to stop. After being stopped by Duan Lingtian, Chun Peng's face alternated between green and white. However, in the end, he straightened his back and spoke in an overbearing manner. In his opinion, even if he was afraid of Duan Lingtian from the bottom of his heart, he couldn't lose to Duan Lingtian in terms of aura. Know when to stop? Hearing Chun Peng's words, Duan Lingtian immediately burst into laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. His laughter spread throughout the entire Fire Remuneration Palace. After a while, Duan Lingtian stopped laughing. When he looked at Chun Peng again, his eyes were as cold as knives. Are you joking? Don't mess around. Sensing the murderous aura emanating from Duan Lingtian, Chun Peng's expression changed drastically. His straight back also bent down at this moment. Compared to the overbearing Chun Peng earlier, it was as though he was a completely different person. If you dare to move in the next 3 breaths, I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. Duan Lingtian said coldly when Chun Peng's expression changed drastically. At the same time, he took a step forward and was only a foot away from Chun Peng. In the next instant, under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian raised his right hand and swung it out at lightning speed. Slap, 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 slap. As Duan Lingtian swung his right hand left and right, the crisp sound of slapping rang in the air one after another. It was as though the sound of firecrackers did not stop. Duan Lingtian's hand was too fast. In just a breath's time, Chun Peng's face was already swollen like a pig's head. Upon seeing this, the group of Saint Lan disciples present on the scene could not help but gasp. Some of them even reached out to touch their own faces. At this moment, although Duan Lingtian's hand did not land on their faces, they could imagine how much pain Chun Peng's face was in. However, even if his face was swollen like a pig's head, Chun Peng did not dare to move at all. This was because Duan Lingtian had already said, if he dared to move in the next 3 breaths, he would make sure he suffered a fate worse than death. Naturally, he did not dare to doubt Duan Lingtian's words. Therefore, even if both sides of his face were swollen and numb from being slapped by Duan Lingtian, Chun Peng did not dare to move in the next 3 breaths. However, there was a burning anger in the depths of his eyes. This was the first time in his life that he had been humiliated like this. Slap, 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 slap. The crisp sound of slapping continued. After 2 breaths, a few of Chun Peng's teeth were broken. Fresh blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. After the span of 3 breaths, Duan Lingtian finally stopped. At this moment, not only was Chun Peng's face swollen like a pig's head, but blood was also flowing out of all 7 of his orifices. If there's a next time, I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. After stopping, Duan Lingtian glanced at Chun Peng coldly before he said in a low voice, "Get lost!" Get lost. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Chun Peng was so frightened that he immediately moved aside to make way for Duan Lingtian. After Chun Peng moved aside, Duan Lingtian also stepped forward. The group of Saint Land disciples consciously made way for him as he walked to the counter where he had been earlier. Elder, can I accept the mission now? Yes, of course. At this moment, the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter no longer dared to stop Duan Lingtian from accepting the assignment to serve in the enforcement hall. After he hurriedly responded, he began to process the procedures for Duan Lingtian in a fluster. Even Dong Lin, who had restricted Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission from the enforcement hall, had given in. Naturally, the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder could no longer continue to make things difficult for Duan Lingtian. In terms of strength, he might not be a match for Dong Lin. In terms of status and background, he could not compare to Dong Lin at all. If he continued to make things difficult for Duan Lingtian, he would only be asking for trouble. When Chun Peng saw Duan Lingtian ignoring him after accepting the mission, he left the Fire Remuneration Palace with a dejected expression under the watchful eyes of many Saint Land disciples. After he left the Fire Remuneration Palace, the anger in the depths of his eyes could be seen clearly. Duan Lingtian, I won't let you go. I won't let you go. Chun Peng roared in his heart as the flames of hatred burned fiercely. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that it was impossible for him to catch up to Duan Lingtian with his innate talent and strength. Duan Lingtian, bring this certificate to the enforcement hall tomorrow, and you'll be able to complete the handover with the true disciple on duty in the enforcement hall. You'll be on duty in the enforcement hall for the next month. You'll have to stay in the enforcement hall and are not allowed to leave without permission. In the Fire Remuneration Palace, one of the Fire Remuneration Palace's elders behind the counter reminded Duan Lingtian after he had completed the procedures for him. At the same time, he passed the certificate in his hand to Duan Lingtian. Thank you, elder. After receiving the certificate and thanking the elder, Duan Lingtian left the Fire Remuneration Palace without looking back. After Duan Lingtian left, the Fire Remuneration Palace that had been quiet since Duan Lingtian had accepted the assignment became lively again. The group of Saint Land disciples could not help but show their respect for Duan Lingtian when they spoke. After Duan Lingtian left the Fire Remuneration Palace, news of what happened in the Fire Remuneration Palace spread like wildfire among the Saint Land disciples who were present on the scene. Duan Lingtian caused trouble again? I heard so. Moreover, the person he offended this time is Elder Dong Lin from the enforcement hall who has a powerful background. Dong Lin? Isn't that the only son of Vice Hall Master Dong from the enforcement hall? That's him. It seems like he didn't take the initiative to cause trouble this time. It's Elder Dong Lin from the enforcement hall who used his yellow innate spiritual root to restrict him from accepting assignments in the enforcement hall. I heard about it as well. It said that Duan Lingtian publicly revealed his blue innate spiritual root and slapped Elder Dong Lin in the face. However, I really didn't expect the rumors to be false. As it turns out, Duan Lingtian possesses a blue innate spiritual root. In terms of martial Dao innate talent, he possesses a blue innate spiritual root. In terms of divine ability innate talent, he has mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities. Duan Lingtian is really heaven-defying. Soon after, most of the people in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism learned that Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. The entire Saint Land of Zoroastrianism was shocked by this news. In fact, in the past, everyone thought Duan Lingtian's divine ability and innate talent were heaven-defying. They even thought the heavens were jealous of him and only gave him a yellow innate spiritual root. However, they finally found out the rumor that Duan Lingtian possessed a yellow innate spiritual root was just a rumor. Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Previously, Duan Lingtian had killed Yuan Hong, the grand disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lien, and his younger brother, Yuan Kuang. He was spared the death penalty because he possessed a blue innate spiritual root. He was only punished to serve in the 4 Symbol Sanctum's first mine for 10 years. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not even spend a month in the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mine before he was released. This was because he was qualified to enter the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple at that time. The news of Duan Lingtian possessing a blue innate spiritual root quickly spread to the other Four Symbol Sanctums. It caused a commotion in the Four Symbol Sanctums. Duan Lingtian possesses a blue innate spiritual root? How's that possible? Many of the Four Symbol Sanctum's disciples had similar reactions when they heard the news. All of them felt it was impossible. After all, the news of Duan Lingtian possessing a yellow innate spiritual root was spread from the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the Four Symbol Sanctums. It was very true. It seems like senior brother Duan Lingtian knows how to conceal the grade of his innate spiritual root. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been tested to possess a yellow innate spiritual root. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples in the Black Turtle Sanctum said. Chapter 2032. The enforcement hall was located in the mountain range to the north of the Saint Island in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was rare for people to come here. The enforcement hall was divided into 3 halls. The main hall, the punishment hall, and the prison hall. Amongst them, the functions of the main hall were all-encompassing, including recording files, accepting complaints, and managing the entire law enforcement hall, etc., as its name suggested. The punishment hall was where the enforcement hall punished the Zoroastrianism elders and disciples who had violated the sect's rules. Whether it was a life sentence or a death sentence, the punishment would be carried out here. Previously, Wei He, the first direct disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lien, had slandered the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder for abusing his power for personal gain and indirectly blaspheming the enforcement hall. Apart from that, the punishment hall had all kinds of terrifying torture tools. They were much more ridiculous than ordinary torture tools. Many of them could make one wish for death. As for the prison hall, it was where the Zoroastrianism elders and disciples who had violated the sect's rules were imprisoned. Those who were imprisoned were those who had committed serious crimes. However, since their crimes required the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism to make the final judgment, they were temporarily imprisoned here as well. Kerr and Duan Lingtian's daughter, Duan Siling, and Kerr's twin sister, Gan Ruyen, were imprisoned here. At this moment, a figure hurried over to the enforcement hall's main hall. Elder Dong Lin. The few enforcement hall's elders who had just walked out of the main hall took the initiative to greet him with a smile when they saw him. The person was none other than Dong Lin, who had just returned from the Fire Remuneration Palace in the Central Square. Before he returned, Dong Lin had gone to other places to inquire about Duan Lingtian. He had also gained a deeper understanding of what had happened to Duan Lingtian after he came to the Zoroastrianism. After learning more about Duan Lingtian, he had rushed back to the enforcement hall. He wanted to read the records about Duan Lingtian in the law enforcement hall. At this moment, the news of Elder Dong Lin from the enforcement hall suffering a setback in the Fire Remuneration Palace in the Central Square had already spread to the enforcement hall. Of course, due to the issue of time, the news had yet to reach the main hall of the enforcement hall. Therefore, the few law enforcement hall elders who had left the main hall had yet to receive the news. As a result, they behaved very normally when facing Dong Lin. Furthermore, although Dong Lin was only a bronze flame elder of the law enforcement hall like them, his father was the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall. Thus, when they met Dong Lin, although they did not flatter him, they were still very courteous. After all, Dong Lin's father was their superior. Whoosh! However, Dong Lin ignored the greetings of the few law enforcement hall's elders. He did not slow down at all as he stepped on the ground and hurriedly entered the law enforcement hall's main hall. What's wrong with Elder Dong Lin? What's so urgent? That's right. In the past, when we greeted him, even if he didn't greet us back, he would at least look at us and nod at us. Today's situation doesn't seem right. Forget it. This spoiled brat's temper has always been unpredictable. Let's just ignore him. Based on the words of the few law enforcement hall's elders, it seemed like they did not have a good impression of Dong Lin. In fact, this was indeed the case. The reason they were polite to Dong Lin was due to his extraordinary background. Moreover, his father was their superior. Have the few of you heard? Elder Dong Lin from our enforcement hall is apologizing to a true disciple in the Fire Remuneration Palace in the central square. After the few law enforcement hall's elders flew out for a distance, another law enforcement hall's elder came up to them and asked excitedly. This law enforcement hall's elder was also a bronze flame elder. Therefore, the few of them recognized him. What? Elder Dong Lin apologizing to a true disciple? You must be joking. With Elder Dong Lin's temper, it's fine if others don't apologize to him, but he's apologizing to someone? Moreover, he's apologizing to a true disciple? I don't believe it. When the few law enforcement hall's elders who had just left the main hall heard the words of the other law enforcement hall's elder, they looked at each other and shook their heads to express their disbelief. You have no choice but to believe this because you'll hear about it soon enough. The law enforcement hall's elder shook his head and said, What's going on? Tell us clearly. The few law enforcement hall's elders' curiosity was piqued as they asked one after another. This is what happened. Following that, the law enforcement hall's elder who had just arrived told them everything he had heard. Fire Remuneration Palace, Duan Lingtian, Dong Lin, and the mission issued by the law enforcement hall. It mainly revolved around these few points. Dong Lin actually abused his authority to prevent Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission issued by the law enforcement hall. Isn't he afraid Lord Hall Master will blame him? That's right. Although his father is Lord Vice Hall Master, if Lord Hall Master is angry, even Lord Vice Hall Master won't be able to protect him. He's very smart. He found an excuse in time. In that case, Lord Hall Master might not blame him even if he finds out. Unfortunately, his excuse was quickly destroyed by Duan Lingtian. He said that Duan Lingtian only has a yellow innate spiritual root, but Duan Lingtian directly revealed his blue innate spiritual root and slapped him in the face. No wonder his expression was so unsightly earlier. As it turns out, he was humiliated by the Fire Remuneration Palace. When the few law enforcement hall's elders recalled Dong Lin who had ignored them earlier, they began to chime in one after another. However, I really didn't expect Duan Lingtian to not only have a heaven-defying innate talent in divine abilities, but his innate talent in martial Tao is also so high. The eighth prodigy of Zoroastrianism is so strong that he's probably ranked in the top 5 among the 8 great prodigies. That Duan Lingtian really surprises me in every way. That's right. Ever since he came to Zoroastrianism, the things he has done have always been surprising. This time, he even slapped the face of our law enforcement hall's second-generation heir. He's really fearless. Based on this news, will he come to the law enforcement hall tomorrow? I finally have a chance to meet this prodigy who has been very popular in Zoroastrianism recently. I'm looking forward to meeting him as well. When the law enforcement hall's elders mentioned Duan Lingtian, a hint of curiosity could be seen in their eyes. They were curious about how Duan Lingtian looked like and who he was. How dare he cause so much trouble in Zoroastrianism? In the main hall of the law enforcement hall. As soon as Dong Lin entered, he went straight to the side hall where the dossiers were kept. The dossiers were very important to the law enforcement hall. For this reason, a Silver Flame Elder would usually be on duty in the side hall where the dossiers were kept. Elder Dong Lin? Today, the person on duty in the side hall where the dossiers were kept was a middle-aged Silver Flame Elder. When he saw Dong Lin rushing in, he was stunned. At the same time, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. I want to see the dossiers about the death of St. Lan's Elder Wei He, Dong Lin said in a commanding tone after he rushed in. It was as though he had forgotten that the person on duty in the side hall was a Silver Flame Elder. As expected, the Silver Flame Elder's expression turned grave when he heard Dong Lin's tone. He said coldly, Elder Dong Lin, I don't remember where I put the dossiers that you're looking for. You should look for them yourself. Although Dong Lin's father was the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, he was still a Silver Flame Elder. However, he was a Silver Flame Elder after all, and he had his own dignity. Naturally, he would not allow Dong Lin, a bronze flame elder, to step on his head. Even if he would offend the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall, he was not willing to give up his dignity. Elder Lin Tong, I'm sorry. I was too impatient. Please forgive me for offending you earlier. When Dong Lin heard the Silver Flame Elder's words, he finally realized the person before him was a Silver Flame Elder. Although he was displeased, he still took the initiative to apologize. What a joke! The dossiers in the side hall of the law enforcement hall were passed down through the generations of Zoroastrianism. If he were to look through them himself, he might not even be able to find the dossiers he was looking for, even if he spent 3 days and 3 nights. In order to see the dossiers as soon as possible, he apologized on the surface. However, in his heart, he hated Lin Tong, the Silver Flame Elder before him. When Lin Tong saw Dong Lin apologizing, his expression softened immediately. At the same time, he took out the dossiers about the death of St. Lan's Elder Wei He and passed them to Dong Lin. Elder Lin Tong, please take out the dossiers about the Duan Lingtian killing Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. I'd like to take a look. Dong Lin forced a smile on his face as he said to Lin Tong. It was apparent Lin Tong was someone who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. When he saw how polite Dong Lin was, he immediately helped him find the dossiers he was looking for. Then Dong Lin opened 2 dossiers. From the dossiers, he saw that Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Dong Lin's expression darkened immediately. As it turned out, the law enforcement hall had long recorded that Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Unfortunately, he had just returned from outside, so he did not have the time to look into it. I'm really screwed over by Chun Peng this time. I hope Lord Hallmaster won't hold me responsible for this since I took the initiative to apologize to Duan Lingtian. Dong Lin prayed inwardly when he thought of this. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what had happened in the law enforcement hall. After he left the Fire Remuneration Palace and the Central Square, he returned to his residence. Chapter 2033. Junior Brother Ling Tian. A voice suddenly resonated from outside. It instantly alerted Duan Ling Tian, who was not in the mood to cultivate. He immediately left the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and walked out of his room. He could tell it was Lu Yun's voice. Senior Brother Lu Yun? Is there anything you need from me? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile as he rose into the air and arrived in front of Lu Yun. As the saying went, a person is in high spirits when there's a joyous occasion. The current Duan Lingtian gave Lu Yun a completely different feeling compared to before. It was as though he was a completely different person. His entire body exuded vitality. Junior Brother Lingtian, I know you're going to the Fire Remuneration Palace tomorrow. However, when you're there, you must be careful of Dong Lin. Unlike Duan Lingtian, who was full of smiles, Lu Yun's expression was extremely solemn as he warned Duan Lingtian. I'm sure you already know about Dong Lin's background. You know he's the only son of one of the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall. However, I'm afraid you still don't know that the vice hall master of the enforcement hall is famous for being ruthless. Back then, his wife was accidentally injured by one of the Zhuangzi Buddhism's elders. He immediately charged into the Zhuangzi Buddhism and killed the Zhuangzi Buddhism's elder. At that time, the powerhouses from the Zhuangzi Buddhism who besieged him were also severely injured by him. He was also on the verge of death. At that time, if Lord Sect leader did not make a move in time, he would have died. He went to the Black Kshetra sect because he was certain his wife wouldn't be able to survive. He was prepared to die. When Lu Yun reached this point, he paused for a moment before he continued to say, later on, he discovered his wife who was severely injured and on the verge of death was pregnant. His wife passed away after giving birth to Dong Lin. Since then, Dong Lin has become his new source of sustenance. It can be said that Dong Lin is the most important person in his heart in this world. If Dong Lin finds out that you have rashly humiliated him in front of everyone, I'm afraid that he will not let this matter rest. Lu Yun finished speaking in one breath. Don't tell me that he can still lay a hand on me in Zoroastrianism? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and asked. he won't go so far as to attack you in the Zoroastrianism. After all, he is the vice hall leader of the law enforcement hall. Considering the kindness of the hierarch, he won't dare to act rashly. However, if the Zoroastrianism is involved, everything will be different. Lu Yun shook his head and continued, I came here today mainly to remind you that no matter how great the conflict between you and Donglin is, it's best that you don't think of killing him. Once you kill him, the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall will no longer have any misgivings. He could even kill you in Zoroastrianism. For the sake of his son, he'll definitely risk his life. Lu Yun warned Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression on his face. Thank you for your reminder, senior brother Lu Yun. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he was slightly fearful of Donglin's father, the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall. From Lu Yun's words, he could tell that Donglin was a ruthless person. For the sake of his wife, he would kill his way into Zhuangzi Buddhism alone. This was not something that anyone could do. Furthermore, his wife had passed away, and she had left him with a son. It was not hard to imagine. One could imagine how important his son was to him. If his son died, he would definitely go crazy. However, Duan Lingtian was only fearful. After all, he did not have the intention to kill Donglin for the time being. Moreover, even if he challenged Donglin to a death duel, Donglin might not even bother about it. Due to this reason, he was not worried that the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall would personally make a move on him. As for what will happen after I leave Zoroastrianism, why would I need to wait for him or the people he sends to make a move on me after I leave Zoroastrianism? The Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, won't let me go so easily. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this as well. For this reason, he was not worried that Donglin's father would make a move on him after he left Zoroastrianism. Junior brother Lingtian, you'll be going to the law enforcement hall tomorrow. If it's possible, try not to have any conflict with Donglin when you go to the law enforcement hall. Otherwise, even if Donglin's father doesn't personally teach you a lesson, he'll definitely instruct the Silver Flame Elder to do so. Lu Yun reminded Duan Lingtian. Once he went to the law enforcement hall, he would be in the Dong father and son's territory. For this reason, he could not help but worry about Duan Lingtian. Don't worry, I know what to do. Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not have any enmity with Donglin. As long as Donglin did not provoke him, he could not be bothered with him. After all, he did not suffer any losses today. Junior brother Lingtian, is your innate spiritual root really a blue innate spiritual root? Lu Yun sighed in relief when he saw Duan Lingtian had taken his words seriously. However, he seemed to have recalled something as he stared at Duan Lingtian. He had heard about what had happened today. Not only did he know that Duan Lingtian and Donglin were at odds, but he also knew that Duan Lingtian had given Donglin a tight slap. The slap was due to the blue innate spiritual root that Duan Lingtian had shown. Although he had heard that Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root, he still found it hard to believe. After all, the news of Duan Lingtian possessing a yellow innate spiritual root had spread far and wide. For this reason, he suddenly asked Duan Lingtian this question. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Then, why was your innate spiritual root tested twice in the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums? When Duan Lingtian heard Lu Yun's question, he realized Lu Yun was going to get to the bottom of this. He was already prepared for this. I know a secret tactic that can conceal my innate spiritual root. At that time, I was only found to possess a yellow innate spiritual root because I had cast that secret tactic. Duan Lingtian blurted out. This was the excuse he had come up with a long time ago. Apart from that, he believed most people thought the same as well. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the huge difference in his innate spiritual root. I see. Although Lu Yun had already guessed this, it was a different feeling when he heard it from Duan Lingtian. At the same time, his heart was filled with shock. Then, does this mean the blue innate spiritual root you're displaying now might not be your true innate spiritual root, junior brother Lingtian? Lu Yun suddenly thought of this and could not help but ask. That was right. since Duan Ling Tian could conceal his innate spiritual root as a yellow innate spiritual root. It was possible that the blue innate spiritual root he was displaying now was not his true innate spiritual root. As soon as Lu Yun finished speaking, he stared at Duan Ling Tian intensely, as though he was trying to figure out something from Duan Ling Tian's expression. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian smiled mysteriously in a timely manner. It was his mysterious smile that confirmed Lu Yun's suspicions. Junior brother Ling Tian's innate spiritual root might be an indigo innate spiritual root. The moment Lu Yun thought of this, his heartbeat quickened. Took him a long time to calm down. Naturally, the reason Duan Ling Tian had a mysterious smile on his face was because he had done so intentionally. The reason he did this was to mislead Lu Yun into thinking that he was still holding back when he revealed his blue innate spiritual root. After all, his innate spiritual root could be improved through the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. As long as he devoured enough innate spiritual roots, it would only be a matter of time before his innate spiritual root transformed into an indigo or violet innate spiritual root. Under such circumstances, it was better for him to lay the groundwork first. In this way, Lu Yun would not be surprised even if he revealed a higher grade innate spiritual root in the future. Junior brother Ling Tian, I've already achieved my purpose of looking for you. I won't disturb your cultivation any longer. When Lu Yun saw the mysterious smile on Duan Ling Tian's face, he did not continue to ask. He bade farewell and prepared to leave. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian did not say anything. At this moment, there was no need for him to ask any further. The mysterious smile on Duan Ling Tian's face had already told him everything. For this reason, Lu Yun was still in a state of shock when he left. He could not calm down even after a long time. I can't believe junior brother Ling Tian not only has a heaven-defying innate talent in divine ability, but his innate talent in martial Tao is also heaven-defying. As long as he's given enough time, he'll surpass the second and first place on the true ranking. Lu Yun was very certain about this. Junior brother Ling Tian is the most outstanding prodigy in Zoroastrianism. It's not an exaggeration to call him one of the 8 great prodigies. Lu Yun thought to himself. After watching Lu Yun leave, Duan Ling Tian's emotions for missing her and their daughter had calmed down a lot. He also felt a certain amount of pressure from Dong Lin's father's protectiveness. After all, he would have to report to the enforcement hall tomorrow and hand over to the true disciple on duty in the enforcement hall to become the true disciple on duty in the enforcement hall for the next month. If Dong Lin's father wanted to look for trouble with him in the enforcement hall, just as Lu Yun had said, there was no need for him to do it himself. He could just ask the Silver Flame Elders to do it. The weakest Silver Flame Elder was at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, while the strongest one was at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With my current strength, I won't be able to face a Silver Flame Elder at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. After all, I won't use the Jasper Celestial Sword unless I have the chance to kill him. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well. For this reason, he had no choice but to be wary of Dong Lin's father. Forget it. My goal is to seek her and our daughter. As long as I can see them, so what if I have to suffer a little? Moreover, if he really dares to ask the Silver Flame Elder to teach me a lesson, I'll have to teach his son a lesson in full detail. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes flashed coldly. Chapter 2034. A day in the outside world was equivalent to 10 days in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. During these 10 days, Duan Ling Tian had also tried his best to calm himself down and cultivate. Although he did not make any breakthroughs in his cultivation base, he had managed to stabilize it. Give me half a month. I'll definitely be able to break through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage. Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting cross-legged in the air in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes gleamed brightly like 2 stars in the night sky. Naturally, the half a month Duan Ling Tian was referring to was half a month in the outside world. It was equivalent to 5 months in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Currently, with the help of his blue innate spiritual root and the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed was almost comparable to a monstrous genius with an indigo innate spiritual root. Now, it's time for me to head to the enforcement hall. The moment Duan Lingtian thought to himself, he left the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda and his mansion before he flew in the direction of the Saint Island. The enforcement hall was located on the Saint Island. Duan Lingtian knew about this. Duan Lingtian continued to head north. Soon after, he arrived at the area where the enforcement hall was located. It was rare for outsiders to come to this area. You're a true disciple who's on duty in our enforcement hall after accepting the position issued by our enforcement hall? As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the area where the enforcement hall was located, he heard a voice resonating from the sky. Then, a figure descended from the clouds and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian took a closer look and saw the person clearly. It was a middle-aged man dressed in the uniform of a Saint Lan's Bronze Flame Elder. Unlike the uniform of an ordinary Saint Lan's Bronze Flame Elder, the words Enforcement Hall were embroidered on the chest of his uniform. Based on this, one could tell he was an Enforcement Hall's elder. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded in response to the Enforcement Hall's elder's question. Do you have proof? The Law Enforcement Hall's elder who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian asked straightforwardly. Any true disciple who came to the Law Enforcement Hall to serve would have a certificate issued by the Fire Remuneration Palace in the Central Square. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he took out the proof that he had obtained from the Fire Remuneration Palace yesterday and handed it to the Law Enforcement Hall's elder. The elder of the Law Enforcement Hall reached out and took it. His gaze then fell on the proof. Suddenly, as if he had seen something shocking, the pupils of the Law Enforcement Hall's elder suddenly shrank. His expression also changed at this moment. Hiss! Suddenly, the elder of the Law Enforcement Hall sucked in a breath of cold air. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of respect in his eyes. You're Duan Lingtian? Although he was a Saint Lan's Bronze Flame Elder and an Enforcement Hall's elder, his strength was only on par with Dong Lin. He was inferior to Wen Yen, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. In the face of this person who could easily suppress Wen Yen and force Dong Lin, a spoiled brat, to apologize, apart from being shocked, there was only respect in his heart. Perhaps this person was much younger than him. However, it was precisely because this person was much stronger than him that he did not dare to take advantage of his seniority. After all, this was a world where the strong were respected, not the old. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded in response to the question from the Enforcement Hall's elder. You and the batch of true disciples on duty in our Law Enforcement Hall will be handed over in the main palace. I'll bring you there. When the Enforcement Hall's elder returned the proof to Duan Lingtian, he also took the initiative to bring Duan Lingtian to the main palace. Isn't it too troublesome? Why don't you just show me the way, elder? Duan Lingtian asked politely. Duan Lingtian had always been a person who would respect those who respected him tenfold. He was extremely courteous to the Enforcement Hall's elder. Although he was much stronger than the Enforcement Hall's elder with the Jasper Celestial Sword, he did not look down on the Enforcement Hall at all. It's no trouble at all. It's my honor to be able to lead the way for a prodigy like you. The Enforcement Hall's elder shook his head. When Duan Lingtian saw how insistent the Enforcement Hall's elder was, he no longer refused and followed him to the Enforcement Hall's main palace. How should I address you, elder? Duan Lingtian asked along the way. My name is Peng Bing. The Enforcement Hall's elder replied to Duan Lingtian immediately. Then, he said anxiously, You don't have to address me as elder, you can just call me by my name. Elder Peng Bing, you're a Zoroastrianism elder, and I'm a disciple of Zoroastrianism. It's only right for me to address you as elder, so you don't have to think too much about it. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw Peng Bing's anxiousness. After coming to Zoroastrianism for so long, this was his first time seeing an elder who was as courteous to him as Peng Bing. Peng Bing seemed to be anxious when he addressed Duan Lingtian as elder. However, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Duan Lingtian's elder was a Zoroastrianism elder. Currently, in the eyes of the Zoroastrianism's Bronze Flame Elders, Duan Lingtian was not someone to be trifled with. The Bronze Flame Elders were not only afraid of Duan Lingtian's strength, but they were also afraid of his courage. After all, not everyone had the guts to humiliate a direct disciple of a Golden Flame Elder in front of so many people. Moreover, not everyone had the guts to force the son of the Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master to apologize. Among the true disciples, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was stronger than Wen Yen and Dong Lin. However, Duan Lingtian was the only one who dared to humiliate Wen Yen and Dong Lin. For this reason, in the eyes of the Zoroastrianism's Bronze Flame Elders, although Duan Lingtian was only a true disciple, he was an anomaly among the true disciples. He was someone they could not afford to offend. For this reason, Peng Bing was both respectful and fearful when he faced Duan Lingtian. Elder Peng Bing, can you give me a brief introduction of the Enforcement Hall? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course. Peng Bing nodded immediately before he began to introduce the Enforcement Hall to Duan Lingtian. The Enforcement Hall is divided into 3 halls, and each of them has their own duties. The 3 halls are the Main Hall, the Punishment Hall, and the Prison Hall. The Main Hall. With Peng Bing's introduction, Duan Lingtian gained a basic understanding of the Enforcement Hall. The Enforcement Hall was divided into 3 halls: the Main Hall, the Punishment Hall, and the Prison Hall. From this, he found out that Kuer and her mother were imprisoned in the Prison Hall. Elder Peng Bing, the Prison Hall is an important place in the Enforcement Hall. The people who usually guard there should be at least Silver Flame Elders, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Although it seemed like he did not mean it, he actually meant it. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to find out more about the Prison Hall. If there were only some Bronze Flame Elders guarding the Prison Hall, perhaps he would have a chance to rescue Kuer and their daughter. Naturally, it was just a thought, since even he thought it was unrealistic. There were so many Silver Flame Elders in the Enforcement Hall. How could they only let a group of Bronze Flame Elders guard the Prison Hall that was the most important place in the Enforcement Hall? Yes. Peng Bing nodded immediately when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Usually, there are 3 Silver Flame Elders guarding the Prison Hall. You'll need their permission to enter the Prison Hall. If anything happens in the Prison Hall, they'll have a communication Dao talisman with them. They'll be able to inform the Hall Master and the Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall immediately. Peng Bing said, if that's the case, doesn't that mean the Prison Hall is impregnable? It's impossible for anyone to rescue the people who are imprisoned there? Duan Lingtian asked, seemingly surprised. In fact, Duan Lingtian was feeling a little gloomy at this moment. This meant that he would not be able to do anything. Before he had the ability to defeat the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, it was impossible for him to rescue Kuer and their daughter. Indeed, Peng Bing nodded before he continued to say, with the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall here, unless the person who comes is a guardian of Zoroastrianism, it's impossible for anyone to rescue them from the Prison Hall. When Peng Bing mentioned the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, a hint of respect could be seen in his eyes. To every Enforcement Hall Elder, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall was a supreme existence. His position in their hearts was second only to the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Even the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism were not as important as the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall in their eyes. Peng Bin was talking to himself, but he didn't notice it. Duan Lingtian's face had turned completely gloomy. It was only when Peng Bing instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian that the gloomy expression on Duan Lingtian's face disappeared, and he regained his composure. The main palace of the Enforcement Hall is right in front of us. After walking for a while, Peng Bing's voice resonated in the air. Duan Lingtian immediately looked into the distance. In the distance, a huge and long palace sat there. It looked like a divine dragon that was crawling on the ground. It gave off an invisible pressure that came from the bottom of one's heart. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he immediately saw 2 figures flashing past him and entering the Enforcement Hall's main palace. Are they true disciples on duty as well? Although the 2 of them were very fast, Duan Lingtian could still clearly see the Saint Lan true disciples' uniform they were wearing. I have to go back to patrol as well, so I'll send you here. If we're free in the future, let's get together again. Peng Bing smiled and told Duan Lingtian that he was about to leave. Elder Peng Bing, thank you for leading the way. Duan Lingtian will remember this favor. Duan Lingtian thanked Peng Bing. After Peng Bing left, he followed the two true disciples into the enforcement hall's main palace. I hope Kerr and her daughter are locked up with Gan Ruyen. In that case, I'll have a chance to meet them. Duan Lingtian prayed in his heart when he stepped into the enforcement hall's main palace. Chapter 2035. When they entered the main hall of the enforcement hall, they saw a spacious hall. There was a row of counters in 3 directions in the hall, and a few elders of the enforcement hall were standing behind the counters. However, most of the counters were empty at the moment. There were only 3 people standing in front of one counter. Based on their attire, it was obvious they were the Saint Lan's disciples from the Zoroastrianism. However, they were standing next to the counter as though they were waiting for something. This person seems familiar. At the same time, one of the 2 true disciples who entered the main hall before Duan Lingtian turned around when he heard the sound of wind whistling behind him. With just a glance, he found Duan Lingtian familiar. However, he could not recall where he had seen Duan Lingtian before. When the other true disciple heard this, he turned around as well. As soon as he saw Duan Lingtian, he frowned for a moment before his brows relaxed. His eyes narrowed as well. This isn't Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. Duan Lingtian. Since the true disciple did not deliberately suppress his voice reverberated in the reception hall of the enforcement hall's main hall. Apart from causing his companion to perk up, his words also attracted the attention of the few elders of the enforcement hall behind the counter in the reception hall and the 3 true disciples standing next to the counter in the distance. Duan Lingtian instantly became the center of attention in the reception hall. Duan Lingtian did not expect to be recognized as soon as he entered the hall. Faced with everyone's gaze, he smiled and nodded at them. His refined and courteous appearance caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Is he really Duan Lingtian? The 3 true disciples standing in the distance looked at each other. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. One of them even asked, I think so. I've seen his portrait before. I really didn't expect that this Duan Lingtian, who offended Senior Sister Wen Yen for no reason and humiliated Senior Sister Wen Yen in public, would actually have such a side to him. I originally thought that he was an arrogant egomaniac, but I didn't expect that he would be so polite. Provoke Senior Sister Wen Yen for no reason? You believe that? I heard that Senior Sister Wen Yen doesn't even know how she offended this Duan Lingtian. Senior Sister Wen Yen must have offended Duan Lingtian in some way. And that matter, perhaps Senior Sister Wen Yen didn't link it to Duan Lingtian. So even Senior Sister Wen Yen herself doesn't know how she offended Duan Lingtian. The other 2 true disciples spoke one after another. In the face of Duan Lingtian's politeness, the 3 true disciples were not the only ones who were shocked. Even the few enforcement hall's bronze flame elders behind the counter and the 2 true disciples who were closest to Duan Lingtian were shocked. Is this really Duan Lingtian? Is this really Duan Lingtian? At this moment, they were just like the 3 true disciples. All of them were dumbfounded. Elder, this is my proof. Disregarding everyone's shock, Duan Lingtian walked up to the counter where the 3 true disciples were. He took out the proof the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder gave him yesterday and passed it to the enforcement hall's elder behind the counter. When the enforcement hall's elder saw it, he nodded. That's right. This proof was given by the Fire Remuneration Palace. Duan Lingtian, please wait at the side for a moment. When all 10 of you are here, someone will bring all of you to the other 10 true disciples. After the enforcement hall's elder put away the proof, he said to Duan Lingtian politely. When the 3 true disciples saw how Duan Lingtian was treated, they were envious. However, they knew this was the kind of treatment Duan Lingtian deserved. After all, Duan Lingtian was so powerful. All right. Thank you for your trouble, Elder. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at the enforcement hall's elder behind the counter before he stood at the side. When the three true disciples saw Duan Lingtian standing next to them, they did not dare to look at him or whisper to each other, even though they were curious about Duan Lingtian. Instead, they began to communicate through voice transmissions. At the same time, the other two true disciples also came to register. At this point, 6 out of the 10 true disciples who went to the Fire Remuneration Palace to accept the mission given by the enforcement hall had arrived. With the arrival of Duan Lingtian, the atmosphere in the reception hall of the enforcement hall's main hall became slightly oppressive. Nobody spoke and nobody made a sound. This continued until the arrival of the 7th true disciple. However, when Duan Lingtian saw the 7th true disciple, he could not help but be stunned. This was because he knew this true disciple. Senior brother Lu Yun? Why are you here? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise when he saw the true disciple walking into the reception hall. How is it? Are you surprised? Lu Yun, who walked into the reception hall, seemed to enjoy Duan Lingtian's reaction. He could not help but smile. Yes, I'm very surprised. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. It's only a month anyway. I'll accompany you, Lu Yun said with a smile. When Duan Lingtian heard Lu Yun's words, a warm feeling rose in his heart. Naturally, he knew the purpose of Lu Yun's visit. It was none other than to keep an eye on him and prevent him from offending Elder Dong Lin of the enforcement hall. Apart from that, Lu Yun also wanted to help him meet Gan Ruyen. Soon after, Lu Yun was done with the formalities. He stood next to Duan Lingtian and waited. At the same time, he asked curiously, Junior brother Lingtian, when did you arrive? I've been here for less than 15 minutes. Duan Lingtian replied. It seems like I'm late. Initially, I planned to come earlier so that you'd be the first to see me and be shocked. Lu Yun smiled. I'm just as shocked now. When Duan Lingtian heard Lu Yun's words, a bitter smile appeared on his face. When the other 5 true disciples saw how close Lu Yun and Duan Lingtian were, they looked at Lu Yun enviously and gloatingly. Naturally, they were envious of Lu Yun's close relationship with Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was publicly acknowledged as the 8th prodigy in Zoroastrianism. Apart from mastering 4 high-grade divine abilities, he also possessed a blue innate spiritual root. He was definitely a monstrous genius. As long as such a monstrous genius did not die prematurely, he would at least become a golden flame elder in Zoroastrianism. For this reason, they were envious when they saw how close Lu Yun was to a future golden flame elder. Chapter 2036. One had to admit that Duan Lingtian was quite lucky. The elder in the clan whom Lu Yun had mentioned was not on duty. As soon as Lu Yun spoke, the elder in the clan, a middle-aged man with a cold expression, agreed to bring Duan Lingtian to the prison hall to see Gan Ruyen. Thank you, Elder Lu Yu. Duan Lingtian quickly expressed his gratitude when he saw the middle-aged man had agreed to his request. Earlier, from Lu Yun's introduction, Duan Lingtian learned that the middle-aged man before him was called Lu Yu. Although he looked like a middle-aged man, he was actually from the same generation as Lu Yun's grandfather's grandfather. He was an old man through and through. As the most outstanding young man in the Lu clan, Lu Yun was highly valued and doted on by Lu Yu. For this reason, Lu Yu had agreed to Lu Yun's request to bring Duan Lingtian to the prison hall to see Gan Ruyen. Naturally, it was only limited to meeting Gan Ruyen. On the way here, Lu Yun had repeatedly warned Duan Lingtian not to mention the Saint girl and her daughter in front of Lu Yu. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had tried his best to conceal his excitement, afraid Lu Yu would notice. Little Yuner, I'll bring him to see Gan Ruyen. You can go back and cultivate now. Try to break through to the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage as soon as possible. At that time, you'll be the 9th prodigy of Zoroastrianism. Lu Yu said to Lu Yun solemnly before he brought Duan Lingtian away. Based on his words, It was obvious he had high hopes for Lu Yun. It was as though a senior had high hopes for a junior. "Yes, great-grandfather," Lu Yun replied respectfully. He glanced at Duan Lingtian helplessly before he left obediently. "Duan Lingtian, follow me to the prison hall." Lu Yun looked at Duan Lingtian. When he greeted the Duan Lingtian, his eyes were filled with surprise. He had also heard about the Duan Lingtian's deeds. It was precisely because of this that Lu Yun, the most outstanding person in the younger generation of the Lu clan, was acquainted with such a person. It was difficult for him to distinguish whether it was a blessing or a curse. To be honest, if he did not have this layer of relationship with Lu Yun, it would be impossible for him to help the Duan Lingtian. In fact, he was even afraid that he would be related to the Duan Lingtian. Now that Lu Yun had spoken to his great-grandfather, he naturally had no reason not to help Duan Lingtian. Yes, Duan Lingtian followed behind Lu Yu, who was walking out of the main hall. After leaving the main palace, Lu Yu glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently on the way to the prison hall and said calmly, "Duan Lingtian, I can tell that little Yuner values you as a friend." When Lu Yu reached the end of his sentence, he paused for a moment as though he was hesitating. "Elder Lu Yu, feel free to speak your mind." Duan Lingtian smiled when he heard the hidden meaning in Lu Yu's words. "I hope that you'll keep a distance from little Yuner in the future. In fact, you might even fall out with him in public." Lu Yu said again, "Elder Lu Yu, are you worried that I'll implicate senior brother Lu Yun?" Duan Lingtian was not stupid. Naturally, he could guess the meaning behind Lu Yu's words. "Not only am I worried that you'll implicate little Yuner, but I'm even more worried that you'll implicate the Lu clan." Lu Yu said bluntly, "Forget about Li and whom you've offended in the Four Symbols Sanctums. I'm not afraid of him. With me around, he won't be able to touch the Lu clan. However, the two people you've offended in the Saint Land have backgrounds that even I have to be wary of. The moment you've offended them, you've offended two Golden Flame Elders. If they vent their anger on the Lu clan because of you, even I can only watch helplessly." When Lu Yu reached the end of his sentence, a hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. Lu Yu was currently the strongest powerhouse in the Lu clan. However, even if he was the strongest powerhouse in the Lu clan, he was merely a Silver Flame Elder in the Zoroastrianism. He could not afford to offend a Golden Flame Elder at all. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Duan Lingtian fell silent for a moment. Previously, he had not thought about this at all. However, now that Lu Yu had reminded him, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. If Lu Yun was really implicated because of him, if the clan behind Lu Yun was really implicated because of him, he would never be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. "Elder Lu Yu, thank you for your reminder." After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Yu and said with a serious expression, "You don't have to worry. Within a month, I'll make everyone think that I've fallen out with senior brother Lu Yun and severed ties with him. Duan Lingtian, I'm grateful for your understanding. This shows that you're indeed a worthy friend. Xiao Yuner has a good eye." Lu Yu nodded his head in satisfaction before he continued to say, "However, I know Xiao Yuner very well. I'm afraid he won't be willing to abandon a friend like you." "Don't worry, Elder Lu Yu. I'll convince senior brother Lu Yun," Duan Lingtian said confidently. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Yu immediately felt relieved. Subsequently, they did not speak for the rest of the journey. The prison hall in the enforcement hall was located in the northern area of the main hall. It was also the border of the enforcement hall's area. It was located at the northern side of the Saint Island. When they arrived at the prison hall, Duan Lingtian and Lu Yu were naturally stopped. "Elder Lu Yu." The person who stopped them was a Bronze Flame Elder from the enforcement hall. He was very respectful when he spoke to Lu Yu. "Bring me to Elder Meng Qi and the others," Lu Yu said nonchalantly. "Yes." Following that, under the guidance of the Bronze Flame Elder from the enforcement hall, Duan Lingtian followed Lu Yu to meet the 3 Silver Flame Elders who were currently on duty at the prison hall. The Silver Flame Elders from the enforcement hall knew each other. Coincidentally, the 3 Silver Flame Elders who were currently on duty at the prison hall had a good relationship with Lu Yu. For this reason, The 3 Silver Flame Elders agreed to Lu Yu's request to let Duan Lingtian meet Gan Ru Yen. However, there was a time limit. It had only been 15 minutes since Duan Lingtian met Gan Ru Yen. Although 15 minutes was a short time, Duan Lingtian did not bargain. This was because he knew that he was only able to meet Gan Ru Yen because of Lu Yu. He did not have the right to bargain at all. In that case, I'll have to trouble the 3 of you. Lu Yu cupped his fist and thanked the 3 Silver Flame Elders who were currently on duty at the prison hall. Soon after, Duan Lingtian was led into the prison hall by one of the Silver Flame Elders, Meng Qi. After Duan Lingtian was brought into the prison hall, the other 2 Silver Flame Elders looked at Lu Yu in surprise and asked, Lu Yu, what's your relationship with Duan Lingtian? Why are you willing to help him? That's right. What's your relationship with him? Since Duan Lingtian's portrait had spread throughout the entire Zoroastrianism, the 2 Silver Flame Elders recognized Duan Lingtian the moment they saw him. As for Duan Lingtian's past deeds, they had also heard about it. It's nothing. He just knows one of my juniors, and that junior asked me to help him. Lu Yu smiled faintly. Lu Yu, this Duan Lingtian is a hot potato. You better tell your junior to stay away from him. That's right. He's even offended Dong Lin now. Dong Lin is the lifeblood of our enforcement hall's Vice Hall Master Dong. Now that Duan Lingtian has touched his lifeblood, there's no way he'll let this go so easily. The 2 Silver Flame Elders had a good relationship with Lu Yu. Hence, they immediately reminded Lu Yu. I understand. Lu Yu nodded. If he did not understand, he would not have said those words to Duan Lingtian. However, when he recalled that Duan Lingtian had already promised him, he was relieved. On the other side, Duan Lingtian entered the prison hall under the lead of Silver Flame Elder Meng Qi. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the prison hall, he could feel a cold aura surging toward him. He could not help but shudder. It was as though the environment in the depths of the prison hall was similar to an ice mountain and snow valley. Duan Lingtian, I'm curious, are you related to the dragons? Meng Qi, who had been silent all this while, suddenly asked. Elder Meng Qi, I obtained the 9-clawed divine dragon's inheritance by chance and obtained the ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. I've never met any dragons before. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. With your innate talent and your identity as a 9-clawed dragon warrior, you'll definitely be heavily nurtured if you go to the dragons. Meng Qi's eyes gleamed as he continued to say, although I don't know your relationship with Lu Yu, since he's willing to help you meet Gan Ru Yen, I can tell that you have a good relationship with him, since we've been friends for so many years. I advise you to leave Zoroastrianism as soon as possible. Our enforcement hall's Vice Hall Master Dong is not someone to be trifled with. A hint of dread flashed in Meng Qi's eyes when he mentioned Vice Hall Master Dong. Thank you for your reminder, Elder Meng Qi. Duan Lingtian knew Meng Qi meant well, so he quickly thanked him. However, he did not intend to accept Meng Qi's suggestion. He only had one goal in mind when he came to Zoroastrianism. It was to rescue Kerr and their daughter. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not leave Zoroastrianism before rescuing Kerr and their daughter. Meng Qi seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's waning interest, so he did not say anything else. He continued to remain silent for the rest of the journey. The deeper they went into the prison hall, the more they could feel the cold air coming from within. Elder Meng Qi, is it always so cold in the prison hall? Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something as his expression turned completely serious. He looked at Meng Qi and asked. There was a hint of anxiety in the depths of his eyes. The place of imprisonment inside is much colder than here. Meng Qi replied. Colder than here? Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank. The first thing he thought of was his and Kerr's daughter. With Kerr's cultivation, she might be able to withstand the environment here. But what about their daughter? How old was she? Why would she be imprisoned in such an environment? Chapter 2037. Although Duan Lingtian had yet to see his daughter, it did not change the fact that blood was thicker than water between them. When Duan Lingtian thought about how his daughter was being tortured in the prison hall, he felt extremely sad. I'm useless. It's all my fault. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with self-reproach. He was thinking about how he would make it up to his daughter after he rescued her, so that he could make up for what he owed her. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. Elder Meng Qi, ever since we entered the prison hall, I haven't seen anyone guarding it. Aren't you worried that someone might kidnap the prisoners? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Meng Qi with a gleam in his eyes. Ever since Duan Lingtian entered the prison hall, he did not see a third living person other than himself and Meng Qi. No, let alone a living person, he did not even see a dead person. He wanted to see if there were any loopholes in the prison hall that would allow him to rescue Kerr and their daughter as soon as possible. He did not want Kerr and their daughter to stay here for even a second longer. Kidnap prisoners? Meng Qi could not help but laugh when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian, you've really underestimated the prison hall of the enforcement hall. The prison hall has been in existence ever since Zoroastrianism moved to the upper province from the lower province. The prison hall is filled with formations that are filled with killing intent. Those below the Saint Celestial stage who are unfamiliar with these formations will definitely die if they trespass. Even those below the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage would be severely injured if they don't die. Even those at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage would be in a wretched state if they were to trigger the formations. Unless someone at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage or above breaks into the prison hall to rescue the prisoners, they won't be able to take the prisoners away. Meng Qi's words also revealed how terrifying the prison hall was. There were killing formations everywhere in the prison hall. Once triggered, even those at the peak of the quintessential saint stage would definitely die. I see. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he couldn't help but inwardly inhale a breath of cold air. At the same time, he dispelled the idea of trespassing into the prison hall and taking away Kerr and her daughter. One had to know. Even with the help of the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would have to exhaust all of his Sun Saint energy that had been raised by the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, before he could kill a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. The most powerful attack he could cast with the Jasper Celestial Sword was only comparable to the attack of a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if he could withstand the first wave of attacks from the killing array and not die, when the second wave arrived, he would still die without a doubt. Duan Lingtian was well aware of his current strength. Strength, the current me is still too weak. My current cultivation speed is still too slow. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, if I can devour other people's innate spiritual roots and upgrade my innate spiritual root to a violet one, my cultivation speed will increase exponentially. Even if you encounter a bottleneck, you can forcefully break through it in a very short time. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he thought of this. It seems like it's time for me to leave Zoroastrianism and upgrade my innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian knew very well. In Zoroastrianism, due to the sex rules, it would be difficult for him to kill someone and take their innate spiritual root even if he had a conflict with them. After all, not everyone was willing to enter the Palace of Death and sign a death pact with him. For example, Wen Yen, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. Although Wen Yen wanted to tear him into pieces, she did not dare to enter the Palace of Death with him. Naturally, even if he entered the Palace of Death, it would not be convenient for him to devour the innate spiritual roots of those he killed, since the overseer of the Palace of Death would be watching him. The overseer of the Palace of Death was the first Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism. His eyesight was extremely good. Even if Duan Lingtian cast his 10,000 swords territory, he would not be able to block the overseer's sight. At that time, the overseer would most likely be able to see through his method of devouring innate spiritual roots. Duan Lingtian's method of devouring innate spiritual roots was completely dependent on his divine power, the elementary devouring skill. However, who could guarantee that once this matter was exposed, Zoroastrianism would not imprison him and force him to share the elementary devouring skill with him? Duan Lingtian would only be able to share a divine power after he had comprehended it to the highest level. However, Zoroastrianism could imprison him now and force him to share the divine power after he had comprehended the elementary devouring skill to the highest level. Imprison him was the best way to keep him here. Therefore, Duan Lingtian did not dare to take the risk. If he was imprisoned by Zoroastrianism like a lab rat, he would not be able to save Kerr and her daughter. He would not even be able to save himself. Don't be fooled by the fact that we did not trigger any killing formations along the way. That's because I'm familiar with the killing formations here. I know where to go without triggering any killing formations. You should have noticed that I've been taking detours along the way, Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian nodded. Of course, he had noticed this. Moreover, he had also memorized the route Duan Lingtian took. However, the killing formations here change every once in a while. That's because the formation changes itself. Therefore, it might not be the same the next time we come here, Meng Qi said. He continued to explain. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian was still guessing that the killing formations in the prison hall might change. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, his guess was confirmed. Duan Lingtian realized that the route he had memorized would not be useful in the future. Therefore, he decided not to think about it anymore. It seems like I have to find an opportunity to leave Zoroastrianism without alarming the two of them. If I continue to stay in Zoroastrianism, it will be difficult for me to improve my innate spiritual roots. Duan Lingtian quickly made up his mind. He would leave Zoroastrianism. He would go out and improve his innate spiritual roots. The two people he was referring to were naturally the first Silver Flame Elder Lien from the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums, and Vice Hall Master Dong from the Law Enforcement Hall, who was also Dong Lin's father. If he left and was targeted by the two of them, he would be killed as soon as he left Zoroastrianism. I'll leave Zoroastrianism after serving in the Law Enforcement Hall for a month. However, before that, I have to think of a way to get out safely. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If he wanted to leave Zoroastrianism, he had to come up with a foolproof plan. Otherwise, he would die if he was not careful. If he died, Kerr and her mother would no longer have any hope. If that was the case, he would not be satisfied even if he died. The prison where Gan Ruyen is being held is just ahead. I'll wait for you at the entrance. You only have 15 minutes. Suddenly, Meng Qi's voice sounded. He told Duan Lingtian that they were about to arrive at their destination. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Were Kerr and her mother imprisoned together with Gan Ruyen? This was what he was most concerned about. If they were not imprisoned together, he would only be able to see Gan Ruyen. However, if they were imprisoned together, he would be able to reunite with Kerr and her mother. Soon, Duan Lingtian arrived in front of a stone chamber under Meng Qi's lead. This is where Gan Ruyen is being held. I'll open the door now and you can enter. Remember, you only have 15 minutes. Meng Qi reminded Duan Lingtian again as he looked at him. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, Duan Lingtian saw Meng Qi raising his hands and making complicated hand signs. As Meng Qi's hands moved, the air in the void seemed to be under his control. All of a sudden, bang! Meng Qi struck out a palm in the air. This palm strike did not contain any saint vital energy. It was just a palm strike. However, Duan Lingtian saw it clearly. As Meng Qi struck out with his palm, the air in the void seemed to be squeezed together and then hit the door of the stone chamber. Immediately, the outer layer of the stone room's door also emitted circles of ripples. In the end, the ripples spread out to the extreme, and a huge opening appeared, revealing the door of the stone room completely. A formation? Duan Lingtian immediately realized that there was a formation outside the stone chamber. Meng Qi's action just now was to open the formation. After the formation was opened, Meng Qi easily pushed open the stone door and looked at Duan Lingtian. Go in. Duan Lingtian nodded and stepped into the stone chamber. Boom! Just as Duan Lingtian entered the stone chamber and before he could see what was inside, there was a loud bang behind him. The stone door was closed again by Meng Qi. He's really careful. Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly and began to look at the stone chamber in front of him as well. The stone chamber was not very spacious. It was about the size of 2 rooms in the mansion he was living in now. The interior was very simple. Other than a stone table and a few stone stools around it, there was only a stone bed. Now, there was a woman sitting cross-legged on the stone bed. After he entered, the woman opened her eyes. Her eyes flashed as she stared at him. Kerr! Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the woman's face. He was stunned for a moment. However, when he met the woman's gaze, Duan Lingtian's face changed drastically. This was because he saw it. The woman in front of him who looked exactly like Kerr was not Kerr, but Gan Ruyen. This woman was the only one imprisoned in this stone chamber. Who are you? Why are you here? Just as Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically, Gan Ruyen left the stone bed vigilantly and stared sharply at Duan Lingtian. She asked in a questioning tone, "You're still the same as before. You haven't changed at all." After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian said flatly, Chapter 2038. You're still the same as before. You haven't changed at all. Duan Lingtian's words were like the first words spoken to an old friend after a long separation. Duan Lingtian said this because the Gan Ruyen before him was just like the Qi Mei from before. She was domineering and unapproachable. Who are you? Do you know me? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gan Ruyen could not help but frown slightly. At the same time, she studied Duan Lingtian carefully. However, she realized she had never seen this young man before. Qi Mei, it's been a long time. Duan Lingtian spoke again. He mentioned the alias Gan Ruyen used when she was in the WCI subterranean. It was also the alias Gan Ruyen used when she was an assassin in the Mountain Shade Black Market. Qi Mei. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's nickname, Gan Ruyen's eyes widened in shock. At the same time, Gan Ruyen began to recall the days she spent in the WCI subterranean a few years ago. She tried to recall who knew her identity. However, no matter how hard she thought about it, it seemed like the only people who knew Qi Mei was Gan Ruyen was her sister and those who were related to her sister in the lower province. Naturally, those people in the lower province did not know Qi Mei was Gan Ruyen. As for the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, including the people from the Zoroastrianism and her family, the Gan clan, none of them knew her alias Qi Mei when she was in the WCI subterranean. Even her master, Guardian Qinghua from the Zoroastrianism, did not know her alias when she was in the WCI subterranean. Who are you? Gan Ruyen couldn't think of anyone else who knew that she was Qi Mei. She couldn't help but become vigilant. She stared at Duan Lingtian with a serious gaze, as if she was facing a great enemy. Who am I? When he heard Gan Ruyen's words, the indifference on Duan Lingtian's face disappeared without a trace. He then sneered, I was separated from my family because of you. Gan Ruyen, it's only been a few years. Have you already forgotten about me? Did you get the wrong person? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gan Ruyen was stunned for a moment before asking with a frown. Wrong person? How can you, Gan Ruyen, say something like that? The sneer on Duan Lingtian's face deepened. As Duan Lingtian's sneer deepened, his face that Gan Ruyen could not see through began to distort. His originally handsome face was no longer there. It was replaced by another handsome face. This face had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, a high nose, and perfect lips. His perfect facial features gave people a very comfortable feeling, and people couldn't help but praise him in their hearts. What a handsome young man. It's you. If Gan Ruyen did not recognize the young man's face earlier, Gan Ruyen would never forget this face for the rest of her life. This was because this man was the man she hated the most. If it was not for this man, her sister would not have violated the rules of Zoroastrianism and faced a life and death crisis. At that time, when her sister was taken away by the enforcement hall, she even regretted not killing this man who had harmed her sister. At this moment, Gan Ruyen felt as though she had seen a ghost when she saw this man again in this place. Why is he here? How did he get in? Is this really the prison hall where the Zoroastrianism enforcement hall is heavily guarded? At this moment, Gan Ruyan's heart was filled with questions. What? You can recognize me now? Duan Lingtian could not help but sneer when he saw the shock on Gan Ruyan's face when she saw his face. How did you get in? At the same time, Gan Ruyan tried her best to calm down. After a while, she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice, I have my own way of getting in. The sneer on Duan Lingtian's face gradually disappeared as he replied indifferently. Do you know that I can't wait to kill you? Are you seeking your own death by coming here? Gan Ruyan said in a deep voice. You can't wait to kill me? Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh when he heard Gan Ruyan's words. His eyes turned cold as he said coldly, Gan Ruyan, I should be the one saying this to you, right? Don't tell me that until now, you still think that bringing Ku-er back was the right choice? If you didn't bring her back, would she have fallen into such a dangerous situation? You should be glad you didn't hand Kerr over to the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. Otherwise, you'd have died. Duan Lingtian's tone turned colder when he reached the end of his sentence. It was as though he had fallen into an ice cave. I'd have died? Gan Ruyan was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She could not help but laugh disdainfully. You? She, Gan Ruyan, was ranked 7th on the true ranking of Zoroastrianism. She was one of the 7 great prodigies of Zoroastrianism. She had already entered the Supreme Saint ranking at such a young age. In fact, only the strongest 1,000 people in the Tao Martial Saint Land were qualified to enter the Supreme Saint ranking. Today, the young man whom she had regarded as an ant a few years ago had appeared before her. Although she did not know how he came to be here, she still found it ridiculous. How could his strength have improved so much in just a few years? That's right. Me. Duan Lingtian replied decisively in the face of Gan Ruyan's disdain. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the Sun Saint energy that he had been accumulating in his body surged out. He instantly cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings to strengthen the Sun Saint energy in his body. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. Crack! Before Gan Ruyan could react, the long hairpin on Gan Ruyan's head broke. Crash! After Gan Ruyan's hairpin broke, her long black hair fell to the ground. She cut a sorry figure. What do you think now? Before Gan Ruyan could see the traces of the Jasper Celestial Sword, Duan Lingtian, who had put the Jasper Celestial Sword away, glanced at Gan Ruyan coldly and asked indifferently. Currently, Duan Lingtian had lost most of his Sun Saint energy. He was powerless. If Gan Ruyan made a move on him now, he would not be able to resist at all. Naturally, since Duan Lingtian dared to expend so much Sun Saint energy, he was certain Gan Ruyan would not make a move on him. After all, if he really wanted to kill Gan Ruyan, it would be very easy for him to do so. He believed that Gan Ruyan could sense it as well. Naturally, Gan Ruyan could sense it as well. How is this possible? Almost at the moment when Duan Lingtian broke Gan Ruyan's hairpin, Gan Ruyan's heart was filled with endless fear. She felt that she was so close to death at that moment. If the target of his sword was not her hairpin but a vital part of her body, she would definitely die. How can he be so strong? Gan Ruyan secretly gasped. When she looked at Duan Lingtian again, she could not help but feel shocked. She felt that the young man in front of her was completely different from the Duan Lingtian she had met before. That Duan Lingtian was so weak that he could not even withstand a single blow from her. She could even suppress him with just a flick of her finger. However, the Duan Lingtian in front of her was far stronger than her. From the beginning until the end, she did not see any trace of the sword at all. Even when she sparred with the true disciple who was ranked first on the true ranking of Zoroastrianism, she did not feel such despair and suffocation from the beginning until the end. At that moment, she even felt that her life was out of her control. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Who are you? It was precisely because of this that Gan Ruyan questioned Duan Lingtian's identity again. This was because she did not dare to associate this young man who could kill her with a single sword strike with the man who had harmed her sister. What? Do you think it's impossible for me to possess strength that far surpasses yours in just a few years? Duan Lingtian sneered. It was not difficult for him to guess Gan Ruyan's thoughts at this moment. In fact, let alone Gan Ruyan, even he felt like he was dreaming. Back then, Gan Ruyan had appeared as Chi Mei and forcefully took Ke away. At that time, Gan Ruyan's strength suffocated him. He could only watch as she took Ke away. He would never forget that scene. At that moment, he felt extremely powerless when he faced Gan Ruyan. After so many years, when he saw Gan Ruyan again, he could even kill Gan Ruyan with just a single sword strike with the Jasper Celestial Sword. This feeling made him feel proud, but at the same time he felt unrealistic. The difference was too great. It was precisely because of this that he could understand Gan Ruyan's feelings at this moment. A person whom she regarded as an ant a few years ago had the strength to kill her with just a single sword strike. As long as she was a normal person, she would not be able to accept this. It's impossible for you to be him, let alone a few years. Even if he's given a few decades or a few centuries, he might not necessarily have your strength. Tell me, who are you? What does this have to do with him? Why are you impersonating him? Are you trying to stand up for him and humiliate me? Gan Ruyan's expression turned even more unsightly. However, she still could not believe the Duan Lingtian in front of her was the Duan Lingtian she had come into contact with in the past. It doesn't matter to me whether you believe me or not. The reason I'm here today is not because I want to see you, but because I want to see Ku and our daughter, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. At the same time, he bluntly revealed his purpose of entering the prison hall. He wanted to see Ke and their daughter. Gan Ruyan frowned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She asked hesitantly, "What's wrong?" Chapter 2039. It's the truth. Duan Lingtian replied coldly and decisively in the face of Gan Ruyan's repeated questions. His cold voice resonated in the air. At the same time, it seemed as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped a few degrees. Gan Ruyan still found it hard to believe when she heard Duan Lingtian's resolute reply. However, she found a sense of déjà vu in the young man's eyes. Previously, when she brought her sister away from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the gaze of the young man who had blocked her way was no different from the gaze of the young man in front of her. In her mind, the two of them overlapped. It did not seem out of place at all. How's it possible that you're so strong? Gan Ruyan gasped. Although she still found it hard to believe, she knew she had no choice but to believe it even if she did not want to. This was because Duan Lingtian was standing in front of her. Moreover, his strength had already surpassed hers. You don't have to worry about how I'm so strong. I've already said that I'm here to see Ke and her daughter, not you. Where are they now? Duan Lingtian asked in a timely manner. Since you're not here to see me, why don't you just go and see them? Gan Ruyan asked. At this moment, even Gan Ruyan did not notice that when she spoke to Duan Lingtian again, her tone had softened a little. She was no longer as domineering as before. It was as though she was awed by the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed. Perhaps, she was touched by the fact that Duan Lingtian had come all the way to the Zoroastrianism to look for her sister. However, one thing was certain. Gan Ruyan, who originally hated Duan Lingtian to the core, suddenly had a thought that Duan Lingtian was indeed worthy of her sister. In fact, in the past, she only thought Duan Lingtian was a toad. She did not think Duan Lingtian was worthy of her sister at all. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, her attitude had unknowingly changed. Even she did not notice the change. Do you think the enforcement hall's elder will let me see Ke and her daughter if I say so? Duan Lingtian sneered. Upon hearing this, Gan Ruyan finally understood. Her sister was different from her. Her sister had committed a taboo in the Zoroastrianism. She was a very sensitive person in the Zoroastrianism. Let alone Duan Lingtian, even the Golden Flame elders in the Zoroastrianism might not be able to see her sister even if they wanted to. From the beginning, They weren't locked up with me. Gan Ruyen sighed and said, when I brought Yu Yen back, I hid her in my mansion until she gave birth to your daughter. Gan Ruyen paused for a moment when she reached the end of her sentence. Yu Yen. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he realized the Yu Yen Gan Ruyen mentioned was Ker's other name. Yu Yen named your daughter Duan Siling, Duan Siling said. Gan Ruyen said as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Siling. It was Gan Ruyen's words that caught Duan Lingtian off guard. His heart skipped a beat as though something had touched him. Duan Yentian was the name little Fayer had given to their son. Duan Siling was the name Ker had given to their daughter. Although the names were different, they had the same meaning. She missed him. Duan Lingtian. Since you're able to find your way here, it means that you've heard about what happened after that. I've kept Yu Yan's matter a secret from almost everyone. However, in the end, Wen Yen discovered some clues and reported me to the enforcement hall. Gan Ruyan's eyes flashed coldly when she mentioned Wen Yen. If it were not for Wen Yen, her sister would not have been locked up by the enforcement hall. Due to Wen Yan's report, Yu Yen and our daughter were taken away by the enforcement hall. As for me, I went to look for my master, Guardian Qinghua, one of the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism. Initially, I wanted to ask for Master's help, but Master said I was foolish and told me to go to the enforcement hall. Gan Ruyen sighed when she reached the end of her sentence. I know Master is doing this for my own good. When Lord Sect Leader comes out of his closed-door cultivation in the future and finds out about this matter, he might let me off for his sake. However, Master said there's nothing he can do about Yu Yen. He can only leave it to Lord Sect Leader to make a decision. Gan Ruyan's expression turned solemn. A hint of worry could be seen in her eyes when she reached the end of her sentence. Make a decision? What's there to make a decision about? Duan Lingtian sneered when he heard Gan Ruyan's words. Put aside the fact that Ker didn't want to end up in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, what does her life have to do with Zoroastrianism? She fell in love with me and had children with me. What does that have to do with Zoroastrianism? What right does Zoroastrianism have to decide her life? What right does it have to decide her life and death? Duan Lingtian's cold voice trembled slightly when he reached the end of his sentence. It was obvious he was furious. It was as though the anger he had been suppressing in his heart all this time had exploded all at once. I know you're unwilling to accept this, but do you think I'm willing to accept this as well? Gan Ruyen smiled wryly. Didn't you ask me if I still think bringing Yu Yen back to Zoroastrianism was the right choice? Let me tell you, I still think it was the right choice. This was because as long as Yu Yen was in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the people sent by Zoroastrianism would be able to find her sooner or later. However, I didn't expect that even after I found her, brought her back, and hid her away, she was still found out in the end. When Gan Ruyen reached the end of her sentence, the killing intent in her eyes shone again. Her killing intent was clearly directed at Wen Yen as well. After venting his anger, Duan Lingtian calmed down a lot. Based on Gan Ruyen's words, he could sense that Gan Ruyen was genuinely concerned about Ker. Perhaps the way she was concerned was not what he wanted, but she had good intentions. I really don't know what you're thinking. You actually brought Ker back to Zoroastrianism and walked right into the trap. Couldn't you have found a place for her to stay outside? However, Duan Lingtian could not help but mock Gan Ruyen for her foolish act of bringing Ker back to Zoroastrianism. Find a place for her to stay outside? Do you think I'll be at ease? Gan Ruyen said in a deep voice. She's my biological sister, my long-lost biological sister. Even if I can't see her for half a day, I'll still be worried about her safety. Moreover, in my opinion, the most dangerous place is also the safest place. However, no matter how I thought about it, I didn't expect Wen Yen to be hiding in the dark and watching me. She even discovered Yu Yen, who I brought back. When Gan Ruyen mentioned Wen Yen again, the killing intent in her eyes became even more intense. Duan Lingtian no longer blamed her when he sensed Gan Ruyen's genuine sorrow. Instead, he changed the topic and asked, "Do you know where Ker and our daughter are being held?" "I don't know. Gan Ru Yen shook her head. The prison hall is huge, and there are many stone cells. Yu Yen and our daughter should be in one of the stone cells. Don't worry, before the sect leader of Zoroastrianism comes out of his closed-door cultivation, the enforcement hall won't touch her at all. However, if the sect leader comes out of his closed-door cultivation, I'm afraid Yu Yen and our daughter would. When Gan Ru Yen reached this part of her sentence, a hint of regret and pity could be seen in her eyes. If I had a choice, I'd rather not bring her out of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, even though I think it was a wrong decision. However, if I did that, even if she was brought back by the Zoroastrianism, at least the mother and daughter would be able to spend more time with you. Right now, it's not certain if the mother and daughter would be able to reunite with you or not. Tears rolled down Gan Ru Yan's cheeks. Based on her words, it was as though she did not think her sister would survive. We'll definitely be able to reunite, Duan Lingtian said resolutely. I'll definitely rescue Kerr and our daughter before the sect leader of Zoroastrianism comes out of his closed-door cultivation. If something happens to Kerr and their daughter because of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, in the future, not only will I tear him into pieces, but I'll also destroy the foundation of Zoroastrianism with my own hands. I'll make Zoroastrianism disappear from the Dao Martial Saint Land forever and become a part of the Dao Martial Saint Land's history. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his tone was extremely cold, as though it came from an ice cave. It sent chills down one's spine when they heard it. If it was before, Gan Ru Yen would think Duan Lingtian had overestimated himself when Duan Lingtian said this. However, after witnessing the transformation of Duan Lingtian's strength in just a few years, she no longer doubted Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian had the potential. Perhaps, once your innate talent is exposed, even the sect leader won't dare to make a move on Yu Yen. However, the prerequisite is that you must show the potential that the entire Zoroastrianism is afraid of. Gan Ru Yen said excitedly when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Naturally, the prerequisite is that you can't continue to stay in Zoroastrianism and prevent the Zoroastrianism from finding you. Otherwise, the sect leader won't have anything to fear as long as you're killed in the cradle. Gan Ru Yen finished her sentence in one breath. Gan Ru Yan's words reminded Duan Lingtian that he was even more determined to show his potential in Zoroastrianism. It seems like I should leave Zoroastrianism as soon as I leave the enforcement hall. As long as I return after raising my innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root, I'll definitely shock the entire Zoroastrianism and the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he made up his mind. Chapter 2040. After making up his mind, Duan Lingtian wished he could give himself a pair of wings and leave the Zoroastrianism to improve his innate spiritual root. As long as his innate spiritual root transformed into a violet innate spiritual root, he would be able to return in glory and shock the entire Zoroastrianism and the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He would become a rare peerless genius with a violet innate spiritual root in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At that time, all he had to do was spread the word that if the Zoroastrianism dared to touch Kerr and their daughter, he would definitely erase the Zoroastrianism from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He believed the Zoroastrianism would not dare to touch Kerr and their daughter as long as they could not get rid of him because of his potential. Thank you for the reminder. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian thanked Gan Ru Yen. At the same time, the remaining trace of hatred he had for Gan Ru Yen disappeared. No matter what, the woman in front of her was still Ku Er's biological sister. She was Ku Er's family. If he continued to argue with her, Kerr would be the one who would be hurt. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to let go of the hatred he had for Gan Ru Yen. Moreover, he was certain Gan Ru Yen did not intend to harm Kerr at all. You don't have to thank me. Gan Ru Yen shook her head. Then, she said solemnly, actually, you and I share the same reason. We both want Yu Yen and our daughter to be safe and sound. Don't forget, Yu Yen is my twin sister. She's also Gan Ru Yan's only sister. I, Gan Ru Yen, would rather sacrifice my life than let anything happen to Yu Yen. Gan Ru Yan's tone was resolute and decisive when she spoke. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Based on Gan Ruyan's tone, he could tell Gan Ruyan was speaking from the bottom of her heart. After a moment of silence, Duan Lingtian looked at Gan Ruyan and said, "There's something I find strange. Why was Kerr the only one chosen to be the saint girl of the Zoroastrianism? Why didn't the Zoroastrianism choose you to be the saint girl? Could it be that the rumor Kerr's it's true that she possesses a violet innate spiritual root?" Duan Lingtian's words answered the questions in his heart. Indeed, her innate spiritual root is a violet innate spiritual root. However, that's not the main reason she was chosen to be the saint girl of the Zoroastrianism. Gan Ruyan said solemnly when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Not the main reason. Duan Lingtian was stunned. When he saw Gan Ruyan's expression turning solemn, his expression turned solemn as well. What's the main reason? The main reason is that I've only heard my master mention it by chance. I think he said Yu Yen is the reincarnation of a goddess. Gan Ruyan's expression turned even more solemn when she spoke. The reincarnation of a goddess. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Gan Ruyan's words. If it was in the past, he might have thought it was ridiculous when he heard this. However, he was also a person who had been reincarnated. However, he was the reincarnation of the Earth Soldier elite, not the reincarnation of a goddess or a god. Therefore, when he heard Gan Ruyan's words, he did not think it was impossible. Instead, he was shocked. Kerr is the reincarnation of a goddess? Duan Lingtian did not know what to say at this moment. However, he quickly looked at Gan Ruyan and asked, "Are you sure you didn't hear wrongly? Your master, the guardian of the Zoroastrianism, said Kerr is the reincarnation of a goddess?" "That's what master said. However, I'm afraid only the sect leader knows the details," Gan Ruyan said. "It doesn't matter if Kerr is the reincarnation of a goddess or not. She's still my woman." A bright light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes, and his tone was resolute and decisive as he said, "I'll protect my woman. If the Zoroastrianism dares to lay a finger on her, I'll annihilate the Zoroastrianism in the future and make the Zoroastrianism history of the Tao Martial Saint land forever." After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at Gan Ruyan and said, "I only have 15 minutes to see you. Now that the 15 minutes are almost up, it's time for me to leave. If the enforcement hall's elders come and ask you why I'm looking for you, you'll have to come up with an excuse." "There's no need for me to answer." Gan Ruyan did not mind Duan Lingtian's words at all. She said there was no need for her to answer. Who was she? Apart from being a true disciple who was ranked 7th on the true ranking, the most outstanding female disciple among the younger generation of Zoroastrianism, and one of the 7 prodigies of Zoroastrianism, she was also the direct disciple of Qinghua, one of the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism. A mere silver flame elder from the enforcement hall's prison hall did not have the right to make her explain anything. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Gan Ruyan's domineering words. He smiled wryly and said, "I've forgotten that your master is Guardian Qinghua, one of the 3 great guardians. Take care of yourself. It's time for me to leave as well." After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian turned around and left. Dong! Dong! After knocking on the stone door twice, the stone door was opened by the silver flame elder, Meng Qi, who was guarding outside. After Duan Lingtian left, Meng Qi closed the stone door and reactivated the formation that enveloped the stone room. "Let's go." After everything was done, Meng Qi called out to Duan Lingtian and brought Duan Lingtian out of the prison hall again. After leaving the prison hall, Duan Lingtian met up with Lu Yu, who was waiting outside. After Lu Yu greeted Meng Qi and the other silver flame elders from the prison hall, he brought Duan Lingtian out of the prison hall and headed to the main palace of the enforcement hall. "Thank you, Elder Lu Yu." Duan Lingtian did not forget to thank Lu Yu along the way. "If you want to thank someone, you should thank little Yun. However, I hope you won't forget the promise you made to me earlier," Lu Yu said indifferently at first, but after that, he changed the topic and his tone became somewhat serious. "Don't worry, Elder Lu Yu. Duan Lingtian will never go back on my words," Duan Lingtian said confidently. Naturally, he knew what the promise Lu Yu mentioned was. It was nothing more than a reminder for him to sever all ties with Lu Yun in front of others, so that he would not implicate Lu Yun and the Lu clan behind Lu Yun because of his matter. He had already promised Lu Yu this, so he would not go back on his words. Moreover, he was being responsible to Lu Yun by doing this. Otherwise, if something happened to Lu Yun and the Lu clan because of him, he would never be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. In order to take precautions, he decided that after persuading Lu Yun, he would fall out with Lu Yun and even cut ties with him. As long as the news of him severing ties with Lu Yun spread to the entire saint land of Zoroastrianism, those who targeted him would no longer target Lu Yun because of him. After Duan Lingtian left, Meng Qi returned to the prison hall. Then, he opened the stone chamber where Gan Ruyen was imprisoned and entered it. As soon as he entered, Meng Qi forced a bright smile on his face. He looked at Gan Ruyen and asked, "Miss Ruyen, have you been comfortable here recently?" "Comfortable?" Upon hearing Meng Qi's words, Gan Ruyen smiled coldly. "Why don't we switch places and see if you're comfortable here?" Upon hearing this, Meng Qi could not help but smile awkwardly. "Miss Ruyen." Then, as though he recalled something, Meng Qi asked solemnly, "May I ask, what's the relationship between you and Duan Lingtian who came to look for you, Miss Ruyen?" He didn't hesitate to use his connections to enter the prison hall just to see you. Moreover, most importantly, he's a new disciple of Zoroastrianism. He only joined Zoroastrianism after you came to the prison hall, senior sister Ruyen. Meng Qi did not hesitate to ask about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Gan Ruyen. He had a feeling that the two of them knew each other. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not have used his connections to enter the prison hall just to see Gan Ruyen. "Why do you care about my relationship with him?" Gan Ruyen could not help but smile coldly when she heard Meng Qi's question. She had no intention of answering Meng Qi's question. A hint of displeasure flashed in the depths of Meng Qi's eyes when he saw Gan Ruyen's rudeness. However, he did not dare to show it. He forced a smile and said, "Miss Ruyen, I'm just asking. I don't have any other intentions." "It seems like he's your friend, Miss Ruyen. No wonder he would humiliate Wen Yen like that last time. So it turns out that it was because Wen Yen reported the matter of you, young Miss Ruyen. To think that we were bewildered earlier and wondered why a new disciple like him would humiliate Wen Yen for no reason and not others." Meng Qi could not help but sigh as he spoke. When Duan Lingtian mentioned that he was looking for Gan Ruyen, Meng Qi and the other two Silver Flame Elders from the prison hall immediately thought of Wen Yen, who was humiliated by Duan Lingtian. In the past, they thought Duan Lingtian was humiliating Wen Yen without any reason. But now they didn't think so. This was because Duan Lingtian knew Gan Ruyen. Moreover, he seemed to be very close to Gan Ruyen. Otherwise, he would not have gone to the trouble of coming to the enforcement hall just to see Gan Ruyen. Moreover, although the salary that the enforcement hall gives to the true disciples on duty is quite high, to a true disciple like him who possesses 1 million contribution points, it's like a drop in the ocean. Meng Qi continued to say, "It seems like the reason he came to the enforcement hall is to see you, Miss Ruyen. 1 million contribution points?" Gan Ruyen was stunned when she heard Meng Qi's words. "What 1 million contribution points? Did you just say he has 1 million contribution points?" Gan Ruyen was shocked. Duan Lingtian had 1 million contribution points? After all, she had only accumulated about 200,000 contribution points after practicing Zoroastrianism for so many years. Chapter 2041. Yes. Please search for the most complete information. Yes. Meng Qi did not dare to slack off when he heard Gan Ruyen's question. He quickly nodded in response. He hasn't been in the Zoroastrianism for long, right? How did he get so many contribution points? Gan Ruyen asked in confusion. She was shocked. When Meng Qi heard Gan Ruyen's question, he replied again. Although he has only been in the Zoroastrianism for less than a year, almost everything that has happened in the sect has something to do with him. Meng Qi paused for a moment before he continued. As for the 1 million contribution points, He earned them in the Hall of Life and Death when he first came to the Saint Land from the Four Symbol Sanctums. Everything that has happened in the sect has something to do with him. Gan Ruyen was stunned when she heard the first part of Meng Qi's sentence. Gan Ruyen was puzzled when she heard the second part of Meng Qi's sentence. Hall of Life and Death? Since when can one earn so many contribution points in the Hall of Life and Death? Why haven't I heard of such a good thing before? This matter started when he first came to the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the four symbol sanctums of the Zoroastrianism. Meng Qi told Gan Ruyen about how Duan Lingtian had killed Yang Wu, the second son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder, as soon as he arrived at the Zoroastrianism. He also mentioned that the eldest son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder was the Zoroastrianism's true disciple, Yang Wen. There were more than 170 true disciples in total. Gan Ruyen had some impression of Yang Wen. However, although Yang Wen was also a true disciple like her, his strength was not enough to be listed on the true ranking. Therefore, she did not pay much attention to Yang Wen. Naturally, she did not pay much attention to a true disciple like Yang Wen. That Yang Wen is actually the eldest son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder? When Gan Ruyen found out that Yang Wen was the eldest son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, she was a little surprised as well. She did not expect Yang Wen to be so secretive. Nobody had ever mentioned that he had such an identity before. Of course, even if Yang Wen was the son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder, Gan Ruyen did not take it to heart. In terms of strength, Yang Wen was far inferior to her. In terms of background, Yang Wen couldn't even compare to her. It's precisely because Duan Lingtian killed Yang Wu that Yang Wen went to look for trouble with him as soon as he arrived at the Saint Land. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, challenged Yang Wen to a death duel as soon as he opened his mouth. In the end, the two of them went to the Hall of Life and Death and signed the life and death contract. When Meng Qi said this, he couldn't help but sigh. From the beginning, Yang Wen and the other Saint Land's disciples thought Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying things. However, reality gave them a resounding slap in the face. Yang Wen was killed by Duan Lingtian. Gan Ruyen was not surprised to hear that Yang Wen was killed by Duan Lingtian. She had just witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. Even she was far from being a match for him, let alone Yang Wen, who was even weaker than her. As Meng Qi continued to explain in detail, Gan Ruyen also learned how Duan Lingtian obtained the 1 million contribution points. As it turned out, he had won the contribution points by betting on her victory in the Hall of Life and Death. The bow he took out is also not an ordinary item. Otherwise, Elder Nie Zue wouldn't have given him 200,000 contribution points as collateral. Gan Ruyen thought to herself. Nie Zue was from the same lineage as her and her master, Qinghua, and Nie Zue. In terms of seniority, Nie Zue, the custodian of the Hall of Life and Death, could be considered as her senior brother. For this reason, she knew Nie Zue very well. She knew that Nie Zue was a person who would not do anything without benefits. After learning about the origin of the 1 million contribution points in Duan Lingtian's hands, Gan Ruyen looked at Meng Qi and continued to ask, "You said earlier that he had something to do with all the commotion in the sect in the past year? What commotion? Tell me about it." Gan Ruyen asked further. Gan Ruyen was also curious about the commotion caused by Duan Lingtian. In the face of Gan Ruyen's repeated questions, Meng Qi patiently answered her and told her everything related to Duan Lingtian. Gan Ruyen's expression was very interesting as she listened to Meng Qi's narration. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would cause so many commotion in Zoroastrianism in less than a year. As soon as he entered the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the four symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism, he offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lien. Then, he killed someone in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, another one of the four symbol sanctums. Due to his blue innate spiritual root, he was pardoned by the Enforcement Hall. Wait a minute, blue innate spiritual root? Are you saying his innate spiritual root is a blue innate spiritual root? When Meng Qi mentioned the grade of Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root, Gan Ruyen immediately interrupted him with a shocked expression on her face. "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" "No. Meng Qi shook his head. Meng Qi shook his head. His innate spiritual root should be a blue spiritual root. Why? Don't tell me you think his innate spiritual root is only a yellow innate spiritual root? Yellow innate spiritual root? Gan Ruyen completely ignored the second half of Meng Qi's words. How could a person who was only 1 or 2 years older than her possess an innate spiritual root that was much stronger than her and had improved so quickly in just a few years? How could such a person possess a yellow innate spiritual root? In fact, Gan Ruyen did not think Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Based on Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed, his innate spiritual root should be at least an indigo innate spiritual root. It might even be a violet innate spiritual root. After all, she knew Duan Lingtian's strength very well a few years ago. Are you saying his innate spiritual root should be a blue innate spiritual root? Why did you add the word should? Gan Ruyen asked. Currently, there's a rumor in the sect that he knows how to conceal his innate spiritual root. If he's concealing his blue innate spiritual root, then his innate spiritual root might be an indigo innate spiritual root or higher, Meng Qi said. Then he added, of course, that's not realistic. Unrealistic? Gan Ruyen did not comment on Meng Qi's words. She was certain Duan Lingtian possessed an indigo or violet innate spiritual root. Gan Ruyen only began to waver when Meng Qi explained the source of Duan Lingtian's strength. His cultivation base is only at the early quintessential saint stage. He's able to defeat a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage because he has mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities and a strange sword technique. Gan Ruyen was stunned when she heard Meng Qi's words. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the early quintessential saint stage. This was shocking news to Gan Ruyen. In fact, when Duan Lingtian's unpredictable sword slashed at her, she felt as though she had just brushed shoulders with the Grim Reaper. At that time, she thought Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. However, Meng Qi was telling her that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the early quintessential saint stage. An early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator possessed strength comparable to a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although Gan Ruyen was unwilling to believe it, she had no choice but to believe it when Meng Qi continued. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, even though his cultivation base was only at the early quintessential saint stage. If his cultivation base is only at the early quintessential saint stage, his innate spiritual root might be a blue innate spiritual root. Gan Ruyen thought to herself. Soon after, Gan Ruyen learned another shocking news. Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Naturally, she knew what a 9-clawed dragon warrior meant. However, she did not expect Duan Lingtian to be a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Wen Yan? She didn't dare to accept his challenge to a death duel? She was beaten into a pig's head in public? Gan Ruyen felt proud when she heard about the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Wen Yan. It was as though she was the one who had humiliated Wen Yan and not Duan Lingtian. Sister, you've really found yourself a good man. He went into the tiger's den for you and even risked defending a golden flame elder to avenge you. At this moment, Gan Ruyen's impression of Duan Lingtian changed drastically. Gan Ruyen knew her place. Duan Lingtian did not teach Wen Yan a lesson because of her. He must have taught her a lesson because of her twin sister and her niece. However, a hint of dread appeared in Gan Ruyen's eyes when she learned Duan Lingtian had offended Dong Lin in order to join the enforcement hall. Dong Lin was the only son of one of the vice hall masters in the enforcement hall. Duan Lingtian had offended him and would have to stay in the enforcement hall for a month. His life would not be easy in the future. Perhaps, Dong Lin was not as strong as Duan Lingtian, but he did not need to personally make a move in the enforcement hall if he wanted to take revenge on Duan Lingtian. Elder Meng Qi, I have a favor to ask of you. Gan Ruyen looked at Meng Qi and said seriously, Miss Ruyen, feel free to speak your mind. Meng Qi said with a smile on his face. To him, the woman before him was like a grandaunt. If he neglected her and Guardian Qinghua found out about it, then even if he didn't die, he would still lose a layer of skin as an elder of the enforcement hall. Please pass this voice transmission jade slip to my master on my behalf. Gan Ruyen took out a voice transmission jade slip and transmitted her voice into it before passing it to Meng Qi. All right. Meng Qi agreed immediately after receiving the voice transmission jade slip. The message that Gan Ruyen left in the voice transmission jade slip was very simple. She asked her master to take care of Duan Lingtian. Of course, she didn't reveal Duan Lingtian's identity as her brother-in-law. She only said he was a friend she'd gotten to know when she was training outside, and the reason he'd wantonly humiliated Wen Yen was because he was standing up for her. She had mentioned Wen Yen because she wanted her master to resonate with her against a common enemy. After all, her master hated Wen Yen to the core for reporting her. Chapter 2042. However, although her master hated Wen Yen, it was not convenient for him to make a move on her. After all, her master was one of the three great guardians of Zoroastrianism. If he made a move on a disciple of Zoroastrianism, people would laugh their heads off. At that time, the people of Zoroastrianism might even become the laughingstock of the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian, this is all I can do for you? After Meng Qi left with the voice transmission jade slip, Gan Ruyen, who was all alone, muttered to herself. Just as he was about to leave the prison hall with the voice transmission jade token that Gan Ruyen had given him and was about to leave the enforcement hall, Duan Lingtian returned to the main hall of the enforcement hall. The first thing he did when he returned was to look for Lu Yun. He would never forget the promise he made to Lu Yu. Junior brother Lingtian, did you see the saint girl and her daughter? Lu Yun could not help but ask when he saw Duan Lingtian had returned. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a wry smile on his face. They're not with Gan Ruyen. I only saw Gan Ruyen. What a pity. Lu Yun sighed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he began to console Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, I'll find some time to ask my great-grandfather if I can help you find a chance to meet the saint girl and her daughter. Thank you, senior brother Lu Yun. Although Duan Lingtian knew it was almost impossible for Lu Yun to do what he said, he still thanked him. No matter what, Lu Yun had good intentions. Senior brother Lu Yun. After a series of expressions flashed across his face, Duan Lingtian gritted his teeth as though he had made up his mind. He looked at Lu Yun. Seeing Duan Lingtian suddenly looking over with a serious expression, Lu Yun could not help but be stunned. He asked in confusion, Junior brother Lingtian, do you have something to say? Senior brother Lu Yun, we might not have known each other for long, but we've already exchanged our hearts. Duan Lingtian's serious expression caused Lu Yun to shake his head and smile. However, Duan Lingtian's next sentence completely froze the smile on Lu Yun's face. Senior brother Lu Yun, from today onwards, let's not interact with each other anymore. It was precisely these words that caused the smile on Lu Yun's face to completely disappear. Subsequently, he looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of disbelief. Junior Lingtian, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you feel that I, Lu Yun, am climbing up your social ladder by interacting with you? As he spoke, Lu Yun's tone changed. Of course not. Duan Lingtian knew that Lu Yun had misunderstood. He could not help but smile bitterly. Senior brother Lu Yun, in my heart, you'll always be my senior brother and my friend. However, you're not alone. You have a family behind you. Moreover, even if you were alone, I would still make the same decision today. Although I haven't been in Zoroastrianism for long, I've offended many people, especially Dong Lin, who I've offended recently. His father is the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall. Although I'm not afraid of him, I don't want to drag you and your family down with me. Duan Lingtian's words were from the bottom of his heart. Did great-grandfather ask you to do this? Lu Yun's expression was slightly ugly as he asked in a deep voice. He could vaguely guess some things. Senior brother Lu Yun, there are some things that if I don't want to do, no one can persuade me or force me to do them. This decision is also my decision. The friendship between you and me, as well as the friendship between me and senior brother Lu Mu, will never change. However, based on the current situation, it's best for us to keep a distance. Duan Lingtian said seriously, I promise you, I'll definitely get rid of all the hidden dangers in the future. At that time, we'll drink and chat happily. We won't have to worry about our relationship anymore. Lu Yun's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At most, I'll just leave the family. In the end, Lu Yun gritted his teeth and made the decision to leave the Lu family. This way, he would not have to worry about dragging the Lu family down with him. Senior brother Lu Yun, you can't do this. Duan Lingtian was shocked. However, his heart was filled with warmth. He did not expect Lu Yun would leave the Lu family for his friend and his family. In the end, it was Duan Lingtian who pretended to fall out with him. Only then did Lu Yun reluctantly agree to follow Duan Lingtian's instructions. That day, a shocking piece of news spread out from the enforcement hall's main hall. Duan Lingtian had a conflict with his old friend, Lu Yun, and injured him. After that, an elder of Lu Yun's family, the enforcement hall's Silver Flame elder Lu Yu, taught Duan Lingtian a lesson. Duan Lingtian and Lu Yun broke off their relationship and became strangers from then on. The entire Zoroastrianism Saint Land was in an uproar. Senior brother Duan Lingtian and senior brother Lu Yun broke off their relationship? Why is that so? Haven't both of them always been on good terms? Why did they break off just like that? Many disciples of the Holy Lands were dumbfounded when they heard the news. They had no idea what was going on. Brother Yun and junior brother Ling Tian broke off their relationship? The person with the biggest reaction was none other than Lu Mu. Compared to his cousin, Lu Yun, he knew Duan Lingtian much earlier. Could be said that Lu Yun knew Duan Lingtian through him. In his impression, junior brother Lingtian was not someone who would create trouble out of nothing. In that case, could it be that it was his cousin's fault? Lu Mu was extremely anxious. He could not wait to go to the enforcement hall and ask Duan Lingtian and Lu Yun what was going on. However, Zoroastrianism elders and disciples could not enter the enforcement hall because of personal matters. For this reason, he could not go to the enforcement hall to look for Duan Lingtian and Lu Yun even if he wanted to. He could only wait until Duan Lingtian and Lu Yun's term of duty ended a month later. He could only ask them when they returned. In the enforcement hall's main hall. The main hall was huge. Dong Lin, the enforcement hall's bronze flame elder, lived in it as well. Duan Lingtian broke off with Lu Yun? Dong Lin was stunned when he heard the news. Then, he sneered and said, Duan Lingtian, you're really a loner. It's not easy for you to make a friend, but you've fallen out with him just like that. Unfortunately, that elder Lu Yu was too lenient and didn't do anything to you. However, even if elder Lu Yu didn't do anything to you, it doesn't mean I'll do the same to you. The moment Dong Lin thought of this, he left his residence and the enforcement hall's main hall. The eastern side of the enforcement hall was the forbidden area of the enforcement hall. The hall master and a few vice hall masters of the enforcement hall usually cultivated there. Naturally, this was a forbidden area for the ordinary enforcement hall's elders and disciples. They were not allowed to enter without reason. However, Dong Lin was an exception. This was because he was the only son of Dong Yuanjin, one of the 3 vice hall masters of the enforcement hall. Nobody would say anything even if he entered and left this place frequently. In a quiet valley, birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. There was a waterfall in the north, and one could vaguely hear the sound of water splashing from the waterfall. In the open space in front of the waterfall there was a mansion. The mansion was surrounded by mountains and water. It looked very comfortable. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and Dong Lin appeared in front of the mansion. Young master. As soon as Dong Lin appeared in front of the mansion, a figure gradually materialized in front of him. It was an old man dressed in plain clothes. The old man was skinny, and he looked inconspicuous as he stood there like a withered tree. Elder Yang. Even someone as arrogant as Dong Lin had to greet such an inconspicuous old man respectfully when he saw him. The old man in front of him was his father's servant. However, he knew very well in his heart. This old man's strength was not much weaker than his father's. In Zoroastrianism, he would definitely be a golden flame elder. "Young master, you're here to look for master?" the old man asked. His voice was slightly hoarse as though he was about to die. "Yes." Dong Lin nodded. At the same time, a hint of hatred flashed in his eyes. Dong Yuanjin was one of the 3 vice hall masters of the enforcement hall. He was a middle-aged man with a sturdy body. He stood in the backyard of the mansion like an iron tower. "Father." Dong Lin, who was led to the backyard by Elder Yang, bowed respectfully when he saw Dong Yuanjin. "Yes." Usually, Dong Yuanjin was very strict in front of Dong Lin. Although he doted on his son a lot, he would still put on a stern face to help his son grow. He was afraid his son would slack off in his cultivation because he was too fond of him. That was not something he wanted to see. In this world where the strong were respected, the strong were the ones who ruled. Before he broke through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would eventually die of old age. It was impossible for him to protect his son forever. "Father, Dong Lin opened his mouth but was interrupted by Dong Yuanjin before he could finish his words. "Are you here to ask me to send someone to teach that Duan Lingtian a lesson?" Dong Yuanjin interrupted Dong Lin and asked calmly. His wise eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. "Yes." Dong Lin gritted his teeth and nodded in the end. "As your father, logically speaking, I hope that you can use your own strength to solve this matter. However, I heard that kid called Duan Lingtian is very strange, and you're not a match for him." Based on Dong Yuanjin's words, it was obvious he had heard of Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he did not think much of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage and was comparable to a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, as one of the Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall of Zoroastrianism, Dong Yuanjin was much stronger than most Golden Flame Elders. He was close to breaking through to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Chapter 2043. I'm useless. I've embarrassed you, father. Upon hearing Dong Yuanjin's words, Dong Lin lowered his head in shame. However, his eyes gleamed coldly. Naturally, the coldness in his eyes was not directed at his father. It was directed at Duan Lingtian. If it was not for Duan Lingtian, he would not have come to his father to avenge him. If he had not come to his father to avenge him, he would not have heard his father's words that were filled with disappointment. From the beginning until the end, Dong Lin resented Duan Lingtian. He did not expect it was all because he was useless. Moreover, he was not the one who provoked Duan Lingtian first. If he had a backbone, he could have relied on his own efforts to cultivate and seek revenge. Why would he come to his father for help? Your innate spiritual root is the same as his. Both of you have a blue innate spiritual root. I hope you'll be able to defeat him with your own strength one day instead of coming to me to teach him a lesson. Dong Yuanjin looked at Dong Lin solemnly and said, "As for this time, I'll ask Elder Yang to speak to Tian Dong. You can look for Tian Dong tomorrow." Elder Tian Dong. Upon hearing Dong Yuanjin's words, Dong Lin's eyes lit up immediately. An excited expression could be seen on his face. Tian Dong was the first Silver Flame Elder of the Enforcement Hall. He had received his father's favor in the past and was considered one of his subordinates. How could Dong Lin not be excited when he heard his father was going to ask Tian Dong to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson? When Dong Yuanjin saw that Dong Lin was so excited after hearing his words, a hint of disappointment appeared in his eyes. He shook his head, turned around, and left the backyard to return to his residence. Although he was disappointed, there was nothing he could do. After all, Dong Lin was his only son. He was everything to him. Regardless of whether his son was useful or not, Dong Lin was his lifeblood and everything to him. Naturally, he could not stand it when someone bullied his son. Although Duan Lingtian had bullied his son, he did not cross the line. Due to this reason, it was inconvenient for him to make a move. "Farewell, father." At the same time, Dong Lin regained his senses and said respectfully as he watched Dong Yuanjin leave, "Elder Yang, I'll go back first. I'll look for Elder Tiandong tomorrow. You must remember to look for Elder Tiandong today." Before leaving, Dong Lin looked at Elder Yang and reminded him, "I'll go now." It wasn't until he saw Old Man Yang rising into the air that Dong Lin left in satisfaction. Looking at Dong Lin's back, Elder Yang let out a long sigh and muttered, "It's no wonder that master is disappointed with the young master." Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware that Dong Lin had gone to look for his father, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, Dong Yuanjin, to stand up for him. Right now, Duan Lingtian was seriously cultivating on the 4th floor of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. His next goal was to break through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage. In that case, he would be able to defeat ordinary powerhouses at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage even without using the Jasper Celestial Sword. Naturally, he would only be able to defeat ordinary powerhouses at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if he had broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage, he would still be no match for powerhouses at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage like Wen Yen if he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword. He would not be able to defeat powerhouses at the same level as Gan Ruyen. In terms of strength, powerhouses at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage were divided. For example, Gan Ruyen could barely be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking in the Dao Martial Saint Land. On the other hand, powerhouses like Wen Yen and Lu Yun were not even qualified to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. If I break through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage, I should be able to defeat senior brother Lu Yun without using the Jasper Celestial Sword. If I break through to the mastery exemplary saint stage, I should be able to defeat Wen Yen without using the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, as for Ker's sister, Gan Ruyen, who's a powerhouse at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage, I'm afraid I'll have to break through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage to defeat her without using the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Lingtian had not wasted his time in the saint land of Zoroastrianism. He now had a clear understanding of the strength levels of powerhouses at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Gan Ruyen isn't even at the peak of the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage. I'll have to break through to the intermediate quintessential saint stage if I want to defeat a powerhouse at the peak of the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage without using the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this as well. Although the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage was just a cultivation base, there was a huge difference between those at the peak of the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage and those who had just broken through to the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage. The gap between each of the 9 forms of the Saint Celestial stage was huge. It was comparable to the gap between the exemplary saint stage and the quintessential saint stage and the divine saint stage and the exemplary saint stage. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed was insane. He knew he had to raise his cultivation base as soon as possible if he wanted to rescue Ker and their daughter. He wanted to be strong enough to rescue Ker and their daughter before the sect leader of Zoroastrianism came out of closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, who knew what would happen after the sect leader of Zoroastrianism came out of closed-door cultivation? Duan Lingtian did not want any unforeseen circumstances to happen. The night passed by quickly. To Duan Lingtian, 1 night in the outside world was equivalent to 5 days in the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Due to this reason, he also cultivated properly. His cultivation base was getting closer and closer to the intermediate exemplary saint stage. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave his residence in the main hall of the enforcement hall and head to the patrol post on the west side of the enforcement hall, a voice rang out. In a mysterious, eerie, and strange place, Zhu Luqi cut a sorry figure. That was right. Zhu Luqi was the former palace master of Heaven Palace in the WCI subterranean quasi-third-rate force, the mystical Sky Mansion. Due to the fact that he had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, he was no longer tolerated by the people in the WCI subterranean. However, He had followed Duan Lingtian to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land and joined one of the three great sects, Zoroastrianism. He had even joined the White Tiger Sanctum, one of the four symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism. Before Duan Lingtian entered the Zoroastrianism Saint Land, he had asked the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Guoxiong, to help him send Zhu Luqi to the inter-province transportation formation in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land so that he could send Zhu Luqi back to the WCI subterranean. Duan Lingtian had asked Zhu Luqi to return to the WCI subterranean because he wanted Zhu Luqi to inform the Azure Cloud Mansion. After all, he had offended Li En in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land because of Zoroastrianism. Moreover, he had formed a feud with Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, a first-rate force in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Now that he had exposed his identity as a nine-clawed dragon warrior, Li En and Yang Chong would most likely guess that he was from the lower province. If Li En or Yang Chong sent someone to the lower province to investigate, they would be able to find out about his background in just a short time. This was because although not everyone in the lower province knew about his name, Duan Lingtian, in the WCI subterranean, there were many people who knew about it. Whether it was Li En or Yang Chong, as long as they sent someone to the lower province, they would definitely find out he was from the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. At that time, the Azure Cloud Mansion would definitely be annihilated. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian chose to send Zhu Luqi back to the Azure Cloud Mansion in the WCI subterranean first to report the matter. Duan Lingtian believed that as long as his father, Duan Ruffing, received the news in advance, he would definitely be able to arrange everything in a short time and successfully avoid the annihilation. However, Duan Lingtian did not expect this at all. After Zhu Luqi entered the inter-province transportation formation, something unexpected happened. He was not sent to the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Instead, he was sent to a mysterious, eerie, and strange place. This place was filled with a grayish haze. The sky here was dark. There was no distinction between day and night. Recently, Zhu Luqi had already gotten used to this. What's this place? It doesn't seem like the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land nor the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Zhu Luqi raised his head to look at the sky. A blood-red moon hung in the sky as though it was dyed in blood. It was extremely eerie and strange. It was the moon that lit up the dark sky. The heaven and earth spirit energy here is even worse than the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, I feel like I've been walking around here for a few months, but I haven't seen a single living person at all, let alone a human. I haven't even seen a single beast. Walking in the barren forest in a daze, Zhu Luqi felt extremely depressed as he walked past the withered trees. He felt like he was going crazy. Since there was no distinction between day and night here, he did not know how long he had been here. However, it felt like a long time had passed. Felt like a few months. Naturally, the truth was that Zhu Luqi had not been here for that long. It was just that the atmosphere here was too eerie and strange. Moreover, he could not see any living things. As time passed, he began to feel extremely frustrated. He felt like he had been here for a long time. Zhu Luqi felt disgusted by this place from the bottom of his heart. However, he did not know how to get back. What's going on with the inter-province transportation formation? Why did I end up in such a godforsaken place? What's this place? Zhu Luqi was extremely frustrated. He was on the verge of breaking down. However, when he was on the verge of breaking down, he calmed down a little and carefully observed his surroundings. In the end, he realized he seemed to be walking in the same spot all the way. The scenery he experienced kept repeating. It was as though he was trapped in a dead end. Illusory formation? At this moment, Zhu Luqi's heart jolted. At the same time, he came to a halt and did not continue to move forward. This was because he realized it would be useless even if he continued to move forward. In the end, he was still walking in the same spot. This fellow seems to have noticed me. Chapter 2044. As soon as the voice rang in the air, Two monsters with the heads of cows and the bodies of humans shrouded in black mist appeared in front of Zhu Luqi. Zhu Luqi also discovered that he was in a different place. Apart from the dark sky and the blood-red moon, the withered trees and the barren forest had disappeared. He was now in a barren valley. The two monsters standing in the air in front of him were staring at him with their blood-red eyes that were as big as gongs. Who are you? Zhu Luqi felt his scalp tingle as he looked at the two monsters in front of him. Both of them were extremely dangerous. Moreover, the devil chi they emitted was even purer and more exaggerated than a devil cultivator like him. Human. Upon hearing Zhu Luqi's words, the two monsters looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. He said, human? One of the monsters asked excitedly. Yes. The other monster was excited as well. When I used the seduction technique earlier, I noticed the devil chi in his body was not pure. As it turns out, he's a human. Why would a human appear in the exiled realm? Could it be that he's from the Saint Province realm? According to the ancient legends, apart from the Devata realms and the mundane realms, only the Saint Province realm, which is adjacent to the exiled realm, has humans in the mundane realm. However, isn't there a spatial barrier between the exiled realm and the Saint Province realm? Haven't we, the powerhouses of the exiled plane, dreamt of breaking that barrier for hundreds of thousands of years, but we've never succeeded? Could it be that this human discovered the spatial barrier and came here from the Saint Province realm? The two monsters with the heads of cows and the bodies of humans discussed as though there was no one else around. When their words entered Zhu Luqi's ears, he was confused. He had heard of the Devata realms and the mundane realms. However, he had never heard of the exiled realm or the Saint Province realm. Of course, he also vaguely realized. The Saint Province realm mentioned by the two cow-headed men was the Dao Martial Saint land where he was originally from. However, he had never heard of the exiled realm when he was in the Dao Martial Saint land. You're not human? Then what exactly are you? Taking a deep breath, Zhu Luqi mustered up his courage and asked. He was too curious about the identity of the two monsters in front of him. Judging by their tone, they were not humans at all. Besides, Zhu Luqi did not think they were saint beasts. Generally speaking, saint beasts would either be in their beast form or human form. They would never appear in such a strange form. This was the first time he had seen such a monster with the head of a cow and the body of a human. Not only was this the first time he had seen one, he had never even heard of such a monster that was neither human nor beast. He asked what we are. The two monsters began to talk again. Has he never heard of devils? I think he hasn't. Otherwise, he would have recognized us as devils. He can't even recognize us as devils. Does this mean he won't be able to recognize us as members of the Ox Devil clan? That's for sure. The conversation between the two monsters with the head of a cow and the body of a human entered Zhu Luqi's ears. Horror dawned on Zhu Luqi immediately. Devils? You're devils? When Zhu Luqi looked at the two monsters again, it was as though he had just seen a ghost. He exclaimed, If both of you are devils, don't tell me this is the land of exile, the homeland of the legendary devils in our Dao Martial Saint land? Zhu Luqi had learned about the land of exile when he was in the White Tiger Sanctum of Zoroastrianism. Other than cultivating, he also liked to flip through all kinds of ancient books and records. When he was in the White Tiger Sanctum, he had read a very ancient book that introduced the land of exile. According to legend, a long time ago, there was a great human-devil war in the Dao Martial Saint land. It was said that during that era, a group of devils came from a place that the people of the Dao Martial Saint land had never heard of before and invaded the Dao Martial Saint land. That era was also known as the Human Devil era. And the place where those demons came from was also known as the Land of Exile. During the Human Devil era, the Great Human Devil War had almost turned the world upside down. Although the humans managed to defeat the devils in the end, it also caused a great reshuffle in the Dao Martial Saint land. Many powerful forces disappeared and ceased to exist. It was also at that time that the three great sects were born. Devil cultivators began to appear at that time as well. Devil cultivators were human martial and Dao cultivators who had mastered some of the devil clan's cultivation techniques. As time went by, the devils returned to the land of exile and no longer showed themselves. The peaceful days caused the people of the Dao martial Saint Land to gradually forget about the devils who had invaded their homeland. In the end, the Dao martial Saint Land was divided into two, the Upper Province and the Upper Province. At that time, everything about the land of exile and the devils was gradually forgotten by the people of the Dao martial Saint Land. It was only recorded in words that existed in the three great sections. Legend has it that the reason the devils were able to invade the Dao martial Saint Land from the land of exile was because they had spent 1,000,000 years to set up an earth-shattering devil formation that broke the space barrier between the land of exile and the Dao martial Saint Land. Zhu Luqi recalled the words he had read in the book. In the end, the great human-devil war broke out. The devils were defeated and were chased back to the land of exile. At that time, the powerful figures among the humans had set up a grand sealing formation to forcefully seal the gap in the space barrier. If the devils wanted to make a comeback, they would have to spend at least a few 100,000 years or even a few million years before they could break the space barrier again. However, it has only been a few 100,000 years since the human-devil era. Does this mean that I was sent to the land of exile by a faulty interdomain teleportation formation? Zhu Luqi's expression turned grave when he thought about this. Not even in his wildest dreams did he think he would be so unlucky one day. The land of exile was not a good place for him. Dao martial Saint Land? The two Minotaurs heard Zhu Luqi's exclamation and turned to look at Zhu Luqi. Legend has it that the Dao martial Saint Land is the main continent of the Saint Province realm. It seems like he's really from the Saint Province realm. Let's bring him back to our clan. Perhaps we'll be able to find a passage to the Saint Province realm through him. Legend has it that the Saint Province realm is very rich. Not only is the cultivation environment 100 or 1,000 times better than the land of exile, but it's also filled with countless saint stones and mineral resources. At this point, the two monsters' eyes lit up as they looked at Zhu Luqi. As soon as the two Minotaurs finished speaking, Zhu Luqi made his move, intending to escape. However, before he could take more than a few steps, one of the Minotaurs caught up to him and grabbed him like an eagle catching a chick. Their strength was not on the same level at all. Both of the Minotaurs were 3 meters tall. One of the Minotaurs carried Zhu Luqi as though he was carrying a very light item. Let's go. Bring him back to the clan. Then the two Minotaurs carried Zhu Luqi away. Based on their conversation, it was clear they were members of the Ox Devil clan in the Devil clans. They were two Ox Devils. Duan Ling Tian, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you inform your clan anymore. When Zhu Luqi was captured by the two Ox Devils, he was already prepared to die. He felt helpless when he thought about Duan Lingtian's request. At this moment, he could only hope that Duan Lingtian would go to the lower province of the Dao martial Saint Land to warn his clan. Naturally, he knew it was impossible. As the saying went, there are always exceptions. While Zhu Luqi was being brought back to the Ox Devil clan by the two Ox Devils, Lian, the first Silver Flame Elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism, had arrived at the lower province of the Dao martial Saint Land with the people Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, had arranged for him. Greetings, lords. The watchers from the Dao martial Saint Land quickly bowed respectfully when they saw Lian and the others who were charging at them menacingly. He was only an early quintessential Saint stage martial cultivator. However, even the weakest person in this group of people was at the Saint celestial stage or above. As someone who came from a first-rate force in the upper province of the Dao martial Saint Land and had seen much of the world, he could sense this. Have you seen this person before? Lian raised his hand and opened a portrait. It was a handsome young man in the portrait. The portrait showed Duan Ling Tian's appearance after he had disguised himself. It was also his appearance when he was in the fire worship sect. It's very likely that he's from the lower province of the Dao martial Saint Land. If he's from the lower province, you must have seen him before. Do you find him familiar? Lian asked in a deep voice. His aura surged out and pressed down on the watcher of the Debussy subterranean. The watcher's face turned pale. However, he shook his head in the end. I've never seen him before. And what he said was indeed the truth. He's called Duan Lingtian. Are you sure you've never seen him before? Li An asked again. Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2045. What? You know about the Duan Lingtian? Although the surprise in the WCI subterranean watcher's eyes only flashed for a moment, it was still noticed by Lian, who was observant. When he spoke again, a powerful aura surged out of Lian's body again and pressed down on the watcher. The moment the watcher's face turned pale, Lian's spiritual energy had already extended out and entered the watcher's mind domineeringly. He cast the soul-searching secret tactic. The moment the soul-searching secret tactic was cast, it directly controlled the watcher's mind. You know the Duan Lingtian? Lian asked in a deep voice after he controlled the watcher. Yes. The watcher, whose eyes were blank and had a blank expression on his face, nodded immediately when he heard Lian's question. His expression was dull, as though he had lost his soul. When Lian heard the watcher's words, his eyes lit up immediately. However, his expression turned grave at the same time. Then why did you say you've never seen the person in the portrait when I asked you if you've seen him before? I've never seen the person in the portrait before. The watcher replied. The Duan Lingtian you know doesn't look like that. When Lian heard the watcher's words, he could not help but frown. Could it be that the Duan Lingtian the watcher knew was not the same person as the Duan Lingtian who practiced Zoroastrianism? Lian was certain that the Duan Lingtian who practiced Zoroastrianism did not have any signs of disguise on his face. He was also certain that the watcher before him had already cast the soul-searching secret tactic on him. It was impossible for him to lie to him. He doesn't look like that. When the watcher heard Lian's question, he continued to reply dully. He said bluntly that the Duan Lingtian he knew was not the person in the portrait in Lian's hand. Tell me about the Duan Lingtian you know. Tell me everything you know. Don't hide anything from me. Lian asked further. Although Lian was almost certain that the Duan Lingtian he was looking for was not the same person as the Duan Lingtian mentioned by the watcher, he could not help but want to confirm it further. Logically speaking, a name like Duan Lingtian was not common. Most importantly, since the watcher knew the Duan Lingtian, it meant that the Duan Lingtian he mentioned was not an ordinary person in the WCI subterranean. And the Duan Lingtian of Zoroastrianism was no ordinary person. Lian subconsciously felt that it couldn't be so coincidental. They're both called Duan Lingtian, and they're both so extraordinary. It was because of this that he continued to question the person in front of him. Currently, the watcher in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was affected by Li An's soul-searching secret tactic. Naturally, he would tell Li An everything he knew. Following that, he began to recount everything about Duan Lingtian in his memory in full detail. From the Guardian, Li An learned that the Duan Lingtian of the WCI subterranean was a peerless genius. Naturally, the peerless genius referred to the peerless genius of the WCI subterranean. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, only those with violet innate spiritual roots were qualified to be called peerless geniuses. Not long ago, he went from the lower province to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land through the interprovince transportation formation. Li An's eyes lit up when he heard that the Duan Lingtian of the WCI subterranean had gone to the upper province not long ago. He knows a mysterious disguising secret tactic. Ordinary people won't be able to see through his disguise even if they use their divine consciousness or spiritual energy. When Li An learned about this from the watcher, he was certain of it. The Duan Lingtian the watcher mentioned was none other than the Duan Lingtian who had offended him during the Zoroastrianism. However, the Duan Lingtian of the Zoroastrianism had used the disguising secret tactic to disguise himself. Due to the unique disguising secret tactic that Duan Lingtian had mastered, even he could not see through the Duan Lingtian's disguise. Duan Lingtian is the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, a quasi-third-rate force in the WCI subterranean. Li An's eyes gleamed coldly when he confirmed the two Duan Lingtian were the same person. Does this mean his family is in the Azure Cloud Mansion? Where's the Azure Cloud Mansion? Lian asked in a slightly anxious tone as he looked at the Watcher. After Lian obtained the answer from the Watcher, he immediately soared into the sky and flew toward the Azure Cloud Mansion at lightning speed. The group of Saint Celestial stage powerhouses sent by Yangchong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, to follow Lian also soared into the sky and followed him. The group of people made their way to the Azure Cloud Mansion in a mighty manner. At this moment, the Azure Cloud Mansion was quiet. The people inside were completely unaware that a bloody storm was about to befall them. A huge crisis was about to engulf the Azure Cloud Mansion, a third-rate force in the Debussy subterranean. Duan Lingtian, who was in the Zoroastrianism in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, was completely unaware of this. He thought his father, Duan Rufeng, would immediately bring his family and friends away from the Azure Cloud Mansion and hide since Zhu Luqi had informed him. However, it did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian would be teleported to the Azure Cloud Mansion. When Zhu Luqi was using the inter-province transportation formation, he was accidentally sent to the Land of Exile where the devils were gathered. The Land of Exile was a realm that was adjacent to the Dao Martial Saint Land and the three great mortal realms. Both realms belonged to the same mundane realm. Naturally, the Dao Martial Saint Land referred to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. As for the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was a pseudo-realm that included the Dao Martial Saint Land and the three great mortal realms. Due to the fact that Zhu Luqi was sent to the Land of Exile, Duan Rufeng and the others who were in the Azure Cloud Mansion did not receive any news at all. They were completely unaware that a huge crisis was about to befall them. It's really boring to patrol the enforcement hall. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was on patrol duty in the enforcement hall. For the next month, he would be patrolling the enforcement hall's area. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian, who was patrolling, seemed to have noticed something as he looked in the direction of the enforcement hall's main palace. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian looked over, two figures shot over and appeared near him in just a blink of an eye. Dong Lin. When the two figures came to a halt, Duan Lingtian immediately recognized one of them. It was Dong Lin, who had made things difficult for him in the Fire Remuneration Palace. He was also the only son of Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. Apart from Dong Lin, Duan Lingtian did not recognize the other person. He was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and a medium build. He was the type of person who would not stand out in a crowd. Currently, he was looking at Duan Lingtian calmly when he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not tell what his purpose was. It's Elder Dong Lin. My goodness! It's Elder Tian Dong. Why is he here? Almost as soon as Dong Lin and the middle-aged man appeared near Duan Lingtian, the few bronze flame elders who were patrolling the area began to approach as well. As they spoke, their tone was filled with astonishment. Elder Tian Dong? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard the bronze flame elder's words. He was familiar with the name Tian Dong. Yesterday, before he cut ties with Lu Yun, he had also heard Lu Yun mention this name. Tian Dong was one of the best among the Zoroastrianism's silver flame elders. In terms of strength, he could be ranked in the top 3 among the silver flame elders. In the Zoroastrianism's enforcement hall, Tian Dong was undoubtedly the first silver flame elder. The first silver flame elder of the enforcement hall. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he found out the middle-aged man standing next to Dong Lin was Tian Dong. He did not expect Dong Lin to be able to find this enforcement hall's elder to help him. To be more precise, he did not expect Dong Lin's father to be so influential to be able to get an enforcement hall's elder to help Dong Lin. Before Duan Lingtian found out about Tian Dong's identity, he had already guessed that the middle-aged man who came with Dong Lin was Dong Lin's helper to deal with him. Everything was going according to his plan. After he arrived at the enforcement hall, Dong Lin would definitely find someone to cause trouble for him. Although he might not be able to kill him or even cripple him, he would definitely torture him. Duan Lingtian, we meet again. Dong Lin looked at Duan Lingtian with a smug smile on his face. His eyes were burning with fire as though they could burn everything. At this moment, Dong Lin no longer had the servile attitude he had when he apologized to Duan Ling Tian earlier. It was as though he was a villain intoxicated by success. The reason he dared to behave in this manner in front of Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, because he had Tian Dong by his side to help him. With Tian Dong around, he could only stand up straight. Otherwise, he would not have dared to be so arrogant in front of Duan Ling Tian. Yes, we meet again. Facing the smug Dong Lin, Duan Ling Tian remained calm. He did not show any signs of fear because Dong Lin had Tian Dong as his helper. Duan Ling Tian, do you know why I'm here today? When Dong Lin saw how calm Duan Ling Tian was, he felt a wave of displeasure. However, he forced a smile on his face and asked, "What's the matter? You must have found a helper to teach me a lesson." Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly, "You know?" Dong Lin was stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Then he asked, "Since you know, aren't you afraid? Or, don't you know who this person next to me is?" "I know who he is." As soon as Dong Lin finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian looked at the middle-aged man next to Dong Lin and said nonchalantly, "Duan Ling Tian, the first Silver Flame Elder of the Enforcement Hall." Duan Ling Tian's words stunned Dong Lin and the few Bronze Flame Elders who were watching from afar. Chapter 2046. Although Duan Ling Tian was not as stunned as Dong Lin and the few Bronze Flame Elders, there was a slight change in the way he looked at Duan Ling Tian. The name Duan Ling Tian was not unfamiliar to him. He had also heard about the things Duan Ling Tian had done after he came to Zoroastrianism. Just like most of the Silver Flame Elders of Zoroastrianism, he had the thought of taking Duan Ling Tian as his direct disciple. However, he later learned that Duan Ling Tian already had a rogue cultivator as his master, and he had declared that he would not take another person as his master until he received his master's permission. Therefore, he gave up on the idea. This news had been circulating among the higher-ups of Zoroastrianism for a long time, and he was well aware of it. "Duan Ling Tian, how dare you?" At this moment, Dong Lin, who had come to his senses, looked at Duan Ling Tian and suddenly shouted, "You know Elder Tian Dong's honorable status, yet you still dare to call him by his name. Do you know that you are being disrespectful to Elder Tian Dong?" Following Dong Lin's shout, Tian Dong looked at Duan Ling Tian with a cold gaze. The temperature of the air around them seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. Of course, the reason why Tian Dong had such a huge change in an instant was not because of the great disrespect that Dong Lin had mentioned. He only had one purpose for coming here today: teach Duan Ling Tian a lesson and vent Dong Lin's anger. When the Bronze Flame Elders saw this, they could not help but feel a chill down their spines. They had long heard of the conflict between Duan Ling Tian and Dong Lin. Today, when they saw Dong Lin and Duan Ling Tian together, they knew Dong Lin was here to take revenge on Duan Ling Tian. His confidence came from Elder Tian Dong, the first Silver Flame Elder of the Enforcement Hall. Apart from being the first Elder of the Enforcement Hall, Tian Dong was also ranked in the top 3 among the Silver Flame Elders of Zoroastrianism. He was also very famous on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was ranked at the 109th place. Most importantly, as elders of the Enforcement Hall, they had long heard about this. Elder Tian Dong was actually a mad dog under the command of Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. He would bite whoever Dong Yuanjin ordered him to bite. It was appropriate to describe him as quiet as a virgin, but when he moved, he was like a mad dog. Duan Ling Tian. As soon as Dong Lin's words left his mouth, Tian Dong snorted coldly and took a step forward. A powerful aura surged out of his body and shrouded Duan Ling Tian as though he was going to crush him. Unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian's aura at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage did not affect Duan Ling Tian at all. Duan Ling Tian did not even need to mobilize the Sun Saint origin in his body. He only needed to release the sword force from the Sovereign Heart Sword to break Tian Dong's aura apart. Tian Dong's aura was no longer a threat to Duan Ling Tian. A hint of surprise could be seen in the depth of Tian Dong's eyes when he saw this. Duan Ling Tian does have some tricks up his sleeve. However, since he has offended Lord Vice Hall Master, he'll suffer a fate worse than death today. Dong Lin's eyes gleamed coldly as he thought to himself. The order he received was, find all excuses to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson and make Duan Lingtian suffer a fate worse than death. Ever since I, Tiandong, became the Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism, this is my first time hearing a Zoroastrianism disciple address me by my name. How dare you? Since you don't know your place, I'll have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your wandering cultivator master. As Tiandong spoke, he stepped toward Duan Lingtian. In the eyes of the Bronze Flame Elders, every step he took was as heavy as 1,000,000 pounds. It was as if a giant hammer was pounding on their chests, causing their hearts to be in their throats. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid you're out of luck today. It was obvious that Tiandong was here to stand up for Dong Lin. Now that he had found an excuse, he would definitely take advantage of it until he achieved his goal. Rogue Cultivator Master? Upon hearing Tiandong's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be taken aback. Of course, he was only stunned for a moment. The next moment, he realized, the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Guoxiong, must have spread the news that he had a rogue cultivator master. Otherwise, it was impossible for Tiandong to know that his master was a rogue cultivator. In the entire Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian had only told Guoxiong that his master was a rogue cultivator. He had also told Guoxiong that he would not acknowledge anyone else as his master before he obtained his master's permission. He had told Guoxiong this because Guoxiong wanted to recommend him to the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum, so that he could become the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian already had a master. He was the sword saint Feng Qingyang. Although Duan Lingtian had not met his master yet, he was very grateful to him. It was all because of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, that he was able to reach where he was today in such a short time. It was precisely because of this that it was impossible for him to acknowledge another person as his master before obtaining the permission of that master. This is good as well. Since Elder Guoxiong has spread the news, I don't think anyone else would want to be my master, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not feel disgusted by the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong for spreading the news. Instead, he felt grateful. Humph! When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he looked at Tiandong who was walking toward him. His eyes turned cold immediately as he said coldly, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. You, Tiandong, know better than anyone else why you and Dong Lin have come here together. Since you're here to stand up for Dong Lin, why should I be courteous to you? Perhaps, in the eyes of others, you're the high and mighty first Silver Flame Elder of the Enforcement Hall. However, in the eyes of me, Duan Lingtian, you're just a lackey. Duan Lingtian's words were loud and clear. Gasp, gasp, gasp. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the few Enforcement Hall's Bronze Flame Elders who were watching could not help but gasp in unison. In the next instant, they looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had seen a ghost. Although most people in the Enforcement Hall did not know that Tiandong was Vice Hall Master Dong Yuanjin's lackey, no one dared to reveal this in front of Tiandong. In this regard, Duan Lingtian was definitely the first person to do so. Duan Lingtian is crazy. Is he seeking death? Perhaps he thinks Elder Tiandong won't show him any mercy today. That's why he's going all out. The few Bronze Flame Elders thought to themselves. There was a hint of pity in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian. When Dong Lin heard what Duan Lingtian said to Duan Lingtian, he was stunned. It was apparent he did not expect Duan Lingtian would be so crazy as to speak to Elder Tiandong in such a manner. Moreover, he even called Elder Tiandong a lackey. Duan Lingtian, you can't blame anyone else for seeking death. A hint of gloating could be seen in Dong Lin's eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. What did you call me? As the person involved, Tiandong could not help but freeze when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He only regained his senses after a while. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a terrifying gleam in his eyes. Upon hearing Tiandong's question, The few enforcement hall's bronze flame elders shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian again. They were curious. Did Duan Lingtian have the guts to repeat what he said earlier? In the next moment, they received the answer that they wanted. I said, "In my eyes, Duan Lingtian, you Tiandong are just a lackey. Do you hear me clearly now? Do I need to repeat myself?" Duan Lingtian said coldly. His tone was unbridled. The few enforcement hall's elders who were watching felt their scalps go numb when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was mad. Duan Lingtian was crazy. "You're digging your own grave." The gloating expression in Dong Lin's eyes intensified. "You're digging your own grave." Tiandong, who had made up his mind, suddenly shouted. In the next moment, he moved and charged toward Duan Lingtian like a violent storm. "Tiandong, there's no room for regret now that you've made your move." As soon as Tiandong moved, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated again. His tone was so cold that it sent chills down one's spine. Tiandong stopped a few meters away from Duan Lingtian. Regret? Although Tiandong was furious, he still looked at Duan Lingtian warily. He suppressed the anger in his heart and asked coldly, "What do you mean by that? Don't tell me this Duan Lingtian has something to rely on?" At the same time, the few enforcement hall's bronze flame elders who were watching thought to themselves, "Elder Tiandong, don't believe him. He likes to be mysterious. Let's make our move. Teach him a good lesson." Dong Lin, who was standing nearby, said in a timely manner, "Ha ha ha ha." As soon as Dong Lin's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly. Just when he was about to make his move again, Duan Lingtian suddenly burst out laughing. His unbridled laughter spread out, and the sound waves spread out, shaking the surrounding air to the point that clear ripples appeared in the surrounding air. While everyone was still in a daze, Duan Lingtian suddenly stopped laughing. The laughter was like a shower, came and went as quickly as it came. "Tiandong." In the next moment, Duan Lingtian looked at Tiandong coldly. "You better think this through. If you make your move on me, you'll torture me until I'm dead or crippled. You'll make my life a living hell. However, if you really dare to make a move on me, I, Duan Lingtian, swear that no matter how you treat me, I'll return everything to Dong Lin." Chapter 2047. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly when he looked at Dong Lin. Dong Lin shuddered involuntarily as though he had fallen into an ice cave. At the same time, horror dawned on Dong Lin's face. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to threaten the first Silver Flame Elder of the Enforcement Hall, Tiandong. Duan Lingtian was threatening Dong Lin with him. Dong Lin took a deep breath and looked into Duan Lingtian's eyes. He could see the unshakable determination in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He did not dare to question Duan Lingtian's words at all. At this moment, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. At the same time, he felt a bit of regret. He regretted going to his father and asking him to find someone to stand up for him. Otherwise, he would not be in such a predicament. Swoosh! Tiandong's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's threat. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to threaten him. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to threaten him and Dong Lin in such a manner in front of him. However, he could not ignore Duan Lingtian's threat. As an experienced person, Tiandong could tell that Duan Lingtian was not afraid of Duan Lingtian's threat. Duan Lingtian was absolutely not joking when he said those threatening words earlier. He was serious. "If you don't care about Dong Lin, I'll look for the people close to you. It doesn't matter if it's your children or your direct disciples. I'll treat them the same way you treat me today." Duan Lingtian's voice turned colder when he shifted his gaze to Tiandong. "Unless you kill me today, I'll be the nightmare of the people close to you in the future. It doesn't matter if it's Dong Lin or the people close to you. You can't possibly stay by their side and protect them forever, right?" Duan Lingtian continued to threaten Tiandong. Duan Lingtian's body emitted a cold killing intent when he finished speaking. It was as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped. The threat. It was a blatant threat. When Duan Lingtian's words fell into Duan Lingtian's ears, Tiandong's expression changed drastically. His eyes turned red, and his body emitted waves of chilling murderous intent. It was a murderous intent directed at Duan Lingtian. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so unpredictable. Tiandong not only had a son and a daughter, but he also had two personal disciples. To him, whether it was his children or his personal disciples, they were all very important. They were people that he needed to protect. Duan Lingtian's actions had hit him right in his weak spot. Duan Lingtian, how dare you threaten Elder Tiandong? Isn't this too valiant? As expected of someone who dares to offend the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lien as soon as he arrived at the Zoroastrianism. I really admire this Duan Lingtian. Me too. The few Enforcement Hall's Bronze Flame Elders were stunned when they saw this scene. When they regained their senses, they could not help but sigh. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was an exception. How could an ordinary Zoroastrianism disciple dare to threaten Tiandong, the first Silver Flame Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall? Naturally, they also felt Duan Lingtian was very smart. It seemed like he was going to throw away everything. But in truth, he was attacking Duan Lingtian's heart. Based on the changes in Tiandong's expression and the fact that he did not make a move, they could see that their first Silver Flame Elder was intimidated by Duan Lingtian and did not dare to make a move on Duan Lingtian. If they were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, they would not dare to make a move on Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian had a pair of children and two personal disciples. Although they were quite strong, they could not be compared to Duan Lingtian at all. What do you think? Duan Lingtian looked at Tiandong and smirked. Are you going to make a move on me? Or are you going to stand aside and be a statue? Anyway, I have nothing to lose. If you dare to make a move on me, I'll make a move on Dong Lin, your children, and your personal disciples. The barefooted are not afraid of those wearing shoes. When the few Enforcement Hall's Bronze Flame Elders heard Duan Lingtian's description of himself, they felt that it was very appropriate. That was right. Currently, was Duan Lingtian not afraid of those who were barefooted? Unless Elder Duan Lingtian dared to kill Duan Lingtian or cripple him, he could definitely take revenge on Elder Duan Lingtian once he recovered. After all, Tiandong was not alone. He had a pair of children and two personal disciples. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was all alone in Zoroastrianism. He had nothing to lose. They could see that this was where Duan Lingtian's confidence came from. Duan Lingtian, don't you think you've crossed the line? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Tiandong's expression darkened. He said coldly, as the saying goes, don't harm your family. Aren't you afraid that people will laugh at you for doing this? Laugh at me? Upon hearing Tiandong's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment. However, he laughed out loud as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. After a while, he stopped laughing. Tiandong, do you think you have the right to say such words in front of me? Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he smirked. I, Duan Lingtian, have never seen you before today, and you want to attack me as soon as you appear. Aren't you afraid that people will laugh at you for bullying a true disciple as a Silver Flame Elder of the Enforcement Hall? Why should I be afraid? That's all I have to say today. Duan Lingtian's tone changed as he said with certainty. Today, unless you kill me or cripple me, even if you only touch a strand of my hair, I'll still look for your children and look for your direct disciple so that we can have a good martial Dao spar. The threat. It was another blatant threat. However, no matter how angry Tiandong was when he was threatened by Duan Lingtian, he was so embarrassed that his face turned red. The killing intent on his body soared to the maximum, but he did not dare to say a word in the end. Be a good statue. When Duan Lingtian saw that Dong Lin was still standing at the same spot, he took a step forward and walked toward him in the air. Bam! Bam! It was unknown if Duan Lingtian did it intentionally, but every time he took a step forward, the air would ripple and explode with a muffled sound. When Dong Lin heard the muffled sounds of air exploding, his expression changed drastically. Every step Duan Lingtian took felt as though he was stepping on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian was only a few meters away from Dong Lin. Elder Tian Dong. When Dong Lin sensed the hostility from Duan Lingtian and saw the coldness in Duan Lingtian's eyes, his heart skipped a beat. He immediately cried for help from Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Just as Dong Lin finished speaking, Tian Dong had already appeared in front of Dong Lin like a ghost, shielding Dong Lin behind him. Dong Lin could not help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw Tian Dong. It was as though he had found an indestructible shield. If this had happened in the past, he would have hysterically asked Tian Dong to attack Duan Lingtian to vent his anger. However, when he recalled Duan Lingtian's threat earlier, he swallowed the words that were about to leave his mouth. Now, Tian Dong could torture Duan Lingtian and make him wish he was dead. However, after that, Duan Lingtian would blame Tian Dong for everything that Tian Dong had done to him. When Tian Dong thought of this, he was terrified and cowardly. Although he was gnashing his teeth in hatred, he did not urge Tian Dong to attack Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, enough is enough. After Tian Dong stood in front of Dong Lin, he looked coldly at Duan Lingtian and spoke to him in a low voice. Tian Dong. When he saw that Tian Dong was blocking his way, Duan Lingtian's face darkened again. Didn't you hear what I said just now? I asked you to stand aside obediently and be a statue. A statue? Do you understand? Duan Lingtian, do you really think that I don't dare to attack you? Tian Dong's expression was extremely gloomy. He could not bear to watch Dong Lin being tortured by Duan Lingtian. Moreover, if Dong Lin was tortured by Duan Lingtian right under his nose, he would not be able to answer to Dong Lin's father, Deputy Hall Leader Dong. Therefore, he finally stood up at this time. Initially, he had come to help Dong Lin bully Duan Lingtian. However, who would have thought that Duan Lingtian would be so shameless? He had actually used Dong Lin, his children, and his direct disciples to threaten him so that he would not dare to attack him. I knew that you wouldn't dare to attack me. Upon hearing Tian Dong's words, Duan Lingtian smirked disdainfully before he continued to say, Tian Dong, if you don't want me to look for your two daughters and your direct disciples to spar, it's best for you to step aside. After all, there's no enmity between us. I don't want to have an enemy like you for no reason. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the few Enforcement Hall's bronze flame elders who were watching were speechless. Was this Duan Lingtian not too shameless? He had used Elder Tian Dong's children and direct disciples to threaten Elder Tian Dong. He had already formed an irreconcilable enmity with Elder Tian Dong. Now, he actually said that there was no enmity between him and Elder Tian Dong, and he did not want to have an enemy like Elder Tian Dong for no reason? Duan Lingtian, don't cross the line. Faced with Duan Lingtian's threat again, Tian Dong was enraged no matter how good he was at suppressing it. His eyes were filled with killing intent as though he was about to devour someone. Elder Tian Dong, please don't step aside, otherwise I'll definitely complain to my father that you're helping Duan Lingtian to attack me. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's threat and sensing Tian Dong's exasperation, Dong Lin continued to threaten Tian Dong. At this moment, Dong Lin was truly afraid. He was afraid that Tian Dong would abandon him just to protect his children and direct disciples and allow Duan Lingtian to attack him. Chapter 2048. With the threat from Duan Lingtian and the threat from Dong Lin, Tian Dong felt like he was going crazy. What sin had he committed in his previous life? How could he have met these two malefactors in his current life? However, Tian Dong made up his mind in the end. He looked at Duan Lingtian immediately. Duan Lingtian, you don't want an enemy like me, and I don't want an enemy like you as well. Leave, Tian Dong said in a deep voice. Based on his words, it was obvious he had no intention of making a move on Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Tian Dong's words, Dong Lin frowned slightly. However, he quickly relaxed. Perhaps this was the best ending for him. Naturally, he still felt aggrieved in his heart. Tian Dong, is there something wrong with your ears? Duan Lingtian's expression darkened as he said coldly, I asked you to leave. Don't tell me you're willing to disregard your children and direct disciples for Donglin? Duan Ling Tian threatened Tiandong again. I wonder what your children and direct disciples will think if they know you've made such a decision. Elder Tiandong, you should be able to imagine, if my father knows you've joined forces with Duan Ling Tian to deal with me, he'll definitely not let you go. Even if it's your children and direct disciples, he won't let you go. While Duan Ling Tian was threatening Tiandong, Dong Lin did not forget to threaten Tiandong as well. He was afraid Tiandong would be intimidated by Duan Ling Tian and leave him to deal with Duan Ling Tian alone. Compared to Duan Ling Tian, Tiandong was more afraid of Dong Lin's father, Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. Therefore, he quickly made up his mind. He looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly. Duan Ling Tian, I won't touch you today. However, I'll protect Dong Lin as well. Under such circumstances, if you still dare to touch my children and my personal disciple, I, Tiandong, will cripple you even if I have to risk violating the sex rules and be punished. Tiandong's voice was extremely cold and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Really? Duan Ling Tian smiled coldly. If I remember correctly, there seems to be a rule in Zoroastrianism that states that if the higher-ups of the law enforcement hall violate the rules, they will receive double the punishment. Even if you didn't kill me and only crippled me, I'm afraid you would still die, right? Just because of the momentary pain of your children and personal disciples, you are willing to give up your life? Do you think I'll believe you? As he spoke, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face deepened. He looked at Tiandong with a gaze full of sarcasm. Tiandong, you better not do anything that you will regret. Duan Lingtian spoke again when Tiandong's expression changed drastically. At the same time, he flew out and headed straight for Tiandong. To be more precise, he was heading straight for Dong Lin. Tiandong was merely an obstacle in his path. When Tiandong saw Duan Lingtian flying toward him, he recalled what Duan Lingtian had said earlier. His expression changed drastically. Nobody knew what was on his mind. Whoosh! However, when Duan Lingtian was about to approach him, he still moved to the side. In the end, he chose to compromise. In his opinion, although Duan Lingtian was not as terrifying as Vice Hall Master Dong, Vice Hall Master Dong would consider his status and might not touch his children and personal disciples. At most, Vice Hall Master Dong would give him a hard time. After all, Dong Lin was only taught a lesson. He was not crippled or killed. This did not cross Vice Hall Master Dong's bottom line. Duan Lingtian was different from Vice Hall Master Dong. Although he was not as terrifying as Vice Hall Master Dong, he had nothing to lose. He had nothing to lose. Even if it was him, he could only avoid facing such a madman. Otherwise, his children, as well as his personal disciples, would definitely be in deep trouble. Hence, at the most critical moment, Tiandong finally changed his choice. Elder Tiandong. When Dong Lin saw that Tiandong had dodged at the most critical moment and exposed himself to Duan Lingtian, his face turned green. He did not expect Tiandong to make such a choice at the most critical moment. Slap! However, the moment Dong Lin's expression changed, a clear and loud slap resounded in the air. Duan Lingtian had appeared in front of Dong Lin and raised his hand to slap him, leaving a clear palm print on his face. The slap had caused half of Dong Lin's face to swell up. You, how dare you hit me? Dong Lin was stunned for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. It was as though he had seen a ghost. That's right. I'm hitting you. Duan Lingtian smirked coldly as he raised his hand and slapped Dong Lin's face with both hands. Every time Dong Lin made a sound, he would increase his strength. In the end, Dong Lin no longer dared to make a sound. His eyes were red as he endured the slap silently. Slap, 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 slap. Clear and loud slaps resounded in the air. The few bronze flame elders from the enforcement hall who were watching felt their scalps go numb. However, none of them dared to step forward to stop it. What a joke! Even the first silver flame elder from the enforcement hall, Tiandong, did not even dare to make a sound. Put aside the fact that they were not as strong as Duan Lingtian, even if they were stronger than Duan Lingtian, they would not dare to step forward. Some of them had children or direct disciples in Zoroastrianism. Who knew if Duan Lingtian would find trouble with their children or direct disciples after they interfered with Duan Lingtian's matter? Duan Lingtian was not a person who would play by the rules. It was best not to provoke such a person. Crazy, crazy. Tiandong, who was standing at the side, felt his scalp go numb when he saw Duan Lingtian turning Dong Lin's face into a pig's head in just a blink of an eye. He thought Duan Lingtian was crazy. Who was Dong Lin? He was the only son of Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. Vice hall master Dong treated his son as his life. If he knew his son was being humiliated, how could he not be angry? Stop! At this moment, even if Tiandong was afraid Duan Lingtian would make a move on his children and direct disciples, he did not dare to stand at the side and watch the show. He quickly stepped forward to stop Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he was already regretting his actions. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian would just casually teach Dong Lin a lesson after he stepped aside. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would give Dong Lin a series of slaps as soon as he made his move, turning him into a pig's head. It was one thing to be beaten into a pig's head. The most important thing was the way he was beaten into a pig's head. It was one slap after another. If news of this spread out, how would Dong Lin be able to hold his head high in the enforcement hall in the future? No ordinary person would be able to accept such humiliation. Dong Lin, I've almost forgotten about what happened last time, and I don't intend to make a fuss about it. Today, you took the initiative to ask for a beating, so don't blame me. Faced with Tiandong's stop, Duan Lingtian, who was almost done venting his anger, looked at Dong Lin coldly before he turned around and left in a suave manner. Elder Tiandong, thank you for your cooperation. Tiandong, who was originally relieved when he saw Duan Lingtian leaving, was so infuriated that he almost vomited blood when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. This Duan Lingtian did not forget to set him up even when he was leaving. Duan Lingtian, if you don't die, I, Dong Lin, swear that I'm not human. I swear that I'm not human. Dong Lin's eyes were bloodshot, and his body was trembling with anger. Although his expression could not be seen clearly from his swollen face, it was obvious that he was furious. He was extremely furious. Dong Lin only retracted his gaze when Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappeared from his sight. At the same time, he looked at Tiandong with a cold gaze and spoke incoherently with his swollen mouth. Tiandong, this matter, I'll tell everything to Father. You wait. After he finished speaking incoherently, Dong Lin flew away, leaving Tiandong with a cold and indifferent expression. It's over. Tiandong's face darkened when he heard Dong Lin's words. He realized that he had made a mistake in his judgment. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to humiliate Dong Lin in such a manner. If he had known earlier, he would not have stepped aside. If news of what happened today were to spread, it would definitely make Dong Lin suffer more than killing him. It was conceivable that once this matter was blown up, based on how much Vice Hall Master Dong doted on Dong Lin, he would not let Duan Lingtian go. He would not let him go as well. The few of you better remember this. If any of you dare to spread what happened earlier, let alone me, even Lord Vice Hall Master will not let any of you go. After taking a deep breath, Tiandong looked at the few law enforcement hall's bronze flame elders and reminded them coldly. Elder Tiandong, don't worry. I will definitely not spread what happened earlier. Elder Tiandong, don't worry. I didn't see anything earlier. What happened earlier? I was just passing by. Really? I was just passing by. Upon hearing Tiandong's words, the few enforcement hall bronze flame elders hurriedly expressed their opinions. It was as though they were afraid that they would be beaten up if they expressed their opinions any later. At the same time, chills ran down their spines. That Duan Lingtian really doesn't want to live anymore. I've seen people who aren't afraid of death, but I've never seen such a fearless person. That's Dong Lin, not Wen Yen. He's dead meat. He's dead meat. Based on how much Vice Hall Master Dong dotes on Dong Lin, it's impossible for him to let this matter rest. These were the thoughts of the few Enforcement Hall Bronze Flame Elders. All of them felt that Duan Lingtian was seeking death for humiliating Dong Lin. On the other hand, after Duan Lingtian left, he was elated. He did not feel guilty about what happened today, just like what he had said earlier. If Dong Lin did not come looking for him, he would have long forgotten about the conflict between him and Dong Lin. However, since Dong Lin had come looking for him, he, Duan Lingtian, was not someone to be trifled with. This is strange. Why do I feel a little anxious? Chapter 2049. Palace Master Zhu. Logically speaking, there should be no problem. But why do I feel flustered? I feel like something's going to happen. This was not the first time Duan Lingtian had such a feeling of panic. In the past, he had felt this way as well. Moreover, something would happen every time. Duan Lingtian did not expect Zhu Luqi, who was supposed to head to the Debussy subterranean Azure Cloud Mansion, to inform them would be sent to the land of exile by the Inter-Province Transportation Formation. Due to the fact that Zhu Luqi did not inform the Azure Cloud Mansion in time, the Azure Cloud Mansion did not receive any warning. Currently, Lien was bringing people to the Azure Cloud Mansion. They were getting closer and closer to the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion were unaware of this. Almost at the same time, in the northern region of the Dao Marshal Saint Land, a figure covered in a black robe stood in front of an inter-province transportation formation. There were 3 children who appeared to be 6 or 7 years old lying next to his feet. There were 2 little girls and a little boy. One of the 2 little girls was dressed in a golden robe while the other was dressed in a white robe. Both of them had baby fat on their cheeks, making them look very cute. As for the little boy, he was dressed in a black robe. Compared to the black robe that covered the entire body of the person standing there, the black robe that the little boy wore did not cover his face. His small head was exposed, and his small face looked cool and cute. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize them with just a glance. At this moment, the 2 little girls and 1 little boy that were lying on the ground and had obviously fainted were none other than the people that the little gold mouse and the 2 little pythons had transformed into in the form of the former little gold mouse. Little gold, little white, and little black. I don't know what the prophet is thinking. He actually asked me to steal these 3 little fellows and throw them back to the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land when that girl, Han Shuanai, is not paying attention. The black-robed man who was dressed in a black robe said. Suddenly, the person shrouded in black robes spoke. When he opened his mouth, it was a very feminine voice. It was neither male nor female, and it was hard to tell whether it was a male or a female. If that girl finds out about this, I'll definitely be in trouble. When the feminine voice reached the end of his sentence, he sounded a little dissatisfied. This black-robed man was none other than the current successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th absolute of the 7 absolute sect. Yu Wuing. The 3 little fellows who originally followed Han Shuanai to the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land were secretly stolen by him after he knocked them out. The reason he did this was because the Oracle Man, the 2nd absolute of the 7 absolute sect, the Prophet progeny, had instructed him to do so. He wanted him to find an opportunity where Han Shuanai would not be able to find out and steal the 3 little fellows before throwing them back to the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. According to the Elder of Heavenly Secrets, he could vaguely see through the mysteries of heaven. He could see that there would be a good fortune for the 3 little fellows in the Debussy subterranean. As for what kind of good fortune it was, he could not tell. Since he was worried that Han Shuanai would stop him, he also asked Yu Wuing to secretly steal the 3 little fellows and throw them back to the Debussy subterranean. Moreover, he could not send them back to the Greenwave Han Mansion or the Azure Cloud Mansion. Yesterday, Yu Wuing finally found an opportunity and successfully stole the 3 little fellows. The 3 of you, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame that old man. He's the one who asked me to steal the three of you and throw you back to the Debussy subterranean to fend for yourselves. Yu Wuing shook his head and lifted the three little fellows up with a raise of his hand. In the next instant, he flew into the Inter-Province Transportation Formation. The moment the Inter-Province Transportation Formation flashed, Yu Wuing and the three little fellows disappeared. About half an hour later, in the eastern province of the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land, Yu Wuing, who had just returned from the Debussy subterranean, appeared. After confirming the direction, he returned to the northern province. When Yu Wuing left the upper province, he brought the three little fellows with him. However, when he returned, he was all alone again. The land of exile was also known as the exiled realm by the devil clans. The Ox Devil clan was a big clan in the exiled realm. There were many powerhouses in the clan. For many years, they had been trying their best to invade the Saint Province realm, but they could not find an opportunity to do so. The Saint Province realm was the realm that encompassed the Debussy subterranean, the upper province, and the three mortals. The Ox Devil clan's estate was vast. There was a spacious square in the center of the estate. Today, however, the square was filled with people. No, it should be said that it was full of demons. Bull demons. The members of the Ox Devil clan had distinctive features. They had a human body and the head of an ox. Apart from their bodies, they were no different from ordinary humans in the Saint Province realm. At this moment, a group of Ox Devils surrounded the square and stared at a human who was tied up. That was right. A human who was rarely seen in the exiled realm. Is this a human? I think so. This human looks similar to us. He has 2 hands and 2 legs. Similar? How is he similar? We Ox Devils aren't so short. Moreover, he's so fair. He's so ugly. Look at our dark and healthy skin. This is the skin a warrior should have. That's right. Look at how fair he is. He's a pushover. It's no wonder he was captured by the warriors of the Ox Devil clan. Humans are too weak. It was the first time the members of the Ox Devil clan had seen a human. They pointed at the human who was tied up in the center of the square and discussed among themselves. If it was in the past, Zhu Luqi would never have dreamed that he would one day become an exhibit. Zhu Luqi felt his scalp tingle again when he saw the group of tall monsters with human bodies and cow heads in front of him, because he already knew the identity of these monsters. They were one of the devil clans in the land of exile, the Ox Devil clan. He had read about the Ox Devil clan in the White Tiger Sanctum, one of the fire worship sect's 4 symbol sanctums, the White Tiger Sanctum. The Ox Devil clan was born to be warriors. They were tall and strong, and they were good at close combat. During the Human-Devil era, the Ox Devil clan was one of the vanguards in the Great War between the humans and devils. They had killed countless humans in that realm. It could be said that they were the mortal enemies of the human race. Zhu Luqi did not expect he would meet the Ox Devil clan in the devil clans in such a manner one day. Moreover, he had become a captive of the Ox Devil clan. All of a sudden, Zhu Lu discovered that the group of Ox Devils who were surrounding him from the east had opened up a path for him when they heard a low growl from outside. Then, Zhu Luqi saw the 2 Ox Devils who had captured him. However, the 2 Ox Devils were escorting another Ox Devil the size of a small hill as they walked toward him. Boom! 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 The Ox Devil was 7 or 8 meters tall. It was 2 or 3 times taller than the average Ox Devil. Every step it took caused the ground to shake. It walked slowly toward Zhu Luqi. The closer it was to Zhu Luqi, the more Zhu Luqi felt the tremors. When the Ox Devil appeared, the group of Ox Devils in the square fell silent. They looked at the Ox Devil that was much taller than them respectfully. As expected, it's a human. The Ox Devil that was the size of a small hill walked up to Zhu Luqi and looked down at him. Its voice was like a clap of thunder, causing Zhu Luqi's eardrums to hurt. How powerful! At this moment, Zhu Luqi could feel the pressure from the Ox Devil that was standing before him. It was so oppressive that he could barely breathe. Moreover, the Ox Devil did not deliberately exert pressure on him. Based on this, one could tell how powerful and terrifying the Ox Devil was. 10th Elder, he's the human we found outside. At the same time, the other two ox devils behind the ox devil spoke in a timely manner. Their voices were filled with humility. 10th Elder, Zhu Luqi's eyes widened in shock. As far as he knew, the strongest person in the Ox Devil clan was the Patriarch. Below the Patriarch were the 10 great elders. In the past, many human powerhouses had died in the hands of the 11 powerhouses from the Ox Devil clan in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, he knew the 11 powerhouses from the Ox Devil clan were not the current Patriarch and 10 great elders of the Ox Devil clan. As time passed, the Devil clans would die one day as well. Powerful devils who had obtained immortality would ascend to the Devata realms after they had reached a certain level of strength. In this regard, the exiled realm was similar to the Saint Province realm. That's right. All of you have done a great deed. I'll look for Lord Patriarch and ask for a reward for all of you. The Ox Devil who was addressed as the 10th Elder spoke again. His voice was as loud as thunder. Zhu Luqi, who was prepared for this, immediately mobilized his saint energy to protect his ears. His eardrums no longer hurt as much as before. While the 10th Elder of the Ox Devil clan was sizing Zhu Luqi up with interest, Zhu Luqi's expression changed drastically. Meanwhile, in the Saint Province realm, the quasi-third-rate force in the Debussy Subterranean, the Azure Cloud Mansion, another group of uninvited guests had arrived. This group of uninvited guests had entered the Azure Cloud Mansion and killed all the black armored guards who tried to stop them. Whether it was the ordinary black armored guards, the Decurions, or the Centurions, none of them were a match for this group of uninvited guests. It was not just one person, but a group of people led by an old man. Moreover, the uninvited guests were not the old man, but the people behind him. Since the people behind him were so terrifying, one could only imagine how terrifying the old man was. All of you, who are you? The group of black armored guards shuddered in fear when they saw the group of uninvited guests. They kept retreating until they were close to the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the menacing group of people came to a halt one after another as the old man came to a halt. Chapter 2050. My name is Lien. The old man's words also revealed his identity. He was none other than the Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism, one of the 3 great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He was also the first Silver Flame Elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism. The reason he came to the Azure Cloud Mansion was to deal with the true disciple of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian. He wanted to use Duan Lingtian's family to force Duan Lingtian to leave Zoroastrianism. Originally, Lien should have come to the Debussy Subterranean and the Azure Cloud Mansion a long time ago. However, when he left the Northern Plethora sect with the people Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, had sent to him, he received a shocking piece of news. Due to this reason, he was delayed. The shocking news was related to the Azura Saber, one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. The Azura Saber had appeared. In the past, some of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking were in the hands of the high-ranking officials of the 3 great sections. The Azura Saber was one of them. Although Lien could not wait to go to the WCI Subterranean to investigate Duan Lingtian's background, he was not in a hurry to investigate Duan Lingtian's background compared to the Azura Saber on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. For this reason, he asked the group of Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses Yang Chong had sent to him to look for the lucky person who obtained the Azura Saber. Lien did not stay idle as well. One had to admit that Lien was quite lucky. In the end, he managed to find the lucky person who obtained the Azura Saber. After killing the lucky person, he obtained the Azura Saber as well. Of course, he was the only one who knew that he had obtained the Azura Saber. The group of Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect who followed him were unaware of this. Perhaps these Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect did not possess the strength to snatch the Azura Saber from Lien, but they could spread the news. Once the news spread, Lien would not be able to keep the Azura Saber. After all, Lien was not like Xiezong who had seized the Devil Seal Tablet from Duan Lingtian. Although Xiezong was only an ordinary elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, his father was one of the four great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The four great kings' position in the Zhuangzi Buddhism was equivalent to the three great guardians of Zoroastrianism. They were all top powerhouses in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Xiezong had Zhuangzi Buddhism's Dharmaraja as his backer. Even if he possessed the Devil Seal tombstone, not many people would dare to fight for it openly. Moreover, it was not certain if the Devil Seal tablet was still in Xiezong's hands. Perhaps, after Xiezong returned to the Zhuangzi Buddhism, he might have passed the Devil Seal tablet to his father, the Golden Lion King, one of the four great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The Azura Saber was a famous grade saint weapon on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. It was an offensive 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon. It was so powerful that it could easily crush 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Who would not want such a saint weapon? As a silver flame elder of Zoroastrianism who did not have a backer, what right did Lian have to keep this grade saint weapon? Perhaps someone might say that his backer was Zoroastrianism? If news of him obtaining the Azura Saber spread, even the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism who were Golden Flame elders and above would be tempted. Even if Zoroastrianism did not exist, he would not be able to keep the Azura Saber. For this reason, Lian made up his mind the moment he obtained the Azura Saber. Before he possessed the strength to keep the Azura Saber, he would not use the Azura Saber unless he was faced with a life-or-death situation. After all, the temptation of the Azura Saber was just too great. Although obtaining the Azura Saber was a pleasant surprise to Lian, he did not forget about his other purpose. He wanted to go to the WCI subterranean to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. After obtaining the Azura Saber, one of the 10 great grade saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, he gathered the people that Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, had given him and traveled to the WCI subterranean through the inter-province transportation formation. After that, everything went very smoothly. As soon as he arrived at the lower province, he learned about Duan Lingtian's background from the Watcher in the lower province. After he learned about Duan Lingtian's background, he immediately brought his people to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Due to this reason, the current situation had unfolded. Lian. Hearing Lian's words, the group of black armored guards were at a loss, because they had never heard of this name before. Due to this reason, their hearts were filled with fear. Based on the strength of the people following behind this old man who called himself Lian, they were at least top-notch powerhouses in the WCI subterranean. Since these powerhouses were willing to follow him, he must be even stronger and more terrifying. However, they had never heard of Lian's name before. This was enough to prove that he was either a powerhouse or a powerhouse. He was either a reclusive powerhouse from the WCI subterranean or a powerhouse from the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Sir, may I know the purpose of your visit to the Azure Cloud Mansion? Finally, one of the black armored guards mustered up his courage and asked Lian with difficulty. Nothing much. Faced with the black armored guard's question, Lian said indifferently, I'm here to bring the family of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Young mansion master? The upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land? Upon hearing Lian's words, the group of black armored guards could not help but gasp. Although Lian's words were polite, they were certain he was not here just to bring someone to the upper province as a guest. If he was here just to bring someone to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, would there be a need for him to kill his way here? He's really a powerhouse from the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. He even mentioned the young mansion master. It seems like he has enmity with the young mansion master. My goodness, how did the young mansion master offend such a powerhouse? Moreover, the other party wants to bring Lord Mansion Master and the others to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Is he planning to use Lord Mansion Master and the others to threaten the young Mansion Master? Isn't it obvious? I can't believe the young Mansion Master has only gone to the upper province for a short while, but he's already so fearful that he wants to capture his family to threaten him. As expected of the young Mansion Master, He's indeed a peerless genius in the WCI subterranean. Based on the current situation, the young mansion master has also made a name for himself in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Otherwise, his opponent wouldn't want to use his family to threaten him. When the group of black armored guards mentioned Duan Lingtian, not only did they not blame Duan Lingtian for bringing disaster to the Azure Cloud Mansion, but they even had a proud expression on their faces. The black armored guards were the elites of the Azure Cloud Mansion. They were strictly selected. Every black armored guard was prepared to sacrifice themselves for the Azure Cloud Mansion. Good job, young mansion master. Among the black armored guards, a centurion suddenly shouted. His tone was filled with excitement. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize the centurion as Tong Zhong. He was also known as the strongest person below the exemplary saint stage in the WCI subterranean. Apart from that, he was also the direct disciple of Kumi, one of the right-hand men of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Previously, when Kumi was killed by Elder Xie Zong of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Tong Zhong was filled with grief. However, he worked hard and quickly broke through to the exemplary saint stage and became the strongest person below the commander of the Black Armored Army. He was also appointed as the successor to the position of the commander of the Black Armored Army. Currently, the group of black armored guards present on the scene treated him as their leader. When they heard his words, all of them cried out excitedly. "Young Mansion Master! Young Mansion Master! Young Mansion Master!" As the group of black armored guards cried out excitedly, the way they looked at Lien and the others changed completely. In the beginning, their fear and helplessness had turned into disdain and disdain. "Do all of you really think your young mansion master is so strong that I'm afraid of him? That's why I'm here to capture his family." Lien had, naturally, heard the conversation between the group of black armored guards earlier. When he saw the group of black armored guards looking at him with disdain, he was instantly enraged. The raging fire in his heart seemed as though it could incinerate everything. Is that not the case? Upon hearing Li An's words, Tong Zhong sneered. Is that not the case? The group of black armored guards chimed in and sneered. Their eyes were filled with disdain as they looked at Lien Humph. If it wasn't for your young mansion master hiding like a tortoise, I would have torn him into 1,000 pieces. The reason I came to the lower province and the Azure Cloud Mansion to capture his family is to lure him out and kill him. In my eyes, he's nothing but an ant. Lien snorted disdainfully. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Lien finished speaking, Tong Zhong suddenly burst out laughing. "Old man, since the young mansion master isn't here, you can say whatever you want. Old man, you're not young anymore, but you're not even comparable to the young mansion master of our Azure Cloud Mansion. If I were you, I would have dug a hole in the ground and hid in it. How dare you come to the lower province to capture our young mansion master's family? You're really ridiculous. How pathetic." Tong Zhong did not hold back when he spoke. There was no need for him to hold back. At this moment, he was already prepared to die. "You're seeking death." Tong Zhong's words finally enraged Lien. As he shouted, the Saint Qi in his body surged as he was about to attack Tong Zhong. At this moment, swoosh, swoosh, whoosh, 3 swift figures were flying toward them at an exaggerated speed. Quintessential Saint stage? Although the speed of the 3 figures was considered fast in Lian's eyes, it still managed to divert his attention. This was because he discovered the speed of the 3 figures was actually at the quintessential Saint stage. As far as he knew, quintessential Saint stage powerhouses were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns in the WCI subterranean. Chapter 2051. However, when the 3 figures got closer, Lien discovered that the 3 figures were carrying 2 people. The owners of 2 of the figures were brought along by the owner of the last figure. The owner of the last figure was the only person whose cultivation base had entered the quintessential Saint stage. Moreover, this person's cultivation base was not only at the early quintessential Saint stage, but it was at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Lian instantly shifted his gaze to this person. He discovered that this person's appearance was 60 to 70% similar to Duan Lingtian's before he disguised himself. The reason he knew about Duan Lingtian's appearance before he disguised himself was because he had obtained a portrait from the Watcher when he was questioning him. The person in the portrait was none other than Duan Lingtian before he disguised himself. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffing. Lian instantly figured out the person's identity. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Ruffing. After a short moment, Duan Rufeng had already appeared in front of the group of black armored guards with an aged old man and a robust middle-aged man in black armor, and they protected the group of black armored guards behind them. Lord Mansion Master! Lord Mansion Master! Upon seeing Duan Rufeng, the group of black armored guards, led by Centurion Tongzhong, bowed at Duan Rufeng respectfully. On the other hand, those black armored guards that hadn't seen Duan Rufeng before now had excited expressions on their faces. They would die without any regrets now that they were able to see the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in their lifetime. In each of the black armored guards' hearts, Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, was a supreme existence. He was their faith. In the depths of their hearts, it was even more important than their own lives. When they saw Duan Rufeng, it was as though they had found their backbone. All of them straightened their backs and emitted a majestic aura that soared into the sky. This scene caused Lian and the group of people behind Lian to involuntarily inhale a breath of cold air. Although these black armored guards were weak, their combined aura was not inferior to the aura of a quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Elder Rong. Elder Rong. Lord Commander. Lord Commander. After greeting the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng, respectfully, the group of black armored guards looked at the old man and the sturdy middle-aged man standing next to Duan Rufeng and greeted them respectfully. The old man next to Duan Rufeng was none other than Rong Yuan. As for the sturdy middle-aged man in black armor, he was the current commander of the Azure Cloud Mansion's black armored guards. He was also a powerhouse at the exemplary saint stage. Naturally, an exemplary saint stage powerhouse was considered a powerhouse in the WCI subterranean. However, he was nothing compared to Li En and the group of people. Put aside Li En, even the weakest person in the group of people behind him was at least at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. Such a powerhouse only needed a finger to kill a powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, let alone an ordinary exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. Who are all of you? Why did you kill the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion? Duan Rufeng asked in a deep voice as his robe fluttered in the wind. A furious expression appeared on his determined and handsome face as he glared coldly at Lian, who was the leader of the group of people before him. Since he had just arrived, he did not know where Lian and the others came from. However, at this moment, Duan Rufeng was truly enraged. Ever since he had become the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, nobody in the WCI subterranean dared to act recklessly in the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, today, someone had actually barged into the Azure Cloud Mansion and killed hundreds of black armored guards. This was no different from slapping him, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, in the face. You're Duan Rufeng? The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Lian did not answer Duan Lingtian's question. Instead, he asked nonchalantly. His tone was condescending, as though he was a superior speaking to a subordinate. How dare you? Almost as soon as Lian's words left his mouth, the commander of the black armored army next to Duan Rufeng, the sturdy middle-aged man, suddenly took 2 steps forward and glared at Lian as he said coldly, "How dare an old man like you call the name of our Azure Cloud Mansion's mansion master so directly?" Duan Rufeng was not only the faith of the black armored guards, but he was also the faith of the black armored army's commander. If it was not for Duan Rufeng, he would have died long ago. For the sake of Duan Rufeng, he was not afraid at all, even if he had to lay down his life and shed his blood. How could he tolerate this when he saw someone treating the Lord Mansion Master he respected the most in such a manner? Lord Commander! Almost as soon as the commander of the black armored army took 2 steps forward and shouted coldly at Lian, Tong Zhong, who was standing behind, seemed to have recalled something. Horror dawned on him as he cried out in panic. In just a blink of an eye, almost as soon as Tong Zhong opened his mouth, buzz! All that could be heard was a short-lived saber cry. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, the commander of the black armored army's head was separated from his body. Blood gushed out from his severed neck like a fountain. It was dazzling and eye-catching as it splattered across the sky like red roses. Humph! How can an ant at the exemplary saint stage like you act so presumptuously in front of Elder Lian? At the same time, an old man standing behind Lian snorted coldly and said in a disdainful tone, "Just a moment ago, he was the one who had made a move and beheaded the commander of the Azure Cloud Mansion's black armored army. Old Wang." Duan Ruffing was the first to regain his senses. Horror dawned on his face immediately. When he saw the commander of the black armored army's body that had been severed into two, his eyes turned red. Waves of majestic devil chi began to rise from his body. Crack! A crisp sound resonated in the air as the headband on Duan Ruffing's head shattered. His long black hair fluttered even though there was no wind. It was as though a python was slithering. It looked extremely strange. At this moment, Duan Ruffing was completely shrouded by the majestic devil chi. The aura on his body continued to rise as well. Intermediate quintessential saint stage. Mastery quintessential saint stage. Peak of the quintessential saint stage. Lian could not help but frown when he sensed the change in Duan Ruffing's aura. This was because he had discovered that Duan Ruffing's cultivation base was only at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. However, at this moment, Duan Ruffing's cultivation base had risen from the mastery quintessential saint stage to the peak of the quintessential saint stage before it finally came to a stop. Although it did not rise to the saint celestial stage, it still shocked Li, and Duan Ruffing's son, Duan Lingtian, knows how to conceal his cultivation base. Lian suddenly thought of this. And was no longer surprised. He thought Duan Rufeng had concealed his cultivation base from the beginning and had only revealed his true cultivation base now. He did not expect this at all. Duan Rufeng's cultivation base had just risen. Just a moment ago, Duan Rufeng's cultivation base was indeed at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Commander Wang. After Duan Ruffing, Rong Yuan regained his senses as well. When he saw the black armored army's commander's body that was severed into two, his eyes turned red immediately. Lord Commander! Lord Commander! At the same time, the group of black armored army guards, including Tong Zhong, cried out in grief. Their eyes shifted away from the black armored army's commander's body that was severed into two and landed on Lian and the others. Flames of hatred burned in their eyes. If the flames of anger in their eyes could kill, Lian and the others would have died many times over. Are all of you from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? At the same time, Duan Ruffing, whose body was shrouded in devil chi, looked at Lian coldly. His voice was so cold that it sounded as though it came from hell. It sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. Rong Yuan, who was standing next to Duan Ruffing, could not help but shudder. At this moment, he could clearly feel the rage of the Lord Mansion Master next to him. That's right. Faced with Duan Ruffing's cold gaze, Lian was not afraid at all. He smiled coldly. Duan Ruffing, I don't mind telling you, my name is Lian, and I'm a Silver Flame Elder from the Zoroastrianism, one of the three great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Zoroastrianism. Silver Flame Elder. Upon hearing Lian's words, Duan Ruffing could not help but narrow his eyes. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. The Zoroastrianism was the sect that had imprisoned his daughter-in-law and granddaughter. Which sect was this person before him from? Swoosh! At the side, Rong Yuan's expression changed drastically. He did not expect this. The leader of this group of people was actually an elder from the Zoroastrianism, one of the three great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Unlike Duan Ruffing and Lian, most of the black armored guards had never heard of the Zoroastrianism before, so they were rather calm. Naturally, there were also a few black armored guards who had heard of the Zoroastrianism before. Most of these black armored guards were Decurions. There were also a few centurions, including Tong Zhong. When they heard Li An's words, their eyes narrowed immediately. A hint of dread could be seen on their faces. This old man who called himself Li An was actually an elder from the Zoroastrianism. However, after learning of Li An's identity, although they were afraid of him, they did not have any intention of retreating. Instead, they straightened their backs, ready to sacrifice everything for their Lord Mansion Master and the Azure Cloud Mansion. This included the most precious thing, their lives. As for the purpose of my visit, it's to bring Duan Lingtian's father and Duan Lingtian's family and friends to the Upper Province. I want to use all of you to lure Duan Lingtian out of the Zoroastrianism. At the same time, Li An's voice resonated again. For this reason, if you want to blame someone, blame your good son. He's the one who brought disaster to your Azure Cloud Mansion. He's the one who destroyed the Azure Cloud Mansion and all of you. Chapter 2052. Tianer, has he joined Zoroastrianism? Duan Rufeng could not help but be stunned when he heard Li An's cold words. Worry rose in his heart involuntarily. However, when he heard Li An said he wanted to use him to lure his son, Duan Lingtian, out of Zoroastrianism, he realized his son was safe and sound. At the very least, his son was doing quite well in Zoroastrianism. Even this Zoroastrianism elder could not do anything to him. Otherwise, this Zoroastrianism elder would not have wanted to use him to lure his son away from Zoroastrianism. For a moment, Duan Rufeng did not blame his son for bringing disaster to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Instead, he felt proud of his son. No matter where he went, his son, Duan Rufeng, would always be an outstanding person. As a father, he was proud of his son. Ha 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 ha! At this moment, a burst of unbridled laughter resonated in the air. It was none other than Centurion Tong Zhong, who was among the black armored guards. After he stopped laughing, he looked at Li An disdainfully and said mockingly, "A dignified Zoroastrianism elder actually has to resort to such despicable means to deal with the young mansion master of our Azure Cloud Mansion. How pathetic! As for what you said about the young mansion master bringing calamity to our Azure Cloud Mansion, he destroyed our brothers. Tell him, do all of you resent the young mansion master? Are all of you afraid of death?" Tong Zhong suddenly changed the topic and asked the black armored guards in a loud voice. When he reached the end of his question, his high-spirited voice was even more infectious. It affected all the black armored guards present on the scene, causing the blood in their bodies to boil. "We don't resent him. We don't resent him. We don't fear death. We don't fear death." The moment Tong Zhong's words left his mouth, the group of black armored guards present on the scene roared one after another. The roars converged together and turned into a thunderous sound wave, causing ripples to appear in the surrounding void. Even the clouds in the sky were scattered by the sound wave. The group of black armored guards' auras were extremely imposing. Although they knew they might not be a match for the powerhouses from the Upper Province even if they joined forces, they were not afraid at all. For the Azure Cloud Mansion, for Lord Mansion Master and the young Mansion Master, they would die without regrets. The scene before him was clearly not what Li An wanted to see. Li wanted to see the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion were terrified and in despair as they blamed Duan Lingtian, as they said. They wanted to leave the Azure Cloud Mansion and cut all ties with it. However, he did not expect this outcome. When the group of people from the Azure Cloud Mansion faced the group of powerhouses from the Upper Province, not only did they not show any signs of fear or despair, but they also did not blame Duan Lingtian at all. Instead, they even said they wanted to leave the Azure Cloud Mansion and cut ties with the Azure Cloud Mansion. Li An was so furious that his face turned pale. This was completely different from what he had imagined. "You don't fear death?" After taking a deep breath, Li An's eyes flashed coldly with killing intent. He smiled coldly and said, "Since all of you are not afraid of death, I'll fulfill your wishes." As soon as Lian finished speaking, he raised his right hand and made a hand gesture. When the group of Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect saw Lian's hand gesture, they stared at the group of black armored guards behind Duan Ruffing and Rong Yuan coldly. As soon as Lian gave the order, they would make their move at lightning speed and kill all of the black armored guards in front of them. How boastful! When Lian was about to give the order for the group of Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses behind him to make their move, a cold voice resonated in the air and diverted Lian's attention. Lian's gaze shifted to Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. The person who had spoken earlier was none other than Duan Ruffing. You'll find out soon enough if I'm boastful or not. You should be glad you're Duan Lingtian's father. Otherwise, you'll definitely die today. Lian looked at Duan Ruffing and sneered. However, even if you don't die today, you'll still die after I use you to lure Duan Lingtian out and kill Duan Lingtian. Lian's words were filled with a thick murderous intent. There's no need to wait anymore. When Lian suddenly lowered his right hand and was about to give the order for the group of Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses behind him to make their move, Duan Ruffing's voice resonated in the air again. It was as intimidating as the morning bell. Duan Ruffing's cold voice caused the group of Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses behind Lian who were about to make their move to be stunned. In the next moment, their eyes shifted to Duan Ruffing again. Kill! Lian's expression turned grave. Just as he was about to give the order again, he stopped speaking as soon as he opened his mouth. This was because his attention was completely focused on Duan Ruffing. Duan Ruffing, who was completely shrouded in devil chi, stood in the distance. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his long hair that was no longer tied up by the headband was wriggling like a python. It was a strange sight. At the same time, Duan Ruffing's hands that seemed to be burning with black flames opened and closed widely as he formed a set of hand seals that seemed very profound. Boom! 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 Complicated hand seals were formed again and again as his hands slapped the void, causing the air to ripple and emit a series of muffled explosions. As a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial Stage, Lian's aura was not something ordinary people could compare to. Lian could clearly sense it. As Duan Ruffing made one mysterious hand seal after another, the void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Moreover, it gave Duan Ruffing an ominous premonition as he sensed a dangerous aura. What's he doing? Regarding this, Lian could not understand no matter how hard he thought about it. However, he felt that his heart was inexplicably flustered at this moment, as if something big was about to happen. Lian took a deep breath as his eyes turned cold. His saint origin surged out of his body to stop Duan Ruffing. It's too late. As soon as Lian's saint origin surged out of his body, Duan Ruffing's voice resonated in the air. His tone was cold and decisive. Boom! As Duan Ruffing's last hand seal that was filled with monstrous devil chi descended, the void suddenly shook before it began to distort and form a whirlpool at an extremely fast speed under the watchful eyes of the others. As soon as the whirlpool appeared, one could see a deep darkness in the center of the whirlpool. This darkness was enough to make one's hair stand on end with just a glance. Apart from that, the suction force from the whirlpool was not directed at Duan Ruffing and the others. Instead, it was directed at the other side of the air. Upon seeing this, Lian and the group of Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses behind him were not the only ones who were shocked. Even Rong Yuan and the group of black armored guards, including Tong Zhong, were shocked as well. Lord Mansion Master, what kind of technique is this? Rong Yuan's eyes widened in shock. This was his first time seeing his mansion using such a technique. Come out. While everyone's attention was still on Duan Ruffing's reverse whirlpool, Duan Ruffing's emotionless voice resonated in the air again. It was so cold that it caused the atmosphere to become even more oppressive. As soon as Duan Ruffing finished speaking, the others were shocked to see something. Inside the reverse vortex, in the deep darkness, a behemoth appeared. The gigantic object that was the size of a small mountain emitted vast and pure devil chi as it walked out of the darkness at a leisurely pace. It attracted everyone's attention when it appeared in front of them. The gigantic object was more than 10 meters tall. It was a stone golem that was formed from huge rocks that were as black as ink. It did not have any facial features, and it only had a humanoid body. It was awe-inspiring as it stood there. Imperceptibly, it also brought about a strong sense of oppression. "What's this?" Lian was stunned when he saw the stone golem that was filled with devil chi. This was his first time seeing such a monster. He could clearly sense an unparalleled power from the stone golem in front of him. Even if it was compared to his current strength, it would only be stronger. However, he could not sense any signs of life from the stone golem. It was as though it was a lifeless stone golem. Combine! While everyone's attention was on the stone golem, Duan Rufing's voice resonated in the air again. Everyone turned to look at him in unison. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Rufing moved and shot toward the stone golem. When his body came into contact with the stone golem, a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. When Duan Rufing's body came into contact with the stone golem, a monstrous devil chi surged out of the stone golem and shrouded Duan Rufing. In the next instant, the devil chi was sucked into the stone golem's body, whereas Duan Rufeng had completely vanished without a trace. As soon as Duan Rufing disappeared, Saint Devil Puppet, one of the Saint Celestial stage powerhouses behind Lian, seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with terror. At the same time, he lost his composure and cried out in alarm. "Saint Devil Puppet?" When the whirlpool in the opposite direction gradually disappeared, everyone, including Lian, was stunned. Saint Devil Puppet? They had never heard of it before. However, they had heard of human puppet, earth puppet, and sky puppet in the past. These three types of puppets were all puppets controlled by demonic cultivators. Chapter 2053. However, even the strongest heavenly devil puppet was only comparable to a martial cultivator at the peak of the quintessential saint stage at most. The heavenly devil puppet was nothing in front of a saint celestial stage powerhouse. For this reason, in a battle between saint celestial stage powerhouses, even if one of them was a devil cultivator who was skilled in controlling devil puppets, they would not control their devil puppets to fight. After all, the devil puppets would only be a burden to them. In fact, Lian had noticed earlier. The stone golem in front of him was emitting a majestic and pure devil chi. Its strength was not inferior to his at all. However, when he discovered the stone golem did not seem to be alive or sentient, he heaved a sigh of relief. When he saw Duan Rufing had disappeared and the stone golem seemed to have gained sentience, he realized Duan Rufing must have temporarily merged with the stone golem. Saint Devil Puppet? What's a Saint Devil Puppet? Lian turned to look at the Saint Celestial stage powerhouse from the Northern Plethora sect who had exclaimed in surprise earlier. The Saint Celestial stage powerhouse from the Northern Plethora sect did not dare to be negligent when faced with Lian's question. He quickly explained, "It's said that the last time the Saint Devil Puppet appeared was in an era a long time ago. That era was called the Human Devil Era." Human Devil Era? Lian narrowed his eyes when he heard the words of the Saint Celestial stage powerhouse from the Northern Plethora sect. Perhaps he had not heard of the Saint Devil Puppet before. However, he was no stranger to the Human Devil Era. He knew that it was an extremely chaotic era. During that era, a group of devil clans had emerged from the land of exile and caused rivers of blood to flow in the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the end, all the human powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint Land had joined forces and defeated the group of devils, forcing them to return to the land of exile. Yes. The Saint Celestial stage powerhouse from the Northern Plethora sect nodded when he heard Lian's question. He said, "I've read about it in an ancient book. During the Human Devil Era, some devils and devil cultivators who cultivated devil cultivation methods knew how to summon Saint Devil Puppets. Saint Devil Puppets are different from human devil puppets, Earth Devil puppets, and Sky Devil puppets. The latter are created by devil cultivators using humans as the foundation. The former came from the land of exile. It is said that only the Saint Devil altar in the land of exile can give birth to Saint Devil puppets. The expression of the Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse from the Northern Plethora sect turned solemn when he spoke. The weakest Saint Devil puppet is comparable to a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial Stage, while the strongest one is comparable to a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial Stage. The Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse from the Northern Plethora sect took a deep breath before he looked at the stone golem, the Saint Devil puppet, in the distance. He continued to say, "This Saint Devil puppet was summoned by Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, from the land of exile using a secret technique. I can't believe there's still someone who knows how to summon a Saint Devil puppet even after such a long time has passed since the human devil era. Although the Saint Devil puppet itself possesses unparalleled power, it has no life or intelligence. Only when the summoner merges with it can he bestow it with life and intelligence, and control it as if it were his own arm." The expression of the Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse from the Northern Plethora sect turned solemn when he finished speaking. He continued to say, "Once the summoner and the Saint Devil puppet become one, the summoner will be able to fully unleash the power of the Saint Devil puppet." Swoosh! As soon as the Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse from the Northern Plethora sect finished speaking, horror dawned on Li Yan's face. The strength of the Saint Devil puppet in front of him was not any weaker than his. It was fine if the Saint Devil puppet did not have any life or intelligence. No matter how powerful it was, it would not pose a threat to him. However, the Saint Devil puppet had been given life and intelligence by Duan Rufeng. Therefore, Duan Rufeng could control its strength as though it was his own arm. To him, this was not good news at all. Saint Devil puppet. The people from the Azure Cloud Mansion, including Rong Yuan and Tong Zhong, had also heard the words of the Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse from the Northern Plethora sect. They instantly learned what the Saint Devil puppet was. Li Yan's expression seems to have changed. It seems like the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Lord Mansion Master is powerful enough to pose a threat to him. Otherwise, his expression wouldn't have changed. You're right. The group of black armored guards, including Rong Yuan and Tong Zhong, had also discovered this. All of them were so excited that their faces flushed red, although they had already made up their minds to die. If there was a chance for them to live, they would still be very happy and would not want to miss it. Everyone was afraid of death. They were no exception. However, in their hearts, there were some things that were more important than their lives. They were worth risking their lives to protect. "Li Yan, do you dare to fight with me?" At this moment, Duan Rufeng's voice resonated in the air again. His voice was like a clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. Everyone's attention was instantly attracted by Duan Rufeng's voice. What entered everyone's eyes was a stone golem the size of a small mountain. It was none other than the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Rufeng. Its body was shrouded in dense and pure devil chi. Such pure devil chi was not something a devil cultivator in the Dao Martial Saint Land would possess. Only the real devil clans in the land of exile would possess such pure devil chi. The Saint Devil puppet came from the Saint Devil altar in the land of exile. Naturally, the devil chi in its body was extremely pure. It was comparable to the orthodox devil clans. Currently, Duan Rufeng was controlling the Saint Devil puppet that was comparable to the orthodox devil clans to challenge Li Yan. When Duan Rufeng issued a challenge to Li Yan, it was not only the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion, but even the group of Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect standing behind Li Yan turned to look at him in unison. All of them were curious. Would Li Yan accept the challenge? Humph! Faced with Duan Lingtian's challenge, Li Yan did not back down. He snorted coldly before he said disdainfully, "Duan Rufeng, the gap between our strength is like a chasm. Even if you've summoned this Saint Devil puppet from the land of exile, you're still trash in my eyes. You're destined to not be a match for me. You're asking me if I dare to accept your challenge? Why would I, Li Yan, not dare to accept your challenge? Apart from calling Duan Lingtian a piece of trash, Lian accepted the challenge. Fight! When Lian accepted the challenge, the atmosphere turned solemn again. After a while, an uproar broke out. Naturally, the crowd was also staring at the Saint Devil puppet that Duan Rufeng was controlling and Lian. At this moment, they were the main characters. Whoosh! At this moment, Lian made his move without any warning. He seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Rufeng. Lian made his move. His speed was so fast that it was as though he was rushing to be reborn. At the same time, the strength of a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage was fully displayed. Faced with Lian's ferocious attack, the Saint Devil puppet that Duan Rufeng controlled easily dodged Lian's probing attack even though it looked heavy and clumsy. Following that, under the watchful eyes of the others, Lian and the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Rufeng finally began their battle. Boom! 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 Thunderous explosions reverberated in the air as the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Rufeng clashed with Lian. Both of them were fighting each other head-on. In the beginning, both of them were evenly matched. It was difficult to determine the victor. However, as time passed, Lian's momentum seemed to have weakened. Naturally, Lian did not become weaker. It was just that after Duan Rufeng familiarized himself with the Saint Devil puppet for a while, his control over his strength had improved. In comparison, Lian was naturally weaker. Bang! A loud sound resonated in the air as the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Rufeng found a perfect opportunity to punch Lian's weak point and landed a punch on Lian's chest. A loud explosion rang in the air as Lian was sent flying back like an arrow. When he returned to the side of the Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect, he cut a sorry figure. Zoroastrianism's Silver Flame Elder is just SOSO. Duan Rufeng, who was controlling the Saint Devil puppet, said disdainfully. Lian could no longer hold back his anger when he heard Duan Rufeng's disdainful words. He spat out a mouthful of blood that stained the ground. Naturally, the blood was not caused by Duan Rufeng's words. It was caused by the punch from the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Rufeng. Initially, Lian wanted to swallow the blood. However, it seemed like he no longer had the chance to do so. Duan Rufeng, don't be so smug. If the Saint Devil puppet you control is only this weak, today, I will not only destroy the Saint Devil puppet, I will also kill you. In any case, even if you're not here, I'm not worried I won't be able to lure Duan Lingtian out. Lian's eyes narrowed into a line as he tried his best to calm down. However, his gradually calming tone contained waves of killing intent. Whoosh! At some point in time, a saber had appeared in Lian's hand. The saber was completely red as though it was dyed in blood. The divine dragon carving on the hilt gave off a domineering feeling. Azura Saber. Chapter 2054. There were a total of 10 Great Saint weapons in the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking. Among them, there were a few Great Saint weapons that were mainly offensive and offensive. They were so powerful that they could completely suppress the 1,000 inscriptions Saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint land. The Azura Saber was one of them. The Shura Saber did not have the special ability to suppress devil cultivators like the Devil Seal Tablet, which was also a 10 Great Grade Saint weapon. It only had the powerful offensive power of a 10,000 inscriptions Saint weapon. At this moment, the Azura Saber appeared in Lian's hand. As soon as the saber appeared in his hand, Lian's aura underwent an earth-shattering change in just a blink of an eye. Above the vast Saint Chi that permeated the surface of Lian's body, strands of lightning-like blood-red astral Chi appeared, causing the vast aura radiating from Lian's body to take on an austere aura. In just a blink of an eye, Lian's aura underwent an earth-shattering change. If one were to say, previously, Lian was like a ferocious beast. However, the current Lian was not only ferocious, but he was also bloodthirsty. He gave off an extremely dangerous aura. All of this was due to the Grade Saint weapon, the Azura Saber, that appeared out of thin air in his hand. Before the Azura saber appeared, he was completely normal. However, after it appeared, he had completely changed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When Rong Yuan, Tong Zhong, and the black armored guards on the Azure Cloud Mansion side sensed the change in Lian's aura, horror dawned on their faces immediately. At this moment, they realized this was not the case. This was Lian's true strength. At the same time, the group of Northern Plethora sects Saint Celestial stage powerhouses behind Lian regained their senses one after another. All of them stared at the blood saber in Lian's hand in disbelief. Xiao. At this moment, the group of Northern Plethora sects Saint Celestial stage powerhouses also recognized the blood saber in Lian's hand. One of them could not help but exclaim in shock. However, as soon as he spat out the word Xiao, he didn't continue. This was because he no longer had a chance. Wang. It was accompanied by a short-lived, ear-piercing sound of a saber. It was earth-shattering. In the next moment, chi, 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 chi. It was not just the Northern Plethora sects Saint Celestial stage powerhouse who had cried out in alarm. Even the remaining Northern Plethora sects Saint Celestial stage powerhouses behind Lian were severed at the waist by the short-lived blood-red saber ray. Pillars of blood spurted out and splattered all over the sky. The people from the Azure Cloud Mansion were stunned. Many of the Black Armored Army's disciples turned pale in an instant. A group of Saint Celestial stage powerhouses had been killed in the blink of an eye. Not only that, as soon as the bodies of the Northern Plethora sects Saint Celestial stage powerhouses behind Lian were severed into two, the blood-red saber ray shot out several streaks of blood-red energy that entered their minds and destroyed their souls. At this moment, the group of Northern Plethora sects Saint Celestial stage powerhouses behind Lian were all dead. He died in Lian's own hands. The reason why Lian killed them was very simple. He didn't wish for the news of him possessing the renowned saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons rankings, the Azura saber, to be exposed. For this reason, he had no choice but to kill the group of Northern Plethora sects Saint Celestial stage powerhouses behind him. When he took out the Azura saber, he had already guessed the group of Northern Plethora sects Saint Celestial stage powerhouses behind him would recognize the Azura saber. For this reason, he was cautious. Before these people could reveal the Shura saber's background, he would kill them first. In order to protect the Azura saber, Lian was willing to make an enemy out of everyone in the world, because to a certain extent, the Azura saber could even change Lian's fate. For this reason, he would not allow anyone to lay a finger on the Azura saber. Gasp, 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 gasp. When the group of Black Armored Army's guards, led by Rong Yuan and Tong Zhong, saw Lian killing the group of Upper Province's powerhouses behind him, they could not help but gasp. When they looked at Lian again, there was only dread in their eyes. Lian even dared to kill his own people. Was there anything he did not dare to do? Lian is really ruthless. He's too ruthless. Those people were his own people. However, they died in his hands. Even their souls were destroyed. They won't be able to come back to life. I wonder why this Lian wants to kill his own people. After the Black Armored Army's guards recovered from their shock, they began to whisper among themselves. In the end, they were all curious about the same thing. Why did Lian kill his own people? There must be a motive to kill, right? It seems like Lian only killed the group of Upper Province's powerhouses behind him after he took out the Crimson Saber in his hand. Could it be that there's something strange about the Crimson Saber in his hand? The Crimson Saber in his hand seems to be made of fresh blood. Could it be that the Crimson Saber needs to be stained with the blood of many people to unleash its true strength? That's possible. At the same time, the group of Black Armored Army's guards began to speculate about the reason Lian killed his own people. Azura saber. At this moment, a surprised voice resonated in the air. It was none other than Duan Ruffing who was controlling the Saint Devil puppet. Duan Ruffing's exclamation caused the group of Black Armored Army's guards to regain their senses. Azura saber. These 3 words were not unfamiliar to them. The Azura saber was one of the legendary 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. It was extremely powerful and was one of the top saint weapons in the Tao martial saint land. Rumor had it that, if an ordinary martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage obtained the Azura saber, he would be able to instantly kill an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. He would even be able to fight an intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Based on this, one could see how powerful and terrifying the Azura saber was. However, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion had just said that the Azura saber was the Azura saber. The Crimson Saber in Lian's hand was the famous 10 Great Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. The Azura saber? How could they not be shocked? Azura saber. I can't believe this elder from the Zoroastrianism actually obtained the Azura saber. Before using the Azura saber, is there a need to sacrifice blood to the saber? Why haven't I heard of it before? It's a famous 10 Great Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking after all. Before using the Azura saber, there might be a need to sacrifice blood to the saber. You're right. After learning the Crimson Saber in Lian's hand was the famous 10 Great Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, the group of black armored armies guards sighed emotionally. Naturally, many of the black armored armies guards had a grave expression on their faces as well. Earlier, although their Lord Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion had gained the upper hand in the battle with Lian, it was not that obvious. However, now that Lian had taken out the Azura saber, one of the famous 10 Great Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, his strength had increased tremendously. Under such circumstances, would the Mansion Master of the Azure Cloud Mansion still be able to suppress Lian like before? They were not certain about this. Due to this reason, they were slightly worried. You recognize the Azura saber? Lian narrowed his eyes and his heart sank when he heard Duan Rufeng's words revealing the secret behind the blood saber in his hand. He did not expect Duan Rufeng would be able to defeat him. He did not expect Duan Rufeng would be able to recognize the Azura saber in his hand. He had killed the group of Northern Plethora Sects Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses at lightning speed because he was worried they would expose the Azura saber in his hand. He did not want Duan Rufeng and the others to know he possessed the Azura saber. However, Duan Rufeng had recognized the Azura saber in his hand. Lian, if I'm not mistaken, you killed them because you were worried they would spread the news of you possessing the Azura saber, right? As far as I know, there's no need to sacrifice blood to the Azura saber. Duan Rufeng, who was controlling the Saint Devil puppet, said indifferently when he heard the surprise in Lian's voice. Naturally, he did not recognize the Azura saber. However, when the Devil Cultivator Black Nether subsoul that had occupied his body disappeared, he had left behind some memories. There was a record of the Azura saber in that memory. Black Nether had also obtained the Azura saber in the past. For this reason, the Azura saber had left a deep impression in his memory. For this reason, Duan Rufeng immediately recognized the Azura saber in Lian's hand. It was one of the 10 Great Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. Duan Rufeng. Lian stared at Duan Rufeng coldly as he said in a deep voice, I have to admit that you're very knowledgeable. However, sometimes, being knowledgeable isn't necessarily a good thing. For example, I didn't plan to kill you so quickly. However, it seems like I have no choice but to kill you as soon as possible to prevent you from spreading rumors. As for luring Duan Lingtian out, as long as Duan Lingtian's friends and family are around, I'm not worried that he won't take the bait even if you're not around. When Lian reached the end of his sentence, the Azura saber in his hand glowed with a crimson light. His voice was extremely cold as he said, Therefore, you and the Saint Devil puppet that you've summoned can die now. As soon as Lian finished speaking, he made his move. Whoosh! Lian's body moved and set off a gust of cold wind as he charged toward the Saint Devil puppet that was controlled by Duan Rufeng in a fierce manner. Buzz! 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 At the same time, the sound of saber humming rang in the air. Around the body of the Saint Devil puppet, streaks of blood-red blade light suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They gathered around the Saint Devil puppet, as though they wanted to tear it to shreds. How powerful! Chapter 2055. At the same time, Duan Ruffing also discovered that Li Lan's strength was not weak at all. It seemed like the Saint Devil puppet he had summoned was not strong enough to deal with Lian. After Lian took out the Azura Saber, his strength had risen to a whole new level. His strength was comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The Saint Devil puppet he had summoned was only comparable to a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. At most, it was comparable to a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was still a long way from reaching the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although Duan Ruffing could control the Saint Devil puppet as though it was his own arm, he was still weaker than Lian, who wielded the Azura Saber. It seems like I have no choice but to use that technique. Faced with Lian's threat, Duan Ruffing recalled the taboo secret tactic He Ming had left behind. It was similar to an assist-type divine ability. However, the side effect of the taboo secret tactic was the side effect of using an assist-type divine ability. It was similar to the side effect of consuming a forbidden pill. If it was not because he was facing a life and death crisis, Duan Rufeng would not have thought of using the forbidden secret tactic because the price he had to pay for using it was too high. However, based on the current situation, he was on the brink of death. Presently, his life was already hanging by a thread, and if he still hesitated, then he would most likely become a ghost under Li En's blade. I thought I'd be able to kill Li En by summoning the Saint Devil puppet. I didn't expect him to obtain the Azura Saber, one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. At this moment, Duan Rufeng was also irritated. If he had a choice, he was unwilling to use the forbidden secret tactic. Rumble. Just as Duan Ruffing was about to use the taboo secret tactic, a deafening explosion sounded from the sky. In the next moment, a gigantic black shadow appeared. It seemed to be able to blot out the sun as it descended on the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Rufeng. It was as though Mount Tai was pressing down on it. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At the same time, the blood-red saber gleams shot out from Li An's Azura Saber. The Saint Grade artifact also shot out toward the Saint Devil puppet's head. Duan Ruffing was hiding in the head of the Holy Devil puppet. This point, Li An's divine sense could still detect. Boom, 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 boom. However, before the blood-red saber lights could reach the Saint Devil puppet's head, the black shadow that fell from the sky crashed into the Saint Devil puppet's head, setting off a series of thunderous explosions. The blood-colored blade glows were shattered one by one. That enormous black figure, which was like Mount Tai, swiftly shrunk. Finally, it turned into the size of an adult's fist. Taking a closer look, it was actually a seal. The bottom of the seal was flat, while the top was carved with mountains of different shapes. At first glance, there were over 10,000 mountains. 10,000 mountains seal? Duan Ruffing was shocked when he saw the seal. At the same time, he temporarily dismissed the idea of using the taboo secret tactic. The 10,000 mountain seal was recorded in the memories that He Ming had left for him. The 10,000 mountain seal was one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. In fact, it was ranked in the top 3 among the 10 great saint weapons. Not only did it possess the offensive strength of a 10,000 inscription saint weapon, but it could also change its size. Just like just now, it was as if it had transformed into a towering mountain that descended from the sky and blocked out the sun. Duan Ruffing did not expect this. Today, not only did he see the Azura Saber, the Saint Grade artifact on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, but he also saw the 10,000 Mountain Seal on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. Moreover, the latter's ranking on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking was much higher than the Azura Saber. The 10,000 Mountain Seal. When Duan Ruffing recognized the 10,000 Mountain Seal, Lian, the Silver Flame Elder of the Zoroastrianism, naturally recognized the 10,000 Mountain Seal as well. His eyes narrowed when he recognized it. However, a moment later, his lifeless gaze changed again, and it became bright again. The 10,000 Mountain Seal was a Saint-grade artifact that was even more powerful than the Azura Saber. Moreover, its ranking on the 10 Great Saint Weapons rankings had even steadily entered the top 3. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Lian moved and shot out like a bolt of lightning. He wanted to snatch the 10,000 mountain seal that was hovering in the air nearby. However, he ended up pouncing on empty air. Before he could even touch the 10,000 mountain seal, the 10,000 mountain seal disappeared from its spot at an even faster speed. Whoosh! When it reappeared again, it was in the hands of a black-clad young man who seemed to have appeared out of thin air. The black-clad young man who was holding the 10,000 mountain seal did not pay any attention to Lian. Instead, he looked at Duan Ruffing. To be more precise, he was looking at the Saint Devil puppet that Duan Ruffing controlled. Duan Ruffing, do you know what you're doing? The black-clad young man's cold and evil expression darkened as he questioned Duan Ruffing coldly as he looked at the myriad devil puppet. Dugu, it's you. Duan Ruffing was surprised when he saw the black-clad young man. Based on his tone, he did not expect the owner of the 10,000 mountain seal to be this person. It's the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, Dugu. At the same time, Rong Yuan was stunned when he saw the black-clad young man. When he regained his senses, he could not help but have an expression of disbelief on his face. The black-clad young man was no stranger to him. He was none other than the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, the only quasi-third-rate force in the Debussy subterranean that could challenge the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, it did not cross his mind that he would see Dugu here. Moreover, based on the strength that Dugu had displayed earlier, it seemed like he was not any weaker than his mansion master who had summoned the Saint Devil puppet. Duan Ruffing, I'm asking you a question. Do you know what you're doing? Dugu Ruffing asked coldly. It was as though he did not want to say anything else to Duan Ruffing before he obtained the answer to his question. I know what I'm doing. Duan Ruffing, who was in the Saint Devil puppet, finally replied to Dugu. I know what I'm doing will further destroy the space barrier between our realm and the land of exile. However, I have no other choice. If I don't summon the Saint Devil puppet from the land of exile, I won't be able to deal with this Zoroastrianism elder at all. After all, the Devil clan's legacy I obtained is different from yours. You don't have to rely on the Saint Devil puppet, but I do. Duan Rufeng's words were filled with certainty. There was no hint of regret in his words. Based on his words, one could tell that Duan Ruffing was not lying. Whether it was him or Dugu, the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, both of them had obtained the Devil clan's legacy. Although the Devil clan's legacy and the Devil cultivator's legacy only differed by one word, the difference was like heaven and earth. The Devil clan referred to the orthodox Devil clans from the land of exile. All of them were powerful beings with extraordinary innate talents that ordinary humans could not compare to. Devil cultivators referred to humans who had obtained the Devil clan's legacy. Generally speaking, only Devil cultivators during the Human Devil era could obtain the Devil clan's legacy easily. With the passage of time and the change of eras, the Devil cultivators of the later generations could only obtain the inheritances left behind by other Devil cultivators. The orthodox inheritance of the Devil clan was gradually lost. This was the current situation of Devil cultivators. Naturally, there were still Devil cultivators who were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns who obtained the legacy left behind by the Devil clans during the Human Devil era. For example, Black Nether, the Devil cultivator who occupied Duan Rufing's body, had obtained the orthodox Devil clan's legacy. Later on, Duan Ruffing had obtained Black Nether's memory. This was equivalent to Duan Ruffing obtaining the orthodox Devil clan's legacy. Dugu, the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, had also obtained the orthodox Devil clan's legacy. When these two people who had obtained the orthodox Devil clan's legacy met for the first time, they noticed the similarities between them. Due to this reason, they regarded each other as their nemesis and had been fighting ever since. Although both of them had obtained the orthodox Devil clan's legacy, the legacies they obtained were completely different. For example, Duan Ruffing obtained the Devil clan's legacy that was related to the Saint Devil puppet. On the other hand, the Devil clan's legacy that was passed down to Black Nether was able to summon a Saint Devil puppet whose strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Saint Devil altar in the land of exile during the Human Devil era. Based on this, one could see how rare and precious the Devil Clan's legacy that Duan Ruffing obtained was. Of course, the process of summoning the Saint Devil puppet would also affect the stability of the two planes. It would destroy the spatial barrier between the two planes to a certain extent. Once the space barrier was destroyed, the Devil Clans in the Land of Exile would invade the Dao Martial Saint Land just like they did during the Human Devil era. For this reason, Dugu questioned Duan Ruffing. After all, if Duan Ruffing did this, he would become an accomplice of the Devil Clans in the Land of Exile. The Devil Clan's legacy? Li An's eyes widened in shock when he heard Duan Ruffing's words. Naturally, he knew very well what the Devil Clan's legacy meant. As it turns out, he has obtained the Devil Clan's legacy. No wonder he knows how to summon the Saint Devil puppet from the Saint Devil altar in the Land of Exile. At this moment, Li An finally understood many things. Just as the shock on Li An's face gradually faded, Li An's expression changed. All of a sudden, his expression changed as though he had sensed something. This was because he noticed the black-clad young man holding the 10,000 Mountains seal had shifted his attention to him without him noticing. Moreover, the black-clad young man was glaring at him like a tiger eyeing its prey. A hint of killing intent could be seen in the black-clad young man's eyes. Dugu, thank you. Chapter 2056. At this moment, the black-clad young man was glaring at him fiercely. Why else would Duan Ruffing thank the black-clad young man? He knew the black-clad young man was going to join forces with Duan Ruffing to deal with him, as expected. In the next moment, he realized something. As the black-clad young man glared at Duan Ruffing, the Saint Devil puppet under Duan Ruffing's control began to move faster and faster toward Duan Ruffing. In the end, the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. You're called Dugu, right? As long as you don't interfere in today's matter, I'm willing to recommend you to join Zoroastrianism and become a bronze flame elder of Zoroastrianism. Li An took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the Azura saber. Then, he looked at Dugu and said in a voice that he thought was filled with temptation, "With your potential, it's only a matter of time before you become a silver flame elder like me." Of course, he was just saying that. As long as Dugu did not interfere, he would definitely kill Dugu after he killed Duan Ruffing. It was all because of the Saint-grade weapon, the 10,000 Mountains seal, in Dugu's hand. That was a Saint-grade weapon that was even more powerful than the Azura saber in his hand. It was a Saint-grade weapon that could be ranked in the top 3 on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. Although Dugu had relied on the 10,000 Mountains seal to destroy his attack, that was because his attack was not targeted at Dugu. It was targeted at Duan Ruffing. Otherwise, Dugu would not have been able to destroy his attack so easily. If it was a one-on-one battle, he was not afraid of Duan Ruffing or Dugu. However, if both of them attacked at the same time, he knew he was no match for them. Join Zoroastrianism and become a piece of trash like you? Do you think I care about that? Dugu smirked when he heard Li An's words. His words were not polite at all. He did not give Li An any face at all. You're seeking death. Dugu's words immediately enraged Li An. He was so angry that he wanted nothing more than to kill Dugu. However, when he saw the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Ruffing charging at him, the killing intent that had just risen in his heart weakened a little. He immediately turned around and tried to flee. He already had a plan in mind. Now, a wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. He left first. When the day came that Duan Ruffing or Dugu was alone, he would kill them one by one. Unfortunately, imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Now, could Li An leave just because he wanted to? Rumble. Just as Li An's figure moved and was about to shoot into the distance to escape, an earth-shattering sound came from the distant sky. In the next moment, the 10,000 Mountains seal that had transformed into a towering mountain that had appeared in the distant sky at an unknown time also descended at the same time. While it covered the sky and the sun, it seemed as though it could suppress everything in the world. Boom! Although Lian had hastily used the Shura saber in his hand, he was still injured by the 10,000 mountain seal. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He cut a sorry figure. Boom! 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 At the same time, Duan Ruffing controlled the Saint Devil puppet to charge at Lian at an extremely fast speed. It was as though it had the help of the gods. On the other hand, Duan Ruffing's Saint Devil puppet moved at an extremely fast speed. Every step it took shook the void and set off a series of explosions. At the same time, it seemed as though it was stepping on Lian's chest, causing Lian's expression to change. Above him was the 10,000 mountain seal, behind him was the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Ruffing, and in front of him was Dugu, who possessed extraordinary strength. At this moment, Lian realized it would be difficult for him to escape. Let's fight! Taking a deep breath, Lian's eyes glowed with a chilling light. He was not a kind person to begin with. Now that he was forced into a corner, it was only natural that he would not resign himself to death. As long as I kill one of them, the other one is nothing to worry about. The moment Lian thought of this, he turned around and faced the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Ruffing. It was obvious he thought Duan Ruffing was a pushover. He wanted to kill Duan Ruffing first before dealing with Dugu. However, the development of the situation that followed was something that he had never dreamed of. Duan Ruffing and Dugu seemed to be at loggerheads with each other. However, when they joined forces, they seemed to have a tacit understanding with each other. Every time they cooperated, it was as though they had the help of the gods. Even twins might not have such a tacit understanding with each other. It did not take long before Lian, who was under great pressure, was injured again and again. In the beginning, it was only a few minor injuries. However, after a while, he was heavily injured again and again, causing his aura to weaken. After a few moments, Lian's murderous aura was gone, and he looked like a frosted eggplant. Dugu, if you join forces with me to kill Duan Ruffing, I'll give you the Azura saber. Lian knew he would die if this continued. He began to think of ways to save himself. The first thing he thought of was to use the Azura saber, a Saint-grade weapon, to tempt Dugu to change sides. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. Azura saber? Do you think I'll be interested in a Saint-grade weapon that's not even comparable to my 10,000 mountain seal? Dugu was disdainful when faced with Lian's temptation. At the same time, he controlled the 10,000 mountain seal to smash the defensive light shield formed by Saint Origin on the surface of Lian's body, shattering it. Barf! Once again, Lian's defense was shattered. Naturally, he suffered a backlash and threw up another mouthful of blood. His injuries worsened. After a few moments, Lian finally died in the hands of Duan Ruffing and Dugu. A Silver Flame Elder from the Fire Worship Sect, the first Silver Flame Elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums, had died in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land just like that. If news of this spread out, the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land would be shocked. After all, apart from being a Silver Flame Elder of the Zoroastrianism, Lian was also a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked 139th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was one of the top powerhouses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, such a powerhouse had died in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land that was looked down upon by the powerhouses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. You can have his lousy saber. I'll take his spatial ring. Dugu said indifferently after he killed Lian. He took the spatial ring from Lian's body before he turned around and left. From the beginning until the end, he did not even look at the Azura saber. No one knew if he really did not care about the Azura saber or if there was another reason. Thank you. Duan Ruffing thanked Dugu as he looked at Dugu's departing figure. After he thanked Dugu, his attention was completely attracted by the Azura saber. So, Duan Ruffing immediately left the Saint Devil puppet and held the Azura saber in his hand. Congratulations, Lord Mansion Master. Congratulations, Lord Mansion Master. When Duan Ruffing held the Azura saber in his hand, the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion, including Rong Yuan and Tong Zhong, immediately turned to Duan Rufang to congratulate him. Azura Saber. Duan Rufang's heart trembled slightly when he saw the Azura Saber in his hand. His eyes shone brightly. This saber was not an ordinary saber. It was a Grade Saint weapon, the Azura Saber. It was one of the 10 Grade Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking. Now that he had obtained it, his strength would definitely increase tremendously. To him, this was a joyous occasion. At the same time, while Duan Rufang was still rejoicing over obtaining the Azura Saber, there was a commotion at the inter-province transportation formation in the far north. Boom! Rumble! An earth-shattering sound rang in the air, causing the expression of the guard who was usually guarding the inter-province transportation formation to change drastically. What's going on? What's going on? Oh no! In the next moment, the guard's expression changed drastically as though he had discovered something. In his line of sight, apart from the ice and snow on the surface of the towering snow mountain that was used to construct the inter-province transportation formation, the ground and the mountain began to shake again. Crack, 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 crack. As a series of cracking sounds rang in the air, the guard could clearly see the cracks on the mountain. On the towering mountain where the base of the inter-province transportation formation was located, terrifying cracks began to appear one after another. As time passed, more and more cracks began to appear. Soon after, the guard saw the towering mountain had collapsed. The foundation of the inter-province transportation formation had been destroyed as well. No! All of a sudden, the guard seemed to have thought of something. Horror dawned on his face as his eyes turned red. At this moment, he finally regained his senses. Since the foundation of the inter-province transportation formation had been destroyed, it meant that the inter-province transportation formation in the WCI subterranean had disappeared. This meant that he could no longer return to the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. How could he not be anxious? Boom! 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 While the guard was panicking, another series of loud noises rang in the air, attracting his attention. In the next moment, the guard was shocked when he discovered that the towering mountain had collapsed. At the place where the towering mountain had collapsed, the void began to tremble. In the end, vortexes began to appear one after another. The speed of the vortexes gradually increased as well. These vortexes were reverse vortexes. What they gave him was a force of impact instead of a suction force. These vortexes seemed to be devouring the things on the other side of the void. They were trying to devour the things on the other side and transfer them to their side. When the guard narrowed his eyes, he saw another thing. In the center of one of the vortexes, 2 bull horns suddenly appeared in the darkness. That was right, bull horns. Behind the 2 horns, a ferocious and terrifying bull head appeared before his eyes. In just a blink of an eye, a huge monster appeared before his eyes. The reason he thought it was a monster was because it had a human body and a bull's head. Moreover, it was so huge that it did not look like a human at all. So many. At the same time, the guard saw another thing. Many monsters with a human body and a bull's head walked out of the other vortexes as well. Chapter 2057. Boom! 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 Another series of deafening noises reverberated in the air, causing the watcher to feel numb. Then, under his watchful eyes, a series of whirlpools began to appear. Every time a loud noise reverberated in the air, a whirlpool would appear in the air. Moreover, it was a whirlpool in the opposite direction. The moment these whirlpools appeared, they were like blooming fireworks, dazzling and eye-catching. In just a blink of an eye, more than 100 whirlpools had appeared in the air. A monster with the head of a cow and the body of a human walked out of each whirlpool. Every time a vortex appeared, a monster would walk out of it and disappear. It was as if it had completed its mission. When more than 100 whirlpools had disappeared, More than 100 monsters with the head of a cow and the body of a human appeared in the Watcher's line of sight. Ha 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 ha. All of a sudden, one of the monsters with the head of a cow that was 7 to 8 meters tall and was the largest among the hundreds of monsters laughed loudly. His laughter was unbridled, and it seemed to contain endless sound waves that shook the nearby space to the point of trembling. As the monster laughed, the Watcher in the distance had his eardrums ruptured due to the sound waves. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices as he lost his composure. How powerful! The Watcher's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. When he looked at the monster who was laughing again, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Even in the first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land where he was from, only the leader would be so powerful. Just the sound waves from his laughter were enough to cause a quintessential Saint stage martial cultivator like him to bleed out of his 7 orifices. This wasn't something that just anyone could do. I didn't expect the warriors from the Ox Devil clan would be the first to arrive in the rich land after more than 100,000 years. Soon after, the monster with the head of a cow that was 7 to 8 meters tall stopped laughing and sighed. 100,000 years? The Ox Devil clan? The Watcher's eyes widened when he heard the monster's sigh. He seemed to have recalled something as his body began to tremble. Could it be? Could it be? They are the legendary demon race from the land of exile? He had read some records about the human-devil era from hundreds of thousands of years ago in some ancient books. That era was also a chaotic era. During that era, let alone a quintessential Saint stage martial cultivator like him, even Saint Celestial stage powerhouses and above would die in the hands of the devil clans from the land of exile. During the human-devil era, almost everyone's expression changed when they heard the word devil. In that great war between humans and demons, countless humans had died before the demons were chased back to the land of exile. What the hell is going on? It had only been a few 100,000 years. Had the demons returned from the land of exile? Could it be that our plane is going to enter the human-devil era again? Thinking of this, the Watcher's expression changed again, and there was a heartfelt fear in the depths of her eyes. The human-devil era was definitely a great disaster for the human race. 10th Elder, there's a human there. All of a sudden, the Watcher heard a loud voice. It shocked him so much that he regained his senses. When he looked in the direction of the voice, he discovered he was being stared at by a monster. Moreover, the monster was talking to the biggest monster in the group and addressed him as the 10th Elder. In an instant, the monster known as the 10th Elder also looked at him. Just a casual glance from the 10th Elder was enough to scare him out of his wits. When the Watcher saw the 10th Elder flying toward him, he felt as though his legs were made of lead. He could not move at all. He did not even have the strength to escape. He was completely terrified. Human, tell me about the current situation in the Saint Province realm. The 10th Elder of the Ox Devil clan said in a hoarse voice. The 10th Elder of the Ox Devil clan arrived in front of the Overseer in just a few moments. He stared at the Overseer with his huge eyes as he asked in a deep voice that was as loud as thunder. The Watcher felt suffocated when he heard the 10th Elder of the Ox Devil clan. However, when he felt threatened by the 10th Elder, he obediently explained the situation in the Saint realm to the 10th Elder. Although Duanling Tian had never heard of the Saint Province realm before, he could guess that the Saint Province realm Duanling Tian was talking about was the realm he was currently in. The Dao Martial Saint Land is really divided into two. The strong ones have gone to the upper province while the weak ones stay in the lower province. The 10th Elder of the Ox Devil clan muttered to himself after he heard the Watcher's words. Based on his words, it was as though he already knew about this and was just confirming it. The 10th Elder of the Ox Devil clan was indeed aware of this. He had learned about this from Zhu Luqi, who had accidentally entered the land of exile. After learning about the situation in the Saint Province realm from Zhu Luqi, he used the soul-searching tactic to learn the reason why Zhu Luqi was here. The Inter-Province Transportation Formation. Under Zhu Luqi's guidance, he found the weak point of the spatial barrier near the Inter-Province Transportation Formation in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He gathered the elite warriors from the Ox Devil clan and broke the spatial barrier in one fell swoop. That was how the current situation came to be. After Zhu Luqi lost his value, he was killed by the 10th elder of the Ox Devil clan. Apart from that, the only inter-province transportation formation from the lower province to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land has just been destroyed. The Watcher had a bitter expression on his face as he spoke with difficulty. The inter-province transportation formation has been destroyed? Upon hearing the Overseer's words, the 10th elder of the Ox Devil clan's face was filled with ecstasy. Doesn't this mean the Devil clans can recuperate in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and conquer the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land in the future? The moment the 10th elder of the Ox Devil clan thought about this, his breathing quickened. He was extremely excited. The reason the Devil clans were defeated in the past was due to their lack of preparation. This time, they could recuperate in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. When they were fully prepared, they could invade the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and conquer the Saint Province realm. Very good. You've given me a piece of good news. In that case, I'll grant you a quick and painless death. The 10th elder of the Ox Devil clan said as he looked at the Watcher. As he spoke, he lifted his right hand and crushed the Watcher like a mountain. After killing the Watcher, the 10th elder of the Ox Devil clan opened his mouth and sucked in the Watcher's vital essence and blood that had yet to dissipate. After a while, the Watcher's body that was still alive had turned into a dried corpse. Warriors, the strongest person in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land in the Saint Province realm is only at the quintessential saint stage. Even the weakest person among you can easily kill him. The 10th elder of the Ox Devil clan said loudly as he looked at the hundreds of Ox Devil clan members who had come to the Saint Province realm with him. From now on, all of you are free to move around and enjoy the feast. Before the other clans from the Devil clans come to the Saint Province realm, the Ox Devil clan will turn the WCI subterranean upside down and occupy the best resources. As soon as the 10th elder of the Ox Devil clan finished speaking, the hundreds of elite warriors from the Ox Devil clan cheered excitedly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After receiving the order, the hundreds of elite warriors from the Ox Devil clan quickly dispersed and headed in different directions in the WCI subterranean. The Human Devil era is coming again. This time, the Ox Devil clan will be the vanguard of the Devil clans. We'll invade the Saint Province realm and expand the territory of the Devil clans. The day of the Devil clans is coming. After the group of elite warriors from the Ox Devil clan left, the 10th elder of the Ox Devil clan muttered to himself as he left the area in a flash. With the arrival of the members of the Ox Devil clan, a great calamity had begun in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who was in the Zoroastrianism in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, was unaware of all this. Moreover, he did not know the inter-province transportation formation that connected the lower province to the upper province to receive people from the upper province had been completely destroyed. From this moment onward, it was no longer possible to travel between the upper province and the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, unless a powerhouse who was skilled in formation set up a new inter-province transportation formation in the WCI subterranean. Only the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had powerhouses who were capable of setting up inter-province transportation formations. Moreover, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Naturally, there were such powerhouses among the Devil clans in the Land of Exile as well. For this reason, the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had to rely on the Devil clans to establish a connection between the upper province and the lower province. No matter how strong the people from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were, it was impossible for them to enter the lower province since there was no inter-province transportation formation in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. In other words, the upper province and the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land would be separated forever. From now on, the people from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land would have to depend on the Devil clans when they could come to the lower province. After all, only the Devil clans were capable of setting up inter-province transportation formations in the lower province to the upper province. In the enforcement hall of the Zoroastrianism in the upper province. A few days had passed, but there was still no news from Dong Lin's side. This surprised Duan Lingtian. Could it be that Vice Hall Master Dong doesn't intend to pursue the matter of me humiliating his son? Senior brother Lu Yun, where did you hear about this? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Lu Yun's question. He could not help but ask through voice transmission. As far as Duan Lingtian knew, this news was kept a secret. He was rather surprised that Lu Yun knew about this. I heard it from my great-grandfather. It said that a bronze flame elder who was present at the scene revealed it to him, Lu Yun replied. Lu Yun replied in a timely manner. At the same time, he said, however, he also asked me not to spread this matter. Could it be true? Yes, it's true. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission before he continued. That day, Dong Lin brought Tian Dong to look for me and wanted to teach me a lesson. However, Tian Dong did not dare to make a move on me due to my verbal threat. He allowed me to teach Dong Lin a lesson. Duan Lingtian's words sounded nonchalant. However, to Lu Yun, it was like a bell that rang loudly in his ears. He was stunned. Tian Dong? Naturally, he was familiar with this name. Tian Dong was the first Silver Flame Elder in the Enforcement Hall. He was ranked 107th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Such a person did not dare to make a move on junior brother Ling Tian because he was threatened by Ling Tian. Lu Yun was stunned. After a long while, Lu Yun regained his senses. He inhaled sharply before he continued to ask, Junior brother Ling Tian, as far as I know, Tian Dong is not only the first Silver Flame Elder in the Enforcement Hall, but he's also not a gentle person. How did you threaten him to not make a move on you? Actually, it's nothing much. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. I saw that he wanted to help Dong Lin teach me a lesson. I said that if he dared to touch me, as long as I didn't die, I'd look for his children and direct disciples to spar with him. That's nothing much. Lu Yun was speechless when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had used Dong Lin's children and direct disciples to threaten him. How could that be nothing? Although Duan Lingtian's family should not be implicated, Lu Yun did not think Duan Lingtian was in the wrong. After all, Tian Dong was the one who had gone too far. If Tian Dong did not want to help Dong Lin teach his junior brother Ling Tian a lesson, would his junior brother Ling Tian have threatened him? What happened after that? Did Vice Hall Master Dong look for trouble with you? Lu Yun's tone turned solemn when he mentioned Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. Dong Yuanjin was ruthless. Otherwise, Lu Yun would not have acted in such a manner. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Perhaps he felt his son was in the wrong. Moreover, news of this matter hasn't spread, so he didn't look for trouble with me. He felt his son was in the wrong. Lu Yun could not help but laugh when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he continued to speak through voice transmission. Junior brother Ling Tian, Vice Hall Master Dong treats Dong Lin as his life. He might not have made a move on you for now, but I'm sure he'll make a move on you sooner or later. Perhaps, he's looking for a good opportunity to deal a fatal blow to you. You must not leave the Zoroastrianism for now so that Dong Yuanjin won't have an opportunity to take advantage of you. Lu Yun warned Duan Lingtian again and again when he reached the end of his sentence. His tone was as solemn as it could be. All right. Although Duan Lingtian agreed readily, he was inwardly non-committal since he had already made up his mind to leave the fire worship sect. If he did not leave the Zoroastrianism, he would not be able to improve his innate spiritual root at all. Currently, his innate spiritual root was already a blue innate spiritual root, so it was much more difficult for him to improve his innate spiritual root. It was not realistic for him to improve his innate spiritual root under the Zoroastrianism. I've got it. At this moment, a thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind as he thought of a way to leave the Zoroastrianism. Once he used this method, he was certain Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, and Lien, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, would not know he had left the Zoroastrianism. However, he would need someone to help him with this method. Soon after, a figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. If he's willing to help, let alone Lien, even Dong Yuanjin won't suspect him. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he thought of a way to leave the Zoroastrianism. After leaving the enforcement hall, they approached the central square of the Saint Island. The 8 true disciples who came with Duan Lingtian and Lu Yun dispersed one after another. Some of them went to the central square while the rest went to other places. Only one true disciple continued to walk with Duan Lingtian and Lu Yun out of the Saint Island. It was obvious he was going to return to his residence. Junior brother Lingtian, I'll go look for brother Mu. I'm sure he must have heard about the severing of ties between us. I'll explain it to him so he won't misunderstand. After Lu Yun bade farewell to Duan Lingtian, he turned around and made his way to the residence of the Saint Lan disciples before disappearing in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, only one true disciple was left with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian was about to leave the Saint Island and return to his residence, a thunderous voice sounded from the central square again. Duan Lingtian instinctively came to a halt and frowned. He was certain this was his first time hearing this person's voice. This was enough to prove he had never heard this person speak before. And it was this kind of person who, when calling out his name, was extremely impolite, aggressive, and full of hostility. Who's that? Duan Lingtian was still wondering who the owner of the voice was when he saw 2 figures flying toward the central square. In the direction of the central square, 2 figures stepped into the air and flew towards him with long tails behind them. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized one of the 2 figures. Wen Yen. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He did not expect one of the 2 figures to be Wen Yen. However, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at Wen Yen indifferently before his eyes shifted to the young man next to her. Was that his voice earlier? Duan Lingtian studied the young man from top to bottom. He was certain this was his first time seeing this person. Senior brother Bu Hong. At this moment, the true disciple who was standing near Duan Lingtian from the enforcement hall also recognized the young man next to Wen Yen. After he exclaimed in surprise, he quickly moved to the side to keep a distance from Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2059. Bu Hong? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard the true disciple's words. Although he had never met this person before, he had heard of this person more than once. Bu Hong was a true disciple who was ranked 2nd on the true ranking. He had broken through to the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago. He was one of the pillars among the true disciples of the Zoroastrianism. Apart from that, he was also ranked 2nd among the 8 great young prodigies of the Zoroastrianism. Apart from that, he was also the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums of the Zoroastrianism. He was also the senior brother of Wen Yen, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking in the past. The reason it was mentioned in the past was because after Duan Lingtian had entered the 4th place on the true ranking, he had caused the people ranked 4th to 9th on the true ranking to drop by a rank. As for the person who was ranked 10th on the true ranking, he was directly disqualified from the true ranking. Currently, Wen Yen was ranked 10th on the true ranking. She was the gatekeeper of the true ranking. She could be replaced at any time. The 2nd on the true ranking? The 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he found out the young man next to Wen Yen was Bu Hong. He could tell the young man had come with ill intentions. It was obvious the young man was here to avenge Wen Yen. Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared for this. I didn't expect Bu Hong to return while I was on duty in the enforcement hall. Duan Lingtian realized Bu Hong must have returned to the Zoroastrianism not long ago. Otherwise, he would not have waited until now to look for trouble with him. Senior brother, he's Duan Lingtian. From afar, Wen Yen could not help but point at Duan Lingtian as she said to Bu Hong, who was standing next to her, "That day, he was the one who gave me a few slaps in public and made me lose all my face. It doesn't matter if I'm humiliated. But the way he treated me not only humiliated me, but also humiliated senior brother and master. Those who don't know might think that senior martial brother can't protect junior martial sister, and that master can't protect his own personal disciple. As when Yen spoke, she cried and complained to Bu Hong, who was beside her, in an attempt to infuriate him even more. Don't worry, junior sister. With senior brother here today, I'll definitely get justice for you. Hearing Wen Yan's tearful complaint, Bu Hong looked at her dotingly. When he shifted his gaze from Wen Yan to Duanling Tian, who was standing in the distance, a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes, as though he was about to devour someone. Reality proved that Wen Yan's crying was useful. She had successfully provoked Bu Hong's wrath. In the entire Zoroastrianism, the two most important people to Bu Hong were his junior martial sister, Wen Yan, and his master. At this moment, the true disciple named Duanling Tian standing in the distance had not only humiliated his junior martial sister in public, but he had also indirectly slapped his master's face. How could he not be angry? The group of Saint Lan disciples following behind Bu Hong and Wen Yan naturally came to watch the show out of boredom. Earlier, Bu Hong's earth-shattering shout had, naturally, alerted them. When they recalled Duanling Tian had left the enforcement hall today, they knew there would be a good show to watch. Senior brother Bu Hong seems to be very angry. How can he not be angry? Senior martial sister Wen Yan is his only junior martial sister. It's no wonder he's angry after being humiliated by Duanling Tian. That's right. If it wasn't for the fact that senior brother Bu Hong wasn't in Zoroastrianism, he would have gone to look for senior brother Duanling Tian. With senior brother Duanling Tian's current strength, I'm afraid he's not strong enough to deal with senior brother Bu Hong. Of course, senior brother Bu Hong is ranked second on the true ranking in Zoroastrianism. His cultivation base has already broken through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago. How can Duanling Tian, who's ranked fourth on the true ranking, be compared to him? It seems like Duanling Tian is going to be unlucky today. Perhaps his innate talent is not bad, but I'm afraid his current strength is far from being a match for senior brother Bu Hong. The group of Saint Lan disciples who followed Bu Hong and Wen Yan to watch the show did not think Duanling Tian would win. Naturally, there were a few people who disagreed. If I'm not mistaken, in the past, whether it was senior brother Duanling Tian facing Yang Wan or Wen Yan, all of you seemed to think Duanling Tian was inferior to them. What happened in the end? That's right. All of you were humiliated by senior brother Duanling Tian every time. I admit that I used to look down on senior brother Duanling Tian. However, every time something happened, I would feel embarrassed. It was as though someone had humiliated me. Senior brother Duanling Tian isn't someone who can be judged with common sense. No matter who you think highly of this time, I'm certain senior brother Duanling Tian will win. So what if he's a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage? He'll still be defeated. Although these few voices were supporting Duanling Tian, due to the small number of people, their voices were drowned out by the voices of the other people. It was as if they did not exist at all. Even more people felt that Duanling Tian was destined to be unlucky to encounter Bu Hong. At the same time, Bu Hong and Wen Yan stood side by side near Duanling Tian. They stood in the air as they faced Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, do you still remember how you humiliated me that day? Wen Yan, who was staring coldly at Duanling Tian, took the initiative to ask in a deep voice. Humiliated? What humiliated? Duanling Tian asked calmly in the face of Wen Yan's overbearing words. As he spoke, it was as if he was talking about something unimportant. Wen Yan was so angry that her expression changed immediately. She said coldly, Duanling Tian, you're a man. Don't tell me you don't dare to admit what you've done? Admit what? Duanling Tian continued to say calmly, don't tell me you want to say that I humiliated you? Don't tell me you didn't? Wen Yan's gaze turned cold. Her tone was so cold that it made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. Don't tell me you've forgotten how you slapped me a few times in public that day? Don't tell me you don't think that's considered a humiliation? Wen Yan's expression turned ugly when she took the initiative to bring up the past. In the end, It even became twisted and ferocious. It was obvious how angry Wen Yen was now. "Oh, so you're talking about that?" "I almost forgot about it if you didn't mention it." After hearing Wen Yan's words, Duan Lingtian suddenly realized something. He said calmly, "When I slapped you a few times in public that day, I didn't have any intention of humiliating you." Duan Lingtian paused for a while before he said, "You're not worthy of being humiliated by me. Wen Yan, I only slapped you a few times because I don't like you. That's all." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Wen Yan was so angry that her face turned red. She was at a loss for words for a long time. Whoosh! The group of Saint Lan disciples who came to watch the show broke out in an uproar as well. All of them had a shocked expression on their faces. Isn't Duan Lingtian a little too insolent? He actually said Wen Yan isn't worthy of being humiliated by him? Doesn't he know the person standing next to Wen Yan is senior brother Bu Hong? Look, senior brother Bu Hong's expression has darkened. Senior brother Bu Hong must not have expected Duan Lingtian to be so arrogant in front of him. However, this is enough to prove that Duan Lingtian really doesn't recognize senior brother Bu Hong. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian still doesn't know he's kicked an iron plate. As the disciples of the Saint Lands began to cause a ruckus, Bu Hong's expression became even more unsightly. It was so dark that it seemed as though water could drip from his face. "You're Duan Lingtian, right?" Bu Hong's eyes flashed with killing intent as he stared at Duan Lingtian. He was like a venomous snake that would pounce at any moment. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Bu Hong's question. Instead, he looked at Wen Yan and said indifferently, "Wen Yan, do you think you don't have to be afraid of me anymore now that you have a helper? So what if I do?" Wen Yan did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to ignore her senior brother. Although she was excited, she replied coldly to Duan Lingtian. The reason why she was excited was because she discovered that her senior brother Bu Hong's anger had risen even further. All of this was Duan Lingtian's fault. Duan Lingtian actually dared to disregard her senior brother. He was simply seeking death. Yes, Duan Lingtian laughed when he received Wen Yan's confirmation. However, Duan Lingtian only laughed for a while before he retracted his smile. His gaze suddenly turned cold as his figure flashed out. Under Wen Yan's unguarded state, he swiftly charged towards her in a menacing manner. "Let me tell you something. Even if your senior brother is by your side, I, Duan Lingtian, can slap you if I want to." When Duan Lingtian charged toward Wen Yan at lightning speed, his voice resonated in the air, shocking everyone present on the scene. "You're seeking death." Bu Hong was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. His expression changed drastically as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. It was obvious he wanted to stop Duan Lingtian from making a move on Wen Yan. Slap! However, the crisp sound of a slap rang in the air. Half of Wen Yan's face was swollen again. Bu Hong did not make it in time to save her. The Saint Lan disciples present on the scene were dumbfounded. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would be so arrogant. Duan Lingtian actually dared to act so boldly in front of Bu Hong, who was ranked second on the true ranking. He slapped Wen Yan so hard that half of her face was swollen in front of Bu Hong. Gasp! 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 Most of the Saint Lan disciples present on the scene could not help but gasp. Many Saint Lan disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of pity in their eyes. Die! A furious voice rang in the air as the group of Saint Lan disciples shifted their attention to Bu Hong, who was moving at lightning speed. Chapter 2060. When Bu Hong was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian, a vast energy surged out like a giant beast with its mouth wide open in an attempt to devour Duan Lingtian. Elementary devouring tactic. Black Turtle's barrier. In just an instant, the Sun Saint energy that had been accumulating in Duan Lingtian's body surged out and formed a whirlpool that devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings, causing his Sun Saint energy to skyrocket. Following that, The skyrocketing sun saint energy spread out and formed a gigantic black turtle silhouette around Duan Lingtian's body. Although it was only a silhouette, it was extremely sturdy. It was formed by Duan Lingtian's sun saint energy. This technique was the number 1 defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism, the black turtle's barrier. Boom, 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 boom. The moment the black tortoise's shield appeared, the boundless power from Buhong landed heavily on the black tortoise's silhouette, causing a series of rumbles that sounded like endless thunder. When the thunderous booms resounded in the air, the space around the black turtle's silhouette began to tremble. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Water-like ripples gradually spread out, setting off waves of wild winds that blew the robes of the surrounding onlookers, causing them to flutter. Many Saint Land disciples who were standing close to the scene even had their headbands and hairpins broken by the wind. Their hair that had lost its restraint was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins as it charged toward Feng Qingyang. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the black turtle's silhouette around Duan Lingtian's body shattered under Bu Hong's attack. Naturally, it still managed to hold on for quite some time. A powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage is really extraordinary. Duan Lingtian could not help but praise Bu Hong inwardly when his divine ability, the black turtle's barrier, was destroyed. In fact, his current cultivation base was no longer at the early exemplary saint stage like before he joined the enforcement hall. In this 1 month, he had made 2 breakthroughs and raised his cultivation base to the mastery exemplary saint stage. After his cultivation base had been elevated to the mastery exemplary saint stage, his sun saint energy had also been elevated to the mastery quintessential saint stage. Coupled with the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, his sun saint energy was comparable to the saint origin of an ordinary powerhouse at the 1st form of the saint celestial stage. In addition, his divine ability, Black Tortoise's barrier, had also made a breakthrough in the past month. Compared to the past, the strength of the defense was incomparable. However, even so, he could not block Bu Hong's furious attack. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that this was not Bu Hong's true strength. Bu Hong had yet to use his saint weapon, 10,000 Swords territory. When Bu Hong destroyed his divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, Duan Lingtian instantly consolidated his 10,000 Swords territory. Swoosh! The 10,000 Swords territory shrouded Duan Lingtian and Bu Hong. The dazzling golden territory blocked the sight of the Saint Land disciples, including Wen Yen, who had retreated to the distance. They could not see what was going on inside at all. Territory. When Bu Hong was shrouded by Duan Lingtian's territory, he could not help but smirk disdainfully. His saint origin vibrated before it transformed into an armor made of pure saint origin. Swoosh! 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 Tens of thousands of golden sword rays shot out from Duan Lingtian's 10,000 Swords territory. After destroying Bu Hong's attack, the golden sword rays continued to land on Bu Hong's body. However, they could not even penetrate Bu Hong's armor. A defensive divine ability? Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but narrow his eyes when he realized Bu Hong had cast a defensive divine ability. Moreover, this defensive divine ability was not simple. It should not be an intermediate-grade defensive divine ability. Duan Lingtian, although my defensive divine ability is not as good as your defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, it's still a high-grade defensive divine ability. Your territory isn't strong enough to break my defense. Bu Hong said coldly, I have to admit that you're quite strong. Unfortunately, you've met me, Bu Hong. Even if I can't kill or cripple you due to the sex rules today, I'll still humiliate you in front of everyone and make you wish you were dead. Not only will I slap you 1,000 times, but I'll also make you crawl between my legs. A hint of coldness could be heard in Bu Hong's voice when he said this. I'd like to see how you, Duan Lingtian, will be able to hold your head up high in the Zoroastrianism when that time comes. This is the price you have to pay for humiliating my junior sister and attacking her in front of me. Bu Hong's words made it seem as though he was certain he would defeat Duan Lingtian. Give me 1,000 slaps? You'll make me crawl between your legs? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Bu Hong's words. A cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, a wave of killing intent rose from Duan Lingtian's body. It was directed at Bu Hong. Then I'd like to see if you, Bu Hong, have the ability to do that. Duan Lingtian's voice turned colder at this moment, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. I'll let you see it right away. Bu Hong sneered when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then Saint Origin surged out of his body. Blood chi could be vaguely seen emanating from his body as he prepared to cast the divine ability of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism. The divine ability of the Azure Dragon Sanctum was similar to the inherited divine ability of the dragons, the true body berserk transformation. After the berserk transformation, regardless of whether it was one's strength or speed, it would be greatly enhanced. Naturally, the aftereffects were not small. You don't have a chance anymore, Duan Lingtian said coldly when Bu Hong was preparing to cast the divine ability of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. His tone was firm as though he was the judge of this battle. In the next moment, Bu Hong cast the divine ability of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Blood chi emanated from his body as the effect of the divine ability was about to be cast on him. All of a sudden, at this critical moment, swoosh, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in Bu Hong's ears like a ghost. It caused him to feel a chill in his heart, causing him to be distracted. For this reason, the effect of the divine ability of the Azure Dragon Sanctum did not appear on him in time. Slash. Slash. At the same time, Bu Hong felt excruciating pain in his arms and legs as though something had pierced through them. The third form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the Spiritual Eyes form. Once one broke through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, not only would one's Saint Origin improve, but one's eyes would also transform into the Spiritual Eyes. The Spiritual Eyes granted a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage the ability to see through everything. Bu Hong calmed down when he felt the excruciating pain in several places on his body. He narrowed his eyes and saw a ridiculously fast sword shadow returning to Duan Lingtian's side and disappearing into the air. From the beginning until the end, Bu Hong could only see the afterimage of the sword shadow. He could not see what kind of sword it was at all. Although Bu Hong could not see the sword clearly, he could vaguely sense it was extraordinary. *T. When Bu Hong's attention shifted to the sword, a flash suddenly appeared before his eyes. It was Duan Lingtian with a pair of golden flaming wings on his back. He appeared in front of him at an extremely fast speed. He instinctively wanted to make a move, but he felt excruciating pain in his arms and legs, causing his movements to slow down. At this moment, he realized he was injured. Moreover, his injuries were quite serious. Soul attack. As soon as Duan Lingtian appeared in front of Bu Hong saw a ray of light in the shape of a divine dragon shooting out of Duan Lingtian's left eye. In just a blink of an eye, the ray of light pierced Bu Hong's glabella and headed for his soul. Although Bu Hong's soul was strong and could easily withstand Duan Lingtian's soul attack, he was still shocked by Duan Lingtian's attack. At the same time, the armor on Bu Hong's body that was formed by a high-grade defensive divine ability dimmed a little. Boom! At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he swung his palm out. The sound of wind and thunder could be heard in the air as it landed on Bu Hong's armor. Crack! Bu Hong's armor shattered instantly. Following that, Duan Lingtian's palm landed on Bu Hong's head, knocking him out. Hualao! Is there anyone with a cultivation base at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage outside my territory? Duan Lingtian immediately contacted Hualao, who was in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, and asked anxiously. A hint of anxiety could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he asked Hualao. No. Hualao replied after a while. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he heard Hualao's reply. Then, he looked at Bu Hong, who had fainted and was still in his hand. Hualao, help me devour his innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he spoke. Apart from being a true disciple who was ranked second on the true ranking for Zoroastrianism, Bu Hong was also ranked at the 421st place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Since he was a true disciple, he could be considered as one of the younger generation of Zoroastrianism since he was still young. As the number 2 prodigy of Zoroastrianism, Bu Hong's innate talent in the martial Tao was extraordinary. Moreover, he possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian had heard about this before. Chapter 2061. If I can devour Bu Hong's innate spiritual root, even if my innate spiritual root doesn't become indigo, it'll still be able to transform into a dark blue innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Bu Hong in his hand. At that time, my innate spiritual root will only be a step away from becoming an indigo innate spiritual root. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian felt a surge of excitement in his heart. With Hualao's help, Duan Lingtian cast the elementary devouring tactic and devoured Bu Hong's innate spiritual root to strengthen his own innate spiritual root. Earlier, he had asked Hualao to check if there was anyone at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage spying on them. This was because people at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage could see through his 10,000 swords territory with their spiritual eyes. If someone could see through his 10,000 swords territory, it would be inconvenient for him to devour Bu Hong's innate spiritual root. Since there was no one at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage spying on them, there was nothing for him to worry about. Soon after, Duan Lingtian devoured the unconscious Bu Hong's innate spiritual root. As expected, Bu Hong's innate spiritual root had transformed into a dark blue innate spiritual root. He was only a step away from becoming an indigo innate spiritual root. I didn't expect to gain so much before leaving Zoroastrianism. I feel like I only need to devour 1 or 2 green innate spiritual roots to transform my innate spiritual root into an indigo innate spiritual root after I leave Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian's heart raced when he thought of this. Took a long time for him to calm down. Bu Hong, you can only blame yourself for being blind. I hope you won't go crazy when you realize you've become a cripple, Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he glanced at Bu Hong, who was in his hand. Duan Lingtian did not feel guilty about devouring Bu Hong's innate spiritual root. Bu Hong wanted him to crawl between his legs, right? Then he would cripple his martial talent. In the Tao martial saint land, a person without an innate spiritual root was equivalent to being a piece of trash. It would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation base. At the same time, Duan Lingtian withdrew his 10,000 swords domain. After Duan Lingtian withdrew his 10,000 swords territory, he reappeared in front of the Saint Land's disciples, including Wen Yan. The latter's eyes widened in shock when they saw him. This was because the scene before them was simply too shocking. Duan Lingtian was not only safe and sound, but he was also carrying Bu Hong. Bu Hong seemed to have fainted. Moreover, Bu Hong's 4 limbs were still bleeding. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. In an instant, most of the Holy Ground's disciples were dumbfounded. Shock and disbelief filled their faces, and they couldn't recover from their shock for a long time. Senior brother. Wen Yan was the first to regain her senses. Horror dawned on her face when she regained her senses. Her voice trembled as she asked Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, what did you do to my senior brother? Don't worry. Duan Lingtian glanced at Wen Yan indifferently and said calmly, just your senior brother's life isn't enough for me to violate the sex rules and exchange my life for his. He has merely fainted. However, if no one helps him stop the bleeding, he might die from excessive blood loss. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he raised his hand and tossed Bu Hong to Wen Yan as though he was throwing trash. Wen Yan, naturally, hurriedly reached out to catch him. After confirming Bu Hong was still alive, she hastily helped him stop the bleeding. It would be fine if Bu Hong was already dead. However, the problem was Bu Hong was still alive. If he died from blood loss in her hands, it would be her responsibility. She could not bear this responsibility. second on the true ranking, ranked 421st on the Supreme Saint ranking. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Bu Hong, who was in Wen Yan's hands with disdain as he said disdainfully, "That's all there is to it." After saying that, Duan Lingtian left the area and returned to his residence without looking back. After Duan Lingtian left, the group of Saint Lan disciples who were present finally regained their senses. "Oh my God! Senior brother Bu Hong was seriously injured by Duan Lingtian and even fainted?" One of the Holy Land's elite disciples swallowed hard and said with some difficulty, "I'm not dreaming, right?" Slap. As soon as the Saint Land elite disciple finished speaking, his companion raised his hand and gave him a slap. Then, he looked at the Saint Land elite disciple who was glaring at him and asked innocently, "Does it hurt?" Slap. He immediately raised his hand and slapped his companion's ear as he asked angrily, "Does it hurt?" "It hurts." His companion was on the verge of tears. He said with an aggrieved expression on his face, "It seems like I'm just like you. I'm not dreaming." Many of the Saint Land elite disciples were amused by the conversation between the two of them. However, when the two Saint Land elite disciples did this, many of the Saint Land elite disciples who thought they were dreaming confirmed it. They were not dreaming. Everything that had happened earlier was real. "Hermf, I've already told you that senior brother Duan Lingtian will definitely be able to turn the tables." "That's right. Senior brother Duan Lingtian has never been at a disadvantage in the Zoroastrianism. He hasn't been at a disadvantage in the past, and he won't be at a disadvantage now. If senior brother Duan Lingtian is at a disadvantage, it'll have to be a Silver Flame Elder. It seems like it'll have to be a Silver Flame Elder who's much stronger than Bu Hong." "I think so too." The few Saint Land disciples who had confidence in Duan Lingtian earlier were elated. Just now, no one believed their words. Now, who would dare to doubt their words? At the same time, Wen Yan brought the unconscious Bu Hong away with a gloomy expression on her face. When she left, she did not even need to turn around to feel the strange gazes on her. She was so angry that she felt as though her lungs were about to explode. "Duan Lingtian, I won't let you go. I won't let you go." Wen Yan, who felt extremely humiliated, roared in her heart as she led Bu Hong away. All of a sudden, Wen Yan seemed to have thought of something as she looked at the unconscious Bu Hong. "If I crippled senior brother, wouldn't that Duan Lingtian be severely punished by the enforcement hall?" The moment Wen Yan thought of this, she wanted to cripple Bu Hong and push the blame to Duan Lingtian. Just as she was about to make her move, a thought flashed in her mind. She stopped moving as though she had thought of something. "No. If that Duan Lingtian swears on the lightning penalty oath that he didn't cripple senior brother, won't the enforcement hall suspect me?" Wen Yan had decided to hold back because she had thought of this. If the law enforcement hall were to suspect her and she did not dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove her innocence, then she would really be shooting herself in the foot. Although Wen Yan did not make her move in the end, her thoughts were enough to show that she was someone who would do anything to achieve her goals. This was similar to when she reported Gan Ruyen. Useless trash. At the same time, Wen Yan vented all her anger on Bu Hong as she looked at the unconscious Bu Hong and scolded him coldly. He wondered what Bu Hong's expression would be if he found out that his beloved junior sister had tried to cripple him and push the blame to Duan Lingtian while he was unconscious. Moreover, she had even called him trash. Naturally, it was impossible for him to find out. After Duan Lingtian returned to his residence, news of him defeating Bu Hong, who was ranked second on the true ranking, spread like wildfire in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. The entire Saint Land was in an uproar. Duan Lingtian defeated senior brother Bu Hong? Is this for real? As it turns out, Duan Lingtian is ranked 4th on the true ranking and 537th on the Supreme Saint ranking. I doubted he had the ability to defeat senior brother Bu Hong. I didn't expect him to be able to defeat senior brother Bu Hong today. What kind of monster is Duan Lingtian? He has just joined the Zoroastrianism for less than a year, but he's already so freakish. Senior brother Bu Hong is ranked 2nd on the True ranking and 421st on the Supreme Saint ranking. Today, he was defeated by senior brother Duan Lingtian. His ranking on the True ranking and Supreme Saint ranking will be replaced by senior brother Duan Lingtian. That's right. Senior brother Bu Hong's ranking on the True ranking will drop by 1 place, and his ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking will change with senior brother Duan Lingtian. It's all thanks to senior brother Duan Lingtian that he entered the Supreme Saint ranking. Otherwise, his name would be removed from the Supreme Saint ranking. Discussions broke out everywhere in the saint land of Zoroastrianism. The topic of discussion revolved around the True ranking and the Supreme Saint ranking. The True ranking was a ranking in Zoroastrianism. Nobody in Zoroastrianism thought Bu Hong was faking it when he was defeated by Duan Lingtian. However, the Supreme Saint ranking was a ranking that targeted the entire Dao martial saint land. Outsiders might think Bu Hong and Duan Lingtian were faking it. For this reason, Bu Hong's ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking would not drop by 1 place after he was defeated. Instead, he would change places with Duan Lingtian. However, if Duan Lingtian did not have a ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking and defeated Bu Hong's name would become famous after he took Bu Hong's place on the Supreme Saint ranking. This was the rule of the Supreme Saint ranking. There were almost no loopholes. Whoosh! That evening, on the independent island where Duan Lingtian stayed outside the Saint Island, a green-clad old man appeared out of thin air like a ghost. This was an old man with a ruddy complexion. He had a kind expression on his face, and he had a sage-like bearing. This little fellow is really formidable. Not only did he not suffer any losses in the enforcement hall, he even defeated the 2nd ranked on the True ranking, Bu Hong, after leaving the enforcement hall. To think that Ru Yen asked someone to send a message to me and ask me to take care of this little fellow. Chapter 2062. The green-clad old man muttered to himself. He was none other than Gon Ru Yan's master, one of the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism. Qinghua. About a month ago, Qinghua had received a voice transmission jade token from his direct disciple, Gon Ru Yan, through someone. Rainan? Gon Ru Yan had asked him to protect a person. The person was Duan Lingtian, and he was currently on duty in the enforcement hall. Qinghua had heard of Duan Lingtian before this, but he did not know much about him. When he received the voice transmission jade token from his direct disciple, he deliberately went to find out more about Duan Lingtian. He could not help but click his tongue when he learned about Duan Lingtian. A new disciple who had only joined Zoroastrianism for less than a year had actually caused so much trouble in Zoroastrianism. Moreover, he had offended many high-ranking officials in Zoroastrianism. Most importantly, he had offended Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. Dong Yuanjin was one of the strongest golden flame elders in Zoroastrianism. Since then, Qinghua had been paying attention to the enforcement hall. However, he discovered that Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, had not made any moves. However, as one of the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism, Qinghua soon learned that Dong Yuanjin had not made any moves. It was not that Dong Yuanjin had not made any moves. Instead, it was because the first Silver Flame Elder, Tian Dong, whom Dong Yuanjin had found for his son, Dong Lin, had been intimidated by Duan Lingtian. Not only was he intimidated by Duan Lingtian, but he had even witnessed Dong Lin being beaten up by Duan Lingtian. After learning about this, Qinghua had become interested in Duan Lingtian, whom he had never met before. However, he had never thought of accepting Duan Lingtian as his disciple. Today, Duan Lingtian had defeated Duan Lingtian, Bu Hong, who was ranked 2nd on the True ranking. This had aroused Qinghua's interest in accepting Duan Lingtian as his direct disciple. It was because of this that he had appeared here. Duan Lingtian. Qinghua was a straightforward person. Since he wanted to accept Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple, he didn't beat around the bush and directly called out to Duan Lingtian. His voice, which contained Saint Qi, directly entered the mansion on the independent island where Duan Lingtian lived. Duan Lingtian, who was cultivating on the 4th level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, naturally heard this voice and could not help but reveal a puzzled expression. Who's calling me? This person's strength is at least at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. While Duan Lingtian was puzzled, Hualao appeared on the 4th floor of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and reminded Duan Lingtian with a serious expression. 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed when he heard Hualao's words. Naturally, he did not doubt Hualao's words. However, a cultivation base at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage was too terrifying for him. The 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the heaven-defying form. Once one broke through to this stage, one would be able to break free from the shackles of life and live forever. Naturally, this was only true under normal circumstances. If one was killed, one's body would still be destroyed. There are only 4 people at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in the Zoroastrianism. They're Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect, and the wind, fire, and cloud guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, "It seems like this person is one of the 3 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect. I wonder who it is and why is he looking for me?" Duan Lingtian left the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and his room after he figured out the person's identity. He rose into the air and left the island. After a while, Duan Lingtian raised his head and saw the green-clad old man standing in the distance. Ever since Duan Lingtian had arrived at the Zoroastrianism sect, all the high-ranking officials and disciples of Zoroastrianism wore white robes embroidered with flames. This was his first time seeing someone who did not wear a white robe in the Zoroastrianism sect. Based on this, Duan Lingtian could tell this person had a high status in the Zoroastrianism sect. The green-clad old man was one of the 3 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect. Whoosh! Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived near the green-clad old man. The green-clad old man stood there without emitting any aura. It was as though he was just an ordinary old man. However, Duan Lingtian knew someone who could restrain their aura to such an extent must have reached a certain cultivation base. It could be said that they had returned to their original state. Greetings, Guardian. When Duan Lingtian arrived in front of the green-clad old man, he immediately cupped his fists and greeted him. How do you know I'm a guardian of the Zoroastrianism sect? Qing Hua asked curiously. He was slightly taken aback when Duan Lingtian revealed his identity with just a few words. In the Zoroastrianism sect, I'm afraid only the sect leader and the 3 guardians have the same bearing as you. Therefore, it's not difficult to guess who you are. Duan Lingtian's face wasn't red, nor was he panting as he spoke without thinking. At the same time, he was certain the green-clad old man was one of the 3 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect. Naturally, it was not because of the green-clad old man's bearing. It was because Hualao had told him the green-clad old man's cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. In the Zoroastrianism sect, there were only 4 people with such a cultivation base. Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect, was in closed-door cultivation. Therefore, only the 3 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect were left. However, Duan Lingtian did not know which of the 3 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect the green-clad old man in front of him was. You little brat, you actually know how to flatter? That's rare. I thought you only know how to cause trouble. Qing Hua was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He shook his head and smiled. Guardian, you must be joking. I've never caused trouble. Upon hearing the green-clad old man's words, Duan Lingtian realized the green-clad old man knew about his actions after he joined the Zoroastrianism sect. He believed that there was a reason for everything that he had done. He had never caused trouble. You've never caused trouble? Qing Hua shook his head. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly and said, Perhaps, you didn't start the conflict between you and the others. However, as far as I know, Wen Yen has never provoked you. Why did you humiliate her the first time you saw her? Don't tell me you don't think you're the one who started the conflict with Wen Yen? Qing Hua asked mockingly when he reached the end of his sentence. Of course not. Duan Lingtian shook his head decisively and said righteously, It's true that Wen Yen didn't provoke me. However, I'm a person who won't tolerate any disrespect. In my opinion, Wen Yen is the scum of Zoroastrianism. It's not too much to beat someone like her who would do anything to achieve her goals. Duan Lingtian spoke as though he was a righteous person. It was as though he was enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens by abusing Wen Yen. I didn't expect you to have such self-awareness. Tell me, what's your relationship with Gan Ruyen? Qing Hua had a skeptical expression on his face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not hesitate to ask about Duan Lingtian's relationship with Gan Ruyen. It was as though he had seen through Duan Lingtian's words. It was as though Duan Lingtian was abusing Wen Yen for Gan Ruyen's sake. Guardian Qing Hua, why don't you just ask your disciple about my relationship with me? Why are you asking me? Duan Lingtian said with a wry smile on his face when he heard Qing Hua's question. The righteous expression on his face collapsed immediately. How do you know I'm Qing Hua? Qing Hua was surprised when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Among the three guardians of Zoroastrianism, I'm afraid only you, Guardian Qing Hua, would be affected when Wen Yen is mentioned. After all, she's the one who ordered your disciple to be imprisoned by the enforcement hall. Duan Lingtian said matter-of-factly. Earlier, when Qing Hua mentioned Wen Yen, Duan Lingtian could vaguely sense the change in Qing Hua's emotions. Ordinary people would not be able to detect the change in Qing Hua's emotions. However, as a weapon specialist in his past life, Duan Lingtian's observation ability was extraordinary. Due to this reason, he was able to detect the subtle fluctuation in Qing Hua's emotions. That was how he confirmed Qing Hua's identity. Among the three guardians of Zoroastrianism, Qing Hua was the only one who was prejudiced against Wen Yen. After all, Wen Yen was the one who had sent his disciple to the enforcement hall. Ha ha! Qing Hua was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he soon laughed heartily. After a while, he finally stopped laughing. After that, Qing Hua looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a burning gaze, Duan Lingtian, are you interested in becoming my disciple? I've heard that you have a sexless cultivator as your master, but I don't care. Now that I've met you, I find you to my liking. As long as you become my disciple, I guarantee I'll spare no effort in nurturing you. Whatever Ruyen has, you won't lack as well. Qing Hua made a promise after he finished speaking. As long as Duan Lingtian was willing to become his disciple, he would spare no effort in nurturing Duan Lingtian. He would not treat Duan Lingtian any worse than he treated Gan Ruyen. Huh? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Qing Hua's words. He did not expect Qing Hua would come just to accept him as his disciple. While Qing Hua was looking for Duan Lingtian to accept Duan Lingtian as his disciple, in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion, had another uninvited guest. However, the uninvited guest this time was different from the previous group of people. There was only one person. To be more precise, this was not a person. This was a monster that was 4 meters tall. The reason it was called a monster was because it had a human body and a bull's head. This was a monster with a bull's head and a human body. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 2063. The 4-meter-tall monster with the head of a cow and the body of a human was so strong that the black armored guards couldn't compare to it. Humans are too weak. The monster with the head of a cow and the body of a human was none other than the Ox Devil clan from the Land of Exile. He was one of the elite warriors from the Ox Devil clan who had come to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land not long ago. Before this Ox Devil arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion, he had killed countless people along the way. All the human martial, Dao, and devil cultivators he encountered were killed by him. Not only that, but he had also devoured their vital essence and blood to increase his strength. In the land of exile, the cultivation environment and resources were limited. The increase in the strength of the devil race was usually through the devil-eating devil method. The so-called demon-devouring demon referred to when a demon killed another demon, and the surviving demon devoured the essence and blood of the dead demon to increase his own strength. For this reason, in the land of exile, the stronger a devil was, the more devils would die in his hands. In the land of exile, almost all the major demon clans were at loggerheads with each other. This was because they could only rely on eating other devils to increase their strength. If he were to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate, he would need to spend an extremely long time in such a harsh cultivation environment. Naturally, no matter how the devil clans were at odds with each other in the land of exile, once they left the land of exile and entered other realms, they would put aside their grudges and join forces. This was because they had a common enemy and could devour their enemy's vital essence and blood to increase their strength. There was no need for them to kill each other. More than 100,000 years ago, during the human-devil era, the devil clans from the land of exile had come to the Saint Province realm where the Tao Martial Saint Land was located. They had joined forces and started a massacre against the humans. Countless humans were killed and their vital essence and blood were devoured. It was only after the devil clans were chased back to the land of exile that the space barrier between the land of exile and the Saint Province realm was sealed, that the Saint Province realm regained its peace. The terror of the demon race was like a nightmare to the surviving humans of that era. Humans? It called us humans? Is he a saint beast? Many of the black armored guards could not help but think to themselves when they heard the words spoken by the bull demon in human language. It's no weaker than the powerhouse from the upper province who followed the Zoroastrianism elder. Now we can only wait for Lord Commander to summon Lord Mansion Master. A centurion of the black armored army said with a solemn expression, "Manor Lord." Hearing the words of this black armored army centurion, the eyes of many black armored army guards lit up. Their eyes were burning with excitement as if they had been injected with chicken blood. It was as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Nearly a month ago, the previous commander of the black armored army was killed. After this, Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, appointed Tong Zhong, the centurion of the black armored army, as the new commander of the black armored army. No one in the black armored army objected to this. They even felt that it was natural. Tong Zhong was the only exemplary saint stage powerhouse in the black armored army other than the previous commander. He was also the only exemplary saint stage powerhouse left after the previous commander died. Therefore, Tong Zhong becoming the new commander of the black armored army was also expected by everyone. Meanwhile, in the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion, Tong Zhong, the new commander of the black armored army, finally met with Duan Ruffeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. A monster with a cow's head and a human's body? After listening to Tong Zhong's explanation, Duan Ruffeng, who was originally sitting on the main seat in the main hall, rose to his feet immediately. Perhaps, Tong Zhong did not know what a monster with a cow's head and a human's body was. However, Duan Ruffeng, as someone who had indirectly inherited the Devil Clan's legacy, was very familiar with the monsters with a cow's head and a human's body. A monster with a cow's head and a human's body was the symbol of the Ox Devil Clan in the land of exile. An Ox Devil has invaded the Azure Cloud Mansion? A hint of dread flashed in Duan Ruffeng's eyes as his expression turned grave. Swoosh! Following that, Duan Ruffeng waved his hand and brought Tong Zhong out of the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion. As they traveled, he asked, "How tall is the monster with a cow's head and a human's body?" "Almost 4.5 meters. Tong Zhong replied after a moment of thought. "Almost 4.5 meters? Duan Ruffeng sighed in relief when he heard Tong Zhong's words. With his current cultivation base, the most he could summon was a Saint Devil puppet whose strength was at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Saint Devil altar in the land of exile. If it was an elite from the Ox Devil clan, he might not be a match for it even if he summoned the Saint Devil puppet and used the Super Saint weapon, the Azura Saber. Duan Ruffeng sighed in relief when he heard Tong Zhong's description of the Ox Devil's height. An ox devil that was almost 4.5 meters tall and had a cultivation base at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage was nothing to him. However, why would a member of the Ox Devil clan appear in the Dao Martial Saint land? Could it be that when Dugu Shuang and I made a breakthrough to the quintessential saint stage, we absorbed the pure devil chi from the land of exile through the spatial barrier and affected the stability of the spatial barrier? Duan Rufing's expression turned solemn when he thought of this. Previously, he and Dugu Shuang had suppressed their cultivation base to the peak of the exemplary saint stage because they had to obtain the devil chi from the land of exile. They had to absorb the pure devil chi from the land of exile in order to break through to the quintessential saint stage. If they wanted to absorb the pure devil chi from the land of exile, they would have to pass through the space barrier. Although the process did not cause any damage to the space barrier, it would still affect the stability of the space barrier. Perhaps it's because I summoned the Saint Devil puppet from the Saint Devil altar in the land of exile a month ago? Duan Rufing could not help but gasp when he thought of this. Now that an ox devil from the land of exile had passed through the space barrier and came to the Dao Martial Saint land, did this mean other devils could easily come to the Dao Martial Saint land as well? If that was the case, would he and Dugu not be sinners who brought disaster to the Dao Martial Saint land? Duan Rufeng's face instantly turned gloomy. Naturally, he did not regret it even if the devil clans from the land of exile came to the Dao Martial Saint land again because of him. If he did not absorb the pure devil chi from the land of exile and perfectly break through to the quintessential saint stage, he would not have mastered the technique to summon the Saint Devil puppet from the land of exile. If he did not master the technique to summon the Saint Devil puppet, the Azure Cloud Mansion would have ceased to exist a month ago. Not only would the Azure Cloud Mansion cease to exist, but he, his family, and his friends would have been used by the Zoroastrianism elder Lin. Moreover, they would have harmed his son, Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Duan Rufing did not regret it even if he was the culprit who caused the devil clans to come to the Dao Martial Saint land. For the sake of his son, his wife, his daughter-in-law, and his grandson, he was willing to do anything. Even if he was plagued with sins, he was not afraid at all. In his heart, his family was the most important. Everything else, including his own life, was not that important. Lord Mansion Master. Lord Mansion Master. When Duan Rufing brought Tong Zhong to the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion, the group of black armored guards immediately broke into an uproar. All of them had an excited expression on their faces as though they had seen their savior. Faced with the group of excited black armored guards, Duan Rufing's heart was heavy. He felt the responsibility he had shouldered was greater than the sky. Under the watchful eyes of the group of black armored guards, after Duan Rufing put Tong Zhong down, he appeared in front of the group of black armored guards and shielded them behind him. When Duan Rufeng's silhouette entered the eyes of the group of black armored guards, they felt that he was incomparably tall and lofty. At the same time, they felt extremely safe at this moment. At this moment, their sense of belonging to the Azure Cloud Mansion grew even stronger in their hearts. How did you come here from the land of exile? Duan Rufing asked in a deep voice as he looked at the bull devil who was 4 meters tall. Human, you're too weak. You don't have the right to ask me questions. The bull devil said disdainfully when he heard Duan Rufeng's question. He had a disdainful expression on his face. Is that so? Duan Rufing narrowed his eyes when he heard the bull devil's provocation. Then, he cast the technique he inherited from the devil clans and summoned the Saint Devil puppet from the Saint Devil altar in the land of exile. When the Saint Devil puppet emerged from the whirlpool, the bull devil who was standing nearby no longer had a look of disdain on his face. It was replaced with a look of horror and disbelief. Saint Devil puppet? You're just a mere quintessential saint stage human from the Saint Province realm. How did you summon the Saint Devil puppet from the land of exile? At this moment, not only did the bull devil recognize the stone golem that was emitting pure devil chi as the Saint Devil puppet, but it even sensed the energy hidden in the Saint Devil puppet was much stronger than it. For this reason, it began to panic. You don't have to worry about that. Duan Rufing sneered as he flew into the Saint Devil puppet's body, preparing to control the Saint Devil puppet to deal with the bull devil. Run. Facing the Saint Devil puppet that was clearly much stronger than him, Bull Demon only had the thought of running away in his mind. He immediately turned around, wanting to escape as fast as he could. Apart from that, it was also eager to inform the 10th elder of the Bull Devil clan about this. There was someone in the Wuxia subterranean who could threaten the elite warriors of the Bull Devil clan. Chapter 2064. The 4-meter-tall Ox Devil only had a cultivation base at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. With such a cultivation base, it was impossible for it to escape from the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Ruffing. After all, the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Ruffing was at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was close to the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The Ox Devil at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage was nothing in front of the Saint Devil puppet. Soon after, the Saint Devil puppet controlled by Duan Ruffing caught up to the Ox Devil, who was considered an elite warrior in the Ox Devil clan, and killed it. Soon after, the Ox Devil's vital energy and blood were absorbed by Duan Ruffing. In the past, although Duan Ruffing knew how to absorb other people's vital energy and blood, and had witnessed He Ming controlling his body to absorb the vital energy and blood of many powerhouses, he had never done it himself. This was because he could not get over it. He had always felt that it was against the heavens and earth. This was also the reason why his current cultivation was so much weaker than Dugu Yi's. After Dugu had broken through to the quintessential saint stage, he had absorbed the vital energy and blood of many powerhouses in the Wuxia subterranean. Due to this, his cultivation base had risen to the Saint Celestial stage in a short time. However, Duan Ruffing did not absorb the vital energy and blood of humans and saint beasts. It did not mean he did not absorb the vital energy and blood of devils. He did not feel guilty about absorbing the vital energy and blood of the Ox Devil from the land of exile. It's a pity my soul energy isn't strong enough to use the soul-searching secret tactic on it. Otherwise, I'd be able to obtain some useful information. After absorbing the vital energy and blood of the Ox Devil, Duan Ruffing's expression changed drastically. I wonder if this Ox Devil is the only one who managed to pass through the space barrier to the Dao Martial Saint Land, or if the entire Ox Devil clan has passed through the space barrier to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Perhaps many devils have come to the Dao Martial Saint Land. A hint of dread could be seen in Duan Ruffing's eyes when he thought of this. Regardless of the situation, I have to go into seclusion to digest the blood essence of the demonic bull I just devoured to improve my cultivation. I should be able to break through to the Saint Celestial stage once I've completely digested the Ox Devil's vital energy and blood. Even though Duan Ruffing did not know the exact situation of the demon race in the exiled lands, he still did not know the exact situation. However, he still had an ominous feeling. He felt that the human devil era from hundreds of thousands of years ago was very likely to reappear. In order to survive the chaotic era of the human devil era, one had to be powerful enough. Otherwise, one would be killed and devoured by the demon race and become a part of the demon race's power, regardless of whether it was for himself, his family, or the Azure Cloud Mansion. He had to make himself strong in a short period of time. Only then would he be able to protect everything he wanted to protect during the chaotic era of the human devil era. After bidding farewell to Tongzhong and asking him to calm the black armored guards down, Duan Ruffing left in a hurry and returned to the main mansion to enter closed-door cultivation. The group of black armored guards stared at the direction where Duan Ruffing had left. They were still in a daze for a long time. In the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Azure Cloud Mansion was considered lucky. After all, they had a powerful mansion master who had successfully killed the elite warriors from the Ox Devil clan who had invaded the Azure Cloud Mansion and protected the Azure Cloud Mansion. Similarly, the Mountain Shade Black Market was also lucky. They had a powerful leader who had also killed the elite warriors from the Ox Devil clan who had invaded the Mountain Shade Black Market and protected the Mountain Shade Black Market. However, the other quasi-third-rate forces were not as lucky. For example, the quasi-third-rate force, the Mystical Sky Mansion, that Duan Lingtian had once stayed in, was destroyed by the elite warriors from the Ox Devil clan. Many high-ranking officials and disciples of the mystical Sky Mansion were killed and devoured. Only a few lucky high-ranking officials and disciples managed to escape from the mystical Sky Mansion in time. Among them was the female disciple of mystical Sky Mansion, Wang Fei Xian. She had a good relationship with Duan Lingtian when he was in the mystical Sky Mansion and was in love with Duan Lingtian. After Wang Fei Xian escaped from the mystical Sky Mansion, she returned to her home, the fourth-rate force, the Tyrannic Saber Mansion. However, she discovered the Tyrannic Saber Mansion was in ruins. Blood flowed like a river in the Tyrannic Saber Mansion, and dried corpses were everywhere. Her grandfather had also been killed and devoured into a dried corpse. Grandfather! Wang Fei Xian knelt beside the corpse of her grandfather, the mansion master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion, and wept bitterly as tears streamed down her face. Her pitiful appearance made one's heart ache. After a long time, Wang Fei Xian finally stopped crying. After wiping away the tears on her face, her eyes shone coldly. The flames of hatred continued to burn in her heart as though it could incinerate everything. That cow-headed man called himself an elite warrior from the Ox Devil clan. What's the Ox Devil clan? Wang Fei Xian was at a loss as the flames of hatred burned fiercely in her heart. This was because she had never heard of the Ox Devil clan before this. It was as though the Ox Devil clan had appeared out of thin air. Moreover, the so-called elite warrior from the Ox Devil clan was terrifyingly strong. It was heaven-defying. Even someone as strong as the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion was killed by it with just one strike. When Wang Fei Xian recalled the scene of the Ox Devil clan's elite warrior killing the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, she felt helpless again. Could she really have her revenge? Was there any hope of revenge? After leaving the Tyrannic Saber Mansion, Wang Fei Xian wandered around aimlessly. Along the way, she saw many dried corpses of people who had been killed or devoured. These dried corpses stung her eyes and stimulated her heart. She was on the verge of breaking down. In the end, even Wang Fei Xian did not know why she decided to wander in the direction of the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. Perhaps it was because the man she loved was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Or perhaps it was because she felt the Azure Cloud Mansion was relatively safer since it was stronger than the Mystical Sky Mansion. To Wang Fei Xian, this was an instinctive decision. Duan Lingtian, who was in the Zoroastrianism in the upper province, was naturally unaware of the chaos in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. After rejecting Qinghua, the guardian of the Zoroastrianism's request to take him in as a disciple, he quietly appeared on the Saint Island and went to the residence of the Saint Land's elite disciples. He had stayed in the residence of the Saint Land's elite disciples for some time in the past. He only had one purpose in coming here today, and that was to look for someone. This person was none other than the Saint Land's elite disciple, whom he had asked for directions when he had just arrived at the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Guanxiu. In the end, he had a death duel with the true disciple, Yang Wan, and Guanxiu had placed a huge bet on him without him reminding him. Due to this reason, although he did not have much interaction with Guanxiu, he could tell he was a good and reliable person. For this reason, he had left the Zoroastrianism to look for Guanxiu's help. Senior brother Ling Tian. Guanxiu was, naturally, excited when he saw Duan Lingtian again. He greeted Duan Lingtian warmly. One could say he had personally witnessed Duan Lingtian's rise in the Saint Land. Guanxiu. Duan Lingtian smiled and greeted him back. Senior brother Lingtian, you still remember me? When Guanxiu heard Duan Lingtian calling out his name, he felt a surge of excitement in his heart. It was as though he was injected with chicken blood. Of course, I remember you. Why would I look for you if I don't remember you? Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Senior brother Lingtian, what's the matter? Guanxiu asked curiously as he tried to suppress the excitement in his heart. I'm here to ask you for a favor. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. Please speak, senior brother Lingtian. As long as it's within my power, I'll definitely do my best to help. Guanxiu said confidently when he learned the purpose of Duan Lingtian's visit. in Guanshou's opinion. Put aside the fact that this senior brother Ling Tian had helped him earn a lot of contribution points in the Palace of Death, just based on the fact that this senior brother Ling Tian still remembered him, it was his duty to help senior brother Ling Tian. It's not a difficult matter. Following that, Duan Ling Tian began to talk to Guanshou about a serious matter. He wanted Guanshou to help him bring an item away from Zoroastrianism and place it in the barren mountains thousands of miles south of Zoroastrianism. The item he wanted Guanshou to bring was a small box that could not be stored in a spatial ring. Most importantly, during the process of transporting this small box, it had to be absolutely stable. There could not be the slightest bit of shaking. That small box, you can go to that tree to retrieve it tomorrow morning. After instructing Guanshou, Duan Ling Tian pointed at a tree near the Saint Lan's elite disciples' residence. At that time, I'll place it on the leftmost branch. Also, as long as you bring the small box to the destination and place it on the ground steadily, you'll be able to leave that area. After Duan Ling Tian finished instructing Guanshou, he bade farewell and left after Guanshou nodded in agreement. What small box? Can't be stored in a spatial ring, and it can't be shaken at all. I don't care. Since senior brother Ling Tian requested this of me, he must have his reasons. I'll just do as he says. After Duan Ling Tian left, Guanshou still had some doubts in the beginning. However, he no longer thought about it. However, Guanshou did not expect this at all. Duan Ling Tian wanted him to help him transport him out. The small box was used to store the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. He would enter the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. As long as the small box was transported in a stable manner, the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda would not expel him. This was also the reason he requested Guanshou to not let the small box shake at all. Based on this, it was obvious. Chapter 2065. Guanshou was an inconspicuous elite disciple in the saint land of Zoroastrianism. Since he rarely interacted with Duan Ling Tian, he would not be targeted by the people whom Duan Ling Tian had offended. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian came to him for help. Whether it was today or the next day, Duan Ling Tian was very careful when he came to look for Guanshou. With the protection of Elder Hua, who was hiding in the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, it was easy for him to avoid the surveillance of some people. He arrived near the residence of the Saint Lan's elite disciples and successfully arrived at the tree that he had mentioned to Guanshou yesterday. I hope everything goes well. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian placed the small box he had prepared on the tree branch. At the same time, he hid the shrunken 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda in the box. Then, Duan Ling Tian entered the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda with just a thought. Next, he waited for Guanshou to retrieve the small box. At the same time, the people who were hiding in the dark began to search for Duan Ling Tian when they could not find Duan Ling Tian. Apart from that, they also spread the news. For a time, many powerhouses rushed out of the saint land of Zoroastrianism and made their way to the 4 symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism. They only had one goal in mind. They wanted to keep an eye on everyone who left Zoroastrianism to see if Duan Ling Tian had left Zoroastrianism. As soon as Duan Ling Tian left, some of them would immediately follow him while the rest would send the news back to the enforcement hall and the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, Dong Yuanjin. It was fortunate that Duan Ling Tian did not plan to leave Zoroastrianism alone. Otherwise, even with Hualao's help, he might not be able to leave Zoroastrianism under the surveillance of these people. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian could disguise himself. However, his back view and the invisible aura he exuded would not change because of his disguise. For this reason, he did not dare to take the risk. If there was someone familiar with him among the people who were watching him, they would recognize him even if he disguised himself. In the residence of the elite disciples in the saint land of Zoroastrianism. Unlike the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism, this place was very peaceful. The subordinates of Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, were stationed at the edge of the four symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism. At this moment, another person walked out of a stone house in one of the courtyards in the residence of the elite disciples. And Duan Ling Tian. Since this person came from the fire worship sect's St. Lan's residence, he was, naturally, an elite disciple as well. Now, it's time for me to make an appointment with senior brother Ling Tian. This St. Land elite disciple was none other than Guan Shou, whom Duan Ling Tian had come to look for yesterday. He was also the key to whether Duan Ling Tian would be able to leave Zoroastrianism today. As long as Guan Shou did not make any mistakes, Duan Ling Tian would be able to leave Zoroastrianism easily. Soon after, Guan Shou arrived at the tree that Duan Ling Tian had pointed to yesterday. As expected, he saw an exquisite little box at the place where they had agreed to meet. Although Guan Shou was extremely curious about what was inside the box that made his junior brother Ling Tian so careful to not even let the box shake, Guan Shou was extremely curious. However, in the end, he dismissed his curiosity and did not open the little box to take a look. Don't worry, senior brother Ling Tian. I'll definitely complete the task that you've entrusted to me. Guan Shou took a deep breath and carefully picked up the little box. While ensuring that it would not shake, he flew out of the saint land of Zoroastrianism. After leaving the saint land of Zoroastrianism, he brought the little box with him and headed south. Soon after, he arrived near the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the four symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism. Although Zoroastrianism had a rule that Saint Land disciples were not allowed to enter any of the four symbol sanctums, Saint Land disciples could bypass the Black Turtle Sanctum in the south of the Zoroastrianism sanctum and leave Zoroastrianism. Along the way, other than holding the little box in his hand carefully, Guan Shou did not care about anything else. He did not even notice the few silver flame elders from the Saint Land who were spying on him in the dark. Naturally, he did not notice the silver flame elders from the Saint Land who were spying on him in the dark. The silver flame elders did not intend to make things difficult for him as well. They merely glanced at him and confirmed that he was not Duan Ling Tian before allowing him to leave Zoroastrianism. I hope he's all right. During this process, Duan Ling Tian, who was in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, held his breath. He was slightly worried. He was not worried that Guan Shou would be targeted. After all, even if the few silver flame elders who were hiding in the dark had their eyes on Guan Shou, they would not do anything to him. After all, Guan Shou was not Duan Ling Tian. However, the few silver flame elders who were hiding in the dark would not know that Duan Ling Tian was hiding in the dark. He knew that Duan Ling Tian would be hiding in the little box in Guan Shou's hand. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was holding his breath. He was worried that Guan Shou would not be able to hold the little box firmly and would cause the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda to shake and throw him out of the pagoda. If he was thrown out of the pagoda, he would definitely be discovered by the few silver flame elders who were hiding in the dark. At that time, his plan to leave Zoroastrianism would be ruined. Fortunately, Guan Shou was very reliable. The little box was very stable in his hand. It did not shake at all even when he was 100 miles away from the Zoroastrianism. This Guan Shou is pretty good. Duan Ling Tian will remember this favor. Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief when he was 100 miles away from the Zoroastrianism. At this moment, even if Guan Shou did not hold the little box firmly and was thrown out by the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, he no longer had to worry about being targeted by the few high-ranking officials in the Zoroastrianism. The high-ranking officials in the Zoroastrianism whom he had offended, including the Black Turtle Sanctum's first silver flame elder Lien, could only be considered a small fry. Apart from that, he had also offended the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum and the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, Dong Yuanjin. If he left the Zoroastrianism, he would be targeted by these three people. Unless he returned to the Zoroastrianism in time, he would definitely die. With Guan Shou's speed, it did not take him long to travel 1,000 miles. Is this the place that senior brother Ling Tian mentioned? Guan Shou muttered to himself as he looked at the barren hills beneath his feet. Soon after, He descended from the sky and placed the little box on one of the barren hills. Then he left without looking back. After making sure Guanxiu had left, Duan Lingtian also came out of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and put it away. As for the little box, he casually threw it into his spatial ring. I'm finally out. Duan Lingtian was in a good mood when he was in the barren hills. Since he had left the Zoroastrianism quietly, he no longer had to worry about being targeted by the 3 high-ranking officials in the Zoroastrianism whom he had offended. He could do whatever he wanted. The reason I left the Zoroastrianism is to improve my innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian did not forget the reason he left the Zoroastrianism. If it was not for the fact that he wanted to improve his innate spiritual root, he would not have left the Zoroastrianism so easily. After all, Kerr and their daughter were still imprisoned in the Zoroastrianism enforcement hall. Their lives might be in danger at any time. Currently, he wanted to improve his strength as quickly as possible so he could rescue Kerr and their daughter from the Zoroastrianism enforcement hall. For this reason, he chose to leave the Zoroastrianism temporarily. In the Zoroastrianism, the rules were strict. He did not have many opportunities to improve his innate spiritual root. However, everything was different outside. Although I'm eager to improve my innate spiritual root, I can't just devour other people's innate spiritual roots. If I devour other people's innate spiritual roots, what's the difference between me and those inhumane devil cultivators? Duan Lingtian did not change his mind about this. He would not harm the innocent. Even if he wanted to improve his innate spiritual root in a short time, he would not devour other people's innate spiritual roots. In the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, is there any place suitable for me to improve my innate spiritual root in a short time? With this question in mind, Duan Lingtian made his way south. A few days later, he saw a city and decided to stay in it. He began to inquire about places in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land that were suitable for him to improve his innate spiritual root. The place suitable for me to improve my innate spiritual root must be a place where there are many villains. I don't have to worry about devouring their innate spiritual roots, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, Duan Lingtian found the busiest restaurant in the city center and went in to take a seat by the window. After ordering his food and wine, he began to eavesdrop on the conversations around him. Restaurants had always been the best place to gather information. Duan Lingtian believed he would be able to find the information he wanted in this restaurant. As time passed, it was soon noon. The lively restaurant was completely packed. It became even livelier. In the restaurant, there were tables full of customers talking about everything under the sun. However, there was no news that Duan Lingtian wanted to know at this moment. However, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry. He listened to the customers patiently. If there was no news for a day, he would come for 2 days. If there was no news for 2 days, he would come for 3 days. If there was no news for 3 days, he would ask someone. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could ask someone now, but he did not do so. Although he had been in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land for quite some time, he had spent most of his time in Zoroastrianism. Therefore, he knew nothing about the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. He wanted to take this opportunity to learn more about the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land from the customers in the restaurant. I heard that about 6 months ago, the Medicine King Sun Ying's herb garden was ransacked. Before that, he had imprisoned 3 people from the Debussy subterranean as servants in his herb garden. Chapter 2066. Rumor has it that he has already declared that if he meets the 3 people from the Debussy subterranean again, he'll definitely kill them. The voice continued to enter Duan Lingtian's ears. This confirmed Duan Lingtian's suspicions. The Medicine King, Sun Ying, was the owner of the herb garden that Duan Lingtian, Gu Li, and Zhu Luqi had accidentally barged into when they arrived at the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Sun Ying had imprisoned them and made them servants in the herb garden. Through Hualao's plan, With the help of Gu Li and Zhu Luqi, Duan Ling Tian had managed to loot all the spirit medicines in Sun Ying's herb garden. At the same time, he had successfully lured Sun Ying away and escaped. However, at that time, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the identity of the owner of the herb garden. Sun Ying, Medicine King, a quasi-celestial grade saint refinement master who's skilled in medicine refinement Dao. A sectless cultivator ranked at the 275th place on the Supreme Saint ranking? Duan Ling Tian shuddered when he learned about the identity of the owner of the herb garden. A sectless cultivator ranked at the 275th place on the Supreme Saint ranking was definitely at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although he was not the strongest among those at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was definitely one of the best. It's fortunate that we managed to escape. Otherwise, the three of us would have died. Duan Ling Tian rejoiced inwardly when he learned about Sun Ying's strength. After all, he was only ranked at the 421st place on the Supreme Saint ranking after defeating Bu Hong, a true disciple of Zoroastrianism, with the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Currently, he might not be a match for Sun Ying even if he used the Jasper Celestial Sword. Right now, Palace Master Zhu should have successfully returned to the lower province and reported to the Azure Cloud Mansion. I hope Father will be able to evacuate the Azure Cloud Mansion and find a place to hide before Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, sends his men to the lower province. When Duan Ling Tian heard about the Medicine King, Sun Ying, he was reminded of Zhu Luqi, who was one of the two people who had gone through thick and thin together. Zhu Luqi had gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion in the Debussy Subterranean to report to the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, Duan Ling Tian did not expect that Sun Ying's death. Zhu Luqi had died a month ago. Zhu Luqi did not return to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Due to a malfunction in the inter-province transportation formation, he was sent to the land of exile and killed by the 10th elder of the Ox Devil clan. Senior brother Gu Li's senior brother. Duan Ling Chen's son. After a while, Duan Ling Tian thought about Gu Li again. I wonder how he's doing now. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's thoughts drifted so far away that he did not notice that there were two people at his table. The two people who appeared at Duan Ling Tian's table were a young man and a young woman. The young man was tall and handsome. Naturally, he was still lacking compared to Duan Ling Tian. Whether it was the Duan Ling Tian before he disguised himself or the Duan Ling Tian after he disguised himself, Duan Ling Tian was much more handsome than the young man. Due to this reason, the young man could not help but frown when he saw Duan Ling Tian as he stood in front of Duan Ling Tian's table. A sense of inferiority rose in his heart. It was precisely this feeling that made him extremely displeased, to the extent that some dissatisfaction faintly rose in his heart. As for the young woman next to the young man, she had a flawless and delicate face. She exuded a seductive charm. She seemed to overshadow everything around her as she stood there. One had to admit she was a beauty. She was only slightly inferior to Duan Ling Tian's wives, Ke and Li Fei. She could be considered as a rare beauty in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although the woman had an extremely beautiful face, she looked very approachable. She looked as pure and holy as a celestial when she was dressed in white. Hello. There are no more empty seats in the restaurant. Can we share a table with you? The white-clad girl looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was in a daze, and asked with a smile on her face. Her voice was light and melodious, and it made people feel extremely comfortable when they heard it. At the same time, it gave people a feeling as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. When Duan Ling Tian heard her voice, he immediately snapped out of his daze. Naturally, it was also because the two people who were near him did not reveal any hostility toward him. Otherwise, he would have long regained his senses. What did you say? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he saw the white-clad young woman before him. Ever since he came to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he had never seen such a beautiful young woman. Naturally, Gan Ruyen, who looked exactly like Ke, was an exception. There are no more empty seats in the restaurant. Can we share a table with you? The white-clad young woman repeated patiently. At the same time, her cheeks flushed red. This was because she noticed this young man was different from other men when he looked at her. His gaze was pure and flawless. There was no hint of profanity in his eyes at all. She instantly had a deep impression of this pair of eyes. Not only that, but she also had a good impression of the owner of this pair of eyes. It was her first time having a good impression of a man other than her family since she was young. Due to this reason, her cheeks flushed red. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. He also had a good impression of this white-clad young woman who was shy like a young girl. Due to this reason, he agreed to it immediately. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not even look at the young man standing next to the young woman at all. When the young man saw the woman talking to Duan Lingtian, his face flushed red. Jealousy and anger could be seen in his eyes immediately. In his heart, he had long regarded this woman as his woman. However, this woman had never shown such a shy side to her in front of him. He was completely enraged at this moment. "Thank you." After the white-clad young woman thanked Duan Lingtian, she took the opportunity to sit next to Duan Lingtian. After she sat down, the redness on her cheeks deepened even more. The tables and chairs in this restaurant had 2 benches for each table, and the benches were divided into 2 sides. She did not want to sit next to the young man who came with her, so she sat next to Duan Lingtian, a stranger. At the very least, this stranger was different from the other men who came with her. He did not show any lewd thoughts from the beginning until the end. He gave her a very comfortable sense of security. Duan Lingtian did not expect the white-clad young woman to suddenly sit next to him. When he came to his senses, the unique fragrance of a virgin wafted into his nose, causing him to feel relaxed and happy. As for the young man who came with the white-clothed woman, he was already angry. Now, seeing that the woman was actually willing to sit with the strange man instead of him on the same bench, his heart was instantly filled with a wicked fire. "Ching, how can you sit next to a stranger? Quick, come and sit next to me." After the young man sat down on the bench next to the table, he beckoned the woman to sit next to him. This was the reason why he was willing to let a stranger sit next to her. He thought the woman would sit next to him if he did that. "Dongfang Zhu, I'm telling you one last time, you can't call me Ching. Our relationship hasn't reached that stage yet. You can call me Chiu Mu Ching." The woman who had been as gentle as water since the beginning turned cold when she heard the young man called her Dongfang Zhu. At the same time, she said to Dongfang Zhu angrily, "Brother Dongfang Zhu, you're not allowed to do that. Chiu Mu Ching." Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian also learned the white-clad young woman's name. He could not help but praise her inwardly. What a good name! Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also noticed Chiu Mu Ching did not seem to like Dongfang Zhu who came with her. Not only did she not like him, but she even seemed to hate him. This caused him to be slightly puzzled. Since she hates this Dongfang Zhu so much, why did she come to this restaurant to eat with him? A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Duan Lingtian finally understood. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's impression of Chiu Mu Ching had weakened slightly. Dongfang Zhu's eyes flashed coldly when he heard Chiu Mu Ching's words. However, he still maintained a smile on his face. "It's a little rude to call you by your name. Since you don't want me to call you that, I'll call you Miss Mu Ching. What do you think? You can just call me Miss Chiu." Chiu Mu Ching said calmly. Her tone was indifferent. All right, I'll do as you say. Since you asked me to call you Miss Chiu, I'll call you Miss Chiu." Dongfang Zhu said obediently. However, he was inwardly furious. "Bitch, I'll ravage you until you're half dead after I marry you. I'll make you beg for mercy under my crotch." "Miss Chiu, did you hear what I said earlier?" Dongfang Zhu reminded Chiu Mu Ching again. He wanted her to leave the bench Duan Lingtian was sitting on and sit next to him. Naturally, he did not want to miss an opportunity to be close to a beauty. Moreover, the beauty was sitting next to a man who was more handsome and had a better bearing than him. He could not help but feel jealous. "There's no need for that. I'm fine sitting here." Chiu Mu Ching interrupted Dongfang Zhu again. She did not mind sitting next to Duan Lingtian. Instantly, Dong Fangzhu's face darkened. Since Qiu Muqing had failed, he quickly shifted his attention to Duan Lingtian. Nice to meet you. I'm Dong Fangzhu. I'm the second young master of the Dongfang clan, one of the 3 great clans in Clarity City. My father is the clan leader of the Dongfang clan. Chapter 2067. Clarity City was the city Duan Lingtian was currently in. It was a small city at the southern border of the western region. Just now, from the words of some of the customers in the restaurant, he had a certain understanding of the distribution of forces in this city. Apart from the Sectless Cultivators Alliance, the strongest forces in Clarity City were the 3 great clans. The 3 great clans were the Feng clan, the Qiu clan, and the Eastern Fang clan. They were third-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The Feng clan was the strongest among the 3 great clans. Is Qiu Muqing from the Qiu clan? Duan Lingtian could not help but speculate inwardly when he heard Dong Fangzhu's condescending words. Boy, didn't you hear what I said? Dong Fangzhu was enraged when he saw Duan Lingtian had ignored him. His eyes flashed coldly as though he was about to devour Duan Lingtian. He was the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan. When had he ever been ignored in Clarity City? However, Duan Lingtian continued to ignore him. He turned to look at Qiu Muqing and asked, If I'm not mistaken, you must be the only daughter of the clan leader of Qiu clan, the young miss of Qiu clan, right? Duan Lingtian had heard the customers in the restaurant mention the young miss of Qiu clan earlier. However, they did not mention her name. Moreover, the customers had also mentioned the situation in Clarity City. Although the 3 great clans in Clarity City were on par with each other, the Feng clan was the strongest among them. The other 2 clans had to band together to avoid being defeated by the Feng clan. The other 2 clans, the Qiu clan and the Eastern Fang clan, had been trying to get closer to each other as well. There was no doubt the marriage would strengthen the relationship between the 2 clans. Rumor had it that the clan leader of Qiu clan intended to betroth his only daughter to the young master of the Eastern Fang clan. However, rumor had it that the young miss of Qiu clan did not like the young master of the Eastern Fang clan. Due to this reason, the marriage had been delayed for a long time. At first, Duan Lingtian did not react. Now that he had regained his senses, he guessed that the white-clad woman next to him and the self-proclaimed second young master of the Dongfang family sitting opposite him were most likely the 2 parties involved. Duan Lingtian was very close to Qiu Muqing when he spoke to her. Qiu Muqing blushed when she felt Duan Lingtian's warm breath. She asked in surprise, You know me? I don't know him, I guessed. Duan Lingtian shook his head. At the same time, he realized he had misunderstood Qiu Muqing. The first miss of the Qiu clan had no choice but to be together with the second young master of the Dongfang clan, Dong Fangzhu. It was likely that the Qiu clan behind her had forced her to interact with Dong Fangzhu so that they would develop feelings for each other. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess. In that case, it made sense why Qiu Muqing would eat with Dong Fangzhu even though she hated him. You guessed? Qiu Muqing was slightly surprised. However, she did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. She had a good impression of this man who stood out from the crowd, and she could tell that he wasn't trying to attract her attention by saying those words. I heard you're being harassed by a toad from the Dongfang family. I guessed it when I heard the toad chirping in my ear earlier. Duan Lingtian replied in a timely manner. He did not hold back when he spoke. Qiu Muqing was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She could not help but cover her mouth and laugh when she heard them. Her eyebrows were curved into crescents, and she looked even more charming at this moment. Duan Lingtian could not help but be dazed when he saw this. Qiu Muqing was even more beautiful when she laughed. At this moment, Qiu Muqing's beauty was comparable to Ke and Li Fei. Qiu Muqing's cheeks flushed when she saw Duan Lingtian looking at her in a daze. Even her neck was flushed red. She looked as shy as a young girl. Toad? Dong Fangzhu, who was sitting opposite Duan Lingtian and Qiu Muqing, was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He was not stupid. Naturally, he knew Duan Lingtian was referring to him as a toad. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to offend him. He did not expect someone would dare to call him a toad in Clarity City. When Dong Fangzhu regained his senses, he saw Qiu Muqing acting shy in front of Duan Lingtian. He was so furious that he could not suppress his anger at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Finally, after taking a few deep breaths, Dong Fangzhu lost his temper. Brat, you're seeking death, Dong Fangzhu shouted as he rose to his feet. Without saying a word, he clenched his right hand into a fist that was surrounded by saint energy and charged toward Duan Lingtian. Watch out! Qiu Muqing, who was acting shy in front of Duan Lingtian, was horrified when she saw Dong Fangzhu attacking Duan Lingtian. She hastily stood up to stop Dong Fangzhu. However, since her strength was on par with Dong Fangzhu, she did not have time to save Duan Lingtian. Smack! While Qiu Muqing was panicking, a crisp sound rang in the air. Then, a powerful shockwave swept out from the source of the sound, creating a hurricane in the restaurant. At the same time, the commotion at Duan Lingtian's table had attracted the attention of all the customers in the restaurant. Huh? Isn't that Dong Fangzhu, the second young master of the Eastern Fang family? Isn't the white-clad woman standing opposite him Qiu Muqing, the eldest miss of the Qiu clan? So he's Qiu Muqing, as expected of the most beautiful woman in Clarity City. She's so beautiful that even the moon and flowers would be put to shame. Although the second young master of the Eastern Fang family is good-looking, he's not a good match for the eldest Miss Qiu in terms of appearance and bearing. I think so too. On the contrary, the purple-clothed youth beside first young Miss Qiu, no matter if it is appearance or temperament, is far superior to the Dongfang family's second young master. When he and first young Miss Qiu stand together, they really are like a golden couple. I think the eldest Miss Qiu is a good match for the purple-clad young man next to her. What are they doing? Are they jealous of each other? The customers in the restaurant began to discuss among themselves very quickly. They did not care about Dong Fangzhu's background at all. They spoke of their thoughts without any hesitation. In Clarity City, apart from the three great clans, sectless cultivators like them had their own alliances as well. For this reason, they were not worried the Eastern Fang family would seek revenge on them over such a trivial matter. Qiu Muqing's cheeks flushed when she heard the customer's words. At the same time, she stole a glance at Duan Lingtian. She sighed in relief when she saw Duan Lingtian was not looking at her. He's so strong. Qiu Muqing's eyes shone brightly when she saw Duan Lingtian casually grabbing Dong Fangzhu's fist, causing Dong Fangzhu's face to turn red and his body to tremble. This purple-clad young man seems to be very strong. That's right. Dong Fangzhu is at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, but he's as weak as a 3-year-old child in front of this purple-clad young man. The second young master of the Eastern Fang family is only SOSO. He wants to marry the most beautiful woman in Clarity City with such a weak strength? He must be dreaming. In my opinion, only a prodigy like this purple-clad young man is worthy of the most beautiful woman in Clarity City. I think so too. A commotion broke out among the customers in the restaurant when they saw Dong Fangzhu was powerless in front of Duan Lingtian. They were not stingy with their praise for Duan Lingtian. Moreover, they even said that only a prodigy like Duan Lingtian was worthy of the most beautiful woman in Clarity City. Qiu Muqing. Dong Fangzhu's face turned red when he heard the customer's words. However, the intense pain from his hand caused his face to turn red. His face was a mixture of red and green, making him look exceptionally interesting. I don't care who you are, you better let go of me now. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Dong Fangzhu roared angrily as he struggled. He did not hesitate to threaten Duan Lingtian. This day next year will be the anniversary of my death? Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold when he heard Dong Fangzhu's words. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth as he called out to Hualao, who was in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Hualao, help me devour his innate spiritual root. Devour his innate spiritual root in front of so many people? When Elder Hua saw the scene, he couldn't help but be stunned. Don't worry. With my current strength, I can easily suppress even the strongest person in this city. Duan Lingtian said domineeringly. Based on his words, it was obvious he was extremely confident. The most powerful clan in Clarity City, the Feng clan, was only a third-rate force. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were only a handful of people whose cultivation base was at the Saint Celestial stage or above. Let alone those at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage or above, they might not even have a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. If that was the case, what did he have to fear? Duan Lingtian was currently ranked at the 421st place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Although it was due to the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, it was still a part of his strength. Let's begin then. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hualao no longer hesitated. He called out to Duan Lingtian and cooperated with Duan Lingtian to devour Dongfang Zhu's innate spiritual root. It's only a yellow innate spiritual root. Soon after, Hualao's voice rang in the air. It's fine. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Let's slowly accumulate it. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. Chapter 2068. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the eyes of the customers in the restaurant, a whirlpool suddenly appeared around Duan Lingtian's hand that was holding Dongfang Zhu's fist. The rapid vortex twisted in the void, causing the air to become turbulent. It was as if a stone had been smashed into a calm surface of water, causing circles of ripples to appear. Ah! The moment the vortex appeared, everyone heard a heart-wrenching scream. It was Dongfang Zhu's scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Right now, Dongfang Zhu's face was extremely hideous. His facial features were completely twisted together, and his entire body was trembling violently. It was as if he was enduring some kind of extreme pain. The pain made Dongfang Zhu's eyes bulge. What's he doing? This purple-clad young man seems to have some tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cause the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan to be in such pain. Judging from the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan's expression and his cries, it's as though he's in inhuman pain. I wonder how the purple-clad young man is doing this. There seems to be a powerful divine consciousness fluctuation between them. Could it be that he's using a soul attack to torture the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan? That's possible. While Duan Lingtian was fearlessly devouring Dongfang Zhu's innate spiritual root, the customers in the restaurant were in an uproar. Many of them were shocked by Duan Lingtian's mysterious technique. Many of them sensed a powerful divine consciousness fluctuation. They guessed Duan Lingtian was using a soul attack to torture Dongfang Zhu. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would know how to devour other people's innate spiritual roots to strengthen his own innate spiritual root. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was using this technique to devour Dongfang Zhu's innate spiritual root. The white-clad woman standing next to Duan Lingtian, the young miss of Clarity City's Qiu clan, Qiu Muqing, was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Now that she had seen Dongfang Zhu in so much pain at the hands of Duan Lingtian, she couldn't help but feel pity for him. Ah! Dongfang Zhu continued to scream in agony. A miserable cry that was like a pig being slaughtered entered into the ears of all the customers in the restaurant, and it caused their hair to stand on end as if they felt the same way. Right now, apart from Dongfang Zhu himself, no one else could understand his pain. The pain he felt now didn't come from his body, but from his soul. At this moment, Dongfang Zhu felt as if his soul was on fire. A terrifying force was pulling out a part of his soul, making him feel as if his soul was being refined. Fortunately, there was one thing. That terrifying power came quickly and left quickly as well. After a short while, his soul returned to normal. He heaved a long sigh of relief, but his robes were drenched in sweat. At the same time, he was panting heavily, feeling as if he had just taken a trip around the gates of hell. Bang! Dongfang Zhu was still panting when another loud sound rang in the air. Duan Lingtian had let go of Dongfang Zhu's fist and sent him flying with a palm strike. Dongfang Zhu was completely unprepared when he was sent flying through the window and landed on the street outside. A commotion broke out on the street immediately. Many people recognized Dongfang Zhu. Isn't that the second young master of the Dongfang clan? Why is he in such a wretched state? I think he flew out of the restaurant. From the looks of it, he seems to have suffered a great loss. In Clarity City, I'm afraid only the lineal disciples of the Feng clan would dare to do this to the second young master of the Dongfang clan. I wonder which young genius from the Feng clan did this. A group of people surrounded Dongfang Zhu and discussed among themselves. They were all shocked by Dongfang Zhu's encounter. It was rare to see the second young master of the Dongfang clan being tortured like this. Barf! After spitting out a large mouthful of blood, Dongfang Zhu viciously glanced back at the restaurant behind him and left in a sorry state as the onlookers pointed at him. No matter who you are, I, Dongfang Zhu, won't let you go today. You're going to die. Dongfang Zhu, who was on his way back to the Dongfang family's residence, secretly hardened his heart. He was prepared to return to the Dongfang family and complain to his father. He wanted his father to send experts from the family to help him get back his face. He wanted to kill the purple-clad young man to avenge the humiliation he had suffered earlier. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, Duan Lingtian, who had sent Dongfang Zhu flying with just a palm strike, sat down gracefully under the watchful eyes of the customers in the restaurant. Miss Cho, please take a seat. At the same time, Duan Lingtian gestured for Chiu Muqing to take a seat. Chiu Muqing only regained her senses when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. When she looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was no longer a hint of joy in her eyes. Instead, there was a hint of worry in her eyes. You should leave Clarity City as soon as possible. Dongfang Zhu must have returned to the Dongfang clan to call for help. You won't be able to leave when the powerhouse from the Dongfang clan arrives. Chiu Muqing urged Duan Lingtian to leave as soon as she spoke. She had a good impression of this young man who was different from ordinary men. She did not want to see him suffer in the hands of the powerhouse from the Dongfang clan. Due to this reason, she urged him to leave immediately. The customers in the restaurant nodded when they heard Chiu Muqing's words. They also felt the purple-clad young man should leave. Now was the best time for him to leave. If he left any later, the powerhouse from the Dongfang clan would definitely arrive. Young Miss Chiu, thank you for your kindness. However, Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Chiu Muqing's reminder. I still have something to do in Clarity City. I won't leave for the time being. That was right. He had come to Clarity City to find out more about the villains in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, he would not leave until he found out more about them. The Dongfang clan? Duan Lingtian did not care about a mere third-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Waiter, give me another set of cutlery. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian called out to the restaurant's waiter and asked him to add another set of chopsticks and bowls. Duan Lingtian had his own cutlery, so he must have asked the waiter to get another set of cutlery for Chiu Muqing. Is he not afraid of death? Chapter 2069. Chiu Muqing's beautiful face blushed when she let go of Duan Lingtian's hand. Even her neck seemed to be affected by the blush. She seemed to be even more embarrassed. Earlier, when she heard Duan Lingtian was unwilling to leave Clarity City, She did not know why, but she felt anxious. When Duan Ling Tian asked the restaurant's waiter to refill her bowl and chopsticks, she could not suppress the anxiety in her heart. Not only did she immediately stop the waiter, but she also hurriedly pulled Duan Ling Tian's hand and held his hand as they left after paying the bill for him. At that moment, her heart was burning with anxiety. She had completely thrown all the things like men and women should not touch each other, and a woman's reserve to the back of her mind. Now that she thought about it, she was certain. Today was definitely the craziest day in her life. She actually took the initiative to hold a man's hand. Moreover, it was a man whose name she did not even know. If this was before, she would not have believed she would be so crazy. However, the truth was right in front of her eyes. She had no choice but to believe it. Could it be that I've fallen for him? At the same time, a thought appeared in Chiu Mu-ching's mind, but she quickly dismissed it. Impossible. This is my first time seeing him. How can I possibly fall for him? Even if he's different from other men, I only have a good impression of him. I don't think I like him. I don't think I like him at all. Chiu Mu-ching tried to justify her earlier actions. When Chiu Mu-ching let go of his hand, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole in the ground and hide in it. Cough, cough. Duan Ling Tian let out a few dry coughs to break the awkward atmosphere. Miss Chiu, where are you bringing me? You're no longer safe in Clarity City. You should leave Clarity City. Chiu Mu-ching regained her senses when she heard Duan Ling Tian's voice. However, she did not dare to look at Duan Ling Tian. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Duan Ling Tian felt warmth in his heart when he sensed Chiu Mu-ching's concern for him. He smiled faintly and said, Moreover, I really have something to do in Clarity City, so I can't leave for now. If that's the case, then follow me back to the Chiu family. Chiu Mu-ching did not try to dissuade Duan Ling Tian. She pondered for a moment before she said, Duan Ling Tian's stubbornness. As soon as Chiu Mu-ching finished speaking, she seemed to have thought of something. The redness on her face returned to normal as she explained. Don't misunderstand, I feel that the conflict between you and Dongfang Zhu was entirely because of me. So I don't want anything to happen to you. Although Chiu Mu-ching tried to explain to Duan Ling Tian, she felt that her explanation was useless. I don't think there's a need for that. Duan Ling Tian knew Chiu Mu-ching meant well, but he rejected her tactfully. After all, he was not afraid of the Eastern Fang family at all. It would be fine if the Eastern Fang family did not come looking for trouble with him. Otherwise, he would not hesitate. No matter how many people came looking for him, he would kill them all. I'll feel uneasy if you don't follow me back. Come back with me. If you follow me back to the Chiu family, I'll inform my father that you're a guest of the Chiu family. Chiu Mu-ching became anxious when she saw Duan Ling Tian had rejected her suggestion. If you're a guest of the Chiu family, even the clan leader of the Eastern Fang family won't dare to do anything to you. The Chiu family isn't afraid of the Eastern Fang family. All right, I'll follow you back. Duan Ling Tian's heart softened when he saw Chiu Mu-ching was so anxious that she was about to cry. He agreed to Chiu Mu-ching's request without hesitation. Chiu Mu-ching's kindness touched Duan Ling Tian's heart. She was a good girl after all. A bright smile appeared on Chiu Mu-ching's face when she heard Duan Ling Tian's reply. She looked like a child who had just snatched a piece of candy. Chiu Mu-ching's charm increased when she smiled. Even Duan Ling Tian, who was caught off guard, fell into a daze. Let's go. Chiu Mu-ching's face flushed when she saw Duan Ling Tian's gaze. She called out to Duan Ling Tian and brought Duan Ling Tian back to the Chiu clan. Young Mississippi. A few Chiu clan's disciples who were guarding the entrance of the Chiu clan's estate bowed respectfully when they saw Chiu Mu-ching. All right. Chiu Mu-ching nodded at them before she called out to Duan Ling Tian and entered the Chiu clan's estate. At this moment, the Chiu clan's disciples finally noticed Duan Ling Tian. They were shocked. After a long while, they finally regained their senses. Naturally, they were shocked when they regained their senses. Heavens! Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Young miss, Young Miss brought a man back? I'm not dreaming, am I? Is she really the young Miss of Cho clan? Who's that man? The young Miss actually brought him back to the Cho clan. It seems like their relationship is not ordinary. The Cho clan's disciples looked at each other. Their voices were filled with shock and disbelief. After all, the young Miss of Cho clan had only brought a man back. She had never been so intimate with a man before. Even if she had gone out with Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Dongfang clan, she had been forced to do so. As Cho clan's disciples, they knew this very well. However, not only had the young Miss of Cho clan been intimate with a man, but she had even brought him back to the Cho clan. To them, this was definitely a very shocking and inconceivable thing. Let alone the Cho clan's disciples who were guarding the entrance. Even the Cho clan's disciples, servants, and maids were shocked when they saw Cho Mu-ching bringing Duan Lingtian into the Cho clan's estate. The young miss brought a strange man back to the clan? For a time, this unbelievable news spread like wildfire in the Cho family, causing quite a stir in the Cho family. After Cho Mu-ching brought Duan Lingtian back to the Cho clan, she arranged for Duan Lingtian to stay in a room in her residence. As the young miss of Cho clan, Cho Mu-ching had her own independent residence in the Cho clan's estate. There were many rooms in the residence. Apart from the maids' rooms, there were also rooms for guests. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was the first guest in Cho Mu-ching's residence. Young Miss Cho, is it appropriate for you to arrange for me to stay in your residence? This won't affect your reputation, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a wry smile on his face. Why don't you just arrange for me to stay outside? Duan Lingtian suggested after a wry smile on his face. Although he knew Cho Mu-ching had good intentions, and he was not afraid of the Eastern Fang clan, he did not want to ruin this kind woman's reputation. The Tao Martial Saint Land was similar to Earth in his past life. A woman's reputation was extremely important. It's all right, don't worry and stay here. I'll go look for my father and greet him. From now on, you're my friend and a guest of the Cho clan. Cho Mu-ching blushed when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and instructed a few maids to take care of Duan Lingtian before she left in a hurry. A warm feeling rose in Duan Lingtian's heart when he saw Cho Mu-ching's departing figure. The maids looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief. This was their first time seeing their young miss bringing a man back to the Cho clan. Moreover, she had arranged for him to stay in her residence. If news of this spread out, their young miss would not be able to get married. I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice to Cho Mu-ching when she was about to disappear from his sight. Cho Mu-ching had done so much for him. He could not possibly hide his name from her, right? Duan Lingtian. Cho Mu-ching's eyes lit up when she heard the name, and the blush on her face deepened. Cho Mu-ching went to look for her father, the clan leader of Cho clan, at the center of Clarity City, outside the restaurant that Cho Mu-ching and Duan Lingtian had just left. A tall and sturdy figure, escorted by 2 servants, arrived near the restaurant. I can't believe the most beautiful woman in Clarity City, Cho Mu-ching, has been taken by someone just like that. At the same time, a voice rang in the ears of the tall and sturdy middle-aged man. His eyes lit up immediately. Qing and Dongfang Zhu have made progress? That's great. In that case, our Cho clan will be able to form a perfect alliance with the Eastern Fang clan. We won't have to be afraid of the Feng clan anymore. The tall and sturdy middle-aged man was none other than Cho Gang-yi, the second master of Cho clan. He was the one who strongly advocated the marriage between the Cho clan and the Eastern Fang clan. Even when Cho Mu-ching was forced to go on a date with Dongfang Zhu, he was the one who instigated the clan leader of Cho clan to do Cho Mu-ching's work with him. Cho Mu-ching was a filial daughter. When she saw her father in a difficult position, she decided to go along with it. However, she would rather die than marry Dongfang Zhu. She only went out with Dongfang Zhu because she did not want to put her father in a difficult position. Moreover, she also wanted to deal with the second master of Cho clan, Cho Gang-yi. Cho Mu-ching was a person, not an item. Nobody could force her to do something she did not want to do. What? It's not Dong Fangzhu? It's the man who tortured Dong Fangzhu? Chapter 2070. Not too long ago, a stranger had beaten up Dong Fangzhu, the second young master of the Eastern Fang family, in front of Qiu Muqing and everyone else. Moreover, Qiu Muqing had even held the stranger's hand and left the restaurant in a swaggering manner. Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan, almost fainted from anger when he learned about this. His face had turned green from anger. In the end, his face turned purple. Qiu Gangyi's eyes were wide open as he said in a deep voice, "Qiu Muqing is getting more and more presumptuous. Could it be that she doesn't know her actions will push our Qiu clan to the opposite side of the Dongfang clan? Let's go. Let's return to the clan." Qiu Gangyi took a deep breath and called out to the servants behind him. Then, he looked in the direction of the Qiu clan's estate coldly. "I'm going back to the clan to ask Qiu Muqing what kind of man he is for her to disregard her manners and hold his hand in front of so many people." Duanling Tian sighed inwardly as he thought to himself, "I'm going to ask Qiu Muqing what kind of man he is." After this incident, the marriage between the Qiu clan and the Eastern Fang family will be ruined. There's no way the Eastern Fang family will accept a woman whose reputation has been tarnished. Qiu Gangyi's expression darkened when he thought about this. After all, a clan like the Eastern Fang family valued their reputation the most. Today, the young miss of the Qiu clan, Qiu Muqing, held a man's hand as they left the restaurant. Many people had seen this. This was enough to tarnish her reputation. For a powerful clan like the Eastern Fang family, there was no way they would accept such a woman. Qiu Muqing has been spoiled by the clan leader. It's one thing for her to cause trouble, but this time, she's done something so disgraceful. She's even destroyed the good relationship between the Qiu clan and the Dongfang clan that we've built over the years. Even if the clan leader wants to protect her, he won't be able to protect her. She must be severely punished. Qiu Gangyi's expression darkened as he made his way back to the Qiu clan's estate. At this moment, he was still unaware Qiu Muqing had brought the stranger back to the Qiu clan and allowed him to stay in her own independent residence. Second Master. Second Master. A few Qiu clan's disciples who were guarding the entrance of the Qiu clan's estate bowed respectfully when they saw Qiu Gangyi. "You guys, have you seen eldest miss? Is she back?" Qiu Gangyi asked a few clan's disciples. Yes. One's disciple nodded. Not only did she come back, eldest miss also brought back a guest. Another Qiu Gang's disciples. Guest? Qiu Gangyi narrowed his eyes when he heard what the Qiu clan disciple said. His breathing quickened as he asked coldly, "The person the first miss brought back, is he a young man in purple?" Now, Qiu Gangyi's tone was even colder, making people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Master, the Qiu clan's disciples hurriedly nodded when they heard Qiu Gangyi's strange tone. Did the second master know the young man the young miss brought back? Rebellion. Rebellion. Qiu Gangyi almost fainted from anger when he heard the Qiu clan's disciples' confirmation. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. In his opinion, Qiu Gangyi was furious. Earlier, Qiu Muqing had brought the stranger who had humiliated the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan, Dong Fangzhu, out of the restaurant. She had openly offended the Eastern Fang clan and pushed the Qiu clan to the opposite side of the Eastern Fang clan. However, Qiu Muqing had brought the stranger who had humiliated Dong Fangzhu back to the Qiu clan. Would the Qiu clan and the Eastern Fang clan still have room to maneuver? Qiu Gangyi's face turned green again. The Qiu clan's disciples who were guarding the entrance did not even dare to breathe loudly. Thud, thud, thud. Following that, Qiu Gangyi made a move and strode into the Qiu clan's mansion. His aura was fierce as though he was going to interrogate someone. When Qiu Gangyi returned to the Qiu clan, Dong Fangzhu, the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan, had arrived at the restaurant in the center of Clarity City. However, Dongfang Zhu did not come alone this time. Beside him were two old men in gray. They were the helpers that he had found in the Dongfang clan. They were also the elders of the Dongfang clan. They left. After entering the restaurant, Dongfang Zhu discovered the purple-clad young man who had humiliated him and the young miss of the Qiu clan, Qiu Muqing, had left. He had returned too late. Dongfang Zhu's expression darkened immediately. Why is that fellow so cowardly? He left just like that? However, he soon learned from the customers in the restaurant that Qiu Muqing had persuaded the purple-clad young man to leave. When the purple-clad young man did not intend to leave, Qiu Muqing had held his hand and left the restaurant in front of everyone. Qiu Muqing held that fellow's hand and left? Initially, Dongfang Zhu found it hard to believe. He was certain Qiu Muqing didn't know that man before today, unlike the others who thought she had known him for a long time. How could Qiu Muqing hold the hand of a man she did not know before today? The first thing that came to his mind when he heard this was impossible. However, when he heard the customer's confirmation, he recalled Qiu Muqing's shy expression in front of the purple-clad young man. Although he was unwilling to believe it, he had no choice but to believe it. Slut! Slut! Dongfang Zhu was so infuriated that he almost vomited blood as he cursed out loud. He did not expect Qiu Muqing would be so rude. He did not expect Qiu Muqing, who had always been pure and innocent, to be so slutty in front of a man she did not know. For a moment, Dongfang Zhu was so angry that he couldn't control his anger. Qiu Muqing is so shameless. She's not worthy of being a member of the Eastern Fang clan. The two elders of the Dongfang family, who came with Dongfang Zhu, were furious when they heard the words of the customers in the restaurant. They felt Qiu Muqing's actions were like a slap to the face of the Eastern Fang clan. At this moment in Clarity City, was there anyone who did not know the Eastern Fang clan and the Qiu clan were going to have a marriage alliance? Was there anyone who did not know the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan, Dongfang Zhu, and the eldest miss of the Qiu clan, Qiu Muqing? However, today, Qiu Muqing had disregarded the most important thing for a woman and hooked up with a wild man in public. This was a great humiliation to the Eastern Fang clan. Dongfang Zhu and the two elders from the Eastern Fang clan were still furious when they heard the news from the Qiu clan. Qiu Muqing, the eldest miss of the Qiu clan, brought a purple-clad man back to the Qiu clan. She even allowed him to stay in her own mansion. The three elders from the Eastern Fang clan were furious when Qiu Muqing held another man's hand in public. They felt Qiu Muqing was humiliating the Eastern Fang clan and slapping the Eastern Fang clan's face. But now, when they heard this news, they were instantly enraged to the point that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Slut! Slut! Dongfang Zhu continued to curse. His eyes shone viciously as he roared inwardly. I, Dongfang Zhu, swear that even if I can't marry you, I'll make you beg for mercy under my crotch. I'll make you regret what you've done today. Qiu Muqing, the Qiu clan, very good, very good. At this moment, even the two elders from the Eastern Fang clan were furious. At the same time, they could clearly sense the strange gazes from the customers in the restaurant. They were so embarrassed that they wished they could dig a hole in the ground and hide. Naturally, they knew Qiu Muqing's actions had humiliated the Eastern Fang clan. As members of the Eastern Fang clan, it was only natural that they were humiliated as well. Second young master, let's return to the clan. This matter is no longer your personal matter. It's the Eastern Fang clan's matter. Qiu Muqing and the Qiu clan have gone too far. They've gone too far. Soon after, one of the elders from the Eastern Fang clan called out to Dongfang Zhu before he flew out of the restaurant. He did not want to stay in the restaurant any longer. Qiu clan, Qiu Muqing. Very good. Very good. The other elder of the Dongfang family was also enraged to the extreme. He once again said very good with a hint of sarcasm, then followed behind the elder of the Dongfang family and left. After the two elders of the Dongfang family left, Dongfang Zhu, whose face was twisted into a hideous expression, also left the restaurant in a dejected manner. Similarly, he could not stand the gazes from the customers in the restaurant. The Eastern Fang clan has really embarrassed themselves this time. After the 3 people from the Dongfang family left, the group of customers in the restaurant no longer had to suppress the thoughts in their hearts. One of them took the lead to sigh. Isn't that so? Everyone in Clarity City knows the Eastern Fang clan and the Qiu clan are going to have a marriage alliance. The Qiu clan's marriage partner is the young miss of the Qiu clan, Qiu Muqing. Today, Qiu Muqing's actions have completely ruined the marriage alliance. It's said that Qiu Muqing didn't want to agree to the marriage alliance in the first place. This is exactly what she wanted. Even so, her actions today are like a slap to the Eastern Fang clan's face. Her actions today are an unbearable humiliation to the Eastern Fang clan. That's right. If the Eastern Fang clan doesn't do anything to salvage the situation, they'll become the laughingstock of Clarity City. Initially, the customers in the restaurant were the only ones who were talking about the incident. It wasn't long before the entire Clarity City was filled with similar discussions. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.